The foundations of the world were built upon three realms: the human world, the boundaries of land, and heaven. These realms maintained a delicate balance, but as time flowed on, this peace was destined to be broken, ushering in a time of danger. Heaven appeared. A mysterious dark power, the energy of chaos, began to flow through all worlds like a plague. General reported that all four directions of the Tian Gate were falling apart. Anyone who dared to back down from their orders would be beheaded immediately. Even if they had to die, they would do so here. The order was given to assemble. Archers prepared to release a volley of arrows, but their attacks proved completely ineffective. Two armored warriors questioned what they were facing. One warrior declared that they would not back down, preferring to die fighting than live in degradation, and then screamed in defiance. The protagonist felt a strange sensation. The demonic figure reveled in the chaos, declaring it an incomparable splendor and inviting others to join in the destructive pleasure. Below, the soldiers recognized the danger, realizing the chaos energy was too powerful. The heavenly warriors lamented their impending defeat, believing heaven was coming to an end and they could no longer protect it. A surge of energy erupted, tearing through the chaos. The force of the blast scattered the encroaching darkness. The energy coalesced into a blinding light. The light revealed a three-pointed double-edged spear, prompting the warriors to wonder if defeat was at hand. The soldiers questioned if Erlang Shun was still alive, pondering how to even write the word defeat. Yang Jian stood atop Xiao Tian, ready for battle. Yang Jian expressed surprise that chaos had already invaded the night sky, wondering if the other defense lines had fallen. Xiao Tian warned Yang Jian to be careful, sensing something approaching. The warriors realized Master Guan Yin was approaching. Before Yang Jian and Xiao Tian stood the multi-armed Master Guan Yin, serene yet powerful. Meanwhile, among the heavenly soldiers, hope surged at the sight of Master Guan Yin's arrival, believing that heaven was saved. Yang Jian scoffed at the display of power. He asked Xiao Tian what the wolf spirit thought of such juggling tricks. Yang Jian noted that the sitting position on the lotus was incorrect, questioning how Master Guan Yin had come. The heavenly soldiers cried out, wondering if the deity would attack. The heavenly warrior prepared to defend against the incoming attack. Yang Jian activated his third eye, the Eye of the Rebirth, wondering if this degree of camouflage would be able to trick it. The third eye opened, unleashing a surge of power. Yang Jian prepared to strike. Xiao Tian warned Yang Jian not to go all out and kill it with one shot, or else the wolf spirit wouldn't get to play with it. Yang Jian declared that no matter what sort of demon it was, it dared to invade the heavens. Master Guan Yin prepared to strike. The imitation Guan Yin commanded its foe to die. Heavenly warrior Yang Jian raised his weapon high, preparing to strike. The imitation Guan Yin stood tall, a golden statue of immense power. The imitation Guan Yin declared that its golden body could not be imitated by a mere demon. Yang Jian looked up, surprised by the declaration. Xiao Tian warned Yang Jian to be careful, noting that the breath of the imitation Guan Yin was not ordinary and carried a dangerous smell. Tendrils of dark energy surrounded the imitation Guan Yin, which Xiao Tian recognized as strong chaos energy, questioning what sort of demon it truly was. Yang Jian realized that his pure divine power was being drained. Yang Jian wondered if this was the imitation Guan Yin's true purpose. Xiao Tian demanded that the demon release Yang Jian, threatening to break its neck. Yang Jian warned Xiao Tian not to come closer, stating that it was too late. Yang Jian finally understood that the main purpose of the chaos energy was the reason why the gods of heaven could not win, and he tasked Xiao Tian with a mission. Xiao Tian scoffed, refusing to believe that Yang Jian was already surrendering. The wolf spirit declared that if Yang Jian couldn't handle the chaos energy, he would bite and devour it himself. Yang Jian urged Xiao Tian to listen to him seriously, explaining that there was an even more important task awaiting him. He reminded the wolf spirit that he was originally a huge demon that Yang Jian had brought up to the heavens. However, because his body didn't contain any pure divine power, he wouldn't be able to fight the chaos energy. As Xiao Tian stood within a circle of energy, Yang Jian questioned what he was doing as the continuous flow of demon energy surged around him. Suddenly, Xiao Tian realized that he had been unsealed. He laughed, declaring that after so many years of being ordered around, his humiliation had finally come to an end. Yang Jian called out to Xiao Tian, telling him that he was the only one with the power to save everyone and return everything back to normal. The demon energy swirled intensely. Yang Jian realized that this might be the only way now for Xiao Tian. Yang Jian reflected on the fall of the gods, a foregone conclusion. He knew the chaos between the three worlds was bound to come, but he had used the last bit of power of the Eye of Rebirth to see the future, perhaps for Xiao Tian. Yang Jian stated that Xiao Tian must stay alive to break through the seal of the chaos energy to go to the human world. Yang Jian urged Xiao Tian to look for the one who was able to decide the destinies of the three worlds. As he plummeted through the water, Bei Ming wondered if this was the end. If so, he thought it was fair enough because the most important person to him was... He realized that he was no longer there anymore. Suddenly, Bei Ming was pulled from the water. Someone yelled at him to stop faking his death, as the pool was only 1.5 meters deep. Bei Ming insisted that he was just joking. A girl called out to Bei Ming, asking if he was hurt. He responded that he was fine and that she should quickly go to the infirmary. Someone suggested that Bei Ming should get a body checkup. He replied that he was okay, thinking to himself how unlucky he was that this fellow deliberately wanted to come to his PE class. Bei Ming limped away, thinking that the other person was obviously disabled, yet still wanted to come to class to be a troublemaker. Someone asked if they had pushed him into the water, but others denied it, saying they wouldn't dare to touch him. They added that they wouldn't even dare to hurt him on purpose, with Sui being like Bei Ming's personal bodyguard. Sui stood nearby, thinking to herself that Bei Ming had better not mess with her. She was Bei Ming's childhood friend after all, and she really wanted him to experience such a tragic accident. Someone asked if Bei Ming's body was really okay, and told her to be careful. He was surrounded by onlookers, their faces blurred into a sea of mockery. They seemed to revel in his misfortune, their laughter echoing in his ears. He knew they were secretly gloating, talking behind his back, but he refused to let it bother him. Despite the jeers, Bei Ming remained resolute. He told himself it didn't matter. He was used to it anyway. He overheard one of the onlookers mention that even if they wanted to help him, no one would. He steeled himself, welcoming the malice of the entire world to come at him as much as it wanted. He wouldn't give up so easily, he thought. Bei Ming continued his walk, each step a testament to his resolve. He paused, looking down at the basketball at his feet, a thoughtful expression on his face. Two students called out to him, asking if he could help them throw the ball over. He bent down to pick up the ball. As he reached for the ball, it slipped from his grasp. Someone mocked him, asking how the school's basketball team captain couldn't even grab a ball. Another voice chimed in, recognizing him as the former captain. Lin Ku appeared, questioning why Bei Ming still came to school swaying and limping around, asking if he was unaware that he looked like a clown. Bei Ming, his expression hardening, demanded to know what Lin Ku had said. He wanted to know what Lin Ku admired most about him. Bei Ming's hand hovered over the basketball, the same hand that Lin Ku had mocked for its unwavering persistence. That persistence, however, was now what Lin Ku claimed to find most disgusting. Bei Ming, annoyed, told him to stop pretending. Lin Ku questioned if Bei Ming truly thought he was amazing. He reminded him of his past glory, his ability to survive a tragic story and still act like a normal person, attending school even after losing an arm and a leg. Lin Ku wondered what Bei Ming's purpose was, if he still believed he could lead them to victory. Lin Ku scoffed, telling Bei Ming to stop daydreaming about championships, stating that his life was already over. Bei Ming looked down, his expression unreadable. Lin Ku admitted that he already knew this, but still had to thank Bei Ming, comparing his own false sympathy to Bei Ming's straightforwardness, which made him feel more comfortable. After school, lightning flashed across the sky. A girl waited for someone, wondering what took them so long. She noticed they didn't bring an umbrella and suggested they go together. The girl stood under her umbrella, waiting. The girl asked Bei Ming to stop protecting her all the time, or else she would also be crowded out. She said she had something to say. Bei Ming realized that she was different from him and that there was no need for her to be involved because of him. The girl was struck by lightning. Bei Ming questioned what she was doing and how she could even be so weak. He was angry at how she treated a disabled person, calling her stupid. The girl smiled, noting that Bei Ming was always standing in front of her, protecting her. She reminded him that now was the time for him to worry about his injuries and take care of himself first, and then they could talk about it. She noted that he was very weak. The girl told Bei Ming that she would give him a paper slip tomorrow during the exams, which should be fine since she had the umbrella. She asked if he wanted her to hold the umbrella for him, since he wouldn't want someone as weak as him to hold it, right? She was struck by lightning again. The scene shifted to a street in the rain, with people walking under umbrellas. Under the cover of an umbrella, Bei Ming walked alongside the girl who had been struck by lightning. Meanwhile, a group of thugs surrounded someone, one of them screaming about a broken arm and demanding compensation. Elsewhere, another thug questioned the injury feigning tactic, while another called the girl a tough brat, unaware of the situation. Bei Ming remained silent. The scene shifted to a close-up of a hand gripping a knife. Someone shouted, warning that trying to run away without joining their discord would be regretted. Nearby, a group of men discussed their situation, one apologizing for not having money. Another man, seemingly their leader, assured him it was fine, but he still managed to get a pretty girl. One of the men questioned how they were fooled. The leader responded that if they wanted to leave properly, they would have to take off their clothes and walk back like that. He added that the artificial limbs on the man were worth a lot of money. Lin Ku stated that this was a punishment for the man's attitude. Yue yelled at the men, telling them that they were armed, and even though she was strong, she still had to protect him at all costs. Lin Ku stated that his brothers had promised to do as he said, depending on his performance. The man with the artificial limbs wondered what style of Iron Man he was. He thought to himself that he might have some aspect of expertise, but he didn't know he was actually handicapped. He asked if they could leave now, since the guy's purse had only $100. One of the men asked what they were waiting for, since the man was useless anyway. The man with the artificial limbs thought to himself that they were armed, and there were still so many of them. But Yu-Er was strong, so he had to protect her at all costs. The man with the artificial limbs stated that keeping that sort of thing was useless. He was then punched in the face. One of the men asked if he thought wearing that sort of thing made him a normal human and told him to stop dreaming. The man with the artificial limbs was struck again. The man was sent flying. Yu-Er demanded that they give him back to her. Yu-Er thought to herself, asking what they were doing. She stated that the man was useless anyway, and that she still needed a useless man to protect her. Lin Ku's victim was being pummeled, the blows raining down on him. He thought to himself that if he were in a man's position, he would just die, questioning the meaning of living like this. The man coughed up blood, but Yu-Er's words echoed in his mind. She had asked how he intended to make it up to her, and he couldn't let her down. One of Lin Ku's cronies held a knife to the man's throat, sneering that he seemed to care quite a bit for this useless trash. He told him to stand there obediently, or else. The man thought to himself that he would do whatever they wanted, begging them not to hurt him. Suddenly, Yu-Er kicked out, sending one of the thugs flying. She thought to herself that it really hurt. Yu-Er stood between the man and his attackers, demanding how they could do this to him. The man wondered why Yu-Er was helping him. Lin Ku, enraged, shouted for them not to touch her. Lin Ku told the man to shut up, calling him trash and questioning what qualifications he had to register. He mocked him, saying he made him laugh. The man struggled to his feet, thinking that it was fine if they wanted to beat him up or humiliate him, but Lin Ku punched the man, who cried out for them to let her go, insisting that they couldn't bully her. Lin Ku continued to beat the man, who shouted for them not to touch her. The man vomited blood. The man thought to himself that ever since that car accident, he had lost hope to continue living. However, he had received Yu-Er's courage, so he swore that he would protect her no matter what. The man with artificial limbs lay on the ground, reflecting on his weakness, lamenting that he couldn't even protect himself. He heard Yu-Er's cries for help and realized he had made her cry again. Yu-Er's cries echoed in his mind as he thought that perhaps he was not qualified to live. Xiaoming's voice echoed in his head, urging him to listen. He remembered his mother's words, telling him that even if she was no longer with him, he must continue to live courageously. He remembered his mother's words, urging him to move on. She had felt sorry for him, knowing he would endure so much grief and pain. He recalled his mother's promise and her insistence that he must continue to live on strongly. For as long as he lived, there would be hope. He promised her that he would. He thought that it was too difficult and that he really was not qualified to live. He wondered if he should live on. He heard a doctor's voice saying that he was still alive after such a tragic car accident and that they needed to hurry up and prepare for surgery. The doctor noted that his right arm and right leg were mortified and would have to be amputated immediately. He remembered promising his mother that he would live. A woman with flowers stood over him, relieved that he was awake and that she thought he would never wake up again. He thought that it was too difficult. He wondered how he could be able to do it. He cried out, wondering who could tell him. Suddenly, a surge of power erupted. A beam of light pierces through the city skyline, cutting through the darkness. At the brink of survival and death, a new hope falls from the sky. Meanwhile, a pursuer taunted his prey, asking if she was trying to run away without joining their discord, and declaring that he would play with her. The air crackled with energy as lightning arced through the scene. The energy surged, striking something unseen. Suddenly, a voice cried out, calling for someone named Ming. The unseen force continued its assault, the energy intensifying. Confusion reigned as someone questioned what was happening. Meanwhile, another voice lamented that someone unlucky was being struck again. A surge of power erupted, the energy coalescing into a blinding light. The attack left its mark, searing wounds into flesh as the victim was told to dissipate. The energy continued to discharge, writhing and crackling. The lightning storm raged on, the unseen battle reaching its peak. The wolf-like spirit, wreathed in crackling energy, seemed to be the source of the chaos. Suddenly, the spirit's attention shifted to a figure standing amidst the destruction. The spirit questioned what the figure was. The figure, seemingly annoyed, demanded that the spirit stop acting strangely. The figure was surrounded by swirling energy. Below, the figure's feet were planted firmly on the ground. The spirit wolf's eyes glowed intensely as if focused on its target. Meanwhile, a man watched the scene unfold, wondering what was happening. The man cried out in pain, claiming he could no longer feel his hands. Below, the figure was engulfed in a torrent of energy and questioned what had been done to them. Another man, standing nearby, insisted it was none of his business, claiming he was just there to see what was happening. The figure, overwhelmed, cried out to their mother, promising to never do bad things again. The first man, observing the scene, wondered who could possess Go's demon energy before realizing he recognized the figure. He stood amidst a surge of demonic energy, his form shifting, his features becoming more monstrous. The transformation was undeniable, a sinister metamorphosis taking hold. A voice echoed, declaring that the girl was his prey. The surge of power proved too much for the other man, who felt himself weakening. He wondered if he had been saved. Suddenly, a monstrous, serpentine entity emerged, its jaws agape, ready to devour its prey. Amidst the chaos, the girl, seemingly caught in the middle of the inferno, called out to Ming. The girl watched in horror as the monstrous figure loomed over her, the demonic energy swirling around them both. She questioned what had happened to Ming, noting how suddenly he had become so strange. The transformed Ming, now a demonic figure with glowing red eyes, seemed lost in thought. A monstrous, shadowy face emerged, its intentions unknown, as it also called out to Ming. The girl's expression shifted to one of shock and disbelief as she stared at the demonic entity before her. The scene shifted to a distant view of a city, seemingly under attack, with explosions and chaos erupting everywhere. A memory surfaced. Xiaoming's mother had planned a birthday outing, a surprise destination. He wondered where they were going, but was told he would find out later. The memory continued, showing a temple. Xiaoming wondered why they were at a temple for his birthday, especially after such a long drive, when he expected a feast. Ming's mother urged him to be sincere as they prayed. She recalled bringing him to the temple when he was younger and often sick, seeking blessings from the Buddha. Now that he had grown up healthy, she said it was time to repay their vows, encouraging him to enter and pray. He prayed to the Buddha, asking that his mother be kept safe and healthy, acknowledging how hard it was for her to raise him alone. He pleaded with the deity. With a cheerful exclamation, Ming's mother suggested they return and have that feast. Suddenly, the ground began to crack. The temple began to crumble. A blinding light erupted. Lin Ke questioned why he was being treated this way, wondering if he wasn't sincere enough. He scoffed at the idea of someone who didn't even know the gods and Buddhas wanting blessings. He wondered who was there. Lin Ke realized that God was no longer present. A monstrous entity emerged. The demonic figure's emergence prompted a desperate question from the young man facing it. Who was this entity before him? The monstrous entity responded that Sung need not know its name, because he would soon be its food. Sung cried out in terror. He begged the monster not to eat him. Sung awoke with a start, gasping for air. He looked down at his hand, noticing the 4 drip attached to his wrist. He wondered if he was in a hospital. Lin Ke realized that the smell was familiar, and that the monster had just... Xiao Tian thought it must be a dream. Sung, still in his hospital gown, looked down, lost in thought. Emerging from the fiery aura, Sung, marked with strange symbols, confronts a figure in a school uniform. He accuses them of looking down on him for not wearing a mask and warns them to bear the consequences of their actions, punctuating his statement with a sneeze. The wolf spirit towered over the hospital bed where Sung lay, demanding to know what he had done. Sung, startled, could only stammer in confusion. He recoiled in terror, seeing a monstrous form looming over him. The wolf spirit pressed him, demanding to know what he had done. Sung insisted he didn't know anything. The spirit scoffed, declaring it impossible for Sung to have done anything, given his uselessness. He noted that Sung's physical body was gone, and the divine power was attached to him. The wolf spirit continued to press Sung for the truth, threatening to bite off his neck if he continued to lie. Sung could only repeat that he didn't know what the spirit was talking about. Sung, increasingly agitated, insisted that he truly didn't know what was happening. The wolf spirit remained unconvinced, repeating that Sung claimed to have done nothing. The spirit declared that since Sung was a useless man, it was impossible for him to have done anything. The wolf spirit, now free, lamented being degraded to the human world because of Yang Jian. He seemed to recall Yang Jian asking him to do something, but he couldn't remember what it was. He then resolved to leave the deliciousness world and only take care of the tiny matters in the human world. The wolf spirit declared that Sung better remember this, calling him a useless man. He vowed to wipe out beings and honored Sung as his last dish. The wolf spirit lunged, claws extended, ready to strike. From below, a voice echoed, filled with sinister glee, reminding the spirit to be sure to lick his neck and wait. Suddenly, the spirit was ensnared by a chain of divine energy. He seemed shocked by this turn of events. The divine energy tightened around the spirit, restricting his movements. He howled in frustration and disbelief. Confused, the spirit questioned what was happening to him. He realized that he was being restrained by divine lock. The spirit struggled against the chains, demanding to know what was happening. Despite his struggles, the divine energy continued to bind him. He was going out of control. The divine lock pulsed with energy as it restrained the spirit. Meanwhile, in another location, a man in a lab coat seemed to be the source of the divine lock. The man in the lab coat was shocked by the power he was witnessing. He wondered how Sung could possess such abilities. The wolf spirit, now engulfed in flames, questioned how it was possible for anyone to chain his divine power. He lamented his wretched body. The energy surged around the spirit as he continued to struggle. Back in the room, Sung felt a sharp pain in his head. Clutching his head, Sung cried out in pain. He seemed to recognize someone. Where? A girl with long hair stood with her hand against a window, seemingly compelled by an unknown force. She wondered what she was doing, confessing that she was so hungry and wanted to eat. He heard a voice calling him to wake up, identifying him as Ming. Sung suddenly remembered everything. He wondered if Yue had been eaten by him. The text indicated the link between man and demon, and that the collision of fate was beginning. The protagonist coughed, still recovering from the recent possession. Xiao Tian asked if he was referring to the girl. Xiao Tian, with a sinister grin, found her very delicious indeed. The protagonist, looking disturbed, realized that because he was degraded to the human world, he lost his own body and was possessed. He felt hungry, so Xiao Tian admitted that. In the meantime, he ate her up. He then questioned why she was so important to him. The protagonist, still chained to the bed, could only laugh. The protagonist continued to laugh, realizing that he was going through a mental breakdown. Xiao Tian wondered who he was, then offered to tell him. The protagonist, in disbelief, asked if Xiao Tian was kidding him. Xiao Tian stated that the protagonist took away all the people who were very important to a person like him, forcing him to live alone. He then asked the protagonist if he may ask him, demon. Xiao Tian asked who he was and if he was very strong, wondering why he didn't know. Xiao Tian declared that he went through 18 floors of hell to devour Yen Luo, went to the heavens to swallow the sun and the moon, and that he was something that the protagonist didn't like to hear. Xiao Tian then revealed that he is the demon that the protagonist knew. Xiao Tian's words echoed in the protagonist's mind, the revelation that he was an evil being to the world sinking in. The protagonist considered the implications of this truth, bound as he was by the chains. Xiao Tian responded with a playful, "Oh, really?" as the protagonist remained chained to the bed. Suddenly, the protagonist was standing outside, no longer chained, and Xiao Tian questioned what he was doing. The protagonist smirked, realizing that his guess about Xiao Tian was correct. He noted that the iron rope, which he called the divine lock, seemed to bind them together. Xiao Tian, his form shifting to that of a monstrous wolf, warned the protagonist not to push him to his limits. The protagonist taunted the wolf, calling him a silly dog and suggesting that if Xiao Tian could have eaten him, he would have done so already. He realized that if his body died, Xiao Tian's divine power would also eventually perish. Enraged, Xiao Tian questioned how the protagonist dared to call him that, his form radiating intense energy. Xiao Tian continued, asserting that even though he was evil and capable of taking lives, he was stuck with a useless person like the protagonist in the end. He then laughed maniacally. The protagonist, standing on a ledge high above the ground, declared that being alive was meaningless to him. Xiao Tian, attempting to dissuade him, insisted that life was still wonderful. The protagonist, however, seemed unmoved. Xiao Tian revealed that he was joking and that he was not a demon. He claimed to be Xiao Tian, Erlang Shun's companion, the celestial guardian, and a companion of justice. Xiao Tian demanded that the protagonist get down from there immediately. Xiao Tian lunged, attempting to stop the protagonist from jumping. The wolf spirit cursed as the protagonist fell from the building. A golden chain, previously unseen, bound the protagonist. As he plummeted, the protagonist wondered what was happening. Xiao Tian's face contorted in a snarl as he watched the protagonist fall. The protagonist's fall was suddenly arrested by strands of what appeared to be spider silk. He wondered what was happening. Xiao Tian apologized to Yue as strands of spider silk wrapped around the protagonist's body. The protagonist, suspended in midair, questioned what was going on. Elsewhere, Lin Ku gasped, seemingly affected by the protagonist's fall. A woman's voice called out to Lin Ku, referring to him as little brother. Lin Ku realized he was not supposed to be here. A woman in a nurse's outfit told Lin Ku that he would be a good boy if he acted like this. The text declared that sorrow had consumed him, but he was pulled back, and his self-salvation was a failure. The title page displays the name of the series, God Slayer, along with the author's studio and the group's name. Below, the protagonist is questioned about his identity, while Xiao Tian barks playfully. The scene shifts to a close-up of the protagonist in his pajamas, looking surprised and slightly flushed. The perspective changes to a woman in a nurse's outfit, who comments on how delicious he smells and questions why he is making things so difficult. The nurse leans in close, her face near his, as he wonders what is happening. As punishment, the nurse's face contorts into a monstrous visage, her breath feeling strange to the protagonist. Xiao Tian's face is shown with a menacing red aura, as the nurse declares that she is going to eat him. The nurse's hand transforms into a claw, as she laments that it would be a pity to waste him. The protagonist, now on the floor, realizes he is facing another monster. Xiao Tian barks, urging the protagonist to use the scissors, as the protagonist wonders what he means. The nurse attacks with her killer scissors leg, and the protagonist realizes what Xiao Tian meant. The protagonist cries out in pain as he is stabbed by the scissor-like appendage. Xiao Tian scolds the protagonist for not using the scissors to pierce through her, but instead using scissors legs, as the protagonist questions what is happening. With the scissors in hand, the monstrous nurse's attack intensified. She moved with a speed that belied her size, aiming to end the fight quickly. "You should say so clearly, stinky dog," she roared. Her foot lashed out, aiming a kick at the protagonist. "Why are you so naughty? Little brother," she taunted. The monstrous nurse continued her assault. "Don't be scared. Sister will make you very comfortable." The protagonist was sent flying by the force of the blow. Crashing to the ground, he cursed his situation. The nurse loomed over him, ready to strike again. She sneered. "You're still thinking about taking advantage of her at this time? You have quite a taste. Take advantage of your head. I just don't want to be stabbed." Clutching his head, the protagonist struggled to comprehend the situation. He thought, "I can't hold on. I'm going to die. Huh, wait." He realized, "Didn't I just want to die?" TSK. This instinctual survival response is ridiculous. Rather than jumping off a building, why not let this banshee me up, which is quicker and better? Suddenly, Xiao Tian's voice echoed in his mind. "Shit, this kid is up to something again." The monstrous nurse, now fully enraged, focused her attention on Xiao Tian. "Let go of that kid. You little demon. How dare you touch my prey?" Xiao Tian appeared, radiating power. The nurse exclaimed, "Yo, isn't this the renowned Lord Tiango? You finally decided to come out?" Xiao Tian responded to the nurse's taunt. "I thought you want to keep standing by idly. Oh, since you know my name, yet you dare to behave atrociously in front of me? Ha ha! Do you still think you're the big demon who made the three worlds frighten?" The monstrous nurse loomed over the fallen protagonist, sneering that ever since he surrendered to Yang Jian, he had become weak. Xiao Tian, now fully transformed, was enraged by the nurse's words. She claimed that he had become merely heaven's watchdog. The wolf spirit, his face contorted in fury, vowed to tear her to pieces. The nurse seemed unfazed by Xiao Tian's threat as the wolf spirit lunged forward. The nurse mused that she had fallen to a state looked down upon by a little demon, wondering what had happened. Xiao Tian wondered if his attacks were failing because of the protagonist. The narrator notes that Xiao Tian had decided to help, but it was useless. The question remained, was Bei Ming's death inevitable? The woman in the pink nurse's uniform wondered if they thought she would dare appear before them without preparation. She revealed that she had overheard all of their previous conversations. The white wolf spirit was shocked. He realized that, besides being bound by the kid, his demon power was constantly being absorbed by him. His body size had also become smaller, just like an ordinary stray dog. The wolf spirit insisted that this outcome was not his fault, explaining that his demon power was about to be absorbed fully by the kid. The woman laughed, stating that this was God's concern, not hers. She thought that whenever she thought of eating the kid's body and absorbing his divine power, she could then have Lord Tiango's demon power as her own. Just thinking about it made her body unbearably hot. The woman continued to approach the prone figure on the bed. The figure on the bed wondered if he had reached heaven. The woman loomed over the figure on the bed, ready to strike. The figure on the bed wondered why he was not dead yet, begging her not to torture him and to please just do it quickly. Suddenly, an apple struck the woman in the head. She wondered who dared to stop her from eating. A young woman appeared, calling the figure on the bed, Ming, and berating him as an idiot. The patient, still in bed, calls out a name, seemingly in shock. Xiao Tian, now in his wolf form, sits beside the bed, thinking about how he was lied to. He wonders how Yu wearer could have been eaten already. Meanwhile, the young woman who threw the apple expresses her frustration. She had gone to the hospital to visit Ming, only to find the nurse's uniform. The woman in the nurse's uniform tries to explain herself, claiming it's not what it looks like. She urges the young woman to listen to her. The woman in the nurse's uniform declares that she will have the young woman as an appetizer. The young woman questions what this thing is as the woman in the nurse's uniform lunges at her. The young woman's expression hardens, her eyes narrowing as she prepares to fight. The young woman kicks the woman in the nurse's uniform away. The young woman is surprised that Ming has such peculiar taste. The woman in the nurse's uniform warns the young woman not to look at her with contempt, claiming she's misunderstood. She admits she didn't expect the young woman to have such great strength. The woman in the nurse's uniform says that the young woman won't be so lucky this time as she transforms. The young woman questions what kind of monster the woman in the nurse's uniform is. The young woman coughed, blood splattering from her mouth as she struggled to stand. The monster in the nurse's uniform mocked her, asking how she should return the pain of the kick she had just received, warning Yu wearer to run away, stating that she was too dangerous. The monster stood tall, surrounded by a purple aura. The monster declared that it was not so easy for the young woman to escape, demanding that she be a good girl or else. The young woman, despite her injuries, moved to protect Ming. The monster demanded that she let Ming go, but the young woman refused. Ming, still in the monster's grasp, heard the young woman's plea to be let go. The monster commanded the young woman to shut up. Ming cried out in pain, apologizing to his sister, saying that she might not be able to resist hurting him. The monster told the young woman not to worry, stating that she had avoided her crucial point, so she wouldn't die so easily, telling her to just lie obediently and wait there. Ming felt pain, despair, anger, and powerlessness. Ming was unwilling to give up, feeling remorse. But then a voice declared that his desire to survive had finally been restored, asking if he wanted to live. Xiao Tian declares that he has a proposal, driven by his desire to protect Yuerer and his resolve to live on. The question lingers, can Bei Ming regain himself? And what exactly is Xiao Tian's proposal? The scene shifted to a desolate landscape, littered with skulls and illuminated by a fractured moon. A lone figure stood amidst the desolation, questioning where they were. The figure wondered if, even in death, they were doomed to face the same hell-level difficulty as when they were alive. Insects, they thought, were constantly trying to survive, but they didn't even bother. The White Wolf spirit declared that the protagonist was tied to a useless person who couldn't even protect himself, showing how out of luck he was. The spirit then questioned how a demon could understand his pain. The spirit stated that it had no interest in knowing the protagonist's past, adding that this was its conscious world, not what he called hell. The spirit declared that their lives and deaths were now irreversibly tied together, and from then on, his life and death could not be decided by him alone. It admitted to not knowing how or why the protagonist had the power to bind it, or how they could intercommunicate in their consciousness, but it wasn't interested in knowing. The spirit acknowledged that the protagonist had already absorbed a lot of its powers, but he was missing the key to use them. The spirit offered to help if he still wanted to live. The protagonist questioned what if he could not understand, stating that it was a hunting ground for both of them. He then asked if the spirit wanted him to devour all beings in the human world, stating that he was not stupid enough to harm the world with a monster together. The spirit roared at the protagonist for daring to refuse it, even after it had lowered itself to team up with a trash like him. The protagonist stated that it wasn't impossible for them to join hands, but whatever it was, the spirit must always listen to him. The spirit cursed, realizing it had been tricked by the kid instead. In order to survive, it had no choice but to agree with him for the time being and agreed to a deal. The situation grew dire as the protagonist's companion realized the urgency of their predicament. If they didn't act quickly, both of them would die. A surge of power erupted, accompanied by a deafening roar. The woman with glasses recognized the nature of the energy, identifying it as demonic power. The demonic power manifested as a fist, striking with immense force. The woman with glasses looked on in shock. Another woman wondered if such actions were allowed. The two women stood together, seemingly protected by the protagonist's power. The protagonist's attack, though seemingly simple, possessed immense power. He told Yuerer to stay away, declaring that he would handle monster. The woman with glasses noted that he had suffered a serious injury, but he insisted that he was all right. The woman with red hair shouted no. The woman with red hair internally berated Ah Ming, lamenting that he couldn't pull it out at this time, or else he would die from excessive bleeding. She thought that she would end up alone at Ah Ming's grave. The protagonist told Yuerer not to cry, stating that it was not like her to act in such a way. He thought to himself that girls are really troublesome creatures, and that she said so many things, when in fact the main purpose was to say that last sentence. The woman with red hair wondered why he didn't just put it back in again. The protagonist shouted no. He explained that his demon power had blocked the blood outflow from her wound, and that the injured internal organs should also be repaired by now. He seemed surprised to find that the wound he had sustained was no longer bleeding and had completely healed. Xiao Tian, however, warned him not to put the strange object back, implying it was dangerous. The wolf spirit boasted that his powers were great, having raised Bei Ming's hearing, smell, strength, response, recovery, and other attributes to a whole new level. He added that the power he lent was not even 1/10,000th of his actual strength, and that if Bei Ming listened to him obediently, he might consider continuing to lend him his power so that he could continue to upgrade himself. Meanwhile, the demonic figure thought to himself that he could only be patient and wait until the day he regained his powers and broke free from his divine lock, which would be the death of the wolf spirit. Xiao Tian dismissed the demonic figure's threat as a joke. A mysterious crystal pulsed with energy. The demonic figure expressed surprise that Lord Tiango would activate the demon power in Bei Ming's body, wondering if he had given up his dignity as a big demon to protect his life. The figure stated that it was a good thing because, as long as he ate Bei Ming, he could definitely advance and become a big demon, or even cultivate into a demon god. The demonic figure declared that he must eat Bei Ming up. Bei Ming continued his fierce battle with the spider demon. The spider demon retorted that Bei Ming should eat his own stinky feet instead of attacking him. The attack came suddenly, a sharp, piercing strike aimed directly at the protagonist. The force of the blow sent him reeling, a burst of energy erupting around him as he cried out in pain. The impact shattered the floor, sending debris flying as a clawed hand reached out from the shadows. He realized that his newly grown right arm possessed immense power, enough to finally teach his tormentor a lesson. As the protagonist prepared to strike, a voice called out, urging him to stop. He paused, recognizing the voice, and realized he was caught in a trap. The protagonist noticed the spider silk. He hadn't expected the spider silk to be so sharp, admitting he got a little overboard with his power and hadn't noticed the trap until he was almost finished. The protagonist realized it was a shame he thought his opponent would smoothly fall into the trap. The voice taunted him, questioning why he wouldn't just lie on the ground obediently and wait to die, remarking that he was much cuter before, but the protagonist declared he was totally different now and would overcome this little trick. Despite being ensnared, the protagonist declared that he would not be stopped. He believed that having Lord Tiango's powers did not make him all-powerful. Suddenly, the voice taunted him, questioning how his spider silk, which was supposedly as strong as celestial rope, could be torn so easily. Elsewhere, in a hallway, a woman in a pink robe demanded to know what was happening on the 16th floor and ordered security to be notified immediately. Another voice speculated that the noise came from the ward next door and suggested they investigate. The woman in pink thought to herself that she wanted to continue disguising herself as a human and live on, so she couldn't let anyone discover her true identity. She then questioned why the protagonist had become hesitant when she approached him, asking if he was scared. The woman in pink thought that the protagonist shouldn't get too happy too soon, as there were still countless demons in this world, and his demon power that exploded before had already attracted many others. The voice taunted the protagonist to enjoy the rest of his life, adding that they would surely rush to him like tides and devour him. Another woman, presumably the sister mentioned earlier, declared that she wouldn't play with them this time. Nearby, a man in striped pajamas and the white wolf spirit discussed the presence of demons in the human world. The man stated that many demons had mixed into the human world a long time ago. He then wondered if that meant they were in danger. In the hallway, people wondered what caused the big hole in the wall, speculating it was an earthquake. A man in the crowd mentioned that he felt the vibration just now, while another said that they were sleeping and didn't notice the earthquake. The white wolf spirit sensed the chaotic and dark breath emitted from this human world, giving him an ominous hunch. He thought that even if there were demons wandering in the human world, they should be easy to get rid of. The white wolf spirit asked the man if it was true about what the woman said, and if there were really other demons in this world. The man recalled that he had lied about eating Yuer, and guessed that he wasn't as evil as he thought he would be. He then wondered what really happened at that time. The white wolf spirit demanded respect, declaring that he was a big demon who had trained for thousands of years. He then wondered how he could say such a shameful thing. That moment hung heavy in the air, the aftermath of the battle still lingering. Elsewhere, a figure called out, seemingly in distress, asking for someone named Ming. The cry was followed by a scream as the figure appeared to be engulfed in a surge of power. The transformation seemed to be complete, though the details remained unclear. Suddenly, the scene shifted, and a voice urged someone to wake up, demanding to know what more they had to say. The urgency escalated as the voice demanded to know why the person was in such a panic and to quickly explain the situation. Bei Ming had fought hard, and the spider demon had retreated, temporarily resolving the crisis. But Xiao Tian had an ominous hunch. Xiao Tian's master considered his next move, thinking that as long as he could control his power and not let it harm the world, then it would be good. The white wolf spirit, however, thought that his gut was telling him that the powers of his master were not very reliable. Now, besides strength, he would see what other aspects he had improved in. The vast horizon was his love. The flowers were blooming continuously. Sung could see a group of people, and yet he could see so clearly, it seemed that his sight had also been enhanced. Xiao Tian's master heard the wolf spirit's words and told him, "Hey kid, what are you doing? I don't have a mood to accompany you here to see the night view leisurely." Sung continued, stating that he was testing the condition of his improvements in self-capability. Xiao Tian asked if he had to test his powers on him, and if he was looking down on him. Sung responded, stating that the superheroes in the comics would always test their powers after they had received them, so this was a necessary procedure. Sung knew that he must first understand what he could do in order to face the threats that he may face in the future. He wondered what this was. Xiao Tian's master asked what they were looking at. Sung was nearly 1 kilometer away from that. Someone said, oh. Someone told him to stop. Sung Danwu heard a voice telling him to turn around. He looked up, startled. Meanwhile, Lin Ke hid, scoffing at someone's fear. He thought that their fear was only because of his power. He told Xiao Tian not to compare him to the dog. Sung remarked that he saw that on accident. He then suggested that they try the enhancements of other aspects next. Sung stood on the railing, ready to test his enhancements. Xiao Tian questioned what Sung wanted to do again. Lin kiskivi ko yumpet. Xiao Tian cursed, wondering how much Sung loved jumping off buildings as he pulled. Elsewhere, a man told his baby that he was transferring his properties now, not wanting to give his wife any extra money. The woman with him thought he was smart. The taxi driver told his passenger that if he didn't get back home before 12 a.m., his wife would make him kneel on the keyboard. The passenger thought to himself that he also wanted to be quicker. Sung could hear the subtle conversations of people from afar, realizing that his hearing had also enhanced a lot. Lin could continue to fall. Sung realized that his body's agility and toughness were also very good now. The white wolf spirit yelped as it was struck. A woman screamed, startled by the sudden attack. She told someone not to be afraid, assuring them that she was there for them. Nearby, a man confronted Lin Ku, calling him a brat and demanding to know why he had scared his baby. Lin Ku responded, telling him to just call him Lightman. Elsewhere, an older man wondered if the brat was a student at their school, Bei Ming. He questioned how someone who was supposedly handicapped could have jumped out of nowhere. Lin Ke's expression hardened as he realized the older man seemed familiar, possibly from their school. He recognized him as the academic dean. The scene was described as awkward, with Lin Ke acting cool and handsome, but having bumped into the academic dean's cheating scene. The academic dean wondered why he was here. He questioned if the dean had seen his move just now. The dean wondered where the smell was coming from. He noticed another smell, like something burnt. The dean greeted someone, explaining that he had come out to relax because he was studying too hard, hoping he wasn't bothering them. The dean thought to himself that he had bumped into this kid and wondered if he had heard what he said before. The dean's companion gave him a reminder, stating that the beauty next to him was not that simple and that she smelled scents of other men besides him. She told him to be careful not to be fooled. The dean's companion told the dean not to talk nonsense and asked what smell he was talking about. The dean was shocked by the smell. He wondered what the disgusting smell was and what other smell there was, noting that it seemed like some sort of burnt smell. The dean wondered if the smell was coming from there. He thought to himself that he ran into this kid and wondered if he heard what he said before. The dean turned around and called out to Bei Ming, who had disappeared. The dean was angry that his business was disturbed by this stinky brat and vowed to never forgive him. He told someone to shut up. A car sped off, and someone laughed maniacally. Lin Ke's taxi speeds down the road as the passengers inside urge the driver to step on the brakes. The taxi is sent flying into the air, flipping over a group of people. The crowd wonders what was so fast, while one man in a bear headgear wonders where it went. Xiao Tian is flying through the air, enjoying the feeling. The white wolf spirit floats through the air. Xiao Tian gathers strength. The taxi explodes as Xiao Tian slams into it. Xiao Tian heaves ho as the taxi flies through the air. The passengers in the taxi wonder what just happened. The crowd realizes that the taxi flying overhead while wearing a funny headgear is actually part of a movie shoot. Xiao Tian wonders if the passengers are alright. The passengers are alright, thanks to their seatbelts. The demonic figure is shown. The figure in the panda mask patted the man on the head, thanking him for the dance and calling him the most beautiful guy on the dance floor. The man thanked the masked figure, asking who they were, but they simply replied, "Nobody." Elsewhere, a figure wondered what was meant by the words being spoken, while a screen flashed with light. Meanwhile, a crowd of people demanded more scenes, complaining that they hadn't watched enough. Someone asked if that was all. Someone wondered what was happening. The school bustled with activity as students made their way through the grounds. Among them walked the former captain of the basketball team. The other students whispered about him, some pitying him for his physical condition, others still holding a grudge from his sports days. They acknowledged that he was very popular and had been the hope of increasing the high school's enrollment in the top sport programs. The former captain overheard the comments, realizing that he was being perceived as miserable. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian took a closer look at the students. The former captain continued walking, wondering why he felt a bit different that day. Xiao Tian thought that if anyone spoke of him that way again, they would be broken, arm, leg, and elsewhere. Suddenly, the former captain stopped, his eyes glowing red as he asked if someone wanted to try him. Xiao Tian warned that it was not good. Someone wanted to kill the dog. The former captain told him to shut up, thinking that his brain also had problems just like his body. Other students wondered what they were talking about. One girl stated that whether they believed it or not, she would beat them up. The girl was told to run fast, as that violent girl was here again. Xiao Tian thought that the former captain only dared to hide behind a woman. So sad. The former captain thought that there was no need to. Although their words were too much, they were actually right, and he really was responsible. Xiao Tian thought that he was just a useless piece of shit. Xiao Tian took a closer look. The former captain was then approached by the girl, who asked what he knew and that he wasn't any better. The girl, Yue seemed concerned for Ming. Ming, flustered, assured Yue that she was misunderstanding him, that he wasn't talking about her. He thought to himself that he still had Yue by his side. He then wondered how he could explain the truth to her, that he had picked up a dog, and this dog gave him powers. Ming smiled, tried to appear nonchalant, while Yue blushed, seemingly flustered by his presence. Yue asked Ming if he was all right and if she should accompany him to the hospital for a checkup. Ming insisted he was fine and told her not to worry. Ming thought to himself that the powers from before actually felt different now. He vowed to never let Yue be in danger because of him. The exam results were out, and a crowd of students gathered to see them. Ming suggested that they go check out the mock exam results. Yue agreed, noting that the exam was related to her future career. She told Ming to go check it out, and that she would come along right after him. Yue watched Ming walk away, relieved that he was gone. Xiao Tian told her not to bother with him, and to do whatever she had to do. He thought that if he tried to free the divine lock algorithm with force, his divine power would disperse. Xiao Tian told Yue that she talked so much, but in the end, she was just a scaredy cat that feared death. Yue retorted, asking if anyone had ever taught him to respect his elders, declaring that he was a big demon who had lived for thousands of years. Yue told Xiao Tian that she would go first. Xiao Tian asked her how they could categorize seniority, since she was a human and he was a dog. He then questioned what she knew, since anyone bigger than her was her elder. Xiao Tian questioned where Bei Ming was going, asserting that he was bigger than him in every way. The wolf spirit reminded him that if he lost him, he would go and drown in tears. Xiao Tian continued, reminding Bei Ming to be appreciative, as he had given him a chance to be reborn and live on, essentially becoming his reborn parent. He then asked if Bei Ming shouldn't be more filial towards him as his dad. Xiao Tian pulled against his restraints, while Bei Ming stood with the other students, looking at the exam results posted on the board. The wolf spirit scoffed, calling him an uncultivated brat and declaring that he had the same morality as Yang Jian and wouldn't move a single step today. The exam results showed Mu Rushui in first place and Su Yuer in 20th. The students commented on how Mu Rushui always got first place. Xiao Tian asked Bei Ming why he didn't see his name on the list, reminding him to look at the bottom right corner. The wolf spirit added that Mu Rushui looked beautiful, had a good figure, and her results were always the first. Xiao Tian continued to mock Bei Ming, saying that he was actually the last one and that his brain must be disabled. Bei Ming told Xiao Tian to shut up, explaining that he missed the exams due to hospitalization and that his grades were all 0. He then remarked that it was all thanks to Xiao Tian. The wolf spirit wondered what place Bei Ming could get if he took the exam seriously. Bei Ming thought that if he hadn't been hospitalized due to a car accident and had been able to train regularly, his classes wouldn't have been delayed. He told Xiao Tian that it shouldn't be a problem for him to get along and that he wasn't in last place for real. The students wondered how many times Bei Ming had been in last place already. They noted that he served his right for skipping famous school and that those who study there cannot cope up with him. Not to mention he asked for leave for a few days. The academic dean appeared, telling Bei Ming to come along with him. The text at the bottom of the panel stated that Bei Ming was at the bottom of his exams and that the academic dean appeared once again. A woman sat in a chair, thinking that Bei Ming hadn't come to class in a long time and wondering if he would take revenge for his private grudge. Elsewhere, a soldier urgently requested backup, lamenting their dwindling supply of Chinese translators and pleading for reinforcements to continue their mission. Gaming thought to himself that he even had a little sympathy for the boy. The man in front of him coughed, then told him that the woman he saw last night was actually his distant sister, so he shouldn't overthink the matter and also not go everywhere talking about it. Originally, in accordance with school regulations, a student who gets last place for 3 exams will be expelled, and this was already his 3rd time. However, the teacher still wanted to give him a chance, because it wasn't easy for him to enter this school. The teacher continued, saying that as long as he didn't say anything about what happened yesterday, he could find ways to prevent him from being expelled. The student thanked him, bowing deeply. Gaming thought that Lin Ke was doomed this time around, as the academic dean was known to be notoriously harsh, and this kid was going to suffer. Lin Ke thought to himself that the teacher usually wanted to expel him the most, so why was he acting like a good person now? The teacher told Lin Ke that it was nothing, that this was what being a teacher was about, and that he had to prepare well for the next exam. The teacher said that he was revising at home all night and didn't know what the teacher was talking about, and if the teacher was fine, he would go back to class first. The teacher told him that he may go. The teacher watched him leave, thinking that this stinky brat was acting stupid and silly in front of him, and he was furious now. Letting him stay in this school was not just an eyesore, but also a scourge. The teacher thought to himself to wait until this matter was over, and he would find a way to get Lin Ke out of school sooner or later. Xiao Tian asked Lin Ke why he was concerned about going to school. Lin Ke thought to himself that if he wanted to drop out of school, then he should just drop out, and what was the meaning of attending school? He told Xiao Tian to follow him to the top. Xiao Tian told Lin Ke that they would conquer the world together. Lin Ke thought to himself that he had lived for so many years, yet he was still thinking about conquering the world, and it sounded like what a moronic villain would say. He reflected on his situation, realizing that school was more than just a place to study, but not the reason he wanted to stay. He had been through a lot and learned that he couldn't bow down to difficulties or admit defeat, because once he gave up, he would have nothing left. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian followed behind Lin Ke, thinking that the boy was much stronger than he thought. Elsewhere, a sign indicated the location of the teacher's office. Inside the office, Bei Ming asked if Lin Ke hadn't been coming to class because he was feeling unwell. Lin Ke confirmed that he was feeling better, Teacher Tian. Bei Ming told him to always take sufficient rest and take care of himself, and that she would help him with his studies. Xiao Tian sensed that something seemed a little weird. Bei Ming smeed. Lin Ke thanked her, thinking that he always came to school because of this beautiful teacher. Xiao Tian thought to himself that Lin Ke wasn't refuting her, and wondered if he was joking with him when he spoke so tragically just now. Xiao Tian realized that this teacher had a strange aura, and that Lin Ke was also in her schemes after all. Bei Ming continued to smile. Lin Ke thought to himself, wondering what they were doing and to be a little respectful. Bei Ming presented a document, a resit examination application form, to the teacher. Lin Ke examined the application form, noting the principal's signature. Bei Ming reminded him that it wasn't easy to apply for the resit examination, and that he should come and ask her if there was anything he didn't understand. Bei Ming told Lin Ke not to let her down. Lin Ke thanked the teacher. The teacher told Lin Ke that he could go to class first, and he agreed. As Lin Ke walked down the hallway with Xiao Tian, the wolf spirit warned him not to do anything obscene or insignificant again. Xiao Tian declared that he was a big demon who had trained for thousands of years and had long been detached from the lowly desires of humans. Lin Ke asked what he was doing just now, and Xiao Tian retorted, asking if he wasn't like that previously. Xiao Tian denied it, but then told Lin Ke that if he really cared about this matter, he had to be on his guard. The wolf spirit then realized that he smelled an unusual breath from her. Xiao Tian told Lin Ke that she was indeed human. Xiao Tian realized that it was like she got possessed by some demon. The scene shifted to a shadowy figure with dark tendrils surrounding Bei Ming. The story was to be continued. From the shadows, a demonic figure emerged, relishing the tempting scent. Suddenly, Lin Ke found himself in a strange place, wondering what was happening as he heard a command to charge. Lin Ke's vision blurred as he heard someone shout his name. Dazed, Lin Ke's eyes widened. Roused from sleep, Lin Ke sat up abruptly. Lin Ke cursed, realizing he had fallen asleep before the exam and that he had been having strange dreams recently. Outside the window, crows cawed loudly, their calls filling the air as Lin Ke stared out. The crows continued their raucous calls. A massive, bloodshot eye seemed to watch from beyond. Lin Ke felt a strange sensation, wondering if this was his pre-test as the crows continued to caw outside the window. Lin Ke wondered if his anxiety was kicking in. Meanwhile, flashes went off in an office building. The dean tapped his foot impatiently, calling out to someone. The dean slammed his hand on the table, warning that if anyone was caught cheating, their grades would be invalidated and they would be expelled immediately. The dean smiled, thinking to himself that he wouldn't let the person down, now that he was able to receive their care. The dean grew increasingly agitated, telling someone to stop acting stupid and silly and to get on with the timer. The dean slammed his hands on the desk, the clock ticking loudly. Back in class, Lin Ke was startled by a loud sound, wondering what it was. Outside, a flock of crows flew past the window as Lin Ke wondered if his hearing was upgraded because the school bell was louder than he remembered. Lin Ke felt a strange, indescribable weakness, but the dean told him to stop dilly-dallying and continue with his paper. Lin Ke thought that exams were more important, but he was feeling a little anxious. Lin Ke was surprised that Yuer came to help him with his studies, and with his ability enhancement, this examination was nothing at all, but then his pen dropped. His mind blank. Lin Ke felt his overall abilities were failing him. He wondered where his enhanced intelligence had gone. Meanwhile, the dean's voice boomed, demanding silence and an end to fidgeting. Lin Ke, looking over his exam, realized he was in trouble. He had initially dismissed the difficulty of taking 6 subjects in one day, assuming his abilities would carry him through, but now he knew he had been mistaken. He steeled himself, reminding himself that steadiness was key. He resolved to rely on himself and unlock his ancient memories. The sound of the clock echoed as he scribbled on the exam paper. Tick-tock, the clock continued to count down the time. The clock ticked, counting down to the next time interval. The clock continued to tick, each second bringing him closer to the end of the exam. The clock's ticking filled the room as Lin Ke sat at his desk, the dean watching him closely. Lin Ke's anxiety grew as he stared at the exam paper. He realized that history was his worst subject, and if he had to take this exam on his own, he was sure he would fail. The dean noticed Lin Ke had put his pen down before even writing anything. He wondered why the kid had stopped writing, but was determined to let him finish on his own. Lin Ke's actions did not go unnoticed. The dean watched him intently as he sat back down. The dean crossed his arms, remarking that Lin Ke shouldn't make it so obvious that he was against him. Tick-tock, the clock ticked away, signaling that time was running out. Suddenly, a window shattered. Lin Ke wondered what had happened and why he wanted to fight him, warning him not to even think about cheating. He also wondered why Xiao Tian wasn't here yet, as a crow crashed through the window. Lin Ke was surrounded by a red aura. The scene shifted to a red corridor. The classroom window shattered, sending shards of glass flying inward. Amidst the chaos, Dean is seen sitting at his desk, seemingly unfazed by the destruction around him. His teacher, standing beside him, felt something was terribly wrong. The teacher, visibly agitated, warned Dean not to play any tricks, insisting that he complete his test paper even if the building collapsed. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed through the school. The classroom began to shake violently. Dean, still seated, wondered if it was an earthquake. Outside, the sound of rustling grew louder. A public announcement declared that the gym had collapsed for unknown reasons and that the school was arranging rescue efforts. The announcement urged all teachers and students to remain calm and not panic, as Dean remarked that he was simply talking about it, questioning what had happened at the gym. Dean was asked if he was going to take a look at the situation. The teacher pointed in the direction of the disturbance. The teacher demanded to know what there was to see, telling Dean to stop worrying so much and to do his test paper. Dean thought that there were only a few minutes left for the exam to end, and he wouldn't be too late even if he went to investigate after he was done. Dean realized that the teacher really put up so much effort just to put him in trouble. He thought to himself that it was almost summer. Outside, The area was surrounded by strange, icy energy. Dean wondered why it was getting more and more chilly. The strange energy continued to spread. Dean had a bad hunch. Suddenly, Dean's pencil snapped, and he was alarmed. Someone called out for Yuer. The teacher informed Lin Ku that Yuer was taking classes in the gym, and he wondered if the student was truly disabled. Lin Ku asked the teacher what he wanted to do. The teacher asked if Lin Ku wanted to leave, staring intently. A blank piece of paper lay on the desk. The teacher advised Lin Ku to think clearly, warning him not to blame him for not reminding him that handing in a blank test paper would result in expulsion. Lin Ku clenched his fist. He stared down, his expression unreadable. The teacher claimed to have found the $100 Lin Ku lost on the floor. Lin Ku exclaimed that it was on him. Suddenly, Lin Ku flicked his finger, sending a projectile towards the door. The teacher yelled at the stupid boy, telling him that there was money and that he'd better take his exam seriously, as it was his last chance before slipping away, unless he wanted to be expelled like this. Lin Ku flicked his finger again, hitting the teacher directly in the face. The force of the finger flick sends a small eraser flying. The teacher's eyes roll back as he begins to lose consciousness. The eraser hurtles towards its target. With the teacher now limp in his arms, Lin Ku apologizes to the dean. The teacher is told to sleep on the chair for a while, as Lin Ku fears this issue is more complicated than it seems. Lin Ku realizes that this may not be any ordinary earthquake. The floor cracks under some unseen force. Lin Ku is shocked by what he is seeing. He wonders what is happening and what the school has become. Lin Ku stares down a hallway that has been overtaken by strange, organic growths. A monstrous form looms in the distance. The hallway is filled with grotesque creatures, and Lin Ku stands alone against them. Lin Ku stared at the grotesque figures before him, questioning if they were truly monsters. Enraged, Lin Ku demanded if they were responsible for the gym's collapse, ordering them to get out of his way, as he had no time to waste on them. The monster remained silent. Suddenly, a voice boomed, questioning what Lin Ku was doing. Lin Ku turned his head, listening. Xiao Tian appeared, expressing annoyance at Lin Ku's late return, stating they had waited long enough for him. Lin Ku retorted, questioning Xiao Tian's nerve to blame him, when he was risking the breaking of his divine soul to find answers at the teacher's office for them. Xiao Tian apologized, admitting to being too anxious, and asked if Lin Ku had found the answers, but then admitted that he had not. Lin Ku dismissed the matter, stating that now was not the time to care about the exams anyway, since the monsters had arrived at their school. Xiao Tian noted that the monsters probably ran away just now. Xiao Tian insisted that wasn't the point, telling Lin Ku to look out the window. Lin Ku looked out the window. He stared out the window, questioning what he was seeing. The sight of such a massive demon filled him with disbelief and a sense of foreboding. Xiao Tian mused that if it were truly a demon, that would be a good thing. But this being was something else entirely. The narrator declared that this entity was a deity. An eerie chill filled the air as monsters invaded, and an evil deity came to life. The question lingered. Would Bei Ming confront the deity this time? Apart from demons existing in this world, there are also the existences of deities. It was not surprising that there had been many Tenjings who came to live in this world at all costs, violating heaven's rules since ancient times. To protect themselves, they would never be easily eroded by evil spirits. Tenjins, it was said, had pure divine powers to protect themselves and would never be easily eroded by evil spirits. The wolf spirit detected that the chaos energy had already invaded the human world. Something felt wrong, however. It couldn't smell any chaos energy on it. Furthermore, the evil aura smelled the same as the evil aura of that beautiful teacher from before. Suddenly, a voice called out, demanding that they wait a moment. The voice identified the location where the deity was standing. The speaker wondered if this deity was the culprit of it all. The wolf spirit realized this was not good. They had to hurry there. If something were to happen to Yuer, he definitely wouldn't spare it. The wolf spirit urged the other to calm down, saying that they couldn't defeat it at all with their current abilities. A wailing sound filled the air. The speaker wondered why it suddenly started howling. The demonic figure seemed to be in pain, its cries echoing as if something was terribly wrong. Suddenly, the orb split apart with tremendous force. The creature continued to emit guttural sounds as the orb broke apart further. Then, the demonic figure vomited a stream of dark energy. Lin Ku wondered what the creature had thrown up, speculating if it had eaten something bad. The demonic figure then disappeared from sight. Lin Ku was surprised, questioning if it had truly disappeared. Xiao Tian remarked that this was how it was, but Lin Ku demanded answers. It seemed the problem was within the school itself. The school was in ruins. Lin Ku was told not to simply make calls to rescue people, as that was not their purpose. The group of men surrounded their target, demanding to know what he wanted to do. Suddenly, a voice cried out, "Yuer!" The young man shouted for them to get out of his way. He insisted that Yuer was still inside and that he had to save her. The men responded that he was not allowed to enter, ordering him to back off. One of the men wondered if the kid was handicapped, noticing an artificial limb. The young man broke free from the group. He called out Iware as he was caught. One of the men told him not to act rashly, stating that they would handle it and questioning if he understood, calling him a goddamn handicapped. The young man was held down. One of the onlookers commented on how Bei Ming dared to act roughly in front of the gangsters, impressed by his actions. Another student admitted that they wouldn't dare to take a breath in front of them, as they were still students and wouldn't dare to mess with those guys. Another student remarked that Bei Ming also dared to revolt, yet they stood there without saying a word, calling themselves scaredy cats. They declared that the school was not a place for gangsters and demanded they get out. Another student accused the group of adults of bullying a student with a physical disability, questioning if they felt embarrassed. Lin Ku's men threatened him, warning him to be quiet if he valued his life. The pressure on the protagonist was clearly taking a toll. The strain was visible as sweat beaded on his brow. Despite the discomfort, Lin Ku's expression hardened, his gaze fixed. Suddenly, the protagonist was addressed directly. Xiao Tian cautioned him, agreeing that beating up the men was warranted, but questioning the wisdom of revealing his powers in front of everyone. The spirit wolf reminded him that using his powers might jeopardize his ability to stay in school, urging him to think clearly. Ignoring the advice, the protagonist thought to himself that now was not the time for such considerations. If something had happened to Iware, staying in school would be pointless. His anger flared, his eyes burning with intensity. Lin Ku, observing the scene, wondered aloud if the protagonist was talking to himself. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted, engulfing everything in dust and chaos. The protagonist's power manifested, a surge of energy. He charged forward, a figure wreathed in red energy. Fueled by his concern for Iware, the protagonist vowed that she must hold on and wait for him. Tragically, the gym had collapsed, and no one had attempted any rescues. Furthermore, mysterious men in black had blocked off the scene. The question remained, could Bei Ming save Iware at all costs? The dust settled, revealing two figures amidst the rubble. One of them wondered aloud what had caused the sudden quake and thick smoke. His companion dismissed the possibility that the handicapped kid could be responsible, but cautioned vigilance. From behind, a figure wondered what was happening. Suddenly, a voice declared that they had their target, calling them a stinky brat. The figure, seemingly caught off guard, exclaimed in disbelief, wondering how their target had disappeared. Suddenly, Lin Ku appeared behind one of the men, striking him with a powerful blow. The other man, witnessing the attack, demanded to know what had happened on his companion's side and what the situation was. The man who was struck exclaimed in confusion and pain. Lin Ku stood his ground, a determined look on his face. He resolved to hurry and knock out all of his opponents, refusing to let them stand in his way. The scene erupted in a flurry of explosions and impacts as the battle intensified. Lin Ku realizes that there are still two opponents remaining. Meanwhile, one of the suited men expresses his frustration at their failure to subdue a high school student. Another man assures him that he will eliminate Lin Ku with a single bullet, but his companion orders him to put the gun away. Suddenly, a voice shouts for them to get away. The man with the gun looks shocked. He is reminded that their task is only to warn Lin Ku, not to overwhelm him or make things worse, and that their current method should be enough to solve the problem. The other man asks if he heard him. The man with the gun is grabbed from behind, and he asks what happened. Lin Ku is shown using some kind of energy attack on the man. Lin Ku asks if he is using the number 5 battery. The man is shocked that Lin Ku is unharmed after attacking him directly at the neck. Lin Ku, surrounded by a dark aura, asks who on earth the man is. Lin Ku dismissively thought of his opponents as merely handicapped. Below the surface, the devastation was clear. From within the rubble, Xiao Tian was asked about the situation. The wolf spirit understood. Xiao Tian verified that students were buried under the rubble, breathing rapidly but with normal vital signs, and shouldn't have suffered too many injuries. However, without external force, they would be hard to pry out from under the gravel. The wolf spirit was also worried about something else. The evil aura that kept pouring out from below the rubble had never stopped. Lin Ku stood amidst the rubble with Xiao Tian. He declared that rescuing the students was more important and that there was no time to wait. Lin Ku vowed to dig them out, even if he had to use his bare hands. He calmed himself, focusing his attention to sense their breaths. Lin Ku exclaimed that he found them. He heaved ho. With a swoosh, Lin Ku began to move the rubble. With a rumble, the rubble was moved. He continued to clear the rubble with explosive force, determined to reach the buried students. Meanwhile, onlookers questioned the source of the noise and worried about a potential second collapse, feeling helpless. Dust and debris continued to fall as the work progressed. More rubble shifted, revealing the scale of the collapse. Lin Ku, strained but resolute, knew they were close. With a final surge of strength, he struck a massive piece of debris. The trapped students cried out in pain and fear. The impact reverberated through the wreckage. The force of the blow sent shockwaves through the remaining debris. Xiao Tian, observing Lin Ku's efforts, acknowledged the immense power being exerted. The rubble shifted violently as Lin Cook continued his desperate rescue attempt. Finally, he managed to lift a massive slab of concrete, creating an opening. Yuere's voice echoed from below, calling out to someone named Ming. Tears streamed down Yuere's face as she found herself trapped. From above, Lin Ke reassured her, promising to save them all. Yuere was in distress, and Ming desperately tried to rescue her. The question remained, would the crisis be lifted? Next episode, Hero. Sirens blared as an ambulance arrived at the scene, the aftermath of the recent chaos still visible. Elsewhere, the principal questioned why he had returned. The principal's companion looked on with a surprised expression. The principal explained that such a huge incident had occurred that he couldn't continue the meeting. Upon hearing the news, he rushed back immediately. The students began to dissipate from the area, some supporting others. A group of students pointed in a direction, exclaiming in disbelief. The crowd murmured in disbelief, noting that Ming could barely walk steadily, yet he had rescued them. They found it hard to believe. The principal thanked Ming on behalf of the whole school. The principal assured Yuere that Ming was merely giving a helping hand. Yuere thought to herself that there was no time to explain now, but that Ming's powers had returned, allowing him to rescue the others first. Lin Could considered the implications of Ming's actions, realizing that if his powers were exposed, it could bring danger to everyone. Perhaps, he thought, the incident had happened because of him. Yuere understood that Ming was unwilling to speak about what happened, and she decided not to press him further. The principal patted Ming on the shoulder, commending him for his determination to rescue people despite his own difficulties. The students applauded the principal's words, acknowledging Ming's courage. Some admitted they usually hurled insults at him and felt sorry for their past behavior. The principal asked the students to calm down. The principal explained that the school was renovating the gym when the collapse occurred due to the negligence of construction personnel. He assured them that there were no serious casualties and that the school would reflect on the incident. He also introduced the professionals hired to manage the scene, asking for forgiveness for any conflicts. The principal announced that everyone could go home, and the school would handle the scene properly later. The White Wolf spirit wondered how the principal could possess the same evil aura as the beautiful teacher. Xiao Tian sensed that there were more secrets hidden in the school, noting that the evil aura was so suffocating that he could barely open his eyes. Xiao Tian realized that with such a high concentration of evil aura, he could enhance his demon powers and potentially unlock other abilities. One of the girls asked Yuere why she wasn't getting into the ambulance. Yuere reassured her that she was all right and only had a little scratch. Lin watched as Yuere and Ming spoke. He thought to himself that Ming was very caring and wondered how far their relationship had developed. Ming noticed Yuere's flushed face and asked what was wrong. Ming thought to himself that although he cared about Yuere, his feelings were more like those of a sibling. Yuere denied anything was wrong, but she realized that Ming's feelings towards her were more like sibling love, despite growing up together. Suddenly, Lin Ku appeared, telling them that they couldn't leave yet. Lin Ku questioned why he couldn't leave, as the White Wolf spirit warned him that it wasn't over and that he shouldn't let his guard down. The White Wolf spirit wondered if Lin Ku had noticed what the Tenjin had spat out. Lin Ku tried to recall what the Tenjin had spat out, remembering that he had felt a faint breath before. Lin Ku remembered what the Tenjin had spat out. Lin Ku stated that if they ignored it, many people would die in the school, but he claimed he wasn't interested in the lives of others. The White Wolf spirit questioned why he didn't say it. The White Wolf spirit insisted that Yuere go to the hospital for a checkup first, while he had to do something before going to find her later. Lin Ku wondered where Ming was going. Lin Ku thought to himself that he didn't expect this kid to have such a simple side, calling it a little trigger that hooked him. He realized that these were human weaknesses and that he must take advantage of them next time. The scene shifts to a distant view of a school campus, followed by a close-up of someone descending a set of stairs. The figure is revealed to be a young woman with long, flowing white hair, wearing a school uniform. A close-up highlights her striking features and piercing gaze. The text indicates that Ming successfully rescued Yuere, but monsters remain. It questions whether Ming can eliminate them and who the beauty at the end is, teasing the next episode, Ice Beauty. The school loomed, its buildings casting long shadows as dusk approached. Nearby, two students discussed the incident at the gym that afternoon, relieved they had skipped physical education. Nearby, a couple embraced by a fountain. The boy reassured his companion, telling her not to worry about being seen, as it was late and no one else was around. He insisted on kissing her first, calling her a good girl. Elsewhere, a girl in a school uniform smiled, telling someone to wait for her as she needed to use the restroom. As she walked away, the boy called out to her, telling her to come. The boy thought to himself how cute Lily was and how good it was that he could date her. The fountain continued to splash. The boy wondered why she hadn't returned yet after so long. He heard a click and wondered if she was finally back. The boy, flushed and eager, questioned why she was only back now, urging her to hurry up and let him. A hand reached out, its intentions unclear. The girl's eyes glowed with an ominous red light as she looked down. Lin Ku, visibly disturbed, could only utter that she was going to kiss him. The girl, surrounded by monstrous figures, agreed. The possessed girl taunted him, telling him to come and kiss her. Lin Ku, in a panic, questioned why she was running away and reminded her that she had said she would be the first to rescue him. The girl continued to taunt Lin Ku, who was desperately calling for help. Below, a figure approached. A woman's voice declared that the ice lotus would bloom on the deadly ice field. A blast of ice energy erupted, striking one of the monstrous figures. The monstrous figure demanded to know who was there. The woman's voice lamented that the innocent girl had already been merged, regretting that she was a step late. The woman's voice scornfully called the monster filth, noting that it had to borrow someone's body to speak, yet it vainly attempted to know her name. The woman declared that the monster should remember the ice and snow, as it would be the last thing it saw, and that it should weep in the abyss of despair. The woman with ice powers stood firm, her presence radiating a chilling aura. As she stood her ground, the demonic figure attempted to devour her, lunging forward with its massive jaws. The demonic figure's shadowy tendrils reached down, poised to strike. Suddenly, the ice woman found herself surrounded by the demonic figures. The ice woman, seemingly unfazed, declared that these would be their last words. With a flick of her wrist, she summoned a sphere of ice, declaring that she would solidify them. The woman stood, bathed in a blue glow, as the words "Winter Abyss" appeared behind her. With a determined expression, she prepared to unleash her power. The ice woman unleashed a barrage of icy blades, slicing through the demonic figures. With a final, powerful strike, she shattered the remaining demonic presence. Her eyes narrowed. The ice woman's gaze was intense. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian and Erlang Shun continued their pursuit, seemingly unaware of the battle that had just transpired. Bei Ming, disoriented, wondered what had just occurred. The demonic presence he had been fighting had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian observed the scene with Erlang Shun. The spirit wolf noted that someone else had intervened before they could. Bei Ming realized that he wasn't the only one with extraordinary abilities at the school. Xiao Tian remarked that there was another obstacle ahead of them. Erlang Shin responded that he didn't care if that person was an enemy or a friend. As long as their aims were the same, then they could talk it out. Bei Ming saw the woman who had defeated the demon. He wondered who she was. Xiao Tian and Bei Ming stood in the icy environment created by the woman. The pair continued to walk forward. Bei Ming was shocked to see her. Bei Ming, confused, asked how he could have forgotten her so soon, and then asked who she was. The air crackled with anticipation as the figures stood poised for battle. Xiao Tian wondered if Lin Ku was truly as foolish as he seemed. The girl with the white hair dismissed the demonic energy around her, deeming it insignificant. Lin Ku, accompanied by Xiao Tian, expressed his confusion, noting that he had originally intended to let her go, but her actions to save others changed his mind. Xiao Tian was equally confused by the turn of events. The girl declared that Lin Ku was out of luck, having discovered her secret. With a sweeping motion, Lin Ku unleashed a torrent of energy, leaving her no choice but to face him. Lin Ku demanded to know who she was and why she hated him so much, claiming he didn't even know her. The girl moved with incredible speed. A powerful blast erupted as Lin Ku was struck, sending him crashing down. As Lin Ku lay prone, he marveled at his schoolmate's skill in cutting off people's bloodline. As Lin Ku lay defeated, the girl with white hair continued her assault, unleashing a barrage of attacks. The girl, seemingly annoyed that Lin Ku was dodging her attacks, scoffed, believing his survival was merely luck. She urged him to calm down so they could talk nicely. Spotting an opening, she identified a weak point. With a cry of "Spike!" she launched a final decisive attack, declaring it was over. Lin Ku, overwhelmed, could only brace for the impact. The girl was astonished that he could withstand her attacks barehanded, deeming it impossible. She held up an identification card, revealing her name, Mu Ru Shui, a senior in Class 3. Her eyes narrowed, a hint of anger flashing within. Mu Ru Shui jumped into the air, preparing for another strike. With a sweeping motion, she unleashed a powerful wave of energy. Meanwhile, Lin Ku, now holding the ID card, realized that she was in the same grade as him. Suddenly understanding the reason for her anger, Lin Ku realized that Mu Ru Shui's ID card had been taken by him. Lin Ku, realizing the gravity of the situation, recalled the name Mu Ru Shui. He remembered she was known as the school's icy goddess and a very influential figure. He reasoned that his inability to recognize her earlier must have offended her, explaining her anger. It seemed to him that she was not a weak person, and he had underestimated her. Suddenly, a powerful blast of icy energy erupted behind Lin Ku. Mu Ru Shui declared that she had powers to fight with. Xiao Tian sensed the immense power emanating from Mu Ru Shui. Mu Ru Shui stood amidst a swirling vortex of ice and snow. Lin Ku, with Xiao Tian at his side, wondered who Qing Nupi was, as he was being told that Qing Nu was in charge of frost and snow. Mu Shui declared that she would put an end to him. She unleashed her icy blizzard dance. The attack intensified, bearing down on Lin Ku. Lin Ku braced himself as the icy blizzard crashed down upon him. The full force of the attack landed, leaving Lin Ku in stunned disbelief. Amidst a flurry of ice shards, Lin Ku could only listen to Mu Shui's declaration. The icy blizzard continued to bombard him. Trapped, Lin Ku frantically called out to Xiao Tian, wondering why the spirit wolf was ignoring him. Deep in thought, Xiao Tian considered the situation. Evil deities appearing out of nowhere were already more than enough to deal with. How could humans possess divine powers? This human world was too insane. And in such a situation where information did not connect, it was too disadvantageous for him. Lin Ku, desperate, begged for mercy, calling Mu Shui goddess. Xiao Tian, however, remained unmoved. He thought to himself that Lin Ku should just attack. Suddenly, Lin Ku was sent flying backwards. Xiao Tian commanded him to attack her head. The icy blizzard continued its relentless assault. Lin Ku remembered that he was always soft and tender towards girls. Bei Ming and Mu Shui had a confrontation. Could he succeed in persuading her? The sparks? Lin Ku's opponent unleashed a flurry of ice shards, declaring that she would see how long he could dodge. Lin Ku smirked, stating that she misunderstood a little. The ice shards continued to rain down. The barrage intensified, the shards striking with greater force. The ice shards landed, creating a cloud of frost and a series of rumbles. Mu Shui expressed her surprise. Mu Shui, with a determined look, insisted that she was a good person and was there to get rid of the demon. Lin Ku, with a confident smirk, stated that as for the demon energy on him and her own abilities, they would be lenient to one another. Lin Ku prepared to counterattack as Mu Shui questioned if he was a demon. Mu Shui declared that all must die. Mu Shui launched an attack. The clash of their powers echoed through the area. Mu Shui's attack was met with a resounding clang as Lin Ku managed to block the initial assault. The force of the impact, however, left those watching wondering what had just occurred. From within the shadows, the demonic entity laughed, its voice echoing with amusement. It declared that Mu Shui was a nuisance and that it would not allow her to interfere. Lin Ku, now seemingly possessed, questioned why Mu Shui was so intent on eliminating deities. His eyes glowed with a sinister light. The demonic entity continued to laugh maniacally, its twisted features contorting into a grotesque grin. The ground around them began to crack and splinter under the immense pressure. The entity scoffed, dismissing Mu Shui as a petty human daring to stand against the deity. The monstrous form continued to grow, its tentacles thrashing wildly. The demonic entity questioned if Mu Shui truly believed Lin Ku was a deity, as the monstrous form loomed over them both. The ground continued to tremble. Lin Ku, seemingly regaining some control, wondered what Xiao Tian knew about the entity. The wolf spirit appeared to recognize the demonic presence. The narration revealed that the entity was a Naga, who had been sealed away during the ancient War of Gods. It was now being called forth. Xiao Tian seemed to confirm this. Xiao Tian wondered where the Naga's head was, as the monstrous form continued to writhe. The spirit wolf seemed to realize that the entity was not simply a demon. Mu Shui, surrounded by a swirling aura of ice, declared that as long as the entity threatened the world, it must be eliminated. With a determined look, Mu Shui prepared to strike, her movements swift and precise. She moved with incredible speed. Mu Shui, now fully empowered, prepared to deliver a final blow, declaring that the entity must die. She slashed at the Naga. The Naga's scaled hide proved too tough. Mu Shui's sword shattered against it. The force of the impact sent shards flying. The Naga, now fully revealed, expressed shock at the attack. Below, the shattered remains of the sword lay scattered. The Naga's tail slammed down, the force of the blow creating a shockwave that pulverized the ground. Mu Shui cried out as the force of the Naga's attack washed over her. She wondered if this was the true strength of divine powers, lamenting that her own abilities were insufficient. Mu Shui questioned how she could ever catch up to her sister. Suddenly, a figure descended from above, intercepting the Naga's attack. The newcomer's attack collided with the Naga, creating a massive explosion of energy. Mu Shui, lying on the ground, steeled herself to fight. Bei Ming caught Mu Shui as he descended, telling her to leave it to the men. The text revealed that the Naga had evolved into a dragon, rendering Mu Shui's attacks ineffective. Bei Ming had arrived just in time. The question remained, could he successfully capture the goddess heart? Lin Ku carried Mu Shui, who blushed and told him to put her down. With a determined step, Mu Shui was placed on the ground. Lin Ku told her to back off and leave it to him. Mu Shui agreed. Xiao Tian declared that it was their turn to shine. Lin Ku declared that they should go, and he launched himself forward. The attack sent Lin Ku flying backwards. The demonic figure attacked Lin Ku. Mu Shui restrained herself. Xiao Tian thought that he couldn't afford to lose his old face. Xiao Tian declared that he had tolerated enough as he struck out at Lin Ku. Lin Ku insisted that his earlier defeat was merely a momentary lapse. Lin Ku warned that he wasn't someone to be trifled with as he was sent flying. The demonic figure loomed over Lin Ku. Mu Ru Shui realized that Lin Ku actually possessed such power. Mu Ru Shui watched as the demonic figure continued its assault. Lin Ku grabbed onto the demonic figure as it turned. The demonic figure unleashed its invincible big windmill. The invincible big windmill attack spun rapidly. Lin Ku screamed in agony. Xiao Tian howled as Lin Ku was sent flying. Lin Ku urged the goddess to act now. He declared that he didn't need to be reminded, his tone sharp and dismissive. He continued, addressing the goddess of ice, asking her to listen to his prayers from her faraway, cold domain. Mu Ru Shui called upon the snowfall, ice capable of freezing the world, to cast an enemy's coffin. She intoned, prison of eternal frost. A wave of intense cold swept through the area, freezing everything in its path. The ice spread rapidly, encasing everything. Xiao Tian watched the events unfold. He wondered if Mu Ru Shui could actually use Qing Nu's advanced spells and what their relationship might be. The ice formation slammed into the ground with tremendous force. Xiao Tian was impressed by the display, noting that it looked like a piece of art, but he wondered if it could truly seal the demonic figure completely. Lin Ku reassured them that they didn't have to worry about it. Someone would come and handle it later, and he wondered what they should do with it afterwards, suggesting they just leave it there as a sculpture in the school. Mu Ru Shui looked on, while Lin Ku asked if they could have a good chat now. Mu Ru Shui stated that she had nothing to say to Lin Ku and demanded that he disappear from her sight immediately, adding that she could temporarily spare his life. Lin Ku was taken aback by her attitude, thinking to himself why all goddesses were so tsundere. Suddenly, the ice prison shattered with a bang. Mu Ru Shui was shocked, wondering how it was possible that someone had broken through her prison of eternal frost. She could feel it. The demonic energy was still present. Lin Ku, standing beside her, took a deep breath. Suddenly, Lin Ku shouted a warning, urging her to be careful. Without warning, a dark energy spike erupted from behind, piercing through Lin Ku's body. Mu Ru Shui stared in disbelief. Lin Ku, in agony, cursed the attacker. The tentacle attack sent the man reeling backward. A woman called out, checking if he was all right. She warned the goddess to back off, finding the man a bit strange. An ancient saying echoed, a little body often harbors a great soul. It seemed that it was a good move for him to abandon his hide body and enter this human body. Just like a sword on a tight string, endless power could erupt at any time. The man declared that it was all over for him. He also recalled another old saying, the villain died from talking too much. He unleashed a powerful strike. The man wondered how he could hit with all his strength, and it was easily received by him. The demon powers that he fought were indeed very strong. However, it was all over for him. The man screamed in pain as his body cracked and twisted. He pulled with all his might, tearing through the air. The man screamed that he had no power to fight back, stating that their power gap was too big, and questioned if this was a deity. The protagonist is struck by a powerful blow. The force of the attack explodes outward. Someone calls out, asking if he is okay. Coughing, the protagonist stands, barely able to keep his feet. He realizes that they will all die here today. The white wolf spirit watches as the protagonist struggles, realizing that a mortal cannot defeat a deity. The spirit wolf is told that the protagonist is giving up too easily and that he is such a person. The protagonist retorts that his whole body's muscles and bones are broken, and he can't move at all. He tells the spirit wolf not to sneer at him. The spirit wolf thinks that even with the powers of a demon, it is still not enough to contend with a deity. Suddenly, the protagonist is frozen in place. Mu Ru Shui asks what she is doing, explaining that she used ice to seal his body to reduce his internal bleeding and temporarily keep him alive. Mu Ru Shui states that this was not originally his battle and that he doesn't need to interfere anymore. The protagonist is told to escape quickly, as Mu Ru Shui will attract the deity's attention. She is warned that he is too strong and that she is seeking her own death in vain. Mu Ru Shui thinks to herself that she seeks her own death and that this is the purpose of her birth. She believes that as part of the Mi, guards of deities, clan, they constantly face death from the moment they are born. Life and death were nothing but an alternation between the beginning and the end of their mission. The sounds of metal clashing and wind rushing filled the air as the battle continued. Mu Ru Shui recalled that although the Mi, guards of deities, clan had served and enshrined gods and deities for generations, they could also lend their powers. She declared that they were not deities after all. The protagonist shouted for her to wait and not go, questioning how she could defeat a true deity like him. He then yelled for someone to let her go. The spirit wolf urged him to hurry up and think of something, reminding him that he always bragged about how awesome and powerful he was. The spirit wolf stated that this would activate the strongest powers in both of them. The spirit wolf asked what he meant, stating that this was per his own request. He added that if he didn't want to adopt a solution, the worst-case scenario was that they would all just die together. Mu Ru Shui thought that although he was often not very reliable, she would still choose to believe in him, and that he must kill that monster. The spirit wolf declared that there was still one last way, to let his soul enter and take over his body, stating that he had held back for so long and had finally succeeded. A chain crackled with energy. A building rumbled as it was struck by a powerful force. The goddess fought at the brink of death, while Beiming desperately sought to survive. It was asked whether Xiao Tian had gained a body and if his conspiracy had succeeded. The next episode would be titled Boss Xiao Tian. The figure stood amidst a surge of power, a sinister voice echoing from below. The voice mused that the demon powers were suddenly increasing. The figure landed with a crackle. As the voice cackled, a series of maniacal laughs filling the air. A voice echoed, marveling at the sensation of regaining a body. The figure prepared to charge power, commanding someone to open their eyes. The figure, standing tall, dismissed someone as naive, stating that a few words were enough to trigger him and make him believe. The figure questioned if he really thought he could defeat this snake. The figure grinned, revealing that he had merely controlled the amount of power he lent to someone. The figure was tossed through the air, as the voice declared that all humans must die. The figure wondered if someone was human, as they charged power and were told to open their eyes. The figure was told to open their eyes wide and see properly who he was. The figure was shocked, exclaiming, "You are!" Someone exclaimed, "Boss Xiao Tian." The white wolf spirit, Xiao Tian, was greeted by a familiar voice. It had been a long time, the voice said, commenting on Xiao Tian's changed appearance. The demonic figure declared that not only had they chopped off his head, but they had also imprisoned him. Xiao Tian scoffed, finding it useless to be caught by humans. The demonic figure recalled always staying by King Viraparsha, his eyes stained by the holy spiritual eyes aura. He realized that the humans intended to refine his eyes as their magic weapon, and he wondered if Xiao Tian would like to join forces and take revenge on those bloody humans. The demonic figure questioned if Xiao Tian wanted revenge. Xiao Tian found it laughable that humans, such weak and petty insects, would dare use the word revenge. The demonic figure gripped tightly, asking if that meant Xiao Tian didn't want to join forces with him, and if he would turn around this world. Xiao Tian declared that he alone was enough. The demonic figure warned that even if Xiao Tian didn't want to join forces, he better not stand in the way of his revenge, or he would face the consequences. The demonic figure questioned if, even with his head chopped off, Xiao Tian's ability to perceive was gone, asking if he actually wanted to attack. The demonic figure considered that, given their history, he had hesitated to let Xiao Tian go, but now it seemed unnecessary. The demonic figure stated that although he would not return the body to him, he still promised someone a request after all. Xiao Tian declared that he would make his opponent his food. The demonic figure licked his lips, seemingly amused by the challenge. With a swift motion, Xiao Tian lunged forward, mouth agape. The attack collided with a resounding rumble. The demonic figure, surrounded by tendrils of dark energy, retorted that despite Xiao Tian's respectful address, it didn't mean he was invincible. The demonic figure questioned if that was really the case as the tendrils of dark energy swirled around him. One of the tendrils was sliced apart, prompting the demonic figure to exclaim in surprise. The demonic figure wondered what was attacking him. The demonic figure realized that Xiao Tian had devoured ghost messengers. Xiao Tian responded that there was nothing to fuss about, as he was just devouring a few ghost messengers. Xiao Tian explained that he went through a lot of hell to devour Yin Luo's soul, and devouring a few ghost messengers was nothing. Yin Luo, the king and protector of the underworld, commanded the demonic figure to stop posturing shamelessly, wanting to see who would be the one eating who in the end. The demonic figure unleashed a scream of pain as the attack landed. The force of the blow sent shockwaves through the area. The force of the impact sent Yang Jian flying backwards, a ring of fire surrounding him. He cried out in pain as the attack burned him. The demonic figure cursed, realizing that the attack was actually a part of the sun's flame. Xiao Tian confirmed that the attack was indeed hot when he nibbled it. Did she faint? The young woman wondered if she had lost consciousness. A low rumble echoed around her, and she realized she was in Beiming. But the demon aura surrounding him was completely different than before. A cacophony of screams filled the air. The screams intensified as something burned. "All right, already, stop shouting." He declared he would stop torturing her and just end her life now. The attacks converged on her. The force of the blast sent her flying. She was devoured by the swirling energy. The attack withdrew. Xiao Hua, his resentment was too heavy, so he could not just leave her be, considering the fact that they were acquainted. He would let her be a part of him. A strange energy pulsed as the demonic figure savored the taste of his latest acquisition. Rumble. The demonic figure stood amidst swirling energy, declaring that deities were indeed delicious. The demonic figure laughed, as he wondered how many deities he could devour in the human world. However, he paused, realizing he was talking about gods. The demonic figure grinned, asking if there wasn't still one in front of him. Muru Shui stood defiant, surrounded by a blue aura. Looking closely, the demonic figure mused that Mu Ru Shui wasn't bad, and it was a pity to just eat her up like this, but then wondered why not. Mu Ru Shui blushed, as the demonic figure told her she could keep a life. Mu Ru Shui shouted nonsense, telling him to stop daydreaming. She attacked, but the demonic figure dodged. The demonic figure noted that human females were really strange creatures, and that he clearly heard the sound of her heartbeat increasing. Mu Ru Shui told him to shut up, but the demonic figure remarked that she said no, but her body was honest. She found herself encased in ice, the demonic figure looming over her. He declared that she had misunderstood him, calling her beauty. The ice around Mu Ru Shui cracked as the demonic figure commanded her, stating that he wasn't asking, but ordering. The demonic figure grinned, a sinister aura emanating from him. Mu Ru Shui, struggling against her restraints, incoherently accused him of being a demon. Her face contorted in rage, Mu Ru Shui vowed to kill him. The ice shattered as Mu Ru Shui's eyes widened in shock. Moeruk stood, seemingly unharmed, surrounded by a swirling aura. She realized that her power was being drained by him, leaving her sore and weak. Elsewhere, chains crackled with energy. A man, seemingly trapped, wondered what was happening as his eyes snapped open. The man struggled against the chains, realizing he couldn't break free and demanding to know what was happening. The chains rumbled as the man questioned if his consciousness was being locked with a chain. The man, enraged, vowed to never forgive whoever was trying to occupy his body. The figure trapped in chains writhed against his restraints, the energy binding him crackling with power. He was told not to waste his time, that there was no way he could break free. Xiao Tian declared that he wouldn't take the man's life, nor would he allow him to commit suicide like before. He demanded that the man give him his body obediently, so that they could unleash the strongest powers. The man questioned why Xiao Tian wouldn't give him his body back, especially since he had chosen to believe in him. Xiao Tian responded that the man believing in him was the right move, as he had been planning to use him to get rid of someone he couldn't defeat in return. Xiao Tian stated that giving his body to him was nothing to be set against, and that it was the best choice for both of them. The man thought that although the time they spent together wasn't a lot, the power he got from Xiao Tian made him feel like he had been reborn with a new life, which he really appreciated. The man declared that Xiao Tian would only get his body in his dreams. Xiao Tian asked if the man still had the nerves to say he deprived him of his freedom, and questioned who put the disgrace chain on his neck. The man realized he was too naive. He understood one thing. If the dog is not taught well, it's the master's fault. The man wondered how it was possible for him to break his restrictions, and realized that Xiao Tian had not lent him any more powers already, questioning what was with this power in him. The chains binding the man began to break. As the chains shattered, the man called out to Xiao Tian. Standing tall, the man was now free of his restraints. The man was told that he needed to be trained and tamed. The white wolf spirit was taken aback by the sudden shift in power. He wondered how the boy could erupt with such an imposing demeanor, admitting that even the fur on his back stood on end. The wolf, visibly annoyed, told him not to be too cocky, reminding him that this was his territory. The demonic energy rumbled and boomed as the white wolf spirit recalled his earlier statement, that if he wanted to act wildly here, he was 10,000 years too early. Suddenly, the dark energy swirled around Lin Ku, who screamed in pain. Lin Ku continued to scream as the energy intensified around him. The white wolf spirit was shocked, recognizing the energy. He realized it was divine God's thunder wrath. The wolf wondered how it was possible that Lin Ku could use this spell. He questioned what divine God's thunder wrath he was talking about, telling him to stop with those imaginary things in his head. Lin Ku, enduring the pain, told the wolf to come at him so he could teach him well. The wolf was confused, wondering where the weakling's mana came from and what was going on. The white wolf spirit was further perplexed, recognizing the spell as Yang Jian's. He questioned how it was possible that this kid could use it, wondering if, besides being handicapped, he also had some relationship with Yang Jian, deeming it totally impossible. He then told Lin Ku that no matter where his power came from, it was useless once he was in his territory. The white wolf spirit declared that Lin Ku would be devoured by the void. The white wolf spirit grinned, thinking to himself that he merely imprisoned the gods, Buddhas, and demons within the devoured void, not devoured them. Because the time within the devoured void was different, the white wolf spirit considered that even the gods and Buddhas couldn't break through it, let alone a human child like Lin Ku. He believed Lin Ku should be thanking him instead. Lin Ku stated that he would absolutely never grow old nor die there. He questioned if this wasn't what humans pursued for a lifetime and asked if he shouldn't be thanking the white wolf spirit. The white wolf spirit, insulted, asked if Lin Ku was insulting his IQ. He declared that if he believed what Lin Ku said again, then he was an idiot, and he meant it for real this time. Lin Ku told the white wolf spirit to stop bullshitting and bring it on, stating that their battle was inevitable. He declared that he must defeat the wolf to take back his own body. With determination etched on his face, Lin Ku prepared to fight. Lin Ku screamed as he unleashed his power. The force of Lin Ku's power caused the attack to dissipate. Lin Ku was shocked that the stinky dog actually escaped. The demonic figure declared that it wouldn't give Lin Ku any chances, stating that his body was already his. It told Lin Ku that he would spend his eternal life there. Lin Ku looked enraged. The demonic figure commanded the stinky dog to come back. The area crackled with energy. Below, a building lay in ruins. Floating islands drifted in the sky. Someone, exhausted, took a moment to catch their breath, wondering how long they had been walking. The man continued forward, noting that the stinky dog had not lied to him, and that the devoured void had been broken through by relying on his power. He wondered if it was that, lamenting that he was really stuck here forever. The man stood on a precipice overlooking a ruined landscape, 2 moons hanging in the sky above. Suddenly, a large object crashed nearby. The man stood in a circle of energy, realizing that this was already an irreversible fact. His face contorted in anguish, his eyes squeezed shut. A voice apologized. The man called out to his bro. Yang Jian's call echoed through the void. He had just opened his eyes and was trying to figure out who was calling him. Below, a figure stood, clad in a suit. The figure called out again, addressing Yang Jian as bro. Above, the armored warrior seemed confused. The suited figure continued to call out, noting that Yang Jian's bone structure was different and that he was chic and handsome. Looking around, the armored warrior wondered if he was experiencing an auditory hallucination. A rabbit then appeared, asking if he could do it a favor. The screen posed a question: is it a savior or a trap with bad intentions? The next episode, Beheader of Demons. From within the darkness, a small, white rabbit with crescent moon markings on its forehead peered out, asking if someone could pull them out of there. Startled, Sung Danwoo wondered if there was actually a rabbit in this place, and one that could speak, no less. Danwoo admitted that he had no experience pulling out rabbits. The rabbit, however, brushed aside the introduction, stating that they were both in the same misfortune and could sympathize with each other, offering to help Danwoo. The rabbit explained that they were originally one of the jade rabbits of the Moon Palace, but because they asked Sister Chang'e for help one day, they ended up buried there by the crushed soil of the moon. The rabbit added that they didn't expect to pull out 2 radishes, and in the end, they would devour the moon. The rabbit then asked if Danwoo could pull them out of there. Danwoo realized that if the soil of the moon was beneath his feet, he could be regarded as a man who landed on the moon. The rabbit interrupted Danwoo, saying that was not the point, and the point was to pull them out of there quickly. Danwoo asked why he should help some demon, and the rabbit became suspicious of him because of that stinky dog. Danwoo was surprised that such a thing existed. The rabbit then suggested that if Danwoo gave them a helping hand and pulled them out, they would fulfill a request of his and even introduce him to Sister Chang'e. Danwoo, annoyed, told the rabbit to forget about the introduction, stating that they were all in the same misfortune and could sympathize with each other, so he would help them. He then prepared to pull the rabbit out. The rabbit started weeping, but Danwoo told him that he hadn't started yet and asked what they were weeping for. The rabbit replied that there was no death in this space, only eternal life, and that gods, demons, and humans were all equal, so no one could kill anyone. The rabbit told Danwoo not to grab their ears, as that was their most sensitive spot. Danwoo apologized, and then stated that he was going to start. Danwoo, with a firm gaze, grabbed the rabbit and began to heave. He continued to pull, but the rabbit cried out in pain, urging him to use more force. The rabbit insisted that he be pulled out quickly. Danwoo wondered what the rabbit was yelling about, as he was unable to concentrate in the situation. He thought it was painful for him, and he couldn't believe he was buried so deep for something so small. The rabbit continued to scream, as red lightning crackled around Danwoo, who was pulling with all his might. With a final surge, Danwoo pulled the rabbit free with a resounding boom. The rabbit was finally free. With a whoosh, the rabbit's body began to shine. The rabbit thanked Danwoo for saving them, promising to fulfill one of his wishes. Danwoo was taken aback by the rabbit's physique. Danwoo was surprised by the rabbit's physique, noting the contrast between its head and body and how hard it was for people to get used to it for a while. The rabbit explained that after being buried in the soil, their body was constantly struggling, naturally developing this curve over time. Danwoo wondered if the rabbit was truly reliable, considering they couldn't even save themselves. However, since the rabbit claimed to be able to fulfill his wish, Danwoo decided to put his hope in them. The rabbit urged Danwoo to tell them his wish, promising to help him achieve it. Danwoo then asked the rabbit to help him break through the devoured void, as he still had important things to do. He wondered if he had said something just now, as he suddenly lost his memories. The rabbit whistled, impressed by Danwoo's speed in making a wish, accusing him of already shamelessly refusing to admit it. The rabbit explained that it was literally impossible to break through the devoured void, and almost no one could leave this place ever since ancient times. Otherwise, they wouldn't be trapped here either, the rabbit said seriously. Sung Danwoo's expression hardens as he considers the rabbit's words. Someone, the rabbit explains, had managed to escape this place before. Exactly one person had been out of here since ancient times, and he was the one. The rabbit, lost in his own thoughts, muses that countless goddesses and fairies adore this person. letting the Protoss warriors worship him, and that he would even be willing to give his heart to him. The rabbit is referring to Yang Jian, the god of war, honored as Erlang Shun by the Three Realms. Danwu is taken aback by the rabbit's infatuation, noting that while the rabbit should be male, he is giving off a nympho expression. Suddenly serious, the rabbit reveals that the time after the god broke through the devoured void, he left something here. Danwu wonders what it could be. Suddenly, a powerful energy blast erupts, forcing Danwu to leap out of the way. The rabbit is the source of the blast. The blast strikes the ground, causing a massive explosion. Danwu demands to know what the rabbit is doing as the area rumbles. The rabbit explains that this is what the god left behind back then. The sword, now named, pulsed with power. Above, a voice declared it the beheader of demons. The text below announced that Bei Ming had rescued the Jade Rabbit, and the god's beheader of demons had appeared, questioning if Bei Ming could escape from the devoured void. The rabbit warned against underestimating the sword, explaining that anyone who could pull it out might be able to cut through and escape from the devoured void. Below, Sung wondered if the sword was truly as powerful as the rabbit claimed. The rabbit scoffed, stating it was normal for mortals not to understand. The narration explained that although this beheader of demon sword was not the god's main weapon, it had followed him and fought many battles together for years, slaying countless monsters and demons. However, the power it contained was extremely powerful. The rabbit recalled being buried there for a long time, having seen countless gods and demons try to pull out the sword. The rabbit continued, explaining that when others tried to pull the sword, they would be burned by its divine power just by touching it. He sighed, wondering why Sung would bother suffering unnecessary pain, as the sword couldn't be pulled out anyway. The rabbit wondered what was next, now that Sung had pulled it out. The rabbit cursed, questioning if Sung was a professional at pulling things out, as it didn't make any sense. He wondered what background the little brother came from to pull the sword out so easily. Sung examined the sword, noting that no matter how he looked at it, it seemed like an ordinary, broken sword, and he didn't feel any power from it. Despite appearing ordinary, the protagonist pondered his next move, wondering if he should channel his powers into the sword. The rabbit watched him, remembering when he had asked to be given powers. Suddenly, the sword vibrated intensely, causing the rabbit to curse. The rabbit exclaimed in disbelief, asking if the protagonist was all right. The sword flew from a protagonist's hands. As the sword floated in the air, the protagonist felt a familiar sensation. The rabbit realized that the next step was for the protagonist to draw the sword to his heart, believing that he would then be able to cut off this space. The protagonist wondered if he was meant to put the sword to his chest like this. Energy crackled around him. The protagonist cried out. The sword vibrated, and the rabbit wondered what was happening as it flew off. The beheader of demons flew away. The rabbit wondered what the sword was doing. The protagonist felt like it was unbearably happy from regaining its freedom again. The sword continued to fly away. The sword's sudden departure caused a ripple of energy that knocked the protagonist off his feet. He struggled to regain his balance, a look of surprise etched on his face as he slid backwards. The man in the suit, seemingly unaffected by the force, called out, demanding the sword stop. The sword, ignoring the command, spun rapidly, its blade a blur of crimson light. With a final flourish, the sword declared its intent to depart immediately. The man in the suit reached out, wondering if the sword wanted him to grab it. The sword continued to ignore him. The blade glowed intensely. The man in the suit, now visibly strained, reiterated that this was the movement of taking off immediately. Suddenly, the rabbit, now in a more muscular, humanoid form, urged the protagonist to give him his hand, promising to take him out of there. The rabbit explained that the protagonist was the one destined to be selected, and that only he could control the beheader of demons. He added that if he held on to him, he would become a roasted rabbit. The rabbit thanked the protagonist for his kindness, resolving to find a way to save him. With a burst of energy, the rabbit and the protagonist vanished. The rabbit declared that they would meet again if fate allowed, urging the protagonist to escape from this place. He expressed his belief in the protagonist's ability to succeed, stating that he needed to find his owner and would await good news. With a surge of power, something rushed towards the protagonist. The protagonist found himself amidst a mass of dark, thorny vines. The protagonist struggled against a strong resistance that seemed to be dragging him back into the void. A voice wished him luck and urged him to charge forward as the beheader of demons. Meanwhile, Yang Jian seemed to sense something was wrong. The feeling was overwhelming, and Yang Jian vomited. Yang Jian continued to vomit. Yang Jian coughed, realizing what was happening. Yang Jian recognized the beheader of demons and wondered how this was possible. Yang Jian grabbed at the chains binding him, demanding to be released from the body of the stinky dog. Yang Jian continued to scream in agony. Yang Jian questioned how he could lose to a human kid and why the beheader of demons would approve of a weakling like him. The protagonist is sent hurtling through the air, struggling against the force that tossed him. The impact of the blast sends Xiao Tian crashing down as well. Stumbling, Bei Ming struggles to maintain his balance. He wonders aloud if he did anything strange before, insisting that the person he was just now wasn't really him. With a sincere smile, Bei Ming apologizes. He plummets downwards. Muru Shui calls out to Bei Ming. She wonders if he has fallen asleep. Bei Ming appears to be unconscious. Yang Jian shouts at the protagonist, demanding that he stay away from him, calling him an estrus male dog. The text reveals that Bei Ming pulled out the beheader of demons and broke through the devoured void. It then poses the questions of whether the dog is done for good, and whether Muru Shui will accept Bei Ming's apology. The day was bright, with students walking to school. Meanwhile, in another part of town, the white wolf spirit continued to berate the protagonist, reminding him that he had taken advantage of the danger and plotted against him. He also questioned if Sung believed in his own conscience. Xiao Tian insisted that he was just joking, pointing out that Sung had been scared. He further reminded Sung that he had even kissed the goddess in his place, so he should be thanking him. The wolf spirit then thought back to the year he fought with Yang Jian, recalling how the sword had made him suffer. Little did he know that Yang Jian would have kept the sword in his body, and he wondered what this meant. He realized that the kid was blessed by misfortune to get the beheader of demon sword plus the divine lock, and now he was completely under Sung's control. Sung's expression hardened as he listened to the wolf spirit's words. Sung questioned why he should thank Xiao Tian, asking if he wasn't ashamed of himself. He admitted to himself that he was an idiot for believing in the wolf. Xiao Tian squatted down next to Sung, looking concerned. Xiao Tian patted Sung on the back, telling him to believe him just once more and promising never to lie to him again. To express his sincerity, Xiao Tian was willing to use the big move that he had hidden deep, the Devoured Void, another power that could support Sung's future battles. A surge of dark energy erupted. A powerful aura emanates from Xiao Tian as he sits, a swirling vortex of energy surrounding him. Sung, visibly skeptical, questions the wolf spirit's motives. The young man accuses Xiao Tian of plotting to deceive him again, seeking to control his body and exploit it. Sung warns Xiao Tian not to think he can manipulate him in the future, remembering Yang Jian's warning to not draw the sword. Xiao Tian insists that he is being truthful, claiming that the Devoured Void ability has both unlimited input and output. Xiao Tian explains that before Yang Jian defeated and subdued him, he devoured all the skies and lands, admitting he doesn't even know what he consumed, but assures Sung that there are many treasures within. Xiao Tian's expression is intense as he explains the nature of his power. The wolf spirit continues, explaining that during his peak, he could unlock the entire Devoured Void at once, but after being weakened, he lost most of his demon power and can no longer use it freely. He adds that the power he gives Sung will also consume demon powers. Xiao Tian urges Sung to take the initiative to hunt and attack demons, accumulating demon powers to gradually release the full potential of the Devoured Void. Sung seems surprised by the proposition, questioning if this is how it works. Sung considers the offer, finding it plausible, especially after witnessing the Devoured Void's power. He acknowledges that it is indeed very strong. Even with the help of the beheader of demons, Sung barely escaped. Pondering, Sung considered if this new move could be used for him, thinking it would be a wonderful thing. But he wondered if it could be Xiao Tian's treachery to bewitch him into gathering demon power to enhance his own power. Xiao Tian remarked that he smelled the rabbit's scent on him. He questioned why Sung didn't believe him, asking if he wanted to be defeated before containing ghouly demon power, suggesting that if he wished, he could spit out peerless power. Sung thought to himself that this type of unreliable hack always got him into trouble. He decided it was best not to use this skill casually, declaring that it was his. The next morning, Muru Shui greeted Sung. She asked if he was recovering. Sung replied that he was fine and hadn't even gotten hurt. He thought to himself that instead, it was Ming. Muru Shui wondered what Ming suddenly ran off to do yesterday. Sung wondered as well. Sung told Muru Shui to never mind, saying that he shouldn't insist on asking things that Ming didn't want to say. He added that when Ming wanted to tell her, he would naturally tell her. Muru Shui replied with an okay. Meanwhile, a strange, dark energy was spreading across the school. Sung noticed the strange energy and wondered if it was his delusion. Suddenly, the screech of tires echoed as two luxury cars stopped in front of Sung and Muru Shui. A group of girls exclaimed that they were coming, that the school's F4 were coming. They said that all of them were handsome and rich, and that they were envious. One of the F4 scanned Muru Shui, rattling off her height and measurements with a predatory smirk. Another of the F4 chuckled, noting that Sung was beside her and speculating that he might be her boyfriend. The third member of the F4 mused that Sung was the student who had saved many. The first member of the F4 continued, wondering who would dare try to snatch Suyuera from them, calling her the school's most violent girl, but admitting he preferred the icy beauty like Goddess Mu. The second member of the F4 thought that even if Sung was her boyfriend, he would still break them apart, no matter how close they were. The group continued to walk down the school hallway. The student with the reddish-brown hair squints at them, while another student attempts to flirt with Muru Shui. Ming asks Muru Shui if she brought any medicine. Ming then tells Muru Shui to forget about it, saying he can't help her. He suggests that she and Lin could go see a doctor. Meanwhile, a petrified student watches the scene unfold, thinking that Lin Ke got rejected. Another student tells someone to stop staring blankly and to quickly help him measure Mu Ru Shue's 3 sizes if he loves her and needs to know her. Mu Ru Shue stares blankly, while Ming swallows nervously. Another student wonders if Mu Ru Shue is the one from the school that Lin Ke avoids. Mu Ru Shue continues to stare blankly, then coughs. Mu Ru Shue tells someone to find her at the school's poolside after school at noon. Another student stares in shock as Mu Ru Shue walks away. The thought of swimming in a swimming pool made Mu Ru Shue wonder what the relationship between Ming and her was. Nearby, others overheard and questioned if they had heard correctly. Was the icy beauty actually asking him out? Ming heard Mu Ru Shue say that he was here and that she had been waiting for him for so long as she emerged from the water with a splash. She told him it was so hot and invited him to come over and cool off together. Meanwhile, other students watched, their noses bleeding. Other students wondered what the situation was and why the icy beauty had invited that stinky kid to the pool. One of them told himself to calm down, because after all, where the icy beauty loves a loser. Ming was shocked, thinking that falling in love at an early age would affect his studies, and that if he dared to fall in love early, he would be reported to the school. He wondered what was happening. Another student thought that only Ming could take Mu Ru Shue to the canteen, and only he could accompany her during lunch break. Ming wondered where she was, and if she was intentionally tricking him because of the previous matter. Suddenly, the water began to sparkle, and a strange growling sound emanated from the pool. Xiao Tian appeared, warning Ming to be careful. Xiao Tian's warning hung in the air as Bei Ming, with a determined expression, acknowledged the situation. He was ready to face whatever threat awaited them. Mu Ru Shue emerged from the water, the sunlight glistening on her skin. She smoothed her hair back, seemingly unaware of the danger Xiao Tian sensed. Standing by the pool's edge, Mu Ru Shue appeared serene and confident. The power of the naga that Bei Ming had absorbed was evident, but Mu Ru Shue seemed to have other things on her mind. She admitted to not focusing on the right person, hoping that if he helped, things would be better. Bei Ming wiped his brow, realizing he needed to keep in shape, even during lunch breaks. Meanwhile, Mu Ru Shue considered that ice and snow were solid forms of water, and she needed to feel the presence of that state of water on her own to better understand and control it. Mu Ru Shue placed her towel down, along with a drink. Bei Ming, in a smaller form, looked on with Xiao Tian, who nodded seriously, understanding the situation. Mu Ru Shue wondered if Bei Ming had noticed that even after the evil aura was eliminated, it had not completely disappeared. Bei Ming was surprised by this revelation. The teacher was in danger, and if the evil aura was still around, everyone would be in danger. The crisis had not been lifted. Mu Ru Shue approached, asking Bei Ming to join forces with her. Mu Ru Shue stated that although Bei Ming had a demon aura, she recognized his strength and would consider letting his little demon go if he was willing to join forces with her. This was a good opportunity for him to take advantage. He could absorb and accumulate demon power and encourage Shue. But what she said was not wrong. His purpose was the same as Mu Shue's. The both of them met to resolve this campus incident. He certainly could save a lot of trouble with the help of the goddess. He thought to himself, just why was he worried that he would be deeply in danger again? Or did he feel that doing something like this did not bring any benefits to himself? This, she thought, was human nature. It was normal for him to think like this. She assured him that she would not let him do this for nothing. As long as he used his forces, she could give him a lot of money as a reward. Look, he was being underestimated by her. Could he still tolerate this? He had to be more active with her and promise her. Xiao Tian thought that this woman was very outstanding regardless in terms of ability or appearance. This was his once-in-a-lifetime chance to get close to the protagonist with his help. Taking over was not impossible. There was a wealthy businessman who was associated with her family. His son was also studying in this school. He paid a lot of money and asked her to solve this matter completely after learning about the incident. As long as he could help her solve this matter smoothly, the reward was all his. All for him. Such a dangerous thing. Didn't she want anything at all, even if it's little? Their guards of deities clan had been serving the gods for generations. They hunted demons and monsters by borrowing the power of gods to bring the human world back on the right track. As a member of the Night Hunters, this was her belief and mission, and also the whole meaning of her very existence. Xiao Tian thought that she spoke very well, and even he could feel his blood boiling. He declared that they should join with her for this sacred cause. Lin Ke apologized, stating that he couldn't promise her anything. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian seemed confused. He wondered what had happened to Lin Ke. Lin Ke declared that, compared to Mu Ru Shue, he was just an ordinary passerby. He claimed he didn't have the realization of vanquishing demons and monsters to perform righteous acts on behalf of heaven. Mu Ru Shue responded that she wasn't asking him to be a selfless hero and that she would give him rewards. Lin Ke thought that life was more important than money. Lin Ke considered that his power was unstable, and it was hard to say when he would lose control if he wasn't careful. Lin Ke thought that ever since he got this power, he had been incriminating people around him, and that he didn't want to incriminate others anymore. He still had something to do, so he would leave first. Lin Ke resolved to eliminate demons on his own. Muru Shui stated that the Guards of Deity's clan believes in God's destiny, and that Lin Ke couldn't escape from it. Lin Ke wondered if it was God's will. Xiao Tian wondered about this thing here. He asked Lin Ke if he meant that expression in his eyes, and declared that he was a believer. Muru Shui wondered if she really judged Lin Ke wrongly. Muru Shui asked if Lin Ke really thought he could stay out of it. She thought he might probably have some courage, and that she also thought he was a little different from others. She guessed she thought too much. Suddenly, a rustling sound was heard, and a voice commanded Bei Ming to stand right there. Dean asked why Lin Ke was here and what the matter was. The dean listened as Lin Ke explained that he had been eager to save people when something had happened. The dean retorted that he was going way overboard, questioning why there were students like him in their school. The dean scoffed, stating that it didn't matter anymore, as Lin Ke would no longer be a student at their school. He revealed that Lin Ke's score for the last subject of the makeup examination was a 0, and he had already submitted the application for his withdrawal, telling him to just wait to be expelled. As for the matter of him dating at an early age, the dean continued, he didn't want a bad student like Lin Ke to influence a good student like Muru Shui. He wouldn't continue to look into it this time, telling him to just cherish his last few moments on campus. Meanwhile, Lin Ke realized he had forgotten that there was still a conspiracy. The dean reminded Lin Ke that he had just left the exam halfway yesterday, and today he immediately started dating. Elsewhere, the Chaos Deity Demon thought that since Lin Ke didn't want to get involved with Muru Shui, it would be better if he got out of this school earlier, finding humans incomprehensible and stupid creatures. At that moment, an announcement was made for all teachers and students to gather at the auditorium immediately, as the principal had an important announcement. The dean thought that even God was helping him, and he could take this chance to report to the principal and let the principal expel Lin Ke in front of the whole school. He could finally get rid of this eyesore, wondering what Lin Ke could do this time around. Today, the school gathered all the students to announce a more official and comprehensive public explanation of the previous collapse of the school gymnasium. The speaker explained that he gathered all the students to announce a more official and comprehensive public explanation of the previous collapse of the school gymnasium. Meanwhile, a student realized that the woman he liked actually refused him. The speaker continued, stating that the incident had been investigated and was caused by workers who renovated the gym. He added that they had given them their reflections on the matter and that it would not happen again. The speaker then stated that he would like to represent the school and apologize to all teachers and students. Next, the speaker announced an exceptional resolution that the school had come up with for one of the students present in the hall. He held up the withdrawal application form he submitted in place of the boy. The speaker announced that Bei Ming of Senior 5 Class 2 should come on stage. Bei Ming was shocked by the announcement. The speaker stood on stage with Bei Ming and Xiao Tian. The speaker thought to himself that Bei Ming was going to end in such a way and that he did not expect him to be expelled. He laughed to himself. The speaker announced that due to Bei Ming's long-term absenteeism and his results being firmly at the bottom and the last place of his grade, according to the school's regulations, he should be expelled. The crowd clamored with comments. The auditorium, once filled with a noisy anticipation, now buzzed with hushed whispers. Nearby, 2 students celebrated Bei Ming's apparent downfall, believing their rival was finally gone. They thought the guy who was a drag to the school had to be expelled in the end. However, another student argued that it was unfair, reminding them that Bei Ming had rescued many people. Another student countered that Bei Ming was the one who caused points to be deducted in the school's evaluation to increase the number of seats to top universities. Elsewhere, Xiao Tian sensed Bei Ming's anger and offered to help, suggesting they eat up all the scumbags. The wolf spirit felt pity for Bei Ming, who had rescued so many people, only to be expelled. Bei Ming silenced Xiao Tian, warning him not to even think about bewitching him again, stating he wouldn't fall for his trick again. Bei Ming resolved to do whatever he thought he should, no matter the outcome, even if it meant he didn't get to stay in the school anymore. However, the dean's expression shifted as he reviewed a document. The crowd reacted with surprise. The dean stated that given Bei Ming's heroic act in the gymnasium, and the fact that he had made up for lost classes, the school expressed gratitude for his bravery and efforts. The dean continued, stating that results were important, but having a brave heart was the most valuable. Therefore, the dean announced that the top management of the school had made a decision. Not only would they not expel Bei Ming, but they would also reward him. The announcement caused an uproar. One man wondered what about all the efforts he had made to expel Bei Ming, lamenting that they all went to waste. He questioned how this was possible. A student was relieved, thinking that was great for Bei Ming. The dean then asked everyone to give the warmest applause for Bei Ming's heroic behavior. The stage was set for the presentation, the audience awaiting the next development. Meanwhile, members of the audience expressed their disbelief at the school's decision. They felt the reversal was too much. Bei Ming, standing on stage with Xiao Tian, wondered what the wolf spirit thought of the situation. From the audience, Lin Ke scoffed, believing Bei Ming was simply lucky. It was announced that Muru Shui would present the bouquet to Bei Ming. Yue, also in the audience, looked on with a gloomy expression. The student presented the teacher with a bouquet of roses, which the white wolf spirit sniffed curiously. With a humph, Muru Shui accepted the flowers, maintaining a poker face. The white wolf spirit wagged its tail as it watched the exchange. Sung thought to himself that the goddess was full of tsundere attributes. As Muru Shui stepped down from the stairs, she patted Sung on the head, telling him that he had done a good job this time. Sung thanked her, and Muru Shui told him to come to her office after the meeting to discuss his studies. Sung agreed. Sung turned away, the white wolf spirit following close behind. Meanwhile, Muru Shui was surrounded by a dark, purple aura. The teacher realized that this was... The white wolf spirit sensed that the evil aura of the beautiful teacher had aggravated again, and it seemed like the issue in school wasn't over yet. Sung steeled himself, resolving that no matter what happened. Determined, Sung vowed to prevent anything from harming teacher Tian. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian noted that he didn't expect the beautiful teacher to care so much about Sung. He then wondered if something was hidden. Xiao Tian chuckled, dismissing Sung's concerns as nonsense. He then asked if Sung's devoured void could directly swallow teacher Tian's evil aura. The wolf spirit scoffed, asking who Sung thought he was, stating that this little thing wasn't difficult at all. Sung asked if they could use it to activate the devoured void to gain special abilities. Xiao Tian explained that he couldn't directly absorb the evil aura, and Sung would have to do it through his body in the end. The wolf spirit teased Sung, implying he was thinking of tricks to occupy his body again. Xiao Tian then told him not to be too suspicious. The wolf spirit recalled that they had previously absorbed a lot of demon power from that naga. Sung questioned why Xiao Tian had figured it out. Xiao Tian stated that in addition to special abilities, Sung could also get magic weapons or the assistance of whatever gods and demons, as long as it was very awesome. Sung agreed, thinking that if he met an unbeatable monster that was out of his league again, he hoped that this skill would help. No matter what, he couldn't let anything happen to teacher Tian. Xiao Tian assured Sung that this move of his would not disappoint him. The demonic figure mused that this was finally beginning, believing that to maintain a constant flow of demon power, he needed to constantly stimulate the kid to give him pressure. Elsewhere, a student thought to himself that he was doing this for teacher Tian. Meanwhile, teacher Sung told Xiao Tian and Sung that he had told them many times already not to send flowers anymore, as this was a school. Teacher Tian thought to herself that she really did like the gesture. Elsewhere, two figures discussed the problem of the evil aura, with one stating that teacher Tian really did look sad. The heavenly warrior wondered what was happening inside, noting that the Snake Clan's thermal induction had not closed yet, and he could still acquire more. Xiao Tian asked Sung if this was the change of the naga. Sung confirmed that it seemed that he had not only absorbed the dragon vein, but also inherited the dragon vein's power as well. Sung realized that there was even such an unexpected gain, deciding that he would go hunting for more demons to enrich his skills. Xiao Tian thought to himself that he was just trying to encourage the kid to seize and acquire demon powers, and he didn't expect this to happen. Teacher Sung wondered if teacher Tian didn't like the flowers he gave her, and that he would change it to something else next time. Teacher Tian told teacher Sung that it wasn't a problem of flowers at all, and asked him to behave and mind himself. Teacher Sung told the ladies that they just like to say one thing and mean another. He told teacher Tian that she must like him, otherwise she wouldn't have come to the field to watch him conduct a physical education class. Teacher Sung told teacher Tian that he had already explained many times that the last time was because a student got sick and he took the student to the infirmary, so he happened to just pass by. The narration stated that Bei Ming unexpectedly inherited the ability of the naga, and coincidentally, a beautiful teacher was being harassed. It asked if Bei Ming would act as a hero to save the beauty, and that the next episode would be Trace. Coughing, the teacher found himself surrounded by dark energy. Elsewhere, another man reacted with surprise to the unfolding events. The white wolf spirit, Xiao Tian, cursed under his breath, realizing that the stinky brat had arrived to save the beautiful teacher, ruining his plans. The teacher, Tian, wondered why teacher Song was also present. The man from before, now identified as the stinky brat, vowed to remember this interruption. Bei Ming was thanked for his help, but the teacher apologized for exposing him to such a scene. The teacher, Tian, reassured her, telling her not to worry too much. Rustling sounds filled the air as Bei Ming and the teacher were observed from afar. The white wolf spirit questioned if she also liked the teacher, wondering what the hell was going on. The teacher, Tian, insisted that he liked her as she was their most beloved class teacher. He then offered to be her personal bodyguard if she ever encountered such a situation again. Lin Ku, adjusting his tie, seemed unbothered by the teacher's belief in Bei Ming. Meanwhile, the teacher mused to herself, pleased that she had placed her trust in him. Relaxing back in his chair, Lin Ku chuckled to himself, thinking about the teacher offering to be a personal bodyguard. Xiao Tian, with a sinister grin, wondered about Lin Ku's strange expression. He then questioned if the teacher's evil aura had faded away due to some delusion. The wolf spirit sniffed the air, pondering if the strength of the evil aura was related to a change in emotions. He suggested they sit down and talk slowly. Bei Ming, standing in the doorway, assured the teacher that he would stand, indicating he was fine with not sitting. The teacher explained that although the principal had let him off the hook regarding expulsion, he was still a senior student with poor grades, making graduation difficult. She intended to help him with his studies and homework during his spare time, urging him to work hard. Bei Ming agreed, stating that everything was all right. Muru Shui greeted Bei Ming as she approached him. Muru Shui told Bei Ming that she found their class's math teacher amazing, noting how effortlessly he could draw a round circle. Meanwhile, Bei Ming sensed that Teacher Tian's evil aura was thickening and that he could no longer ignore it. Muru Shui called out to Bei Ming, excited to see him. Bei Ming, confused, wondered what had happened and why Muru Shui wasn't listening to him. He dismissed it, saying it was nothing. Bei Ming realized that the evil aura was coming from Teacher Tian. Yuer was dismissed for the day. As Bei Ming stated he had other matters to attend to, he decided to follow her first, just to be sure. Muru Shui walked down the street, seemingly unaware of being followed. She thought to herself that Ming had been acting strangely, and she needed to find a chance to ask him about it. A yellow car sped up to Muru Shui, and a man grabbed her. The man demanded that she let go of his hand, stating that they shouldn't continue their relationship like this. He warned her not to move again, or he couldn't guarantee what would happen. The man declared that he was the Shaoyang master and didn't need permission from others to do things. He added that her family was happy with the arrangement, as they wanted a better living environment. O homem disse a ela para se apressar e entrar no carro, querendo que seu corpo fosse manchado por ele e seu cheiro, alegando que ela era sua mulher para sempre. Muru Shui pensou consigo mesma que ele continuava dizendo não, mas seu corpo era muito honesto. The man stated that she was very clean and qualified enough to give birth to a baby for him. Xiao Tian, observing the situation, remarked that although he couldn't hear what they were saying, he could see overall what happened with just a glance. He mused that he had learned a lot these days in order to adapt to the current social environment. Link has stated that he didn't believe the man. He asked if he had noticed what happened to Teacher Tian and what he had given him, saying he was getting all sorts of messy thoughts. Bei Ming realized that no matter what happened, Teacher Tian must be in trouble, and he pleaded for nothing serious to happen. Frustrated, the man in the suit realized he couldn't catch up at his current speed. Meanwhile, the figure wearing the dog headgear moved with incredible speed. The man who was kidnapped wondered if he could ever wear his dog headgear peacefully. The figure continued to move. From a rooftop, the suited man watched them go by, wondering who had kidnapped Teacher Mu. Confused, the man with the dog headgear realized he had lost them. Damn it, he exclaimed, grabbing a rope. He jumped off the building, using the rope to swing to another. He lamented that he had actually lost them. Activating his abilities, the man with the dog headgear prepared to try other abilities of a naga. He unleashed a torrent of dark, serpentine creatures, commanding them to go. The serpentine creatures slithered through the city, eventually finding their targets. The man with the dog headgear realized he had found them. Up until now, the man with the dog headgear had found them. He watched as the serpentine creatures cornered the kidnapper and the teacher. The boy at the window pointed excitedly, spotting the man with the dog headgear. The man in the dog headgear remained speechless, kicking off the ground to propel himself forward. Below, Xiao Tian swiped an unseen enemy. The man with the dog headgear sliced through the air, dodging attacks. The city streets below were covered in a web of energy. Muru Shui noticed a signal transmitting from the threads. She wondered what demon dared to run around during the day. The man with the dog headgear realized that these were threads and that there were strong spiritual powers fluctuating on them. Activating his naga armor, he declared that it didn't matter what demon it was. He prepared to fight. The threads snapped one after another as the figure plummeted through the air. He wondered why the demon hadn't attacked yet, considering the threads may be sharp, but they were not unbreakable. Landing with a resounding crash, the figure remained wary. It seemed this demon concealed itself deeply. He couldn't even sense any demonic aura. The white wolf spirit sniffed the air, trying to discern the nature of their foe. He thought something was not right, as he couldn't smell the demon's scent. Was it possible that it wasn't a demon at all? The figure remained silent, his thoughts unreadable. He was growing impatient, urging his opponent to come out already, to eat him, kill him, or whatever, but to please be quicker about it. Forgetting his earlier caution, the figure decided he had no more time to waste. He had to rush to where Teacher Tian was immediately. The girl with pink hair watched from above, a sinister smile spreading across her face. She thought her opponent was just a little demon, so arrogant. She had even considered letting him go, as she was in a good mood after cosplaying as her favorite character at the anime exhibition. But he didn't cherish his life enough. The pink-haired girl declared that she would fulfill his wish. The girl's traps were apparently not ineffectual, and they were directed towards him. The figure and the white wolf spirit were sent flying. The figure realized this was it, as the white wolf spirit warned him to be careful. A high-energy response was approaching quickly from the rear. He steeled himself, telling her to bring it on. The protagonist's naga armor began to shed, the power draining from him. The pink-haired girl grinned, stating that she would let him die quickly. The white wolf spirit sensed the incoming attack, realizing it would be another fierce battle. Sung realized the situation was happening at a critical moment, as the Naga armor was shedding off. The white wolf spirit snorted, pulling at the chain that bound them together. The wolf spirit dragged Sung, urging him to run. Sung realized that since Naga mode was removed, they had to run away to save Teacher Tion, and he couldn't waste his power here. The white wolf spirit continued to pull, calling Sung a scaredy cat for fleeing from battle. The pink-haired girl wondered if Sung had finally realized the danger and was running away now, but she mused that he could only run in this way. The pink-haired girl prepared her attack, stating that she could enjoy the fun of hunting. She thought about her horns, remembering that she had horns on her head. The pink-haired girl launched her attack. The pink-haired girl stated that Sung was lucky because in her eyes, his life was not as important as bear cookies, as she remembered making her favorite bear cookies and promising to return soon. With the sun setting, Mu Ru Shui declared that her duty as a day hunter was over for the day, promising death if they were to meet again in the future. With a whoosh, she descended, eager to reach her bear cookies. The buildings blurred as she plummeted. The wind rushed past her as she continued her descent. Meanwhile, the protagonist, accompanied by Xiao Tian, continued to flee. He cursed under his breath, wondering why his Naga's mode had suddenly ended and if his demon power wasn't enough. Xiao Tian, panting, questioned who had told him to misuse his skills, pointing out that he had even used a wide-range induction move. The protagonist thought to himself that it was better to run away no matter the plan, believing that relying on wisdom to escape from the enemy was the best strategy. Xiao Tian complained that he was being tied to him with a shameful chain and that it was very tiring to keep up with his speed. The protagonist mocked Xiao Tian, asking if he wasn't so great and why he didn't even have a little bit of stamina. Xiao Tian clicked his tongue, wondering what was so strange about it. The narrator notes that another event is coming. The day hunter has her eyes on Bei Ming, and it is questioned whether the protagonist can still arrive in time to save the teacher. The figure, silhouetted against the opulent backdrop of a luxurious estate, exhaled heavily. He realized that this was the place, and Teacher Tion was inside. Xiao Tian, panting heavily, complained about being taken on a stroll. Xiao Tian urged him to quickly get inside, stating that they couldn't waste any more time. Suddenly, a voice commanded them to stop right there. A man's hand gestured, as a voice declared that this was a secret club for special members, and those without an invitation were forbidden to enter. The young man looked surprised, wondering if it was really that kind of place. He wondered if it was the kind of place that introduced all sorts of little girls, hidden away on the streets as a secret club, but he didn't expect it to be so large and luxurious. Guards questioned what they were doing, as the young man wondered if that meant Teacher Tion was in more danger. The guards told him to hurry up and leave, saying this wasn't a place for a poor student like him to visit. One guard suggested they just beat him up and throw him away. The young man apologized. One of the guards explained that he could even endure this, asking if he was for real, and telling the others to just beat them all up. The young man insisted he was just a poor student earning a living and got confused, promising to leave now and apologizing for disturbing them, as he was called a weakling. One of the guards remarked that it was a good thing he was tactful and told him to quickly get lost. The protagonist questioned why Xiao Tian always seemed to falter at critical moments, wondering where his imposing demeanor had gone. He reminded the wolf that if he had caused a scene at the entrance, rescuing Teacher Tion would have been impossible. He also expressed confusion about the spiritual threads set up in the city and why the demon hadn't pursued them. Xiao Tian was told that ever since the protagonist gained his powers, the world had changed, and he needed to keep a low profile until he understood everything. The wolf was then told that he might need a headgear or wear underwear or something on the outside. It turned out that Xiao Tian enjoyed watching the protagonist, the overbearing CEO. The protagonist and Xiao Tian found the enclosure, noting that it wasn't that high and happened to be a blind spot for the CCTV. The protagonist decided to use the remaining demon power to use the thermal induction skill, but he realized that there was very little demon power left. He knew he had to save Teacher Tion. Xiao Tian was told that these special skills couldn't be used unlimitedly, and that it was too naive to think so. Xiao Tian was reminded that he had been asked to join forces with Mu Ru Shui, so that there would be more chances to obtain demon power. He was then told to think about how to rescue Teacher Tion first, and was warned not to shout so loudly for fear of being found out. Xiao Tian was told that if the protagonist didn't have demon power anymore, he was just an ordinary, useless man who couldn't even protect himself, so what made him think he could save others? The protagonist, however, felt that it wasn't a problem, because although he wasn't able to use his skills, he could still move around, and his physical strength still had a little demon power within. The protagonist thought that as long as he could still move, he must save Teacher Tion. Xiao Tian was told that whatever the protagonist wanted to do, he wouldn't stop him. Xiao Tian wondered what the meaning of this was. Xiao Tian complained about the protagonist stepping on his noble head, as the protagonist asked him to go a little higher. As the protagonist scaled the wall, Xiao Tian urged him to hurry, threatening to devour him if he didn't move faster. The protagonist acknowledged the spirit wolf's demand. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed a group of women bathing in a hot spring below. Realizing the situation, one of the women exclaimed that there was a perverted voyeur. The protagonist slipped and apologized. The women screamed, and the protagonist insisted that he was not a pervert, finding himself in a dilemma. The women began to approach the protagonist. Elsewhere, two men wondered what the noise was about, one of them mentioning that a perverted voyeur had been caught at the ladies' only hot spring in the Dorset Club. The other man was shocked that someone would dare to peep in there. One of the men explained that the place was likely filled with daughters of entrepreneurs or wives of senior government officials, suggesting the pervert's life was over. The scene then shifted to teacher Tian, who was being told that she was invited there for money. A man pleaded for more time to repay his debts, but he was reminded that his parents had run away, leaving him with a debt of 10 million yuan. A woman covered her mouth, thinking that her parents were not such people, as the summary below explained that Bei Ming mistakenly entered the female's bath when he climbed over the wall and was treated as a voyeur. Teacher Tian covered her mouth, trying to hide her distress. A man's voice, laced with condescension, reminded her that even teaching at a prestigious school, her meager salary would never cover the debt, even if she saved her entire life. Tian sat alone in a chair, overwhelmed by despair. She wondered how things had turned out this way. Tian reflected on her situation, realizing she had given all her monthly salary to her parents to help pay off their debt. She thought to herself that even if her salary wasn't much, it was money she earned legally and didn't go against her conscience to get it. The man on the phone told her that he couldn't control what her parents did, only that they ran away with the money they owed him. He added that for the children, he didn't have much cash on hand. He then suggested that as a teacher at a famous school, she could use improving grades to open several tuition classes as an excuse and keep getting paid. The man on the phone offered her a room at the Dorset Hotel to discuss borrowing money. Tian wondered why they would still betray her. The man suggested she find him some pretty female students to talk to, and then he'd give her a discount on her parents' debt. He added that he'd given her such a great opportunity. Tian slapped the man's hand away, telling him that he wasn't allowed to lay his hands on her. Tian walked away, clicking her tongue in annoyance. The man stated that in that case, she would take their place as he pushed her. As she fell, Tian screamed in terror as the man laughed maniacally. Tian cried out, desperate for rescue from her tormentor. Meanwhile, Lin Ku, scaling the wall, declared that he was merely passing by, not wanting to take the standard route. One of the men accompanying Lin Ku accused him of deliberately causing trouble. Elsewhere, a woman in a towel was asked to return to her private room, as the master was asking for her. Another woman observed that Lin Ku was rather interesting. Lin Ku's companion, Xiao Tian, told the man to not speak nonsense to him. Xiao Tian thought that the voyeur must be severely punished for seeing the women's bodies. Lin Ku told Xiao Tian to stop talking about useless things and to think quickly. He wondered what he should do, as these women were harder to deal with than some demons. Xiao Tian declared that the men were doomed. The men reassured the ladies that they would give them a satisfactory explanation for all this. As the men restrained Lin Ku, he demanded to be let go. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted. Xiao Tian realized that this evil aura was coming from teacher Tian and wondered why it was suddenly so strong. Xiao Tian observed that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. Lin Ku realized that teacher Tian was in danger and that he could not waste any more time, but wondered if he should make a move now. Lin Ku cursed, wondering if there was no other way, before calling out to all the beautiful ladies. Lin Ku stood tall, addressing the crowd with a somber tone, apologizing for his past actions and expressing his remorse. Meanwhile, two girls excitedly pointed out that young Master Shun, whose family owned the club, had arrived. They hoped to finally meet him. Below, a man in a suit urged others to release the person they were holding, stating they could leave first. The man who had been speaking earlier paused, confused. He questioned if they hadn't heard him. The men surrounding him dismissed his words, stating that young Master Shun would not hesitate. Suddenly, a voice commanded them to go. The speaker looked on in disbelief, thinking he was saved. He recognized the person who had spoken as someone from his school. He realized that the person who saved him was one of the F4 who had harassed wearer at the school gate that morning, and he wondered what his name was again. The young man winked, and a chill ran down the spine of the person he had saved. As Lin Ku backed off, Xiao Tian appeared, and a message popped up on Lin Ku's phone indicating that his gay friend was online. The man with golden hair was being confronted by several women in swimsuits who were threatening to sue him. Shenluo, however, remained unfazed, dismissing the situation as something small that shouldn't ruin the beautiful day. He assured them that he would handle the ignorant boy. Shenluo apologized to his sweethearts for frightening them, promising to compensate each of them. He then instructed everyone to return to their rooms, promising to personally send an apology gift later. The crowd of women seemed pleased by this. The women agreed to leave the matter in Shenluo's hands. Meanwhile, the man with dark hair thought to himself that he had been right to hold back and not attack. He was impressed by Shenluo, thinking that he could never be an overbearing CEO like him. The White Wolf spirit, Xiao Tian, thought that he really needed to learn to be like Shenluo and admitted defeat. The dark-haired man realized that now was not the time to dwell on the situation, as he needed to find that teacher as soon as possible. He wondered if Bei Wing was only interested in those women and why he had to climb the wall to flee. Shen Luo wondered why Bei Wing had put up with the security guards, given his strength. He then wondered how the dark-haired man knew his background and what his intentions were. The dark-haired man realized that he did wrong, and there's no reason for him to make things difficult for the staff. They're only doing their job. Sorry to bother you, Shen. The dark-haired man thanked Shen Luo for helping him get out of trouble and promised to repay him in the future. The golden-haired man started to leave, saying not to worry and that he would take his leave now. The dark-haired man ran after him, thinking that he wasn't wrong. Xiao Tian thought that there was more to that guy than it seems. Meanwhile, the dark-haired man noticed that the evil aura was getting stronger. The dark-haired man and Xiao Tian were running, and the dark-haired man shouted that they were just ahead. Suddenly, a door burst open with a loud crash. Two men were trying to hold it shut, yelling at someone to let go of them. The dark-haired man realized that something had happened. The men guarding the door ordered anyone approaching to stop, declaring that no one was allowed to enter. They warned that they wouldn't go easy on anyone who disobeyed. Suddenly, a powerful force erupted, shaking the very foundations of the room. One of the men, seemingly a boss, wondered what was happening. He ordered his subordinates to investigate the source of the commotion. The door shook violently as whatever was behind it tried to break through. The sounds of metal clashing echoed through the room as the barrier struggled to hold. The force behind the door intensified, threatening to shatter the defenses. Someone's eye widened in shock and alarm, realizing the dire situation. They exclaimed about Teacher Tian, wondering what had happened to them. A figure, identified as Bei Ming, was told that they shouldn't be there and needed to leave quickly because it was very dangerous. A young man apologized for being late, promising to come and help. One of the men holding the line warned the young man not to move if he wanted to live, expressing annoyance at being interrupted by this little kid. He then questioned who he was. The man with the sunglasses sneered, wondering if the young man was her student or her little boyfriend. He declared that he would enjoy playing with her in front of him even more. A woman pleaded with them not to hurt him and to let him go. The woman pleaded with Lin Ku to stop, promising to do anything he asked. But Lin Ku ignored her, kicking her away, stating that he hadn't made her pay for injuring his brothers yet. Enraged, Bei Ming shouted for them to stop, threatening to kill them all. Gunshots rang out. The woman gasped as she saw Bei Ming get shot. Lin Ku mocked him, saying it wasn't the time for an acting competition. Xiao Tian barked, noting that even bullets could injure him and urging him to get up quickly. Bei Ming collapsed to the ground. Lin Ku expressed his surprise that Bei Ming had lasted even a few shots. Mu Ru Shui trembled, wondering if Bei Ming was shot because of her. She berated herself for being an incompetent teacher, unable to protect her students. She questioned if she was blaming herself and feeling helpless and pitiful. Mu Ru Shui, surrounded by dark energy, declared that this world was abnormal and that she had the courage to bear the pain. She told someone to leave it to her. Mu Ru Shui stated that only by completely releasing evil thoughts could she control evil, and she exploded with power. Mu Ru Shui wondered if this was the way to survive in this world. The men were ordered to take down the woman, but she warned them to behave themselves. The woman unleashed a flurry of attacks. One of the men cried out in pain, wondering what was happening to him. The woman reveled in the screams of her victims, stating that they gave meaning to her existence, and that no one would dare take advantage of her when she was like this. The woman's attacks continued to land. The man who appeared to be in charge demanded to know who had fired at her, stating that he wanted her alive. He wondered who he would ask for money if she died. The woman blocked the attacks. The white wolf spirit stood over protagonist _1, who was lying on the ground. The wolf wondered how much longer Sung wanted to sleep, now that his beloved teacher had mutated. Sung realized that it hurt. Even though he had caught the bullets, he was still stunned. Sung cursed, realizing that even though he had the woman's powers, he was acting like a useless piece of trash. The white wolf spirit told Sung that if he kept lying down like that, his back would start to ache. Sung realized that without demon power, just catching those bullets could kill him. He realized this was his fault, and that he needed to use his demon powers more wisely next time. There was no time to blame himself. The spirit wolf, Xiao Tian, agreed that they needed to find a way to solve this first. Sung Danwu knew he had to find a way to save Teacher Tian, but he didn't know how. The people screamed, begging the monster not to come over. The demonic figure reveled in their cries, referring to one of the victims as his younger sister. He lamented that they always carried burdens by themselves, bearing the darkness alone, and yet forced themselves to become important in other people's lives. The demonic figure questioned whether living for others made any sense and declared that he would free them. Someone wondered what the hell this woman was, realizing they almost tricked a monster before escaping. Lin Ku drew a gun. Lin Ku asked if the woman was serious, as he entangled her with his powers. He dared her to come at him. Lin Ku stated that before anything else, he would have some fun first. Lin Ku mocked the woman, saying she was the one forcing him to kill her. He added that he already knew how to enjoy himself, and warned her not to let him down. Tendrils writhed around the man, begging for Teacher Tian to spare him, admitting he was wrong. The man in sunglasses offered to write off the debt of the other's parents if he was allowed to leave. The woman with white hair considered this, deciding it seemed like a good idea and agreeing to let him go. The woman with white hair retorted that she would not. The man in sunglasses looked on in shock. The man continued to beg Teacher Tian to stop. The woman with white hair told him that those who deserve to die should die, and that killing her would only end up hurting him. Lin Ke questioned if she was hurt, scoffing that he was protecting her, as the woman with white hair looked on. The woman with white hair stated that if it weren't for her protection, there was no way a fool like her could survive in this messed-up world. The man in the school uniform seemed to be thinking about what was wrong with her, wondering if she had completely changed into another person or if some demon possessed her. Lin Ke stated that he didn't smell any demons on her, wondering why she looked like that. He considered that she was triggered and forcibly influenced by some kind of evil aura, which might be how that personality within her was activated. The woman with white hair considered that she had a dual personality and that things had become complicated. She knew she must wake her consciousness without hurting her. Lin Ke realized that his right leg had returned to being disabled, and even his right hand was losing feeling, considering this a terrible situation. The woman with white hair told him to be a good boy and lend her his body so they could save everyone. She asked if he didn't say that evil energy could be absorbed directly, then questioned why he didn't just do it. Lin Ke, coughing, was asked if he was acting up again. The imitation Guan Yin stated that the evil energy had complete control over Mu Ru Shue's consciousness, making it impossible to absorb it directly. Xiao Tian stated that unless Lin Ke gave up his body, a small sacrifice would be required. He would use his mouth to absorb her evil energy forcefully. Lin Ke, coughing, realized what he had to do. Lin Ke whispered that he would find a way to restore Mu Ru Shue's original consciousness. He would try to take control of the evil energy, at which point Xiao Tian should take the opportunity to absorb her evil energy. The imitation Guan Yin questioned why it was so complicated and why Lin Ke wouldn't just give her his body. She then asked if he was the one that child wanted to protect. The imitation Guan Yin realized that Lin Ke was Mu Ru Shue's weakness. She decided that she had to remove this weakness so that she could grow up. The imitation Guan Yin prepared to attack. Lin Ke denied that he had such thoughts at all. The imitation Guan Yin stated that no matter who he was, he should give the body back to Teacher Tian, as she didn't need that kind of protection from him. Even though he was weak, Lin Ke was willing to give his all to protect her because he promised her he would. The imitation Guan Yin wondered why he cared so much about Mu Ru Shue. She added that he also had certain intentions in mind toward her. Lin Ke denied having such thoughts at all. Xiao Tian stated that no way in hell anyone would believe that. He told Lin Ke that it was all right. The imitation Guan Yin told Lin Ke to be more honest. She could also feel it, that Mu Ru Shue had complicated and special feelings for him. She stated that it was a pity to let him die like this. The imitation Guan Yin asked why not let her. The imitation Guan Yin declared that it would teach Mu Ru Shue one last life lesson in her place. Tendrils of dark energy wrapped around Lin Ke. A voice groaned in pain. The voice warned that if he continued, they would not allow him to use Teacher Tian's body so casually. The possessed Lin Ke scoffed, calling him an innocent little boy. The possessed Lin Ke taunted him, saying he could resist as much as he wanted, because the more he resisted, the more excited her body got. Lin Ke was pinned to the ground by the entity controlling Teacher Tian's body. Lin Ke, struggling, realized that this second personality was occupying a body that didn't belong to them. He wondered what Teacher Tian had gone through to generate such a twisted personality. The possessed Teacher Tian demanded that he hurry up and return Teacher Tian's body back to her, questioning what made him think this body belonged to him. The possessed Teacher Tian asked how much he even knew about this child. The possessed Teacher Tian stated that she didn't care what Teacher Tian's real personality was, but it was definitely not like his. She found his struggle tough, and said that doing it one more time would allow her to enjoy it more. Lin Ke realized he had to think of a solution as soon as possible, or he would lose consciousness before she regained hers. He cursed, feeling his neck constricting and struggling to breathe. Xiao Tian watched the scene with hearts in his eyes, commenting on how exhilarating the show was and asking if this was the so-called XX. Xiao Tian, witnessing the struggle, could only watch as Lin Ke, despite being strangled, cursed the perverted dog and declared he was going to die. Damning him, the entity possessing Teacher Tian's body demanded that Lin could not push himself, hurry up, and give him his body. Despite being strangled, Lin Ke vowed that even if he died, he would never allow the entity to go up against Teacher Tian, insisting that he would deal with her personally. The entity touched Lin Ke's face, prompting him to demand that it stop already. Lin Ke knew that the woman wasn't Teacher Tian, but her body still was, and he recognized her familiar scent. He realized he needed to calm down, deciding that there was only one thing left he could do, even though he didn't want to use it. Lin Ke thought of something that he had buried deep in his heart. Lin Ke recalled that after his car accident, He experienced hell-like rehabilitation training, and he was finally able to return to the school campus as an average person. He had looked forward to experiencing a happy and dedicated school life like before, but Lin-Ke remembered being asked why he cared so much about Teacher Tian, and he decided to reveal a secret. Although he didn't resent any of his classmates and teachers, he really hated himself. Lin-Ke hated his own fate. Lin-Ke recalled that just before, he had completely lost hope in himself, and he was looking forward when he heard Bei Ming's voice. A person that looked like an angel appeared before his eyes. Bei Ming told him to cheer up, and that teacher would help him to get through this. He remembered that his classmates' and teachers' deliberate alienation and fake concern made it impossible to return to the way things were. Lin-Ke recalled that her smile was like a warm sun in cold winter, and that it revived him, giving him a chance to start over. Teacher Tian, still possessed, thought that Lin-Ke must think he was exaggerating, that it may be a normal, everyday thing for her to do. He thanked her, stating that for him, it meant so much, and that he had something to tell her. He pleaded with her to be his woman, promising to spend his entire life making sure she was happy. Xiao Tian scoffed, asking if he wanted them to die laughing, and what the meaning of this was, calling it a confession. The wolf spirit continued to laugh, as Lin-Ke internally acknowledged that he was trying to do something to stimulate her so she could regain consciousness, demanding that Xiao Tian stop laughing. Xiao Tian continued to laugh, stating that he knew, but if he didn't show any dominance, he shouldn't use the lines of an overbearing CEO. He then asked if what Bei Ming said was true. The spirit observed that the kid had succeeded, wondering if Teacher Tian had really regained her consciousness, and that the violent evil energy had also stabilized. Bei Ming told him to hold her down, stating that he was going to devour her evil energy. Lin-Ke apologized to Teacher Tian, hugging her tightly. Flashes of energy emanated from the point of contact. The dark energy absorbed into Bei Ming. Teacher Tian asked what he was doing, telling him to let her go as she hugged him tightly. Teacher Tian, still possessed, felt her breath being stolen, demanding to know what Bei Ming was. Lin-Ke, still in control of Teacher Tian's body, called Bei Ming a fool for harming her. He insisted that only he could save her, questioning if Bei Ming could help her for her entire life. The possessed Teacher Tian demanded to be let go quickly, threatening to kill Bei Ming. Mu Ru Shui, still being carried, breathed heavily. Bei Ming, carrying Mu Ru Shui, apologized to Teacher Tian, explaining that he didn't mean to take advantage of her feelings and hoped she could forgive him, as he had no other choice to save her. Lin-Ke told Teacher Tian that it must have been hard for her, but she could rest easy now. Xiao Tian felt the demon power replenishing him, noting that it had been so long. He called Bei Ming a stupid kid, but admitted that he suspected Bei Ming's trick was copied from his own idea, but he would let it go this time. Xiao Tian wondered what was happening. Elsewhere, footsteps approached as someone announced that the boss was coming. Someone clicked a device as they declared that Bei Ming was the person who dared to touch their boss, ordering him to be killed. Gunfire erupted. Someone shouted for the others to stop as armed men approached. As the bullets rained down, Bei Ming wondered aloud how this was happening. The air crackled with energy. The armed men were shocked. One exclaimed that it was impossible, that Bei Ming couldn't be human. The other responded that people like them caused innocent people to get hurt. The barrage of bullets continued. The men were given a chance to turn over a new leaf if they wanted to live. Bei Ming told them to get lost. Bei Ming had successfully saved the teacher. His demon power was sufficient, and bullets couldn't hurt him. It was time for him to act cool. The thugs, now thoroughly intimidated, apologized profusely and promised to leave immediately. One of them reflected on their poor decision-making, realizing they only bullied the weak and feared the strong. One of the men suggested that with such power, Shen Luo should do something fun. Another man insisted they needed to get the teacher to the hospital immediately, not allowing anything else to happen to her. Surveying the disarray, Shen Luo expressed feeling sorry for Shen Luo, noting how tattered and torn he was. He wondered who had made such a mess. Bei Ming remarked that Shen Luo seemed to have had a lot of fun. Shen Luo apologized, explaining that he was reckless in saving the teacher. He insisted he was an honest man and would repay them for the damages. One of the men asked how Shen Luo would repay him, suggesting his body as payment. Shen Luo, however, offered a discount since they were classmates, asking for some time as he was a poor student. Bei Ming chuckled, stating that Shen Luo was responsible, but he didn't need his money. Shen Luo smiled, thinking that if he left this place, things would be better. One of the men announced that the car was ready and they should take the teacher to the hospital first. Another man exclaimed that Shen Luo was a wealthy man with a golden heart and was generous. Xiao Tian thought that Shen Luo didn't care about money, but was still suspicious of him. Uncle Li was mentioned, but it is unclear by whom. The car was headed to the West Suburb Hospital. One of the men stated, "Okay, young master." Another man thought that Shen Luo's personality and integrity were admirable. The car sped off, with one of the men saying it was nothing worth mentioning, just a car used for grocery shopping. Xiao Tian thought there was too much talk about nothing and wondered what was so strange about Shen Luo, thinking that if that kid listened to him, he could get all this and more. The explosions echoed as Xiao Tian watched, his instincts screaming that something was amiss. He mused that if someone kept trying to gain another's favor, they must be up to something. He was certain that this guy obviously didn't want to get into anyone's pants, so he must have another reason. The West Suburb Hospital stood tall against the night sky. Inside, President Liu was being asked about the patient's condition. The doctor assured them that the patient was in stable condition and doing fine, stating that they were lucky to have him made in time. He informed them that he was leaving and to call him if they had any questions. President Liu was thanked for his help. It was relayed that Teacher Tian's injuries were serious, but she had been treated and could rest easy now. Someone expressed their gratitude, unsure how to thank him. The man being thanked questioned how the other could tell that she was seriously injured when she only had bruises on her body. He wondered if it was because she was burnt by evil energy. The man continued, noting that the other had been helping him tonight without asking for anything, which didn't seem fitting for a smart and rich man like him. He demanded to know the truth of his intentions. The man listening realized that the other had noticed something was wrong. Xiao Tian realized that Bei Ming's acting and intuition were terrific and that he was right. Shen Luo stated that he definitely wouldn't involve himself in a lose-lose situation and told him to look at this first. He threw a mobile phone, questioning what was on it. The man wondered what it was and how Shen Luo got this picture. The photo on the phone showed the person wearing the dog mascot's head, which Shen Luo claimed was taken by one of his little brothers. Bei Ming was shocked by the revelation. Xiao Tian, equally surprised, questioned how Shen Luo knew it was him. Shen Luo responded that Xiao Tian was no ordinary person, but then quickly corrected himself, stating he was just an ordinary rich man. Bei Ming, taken aback by Shen Luo's accurate answer, found himself speechless. Shen Luo admitted he had certain intentions, expressing appreciation, adoration, and admiration. Shen Luo insisted that he had no ill intentions. Bei Ming was taken aback, wondering if he had heard correctly that a rich guy was expressing such admiration. Xiao Tian, meanwhile, realized that Shen Luo possessed something he lacked: power. That power was overwhelming and absolute. Xiao Tian thought to himself that money, women, and status were not enough to become the head of his family. As long as he had power, Xiao Tian believed he could defeat his brother, become the head of the family, and get revenge for his mother. Shen Luo apologized, realizing that his actions might have looked bad, and reiterated that he had no ill intentions. Shen Luo coughed, then stated that he wanted Xiao Tian's power and wished for them to be a team. Bei Ming, observing the exchange, thought that honest men were rare, unlike someone with a suspicious personality. He admitted he was not clear on Shen Luo's real purpose, but since Shen Luo was so honest and had helped him first, he would return the favor. Xiao Tian coughed, the sound echoing in the room. He was clearly displeased with the insinuations being made about his personality. From another room, a voice called out, desperate to know if Teacher Tian was awake. The voice, filled with sorrow, begged someone not to leave him alone. The woman in bed cried out, lamenting that she was the only one left and couldn't bear to continue living. Meanwhile, someone off-panel mentioned that thanks to the Shun family's business relationship with their parents, they knew a little more about Teacher Tian. The person then called out to the woman in bed, addressing her as sister. The unseen speaker continued, explaining that the sister in bed should be her twin sister, who drowned trying to save her. The memory triggered a flashback to when she was a child. The man in the suit speculated that the personality was triggered due to guilt and not some kind of disturbance, adding that they forcibly absorbed that personality. He wondered if he did something wrong. The woman in bed coughed, and a machine beeped nearby. Bei Ming, relieved, addressed someone as Yuer. Yuer, in distress, called for help. Ming frantically called out to Yuer, but only static answered him. He could hear rustling and the faint sound of the word school before the line went dead. The call abruptly ended. Ming cursed, realizing there was no signal from Yuer's location. He feared something had happened to her. Determined, Ming resolved to use his connections to get the police to track Yuer's phone. He recalled Yuer mentioning school on the phone and believed she must be there. Shen Luo assured Ming that he would go to the school with him and send more people there. He insisted that Shen Luo leave it to him, guaranteeing she would get the best treatment. Shen Luo told him that he owed him a lot because of today and that he was going to owe him favors either way. He declared that they would be friends. Shen Luo asked Ming to stay and take care of the teacher for him, offering his help if he needed anything. Ming reassured Shen Luo not to worry, but he was still concerned that she may be fine now, but she suffered mental trauma too and that she will be significantly affected by it. Shen Luo thanked Ming and told him not to worry about what he said. Shen Luo told Ming that if he needed him in the future, he would definitely do his best to help him. He then announced that he was leaving. The figure plummeted from the 30th floor, a desperate act of escape, or perhaps something more calculated. Meanwhile, in a seemingly unrelated scene, Lin commused that he had found something good, hinting at a plan involving Bei Ming and his relatives. Lin could declare that someday, others would be kneeling before him, dismissing any notion of serving Shen Luo as a lapdog. Elsewhere, the man with the third eye considered the situation, acknowledging that brute force alone couldn't solve everything, and that Shun Luo possessed what he lacked, suggesting a potential alliance. The demonic figure's hands swiped through the air, as Xiao Tian told him that he didn't have to pretend and should just act normal. The demonic figure resolved to visualize his demon power to keep track of how much he had left, ensuring he wouldn't run out of it again. The man with the third eye realized that the demonic figure had grown significantly in a short period, and that he must grow fast to cope with the changes around him. Xiao Tian thought that if the demonic figure would listen to him a little more, he would achieve more than he could imagine. As the stronger he grew, the better it was for Xiao Tian, who had no physical body and had to listen to him. A series of beeps sounded as Shun Luo received a call from an unknown number, wondering if it was Yu Er. Shun Luo, on the phone, asked if it was Yu Er and assured her that he was coming to rescue her, identifying himself to her. Shun Luo was told that she was sleeping soundly and that his people had found something, urging him to watch the video that was sent to him. The video showed Mu Ru Shui, who was in a second self-study session, and the person on the phone said that the school tried to cover it up, but it was extremely difficult to help but notice. She declared that Justice Miao-chan would sneak into the school late at night, determined to uncover the truth behind the unusual incident. Shuang urged her to stop filming, expressing a bad feeling and suggesting they return. Miao-chan dismissed her concerns, reminding her that she was Miao-chan to her fans and not to reveal her real name. Miao-chan wondered if Yue Air was really at the school, and if the video was from before something happened to her. She told Shuang that if she left her alone, she would get scared and insisted that she be a good friend and come with her. A voice called out for everyone to meet inside the school later, signing off with a beep. Xiao Tian urged them to hurry, while Shun Luo told him to slow down and not drag him on the ground. The pair arrived at the school, Xiao Tian noting that this was the place they both entered through. Shun Luo landed with a thud, realizing he couldn't misuse the Naga skill because it consumed too much demon power. He instructed Xiao Tian to use his nose to sniff out where Yu Er was. Xiao Tian questioned if Shun Luo was saying the Naga skill was above his own, but Shun Luo quickly denied it, saying he was overthinking it. He told him to get back to business, mentioning he had found another video and sent it to him to take a look. Xiao Tian, proud of his sense of smell, attempted to track Yu Er, but he couldn't smell anything at all. Xiao Tian was perplexed, stating that he had never encountered a situation like this before. Shun Luo answered his ringing phone, confirming he had just arrived at the school. The caller was amazed, saying that he didn't think his sports car could keep up with him. Shun Luo agreed to watch the video. Meanwhile, Miao-chan announced that she was back and on her way to the school's archive room, believing they could find the clues they were looking for there. Rustling sounds filled the air as Shuang urged Miao-chan to run. Something strange was coming. Suddenly, Yu Er cried out, confused, as she seemed unable to see. With a clatter, her phone fell to the ground. Yu Er warned them not to pick it up, to just run. A trigger warning flashed on the screen, along with a series of garbled messages. The screen displayed a series of distorted faces and the number 666, 6666, as Yu Er cursed, demanding to know what she was seeing. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian declared that the unknown monster was chasing Yu Er, and they needed to hurry to the school's archive room. Xiao Tian urged Shun Luo to go, stating that he caught Yu Er's scent and knew where she was. He was so close to his goal, he could barely uphold his integrity. As Shun Luo approached the archive building, he noted that he didn't sense any of the monster's aura, which he found strange. Xiao Tian told Shun Luo to stop being so skeptical, even if he didn't feel anything unusual, as the wolf spirit claimed he didn't smell any demons either. Xiao Tian stomped forward, declaring that it must be safe there. Shun Luo agreed. The narrator noted that a dangerous dark shadow had suddenly appeared behind Bei Ming, questioning whether he would be able to save the beauty or fall into danger. Unaware of the danger, the figure stood firm as the monstrous entities closed in, eager to crush him. The creatures, confident in their stealth, believed their target remained ignorant of their presence, as they prepared to strike. Suddenly, a barrier shattered as a clawed hand crashed through it. The sudden appearance of the barrier surprised Sung, who turned to see what was happening. The barrier exploded outward, sending shards of energy in all directions. Sung questioned why he hadn't sensed the approaching presence, wondering what was happening with Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian stated that no demon could hide their presence from him, unless the wolf spirit realized it was a mirror barrier. Sung wondered what the barrier was and why he hadn't felt any presence until now, realizing it was because of the barrier. Xiao Tian told Sung not to worry about the details, explaining that the mirror barrier was different from any other ordinary shield, creating two dimensions in one space. The wolf spirit then asked Sung to speak in a way that he could understand, noting that this godly-level spell was impossible for humans to cast, and questioned why it appeared in the school. It seemed to Xiao Tian that someone wanted to hide something in the school. He agreed that there must be a conspiracy. The three-headed demonic entity reasoned that the human's evil aura was the same as Teacher Tian's, and the smell was also exactly the same. One head wondered if he was also a victim, but another dismissed the thought, declaring that they should bite him to death, while another head stated that this human was extraordinary. The student thought to himself that he wanted to get more information. He remembered that because the demonic entities threatened Yu's safety, they must die, but before that, he wanted to get more information. The student unleashed a powerful attack. The attack rumbled. The student's attack landed. One of the heads of the demonic entity remarked that he could actually take the punch. The student suggested that they not take it by the mouth, because if their mouth got hit badly, how would they answer his questions? The demonic entity's teeth broke. The student remarked that this was what he just said. The demonic entity's teeth hardened, and it howled and whined. The demonic entity declared that they should run away and bite him. The student prepared an attack, thinking that if the demonic entity didn't die, then they would die. The student's attack landed with a bam. The student thought that the demonic entity's brute force was not small, but neither was his. The demonic figure swings the massive tree trunk with incredible force, declaring that it is not in the mood to play fetch. The speed of the attack is immense, creating powerful gusts of wind as the demonic figure continues its assault. The demonic figure's companions realize that their opponent is no ordinary human and decide to escape, while the demonic figure commands them to sit down obediently. Xiao Tian observes that Sung's manner has suddenly changed. Sung realizes he attacked too heavily and worries he might kill the demonic figure, preventing him from extracting information. The demonic figure cannot die yet. It bites down on Sung. The demonic figure bites down, relieved that it is still alive and that Sung is more resistant to beating, assuring itself that it can rest assured and give its all to teach him a lesson. The demonic figure, now upside down, commands Sung to be killed, but Sung responds that he is afraid and demands that if it can understand what he is saying, then it should tell him. The demonic figure shouts that it will die. The attack dissipates. Sung wonders why he hears voices chattering in his ears. Sung realizes that the voices were the demonic figures talking and demands that they tell him what they know, now that it will be easier to handle things. Sung continued to press the demonic figure, demanding to know what they intended to do at the school and if there were any other conspiracies. The demonic figure, however, remained defiant, declaring that it was impossible for them to reveal anything. Suddenly, the white wolf spirit interjected, urging Sung to let him handle the situation. The demonic figure, now backing away, insisted that they couldn't tell him anything and commanded everyone to run. A powerful blast erupted as the demonic figure attempted to escape, realizing that there were secrets that could not be exposed. Sung warned that if they didn't tell him what he wanted to know, they would suffer more than just death. Meanwhile, the white wolf spirit thought that Sung looked pretty good and considered using him as a body. The white wolf spirit realized that Sung could actually understand them. He thought that if Sung was strong enough, then today would be the day he could break free of the divine lock. He resolved to do it this way, deciding to leave the situation to the boss of the tribe. The demonic figure realized that it couldn't tell Sung anything, as there were secrets that could not be exposed. The white wolf spirit decided that he needed to educate his ignorant little brother. Suddenly, Xiao Tian appears, his form radiating power. The heavenly soldiers recognize the wolf spirit, fear gripping them, as they urge each other to beg for mercy. The three-headed dog demands to know what they are afraid of, urging them to eat the humans. Xiao Tian's eyes narrow as the three-headed dog continues to taunt the soldiers, questioning why they would bow to humans. The dog declares that he will consume them all. The three-headed dog continues to berate the heavenly soldiers for being willing to become a human's dog and even attacking their own kind. Meanwhile, Sung watches from the sidelines, noting that the power being exuded is still not enough and that he needs to agitate the dog further. The three-headed dog continues to rant, declaring that he became a hunting dog against his will and that once he obtains a powerful body and escapes his chains, he will maul them all. Xiao Tian is told to stop patronizing the blabbermouth and hurry up to get some information. The three-headed dog continues to berate the heavenly soldiers, calling them traitors for not standing by his side. He tells Xiao Tian to wait for him to eat them so they can discuss how to enact revenge on the humans. The three-headed dog, consumed by rage, declares that he doesn't care and wants to eat the humans, calling Xiao Tian a dull and disgraceful dog who helps humans. The three-headed dog howls, declaring that he is going to eat them. Sung observes that the dog's power is increasing rapidly and that this is how it should be. Xiao Tian, his eyes glowing intensely, tells the three-headed dog to come. Xiao Tian unleashes a powerful attack. Xiao Tian was seemingly swallowed. Sung wondered if they had succeeded in defeating the legendary Great Heavenly Dog, deeming the canine a weak, undeserving title holder. The three-headed dog, now a demon, felt a surge of power as he consumed Xiao Tian. He dismissed the wolf as an idiot who faked his strength, believing it impossible for him to die so easily. He demanded the demon vomit him out. Sung commanded the dog to spit Xiao Tian out. Suddenly, the dog's body began to crack, and he questioned what was happening. The three-headed dog was in immense pain, realizing his power was getting out of control and his body was splitting open. The three-headed dog cursed, as Sung stood amidst an explosion of energy. Sung wondered why Xiao Tian had suddenly exploded, musing if the wolf missed him while he was gone. Xiao Tian wondered how he could be so easily eaten by a smelly dog like the three-headed canine. Xiao Tian spat the three-headed dog out. Xiao Tian admitted that he had failed. He thought that the three-headed dog had a big outer appearance, but his body's constitution was too weak to accept his primordial spirit. Xiao Tian reassured himself. Sung stated that it was part of his plan, asking if Xiao Tian missed him while he was gone. Sung thought to himself that he needed to put on a complete act and couldn't let Xiao Tian know of his original plan. Sung urged Xiao Tian to quickly absorb the demon energy and not waste it. Sung thought to himself that it was all in vain, only the boy ends up benefiting. He resolved to find another chance in the future. The three-headed dog begged to be let go, explaining that he was careless and got tangled in the black aura, which is how he became like that, insisting he didn't do it on purpose. Xiao Tian commanded the dog to stop the long talk and lead them to find someone, reminding him that he knows where they are. Xiao Tian, despite his earlier bravado, still felt the need to apologize to the great heavenly dog. He urged the others to move quickly, reminding them that they didn't have time to waste. The great heavenly dog dismissed Xiao Tian's concerns, stating that he wasn't afraid of demon energy. He added that he sensed no other immediate danger, and that trouble was welcome, as it gave him a chance to rid himself of his detestable and shameful chain. Meanwhile, Yu sat with Mu Rushui in a room filled with boxes. Mu Rushui asked Yu about what she had said before, wondering what exactly was so terrifying at the school. Yu explained that she had run back as soon as her intuition sensed danger, so she didn't clearly see what it was. She added that they were able to escape because of her intuition. Yu admitted that it felt as if she was really looking at the other party, and she wondered what exactly was happening. She then told Mu Rushui that she was scared, and she regretted forcing her to come to school. She apologized, fearing that Mu Rushui was harmed because of her. Mu Rushui reassured Yu that they were okay, and that she had already called someone very reliable who would definitely save them. Yu was relieved to hear this. Yu regretted calling A Ming, worrying that he might encounter danger. She hoped that he didn't clearly hear her plea for help. Suddenly, the sound of a door handle turning echoed through the room, causing both girls to hush. A voice shouted, "Attack," as the door creaked open. The intruder asked, "You air?" Yu seeing the person at the door, exclaimed, "A Ming." A Ming reassured her that she was okay. Behind A Ming stood a white wolf spirit. Yu however, seemed to be in a daze, wondering what was happening. Miao-chan, relieved, expressed her gratitude that they had finally arrived to save them, admitting she had been scared. She hugged the protagonist tightly. The image shifts to an exclusive portrait of Miao-chan, who thinks to herself that the protagonist is her hero and she will definitely thank him properly, allowing him to pick any of the exclusive portraits that all of her fans want. The protagonist imagines Miao-chan in a bikini on a beach, while Xiao Tian's spirit wolf form looks on with hearts in its eyes. The image shatters as the protagonist snaps back to reality. A-Ming questioned how long the protagonist intended to hug her, asking if he was enjoying it that much. Yu denied that he was misunderstanding, and the protagonist told her to stay behind him and be careful. The protagonist, clearing his throat, declared that they should leave this place quickly. He thought to himself that since he was already here, he might as well use this chance to make it clear as to who's behind this incident. Xiao Tian said that what he said was reasonable, and if they just left, they wouldn't know when they'd have another chance to investigate the truth. The protagonist thought to himself that if this danger was still lurking in the school, Yu would not be completely safe, and apologized to her in his thoughts. The protagonist told Yu that he would take her to a safe place first, but he couldn't go with her. He needed to use this chance to clearly investigate the truth behind this matter. Miao-chan added that she would also follow Master Hero. A-Ming stated that if the protagonist wouldn't go, then she wouldn't go either, and that she would follow him, and if they met any danger, she could share the burden together with him. Xiao Tian stated that they took the bait. He smelled a similar evil energy that's coming from the depths of the school. The protagonist declared that they should go. The sound of footsteps echoed through the eerie, spiraling staircase. Xiao Tian questioned why they were in such a place within the school, wondering if Yu had made a mistake. Yu clarified that this space was no longer part of the school, but a separate dimension recreated within the mirror barrier. Xiao Tian mused that there was even a spell for recreating space, and that it would be nice if he could learn it. A-Ming wondered what they were doing there, noting that there was nothing of interest. Yu hugging A-Ming tightly, was asked to let go. A-Ming stated that it was dark and that she was a little scared. A-Ming asked Yu if she was afraid of the dark, stating that it was not like her at all. Yu pinching A-Ming, said that it hurt so much and asked him to let go quickly, admitting that she was wrong. A voice told the kid that if this kind of situation, where they were being pulled by both sides, made them awkward, they could give the speaker their body and let them deal with it. Suddenly, an eruption of energy occurred. A-Ming, feeling the shaking, realized that this was an eruption of evil energy and that he had gotten careless. He asked if both girls were okay. A-Ming stated that she was okay and had just breathed in a little bit of dust. Miao-chan said that she was also okay and that this was so exciting, lamenting that her phone had dropped or else her fanbase would have increased again with this kind of adventure. Dan Wu, His expression hardened, knew he had to protect his friends. He told Yu Er and Miao-chan that it would be dangerous ahead, instructing them to stay put and wait for him, though they worried about his own safety. Reassuring them that he would be fine, Danwu told them to stay within the area until he returned. The girls watched as Danwu, accompanied by Xiao Tian, faced a monstrous, serpentine entity. One of the girls exclaimed how cool it was, comparing it to Journey to the West. With a determined look, Danwu told them he was leaving and reminded them not to leave that area before he returned. Xiao Tian, overhearing, was intrigued by the reference to Journey to the West. Sung knew now was not the time to talk about it. He had to quickly investigate the source of the evil energy. He realized that if he delayed any longer, they would be in danger. Moving forward, Danwu could feel the strong wave of evil energy behind the wall, wondering if the mystery behind it all was finally going to be uncovered. Swallowing hard, Danwu's expression shifted to one of shock and alarm. He wondered what this strange place was. Sung told himself to be quiet, noticing the principal's familiar back. He overheard the dean speaking on the phone, saying that something had become more unstable recently and asking for more time. Danwu could sense energy overflowing from there, wondering if that was the root of the evil energy. He realized that Teacher Tian's matter and the previous collapses were all his doing. He knew he should be careful, sensing an extremely powerful and putrid smell coming from it that threatened to suffocate him. Xiao Tian warned him that the thing inside that vessel was very strange and that he could not act rashly. Danwu realized that even if he was the principal, he couldn't let him do anything he wanted in the school, and that he must first get rid of him before the situation worsened. Danwu stated that he had left a mark, so they wouldn't go outside their radar. He then wondered if they should just retreat, questioning what would happen if he couldn't find this place next time, since the barrier was very powerful. Xiao Tian reassured him, telling him not to worry. Xiao Tian thought it was a pity this time, but he couldn't take the risk. If it was that thing in the vessel, it would be troublesome. Someone confirmed that they would complete the refining of the magic weapon as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the principal was on the phone, wondering if that was Bei Ming. The demonic figure loomed behind the principal, who told someone to consider themselves lucky for not making a move on him when he was angry. Elsewhere, someone wondered why Danwu was the one who broke in, musing that things were getting interesting. Yu Er's friend told someone that Yu Er said she was terrified by what happened last night, so she took a leave today to rest at home. He then asked Xiao Tian if Yu Er was fine. Someone else thought that she was already back, so what else could happen to her, adding that the one who has problems is him, since all morning he has just been asking and muttering about her. Danwu wondered if he couldn't feel any evil energy in the school at all today, questioning if it could be nullified to such an extent. Someone asked Danwu why he was alone today, joking if he was dumped by his little girlfriend. Another person remarked that it was obvious, saying that this kid is poor and crippled, and that such an ugly man like him aspiring after someone that he is not deserving of is just so funny. Someone asked if they were able to find Yu Er last night. Someone confirmed that she was all right, adding that last night was too much, so she's feeling a little unwell and took a leave today to rest at home. Another person asked what? Someone said that they also helped him take good care of the other person, reassuring him. They added that they think it's better if they keep their distance in public, saying it'll be safer for them to do things. Someone else wondered if they have already done that. Yu Er confirmed that she was okay. Danwu remarked to Xiao Tian that having an ally made things easier, as relying solely on himself made it difficult to handle everything. Xiao Tian suggested that if Danwu felt that way, he should bring Mu Ru Shui into their group. Danwu dismissed the idea, protesting that he couldn't possibly have feelings for an ordinary mortal woman. Xiao Tian noticed that Danwu always seemed to mention her. Xiao Tian then asked why Danwu was blushing. Danwu denied it. Danwu patted Xiao Tian on the head. Elsewhere, the principal smiled, thinking to himself that Bei Ming was making a move. He added that this was not how the situation should have played out. The principal muttered, "Bei Ming, is it?" The title card displays the name of the series, Godslayer. The next morning, Bei Ming greeted the headmaster, though Xiao Tian seemed less enthusiastic about the encounter. Xiao Tian brazenly called out to Bei Ming, warning him that the enemy was calling him out and that there would be no tricks this time, just a straight attack. The headmaster observed Bei Ming with a scrutinizing gaze. Bei Ming, however, was internally conflicted. He wondered if the headmaster was testing him, or if he had noticed him the previous night. He tried to calm himself, reasoning that it didn't matter if he knew or not, but he couldn't help but panic. Bei Ming realized he had been caught by the headmaster. He was a little embarrassed to admit that he had stayed up all night to review in order to make up for the homework he had missed. The headmaster continued to stare as Bei Ming bowed deeply, excusing himself and saying he needed to leave soon. Bei Ming thought to himself that he wouldn't attack the headmaster at school unless he was a retard. Bei Ming and Xiao Tian walked away speedily. Bei Ming reasoned that he was not running away, but merely using a withdrawal tactic because if they fought him at school, who knows how many innocent students would be implicated. The headmaster called out for Bei Ming to wait a minute, asking him to come to his office first because he had a few matters he wanted to discuss. Bei Ming was surprised, wondering if the headmaster was calling him to his office to kill him secretly. Inside the headmaster's office, the headmaster sat at his desk, thinking about Bei Ming's family situation and how hard it must be for him to live alone with his disabilities. Bei Ming and Xiao Tian stood outside the office. Bei Ming didn't think that the headmaster was this patient, and decided that if he wanted to continue this act, he would just go with it. Xiao Tian remarked that it wasn't hard at all, and with the scholarship and concern shown by the teachers and his classmates, he was having a very happy life. The headmaster asked Bei Ming if he was doing okay in terms of his studies, noting that he had been reviewing until late at night. Bei Ming thought to himself that it was okay, and that heaven rewards the diligent, believing that as long as he studied hard, he would be able to enroll in a university. The dean continued, explaining that the incident in the gymnasium was resolved thanks to Bei Ming's actions, which saved many students and preserved the school's reputation. He added that such valor was rare. Bei Ming waved off the praise, stating that he only did what he was supposed to do and that he only really helped Su Yuer. He thought to himself that it was the school who should be thanking him for not expelling him and giving him another chance to continue studying. Someone watching the exchange thought that Bei Ming was feigning humility and that he was acting like an idiot, wasting his time. The dean stated that he had a question that he wanted to consult with Bei Ming about. He wouldn't dare to presume that he had anything to teach the headmaster, but he asked him to please ask. The dean elaborated, mentioning an accident where a gymnasium collapsed, and Bei Ming had saved 10 students. He then asked Bei Ming how many people like him existed, or how he did all these things, and if he wished to know. The observer thought to himself that Bei Ming was a brat who was feigning humility. He thought that if the dean had anything to say, he should just say it outright instead of beating around the bush. Bei Ming responded that he even felt a little bit awkward and sorry for the dean. The observer laughed, thinking that Bei Ming was a worthy foe and that he really liked him. The dean, with a hand on his head, stated that he saw it, thinking to himself that he had to deal with smart people. The observer brought up last night's matter. He thought to himself that the enemy had already directly showed his hand, and that they should go ahead and attack him directly. Xiao Tian told Bei Ming that he could kill him right here, right now. The observer thought to himself that he had no reason to hold back, but if they really fought, then they needed to lure him away to a place where there were less people. Bei Ming asked if he really wanted to give it a try, warning him not to get too excited, since he could break into the enchantment he set up and defeat the demon. The dean stated that Bei Ming's watchdog arrangement meant he possessed ability. He continued, saying that if he couldn't make Bei Ming his servant, he didn't want him as an enemy. He offered Bei Ming direct entry into the best university, along with the highest scholarship, if he agreed to do some things for him. Even though he could just give him money directly, the dean considered himself a good educator. For a student, he believed that this offer was the most important thing. The dean knew the importance of giving a person a fishery rather than just a fish. He then asked Bei Ming what would happen if he refused his proposal. The dean warned that the fate of Bei Ming and the girl he loved would be like a glass cup. The cup shattered as Bei Ming, enraged, asked if the dean thought he could threaten him by hurting Yuer. The dean denied that he would hurt her, insisting that Bei Ming misunderstood and that he wasn't that low. He explained that he could make her college entrance examination so bad that even the worst university wouldn't look at it, trapping her in a misery she couldn't escape. Bei Ming, now furious, realized what an excellent educator the dean was, using dirty tricks to kill a person's spirit. The dean stated that he would make her once bright path become like this cup, gloomy, lusterless, and doomed for emptiness. Bei Ming retorted that if the dean had anything against him, he should just charge towards him and not involve Yuer. Bei Ming asked if the dean thought he would still have the chance to be pleased if he killed him right now. Hearing those things, the dean asked if that meant Bei Ming refused his proposal. The dean declared that he would only do one thing for Bei Ming. That one thing, the dean stated, was to arrange Bei Ming's funeral. Suddenly, a knocking sound echoed through the room as dark tendrils approached. The headmaster's office door remained closed as Mu Ru Shui announced her presence, stating she was there to report on the Student Council Union's weekly activities. Elsewhere, a figure demanded to be released, their form surrounded by dark energy. Mu Ru Shui walked with purpose down a hallway. Meanwhile, Bei Ming, accompanied by Xiao Tian, was surprised to see Mu Ru Shui. Bei Ming remarked to Xiao Tian that they hadn't seen her in days, and that she had become even more beautiful. The dean insisted that student Bei Ming leave first, reiterating his proposal from just moments ago. Lin Ku pleaded with someone to reconsider, his expression desperate. Someone tightened their grip, acknowledging the headmaster's command. Mu Ru Shui continued her walk. Mu Ru Shui stated that now was not the time to attack, telling someone to wait for her in front of the school entrance after dismissal. Bei Ming was shocked by Mu Ru Shui's words. Xiao Tian wondered why she said that. The text stated that when swords are about to clash, Mu Ru Shui appears in the nick of time to stop Bei Ming, posing the question of what her goal is. The school bell rang, signaling the start of another day. Lin Ke wondered if the goddess had asked him to meet her at the school gate, but he thought that might be too flamboyant. He also noticed something wrong with the principal. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian remarked that the lady was part of the guard of deities and was definitely smarter than Lin Ke thought. Suddenly, a car sped towards them. The car screeched to a halt, narrowly avoiding a collision. The sudden stop caused a splash of water to erupt as the car's path was blocked. Bei Ming, drenched, was asked how he had become a drenched chicken. Inside the car, one of the occupants asked if they were waiting for the bus, remarking that such vehicles were always crowded and full of body odor, which they thought suited them. They laughed, finding their own comment hilarious. The wolf spirit challenged Bei Ming, asking if he could tolerate such a challenge and urging him to beat the hell out of them. Bei Ming heard what sounded like a group of mosquitoes buzzing around his ears. He expressed his hatred for mosquitoes, declaring that he must kill them all. Suddenly, Bei Ming launched an attack on the occupants of the car. The driver yelled at him, asking if he was crazy and to stay away from his new car. The occupants of the car were thrown about as the vehicle was struck. Lin Ku, standing outside the damaged car, wondered what had just happened. He reasoned that he was merely swatting mosquitoes, explaining that his blood type be easily attracted to insects. He held up his hand, stating that the mosquitoes that provoke him usually died with just his hand. Inside a red sports car, the occupants marveled at the vehicle's speed. Mu Ru Shui, behind the wheel, asked what they were waiting for. She told them to get in the car. The occupants of the damaged car complied, and one of them remarked that he didn't expect their icy queen to drive this kind of car. One of the occupants in the red car thought that she was a beauty with a cool car, such a perfect combination, and that Bei Ming was lucky. Another wondered if that, deep down inside her cold appearance, she had such a passionate heart. He then wondered why he wasn't sitting next to her. Inside a room, a young man was driven to distraction by his thoughts. Shen Luo thought to himself that it was inconvenient to speak elsewhere, as this was his private apartment, and he had set up a barrier to shield it from the outside world. He resolved to wait. Looking at a tall building, he excused himself and decided to sit anywhere for a while, wondering what was with the situation. The young man was anxious, thinking that this was his first time in a girl's room besides Yue Er's, and he was so anxious that his heart was about to jump out of his throat. He also didn't expect that there'd be a girly heart deep down inside the icy goddess cold exterior. Shen Luo remained in the room, the current moment feeling like the most torturous he had ever experienced. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian, in his wolf form, mused about the situation. He realized that Mu Ru Shui was taking a bath and wondered what she was bathing for. He thought to himself that he would try to make Shen Luo tussle with her. Shen Luo was confused by Xiao Tian's words. He wondered what the wolf meant when he said it meant he could do whatever he desired and that she could only let him do it. Xiao Tian urged him to let out the wolf inside him. Xiao Tian scoffed, thinking that Shen Luo, as a pure virgin, couldn't possibly understand women like Mu Ru Shui, who had much more experience. He urged him to let it all out completely and release the wolf within. Shen Luo's eyes widened as he began to understand the situation. As Shen Luo's face flushed, Xiao Tian howled, sensing that things were heating up. Shen Luo tried to calm himself down, thinking that Xiao Tian was trying to get him into trouble and that the situation was unbelievable. Suddenly, a creaking sound echoed through the room. Xiao Tian, now alert, warned that a big evil energy was approaching and that they would do justice, urging Shen Luo to get ready to fight. Mu Ru Shui, standing in the doorway, asked Shen Luo if he didn't want to bathe, noting that he was all wet. Shen Luo thought to himself that she really wasn't treating him as an outsider. Shen Luo, flustered, insisted that he didn't need to bathe. Xiao Tian chided Shen Luo for not daring to take a taste of something that had been placed right in front of him. He then told Shen Luo straight that he had a friend who he grew up with, Yi Xiaoxi. Xiao Tian continued, explaining that Yi Xiaoxi was the daughter of a rich man who had spent a lot of money to solve the problems going on in school. He added that she was contaminated by some type of evil energy, and her dad had used all kinds of medical methods to treat her, but nothing worked, leaving her still unconscious due to this day. She recounted the events of the previous night, explaining how she had gone to the school to investigate. Mu Ru Shui had seen Shen Luo's friend with another girl, but then suddenly lost their trail. She then saw Shen Luo, but he too had disappeared. She wondered how all of this was related to the principal. Shen Luo considered her words, thinking to himself how much she could notice. Xiao Tian added that this was why he had recommended her before, as she was a valuable ally. So, this was what happened that day. Elsewhere, someone noted that this old guy was really not good. Students had disappeared strangely before, constantly, but every time it happened, the news was suppressed. Mu Ru Shui had already started to doubt the principal from that time, but the old guy had been hiding very well, so she couldn't find any key clues. She had silently investigated the dangerous campus until now, but suddenly, Shen Luo's phone began to ring. The caller ID read, Uncle Yi. As the phone rang, someone thought that the goddess 8th grade syndrome was really ingrained deep inside her bones, even her ringtone. Mu Ru Shui answered the phone, saying hello. The person on the other end of the line urgently told her that Xiaoxi had finally woken up, but when she did, she attacked people like crazy. They told her to keep her under control as they were on their way. Mu Ru Shui realized that she had already gotten all the information she could from Shen Luo, and since she knew who the person behind all of this was, he no longer had to worry about it. She told him that she had something to settle now, and he could leave. Shen Luo insisted that he couldn't let her go on her own, and in return for helping him with the situation this morning, he would help her with her friend's matter. The red sports car sped down the highway. As they drove, Mu Shui explained that Lin Ke needed to hide his demonic aura, as the Zhongming Bureau had connections with the Yi family. Lin Ke wondered what the Zhongming Bureau even was, as he had never heard of it before. The goddess had told Mu Shui that the Zhongming Bureau was a secret organization that had existed since ancient times. Mu Shui explained that the Bureau was filled with demon hunting specialists responsible for hunting demons among humans and maintaining the balance of the human world. Those who exterminated demons after sunrise were called day hunters, while those who exterminated demons after sunset were called night hunters, and that she belonged to the night hunter division. She continued, saying that both factions must strictly observe the time limit given and must not make any moves to violate the regulations. Mu Shui stated that there was still much that Lin Ke didn't know, and that she shouldn't be telling him all these things, but she had to let him know of the unfavorable situation he was in. She warned him not to attack anyone, otherwise the people in Zhongming Bureau would set their gaze on him. Lin Ke responded that he came with her to solve his problems, so how could he not attack? Hearing the serious warning that the goddess gave her, Lin Ke feared that the Zhongming Bureau was not going to be that easy. He then asked Xiao Tian if he knew of these things, but the wolf responded that he couldn't know, as there was a natural barrier amongst the three realms to maintain its balance, and a demon of his rank was usually unable to enter the human world. Xiao Tian added that he had never heard anything at all about this Zhongming Bureau. Lin Ke thought that the goddess deliberately revealed information to him, and that besides kindly reminding him, it seemed that she was also testing him. Mu Shui concluded that if he wanted to avoid any troubles, he should be sure to remember her words. However, she added that it was not absolutely impossible to cross boundaries between day and night hunting, and that several years ago, there was a time when the day and night hunters cooperated with each other. Mu Shui stated that he was to fight against an incomparably powerful enemy, the heavenly dog who swallowed the sun and moon. Lin Ke expressed surprise that a demon of the heavenly dog type existed. Xiao Tian chuckled, acknowledging that he was strong in every aspect except his memory. Lin Ke scoffed, realizing he had unwittingly been made a fool. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian recalled fighting Yang Jian at the edge of the human world. He thought the human who helped Yang Jian was someone from the Zhongming Bureau, and they seemed to have made him suffer a little. The wolf spirit admitted he couldn't remember. Mu Shui's mouth was closely sealed. Whatever the case, there would be chances in the future to find out his true face. Right now, Xiaoxi's matter was the most important. Lin Ke thought the building was too extravagant, limited by his imagination. Xiao Tian exclaimed in awe. Lin Ke noticed a familiar scent, but it was stronger than before. Xiao Tian confirmed he smelled it too. Suddenly, a voice announced Mu Shui's arrival. The speaker noted that she was a night hunter, questioning why she was rushing there in early daylight and seemingly not acknowledging the day hunters anymore. The speaker wondered who the handsome man behind her was, musing that it wasn't strange for a goddess like her to have an attendant. They also noted that the situation had taken a turn for the worse, with even the day hunters having no method to tackle it. A man exclaimed that Xiao Shui had arrived. He urged Uncle Yi not to be agitated and to explain the situation first. Uncle Yi explained that she was possessed by an evil spirit. When she woke up, she crazily attacked everyone, so he invited people from the Zhongming Bureau to come and help, but no one could control her. Having no other choice, they worked together to cast an enchantment on all four corners of her room in order to trap her temporarily. Mu Shui lamented that the sun had not yet set, preventing her from using her magic as a night hunter. Below, a man pleaded with Xiao Shui to save Xiao Shi, explaining that she was the only daughter he had. Xiao Shui reassured him, promising to help Xiao Shi no matter what. Hearing a click as the door opened, she resolved to find another way to help Xiao Shi, even if she couldn't use her magic powers. Xiao Shui's eyes widened in shock. Before her, Xiao Shi hung suspended upside down, transformed into a monstrous form. The monstrous Xiao Shi, with a sinister grin, questioned if Xiao Shui had missed her. Xiao Shi lunged forward. Xiao Shui reacted, shattering the ground with a burst of energy. Xiao Shui, visibly distressed, questioned what had happened to Xiao Shi and vowed to help her. Xiao Shui knew she needed to delay until the sun had set, so that the seal on her magic power could be removed. The attacks continued to explode around them, as Xiao Shi declared that no matter what happens, she would protect Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui grabbed Xiao Shi's arm, her expression grim as the possessed girl's red eye glared back. Shui's feet tapped against the floor, a sign of her newfound energy. She felt reborn, stronger than ever before. Xiao Shi declared that if Mu Shui truly wanted to help, she should simply lay on the bed and not move. Xiao Shi confessed to Shui that she had liked her for a long time, but was too weak to express her feelings. She asked Shui to make her dream come true. Xiao Shi's fist slammed into something with a bang. Elsewhere, a group of onlookers wondered what the boy was doing, noting his student-like attire. They questioned why Mu Shui, the famous ice-cold beauty who had rejected countless suitors, would suddenly have this bastard at her side. Xiao Tian pondered over a childish question seriously, while another voice noted that although the goddess told him not to make a move, the current situation showed that she definitely had no strategy to ensure success. Someone asked if swallowing the sun counted as the sun setting. Another voice responded that if he had asked him to do this in the past, it would have been done in a blink of an eye, but now, even if he gave his body to him, he could only give it a try. The boy wondered if he should go in and be a hero to save the princess, imagining she would be so grateful that she'd promise her body to him. He then dismissed the thought, realizing it wasn't the time to keep such thoughts to himself, while another voice called him a stinky brat and questioned what he was planning to do. The onlookers continued to watch, one commenting on how detestable the boy was, yet also how enviable he seemed, looking like a man who lived off his mistress. They questioned what he was doing there while the woman was inside battling. Another voice wondered if he should go in and be a hero to save the princess, imagining she would be so grateful that she'd promise her body to him. Another voice stated that her strength was sealed, yet she still went inside, waiting and seeking for her death. Someone told another to excuse them, as they were in their way, and that if they wouldn't help, then they should move away. Another voice expressed feeling ashamed in place of the so-called professionals who were gathering around the entrance to chit-chat, yet didn't dare to lend a hand to help. The sudden appearance of the protagonist startled the other students. One of them questioned how he had managed to get behind them without being noticed. Another student reminded everyone to stay out of the way if they didn't want to get hurt. One of the students questioned what the protagonist was talking about, telling him to weigh his own capabilities first if he wanted to act all high and mighty. Another student told him that he was fed up with his life and that it was none of his business. Suddenly, Mu Rushue was sent flying out of the room. The protagonist charged forward, catching Mu Rushue. He caught her just in time. The force of the impact sent them spinning. Lin Ko asked if she was all right, but Mu Rushue told him not to do anything. The protagonist thought to himself that he couldn't possibly stand by and do nothing when a beauty was in distress. Mu Rushue told him that even if he didn't make a move, she could have still settled this herself, and that he was really just adding to her troubles. However, she acknowledged that the situation was urgent right now, so she wouldn't have time to worry about him. The protagonist thought that the goddess really was such a tsundere. One of the students remarked that Mu Rushue had suddenly flown out of the room, but was then caught by the protagonist, and that it seemed like he really did have something up his sleeve. Another student wondered why he felt a fleeting demon power, and another questioned if the power was coming from the protagonist and if he was a demon. One of the students exclaimed that it was Miss Mu. Mu Rushue thought to herself that during the day, it's the day hunter's hunting ground, and that a little night hunter shouldn't be blindly forcing himself. The man declared that the line had been crossed, adding that night hunters should hide in the dark. Meanwhile, two men observed the scene. One exclaimed that Beast Kuin Nan, their day hunter, had arrived. The other noted that Kuin's mere presence overwhelmed the entire place. The man, presumably Kuin Nan, dismissed Mu Rushue as an arrogant little girl, confident that she would soon bow down to him. He mused that he always liked to hook up with shady little demons. Kuin Nan suggested that if she didn't have much capability, she should find a reliable man. Kuin Nan continued, stating that he wasn't talking about the useless little boy toy, and that he shouldn't aspire after someone he wasn't deserving of. He recognized the protagonist as the one who had demon aura, but dismissed it, saying it didn't matter to the night hunters. Kuin Nan stated that a good dog doesn't block the way, and if she was tactful enough, she would get away quickly, as he could squish her with just his two little fingers. He warned her to be careful, as he might accidentally kill her later. As the onlookers expressed their belief that the incident would be resolved immediately, Kuin Nan declared that he could handle this small issue in 5 seconds at most, asking everyone to please count down for him. The crowd began to count down, ready to witness the fight. As the countdown reached 5, Kuin Nan was suddenly struck by a barrage of attacks. The onlookers were shocked, exclaiming how it was possible that Brother Kuin had just gotten in and was beaten out in a second. The force of the blows sent Kuin Nan flying backwards. A voice declared that weak dogs that only bark loudly and crazily in the city overestimate themselves, and those that pass by are killed, adding that this saying was for them all. The protagonist, holding Kuin Nan upside down by his feet, remarked that since everyone was unwilling to make a move, they might as well let him try, although he wasn't so sure what it meant. Having defeated Kuin Nan, the protagonist silenced the crowd. Below, the onlookers were stunned by the display of power. Some wondered if youngsters were becoming too ignorant these days. Meanwhile, one of the onlookers questioned if the high pay was making others disregard their own lives. Another voice chimed in, stating that they simply wanted to return the favor to Mu Rushue, urging others not to misunderstand. Elsewhere, Uncle Yi was being defended by Mu Rushue, who insisted that he was not incompetent and had saved her life before, assuring another that he could be trusted. Since little Shue had spoken, the other man relented, leaving the matter to the youngsters. Back at the school, the protagonist was being watched by Xiao Tian. The wolf spirit wondered why he insisted on helping Mu Rushue, even if it meant his identity would be exposed. The protagonist reassured the spirit to leave it to him, as he was very experienced with these kind of matters. O coração de Mu Rushue começou a acelerar. Ela se perguntou se ele gostava dela, mas rapidamente descartou a ideia de se apaixonar por ele. Xiao Tian, meanwhile, was furious, calling Mu Ru Shui an ungrateful woman. He reminded the protagonist that he was the one who saved her. The protagonist, overhearing Xiao Tian's thoughts, teased the wolf spirit, asking if he was jealous. Xiao Tian denied it, claiming he had seen all kinds of women and didn't even know what jealousy tasted like. The protagonist told Xiao Tian to stop joking and focus on getting things done as soon as possible. The protagonist stated that they would find the principal to settle matters once and for all, determined not to let any more victims appear in the school. Elsewhere, a possessed woman was sniffing the air, recognizing Mu Ru Shui's scent. The possessed woman wondered what kind of play this was, questioning if it was an object fetish. She noted that someone had come to play with her again, and although it was another stinky man, she found him pretty handsome. The possessed woman hoped that the newcomer could have some more fun with her. With a resounding boom, Bei Ming asked if Xiao Tian was ready to play. The wolf spirit seemed eager. Since Yi Xiao she loved to play so much, Bei Ming declared he would help her have fun. The possessed woman jumped, slamming on the brakes. The impact reverberated through the room. She realized something was different about Bei Ming. He was not like the others she had faced. She could feel a dangerous aura emanating from him. She wondered how they should have fun, and Bei Ming suggested a game of tag and sucking. Bei Ming explained that what he actually meant was to catch her and then absorb her evil energy, but he questioned if it was really good for him to scare a villain like this. At that moment, Bei Ming's imposing manner stabilized Yi Xiaoxi. The narration questioned what game Bei Ming was talking about, and teased the next episode, the mysterious cry in the room. The man radiated an unsettling aura, one that made Mu Ru Shui uneasy. She wondered if he was planning to take her. He presented her with a disturbing scenario. He presented her with another disturbing scenario. He presented her with yet another disturbing scenario. Shui vehemently rejected his advances, declaring that she wanted no part in his shameful games. Lin, confused, questioned what she meant by play. Lin's companion, Xiao Tian, observed the scene with concern, remarking on how much Lin had scared Shui. Shui, meanwhile, pleaded with Lin not to force her, insisting that she belonged only to Shui. Lin insisted that there was a misunderstanding. He claimed he wasn't a bad person and had only come to help her. He reminded her that they were still schoolmates. Shui began to absorb something. Lin wondered what situation he had landed in and why he was being called a pervert. He assured Shui that he would help absorb the evil energy in her body so that she could return to her normal state. Lin wondered where he had learned the idea that women don't believe men if they are perverted. Lin thought that if Shui was in her previous evil goblin state, he would have been able to attack her, but looking at her dainty, pitiful figure now, he couldn't raise a hand against her. He resolved that if he couldn't do it, then he would not show pity and tender love for women. Lin could consider his options, realizing that Shui was too defensive to forcefully absorb the evil energy within her. He needed to weaken her consciousness first. That being said, he knew of only one trick left to try. The only trick? Everything seemed to hinge on this moment as Lin steeled himself. He told Xiao Tian that he would do it gently, and then declare that he was coming. Shui wondered why she didn't have the courage to resist him, musing that his aura scared it all away. No matter what he did to her, she felt powerless. She hated men, yet her whole body weakened in front of him, and she couldn't resist. She pleaded with him to be gentle. Lin Ku's face flushed as he realized they were clearly not talking about the same thing. Lin Ku steeled himself, declaring that he would do it gently, and that he was coming. Meanwhile, outside the room, the dean remarked that the situation of the battle inside seemed more heated than expected. Yi, however, believed Lin Ku was just bluffing, and that the one taking the lead in this situation was not that boy. He found it detestable and wanted to see what was happening inside. Yi cried out, but a voice stopped him, telling him that he couldn't come in now and to please believe in Lin Ku. Rushing inside would only hinder him in saving Xiaoxi, and he risked being infected with evil energy too. The speaker wondered what sort of method Lin Ku was using to save her, as the sounds of this activity were too loud. Yi couldn't believe what he was hearing. Lin Ku, emerging from the room with Xiao Tian, assured them that Shui was fine now and that they could go check on her inside. Yi rushed into the room, finding Shui lying in bed, breathing heavily. In a dreamlike state, a young woman calls out for her father, reliving a nightmare where an evil demon tickled the soles of her feet. Embraced by her father, she is reassured that it was just a dream. Meanwhile, onlookers discuss the situation, marveling at how the young man was able to return Xiaoxi to her original state. With the problem resolved, the young man prepares to leave. However, he is stopped. The father demands a detailed explanation of how he got rid of the evil energy in Xiaoxi's body, questioning why her clothes are so disheveled. The young man insists it's a misunderstanding. The father acknowledges that he solved something even the day hunters and Xiao Shui couldn't, calling him Xiaoxi's lifesaver. The young man recalls that he simply tickled her until she got side cramps, weakening her consciousness enough to absorb the evil energy. He reflects on how he successfully saved Xiaoxi, even if the method was unconventional. The father asks if the young man is serious, wondering if there is such a method. As the young man attempts to leave, the father calls out for him to slow down, considering what reward to offer. Yin and Tian reflects on how he has never met someone so calm, fearing that a small reward wouldn't be enough to faze him. He acknowledges that even if his multi-millionaire family is reduced to poverty, he won't be able to reject him since he saved Xiaoxi. The crowd observes that the young man is giving off immense pressure, wondering what kind of reward he will ask for. The young man internally debates what price is appropriate for his reward, not wanting to appear greedy or be looked down upon. He then thinks of 1,000 yen as an appropriate reward. Considering it would be ungracious not to accept the kindness, the young man settles on 1,000 yen. The father is shocked, exclaiming, "What? 10 million?" The protagonist is taken aback by the misunderstanding. Xiao Tian, equally surprised, looks on as Bei Ming processes the situation. The protagonist's father, observing from afar, believes Bei Ming is acting out of consideration for his reputation. The misunderstanding continues to dawn on Bei Ming. He realizes that his attempt to be considerate has been misinterpreted as something far more profound. His father, still watching, is impressed by what he perceives as Bei Ming's thoughtfulness. Those observing believe that Bei Ming is trying to protect Yi and Tian's reputation, but in reality, he is making Yin and Tian think he still owes him a favor. The father is pleased that Bei Ming had such deep and astute thinking. Bei Ming, lost in thought, wonders how many pairs of AJs, Air Jordans, he could buy with the money he's being offered. Meanwhile, the woman who is saved tells him that she owes him one, and she will agree to any condition. The protagonist's father is shocked that Bei Ming only asked for 10 million, and thinks that he would have asked for at least 100 million. Xiao Tian, overhearing the conversation, realizes that if any condition is fine, then they definitely must do that. Xiao Tian wonders what the woman means by that. The woman is shown wearing an X-rated apron. Xiao Tian is disgusted and tells Bei Ming that he is several thousands of years old and still saying this kind of stuff, and asks if he wants Bei Ming to castrate him. The narration states that Yi Xiaoxi's matter is solved perfectly, and asks what Bei Ming will request when faced with the goddess promise. The man with the white wolf spirit was told to stand right there. He was questioned if he thought he could just go after snatching the day hunter's business, but he knew it wasn't so easy. He heard the call for the brothers to join in and kill him. The man in charge asked if they were done yet, and why they didn't use their energy to fight instead of complaining. The others agreed to kill him. The white wolf spirit suggested they devour the bunch of noisy guys. Then, a voice shouted for them to stop. It was Yinan Tian, who declared that the man was his VIP, and whoever dared to make a move on him meant they were dissatisfied with him. The man in the suit looked on, seemingly annoyed. The man in charge told the others not to worry, that he wouldn't let them leave with nothing. He assured them that they would still be rewarded for what they deserved, and he wouldn't miss a single penny. He added that he would also go to Chongming-ju and greet the people there, so they wouldn't embarrass him. Since Boss Yi was willing to go to such an extent, the man in charge said he had nothing more to say. He ordered them to go. Yin and Tian told the man with the white wolf spirit that he was lucky this time to have Boss Yi on his side. He added that he wouldn't have such luck in the future because he, Kuan Nan, would be there. Kuan Nan told the man to keep his eyes on him. Kuan Nan challenged the man, but then something seemed to happen to his arm. The man's arm broke. The man with the white wolf spirit wondered what was wrong with Kuan and why he suddenly looked so hurt, asking what happened. Kuan Nan insisted it was nothing and that they should hurry up and take their injured brothers to the hospital, adding that he also wanted to go. The man with the white wolf spirit announced that now that the matter had been resolved, he would be leaving. One of the men protested, asking how he could let his savior leave the place hungry and requesting that he stay for dinner. He replied that it was okay, as he still had some other things to do. Suddenly, a car key appeared in his hand. He stated that they could drive his car back, as he wanted to stay and accompany Xiaoxi, so he couldn't send him back. Mu Rushue stated that there was no need, as she had already made arrangements. The man with the white wolf spirit then stated that he would take his leave and see them at school. A whisper wondered what this kid's background was, noting that he even refused Mu Rushue's kindness. Another whisper mentioned seeing the car that Mu Rushue drove, an Aventador worth almost 10 million. Someone mused about what a hero he was, having reached the level of treating money as dumb. Another person said okay, no problem, and that they had made him wait too long for his online ride-hailing service, so they would have to increase the price. Someone else stated that it didn't matter if he couldn't drive, as he was a rich person now, and what was wrong with being extravagant for once and calling for a taxi. They added that if he wasn't happy about it. Someone else suggested that he could get off the car and chase it from behind. The man with a white wolf spirit knew and understood, but was thinking about it. The white wolf spirit was called Lucky. Someone else stated that recently, he had been able to resolve one conflict after the other, and it was all because of his good luck, but what they wanted to see was how long his good luck would last. Someone else stated that he was right too. After all, his little girlfriend was still unwell and resting at her house. The man with the white wolf spirit thought that he did have his smooth times before, but a sudden car accident completely changed his outlook on life. He understood not to be overly optimistic at any time. Someone else stated that if he wasn't happy about it. Oh yeah, Yuer was feeling unwell and took a leave today. Luckily, he reminded him about it, and he had to rush to see her now. He told the driver to please change the destination, as he was not going home first. It was noted that he got hooked. It was noted that the kid had been pretty lucky lately. Not only did he absorb a lot of evil energy and turn into demon power, but he even made an abundant amount of money easily this time. Someone called out to their uncle and aunt, excusing themselves and stating that they were here to visit Yuer. They were greeted and told that they hadn't been there for a while, and it was a good thing that He thought to himself that he should do so and that he cannot always just come over to eat. He decided he would go see Yuer now. A knock echoed through the room as he announced his arrival, stating he had come to see Yuer. Receiving no response, he wondered if she was asleep. The white wolf spirit asked if he didn't smell anything, to which he realized that although the smell was faint, it was indeed the smell of evil energy. Cursing, he rushed into the room with the white wolf spirit, calling out to Yuer to see if she was all right. He wondered why there was evil energy in Yuer's body and if it was from the basement last night. He thought to himself that it should be only on the surface, but it has yet to go deep into her. The white wolf spirit noted that she was lucky, as she had not been deeply corroded by evil energy. He wondered if her conscious mind was because of her fever. A hand quickly reached out and grabbed Yuer. She wondered how. The man thought to himself that she still acts the same as when she was a kid, and that he'll just absorb it like this. He thought that Yuer should be fine soon. He thought to himself that it was a blessing in misfortune and that he had to absorb this evil energy, but then stated that he didn't think so. Yuer wondered what the situation was now, and if there was still any other reason behind this. Cursing. Someone kicked her. The scene opens on a pair of legs resting on a bed. Meanwhile, Ming turns, frustrated by his inability to help. He curses, lamenting his powerlessness. Elsewhere, a blurry and half-awake Yuer wonders if she should raise a husky. Xiao Tian's eyes narrow, and he wonders what Yuer said. Ming, now closer to Yuer, asks when he arrived, finding it strange. He then asked if she can see Xiao Tian. Nearby, Xiao Tian paused, sniffing the air. He wondered what the strange scent was. The wolf spirit recognized the deity depicted in the image. He realized it was Lang Shun. Meanwhile, the man in the school uniform watched over Yuer as she slept. He hoped she wasn't just spouting nonsense, and that he wouldn't have to drag her into his troubles. The man considered that the human couldn't really see Xiao Tian. If that was the case, then things would get more complicated. He wondered if Yuer had awakened her ability because of the evil energy that tainted her, but that seemed impossible. He wondered if there were any other causes. The white wolf spirit focused, trying to identify the scent. Xiao Tian commanded whoever was hiding to come out, stating that they couldn't conceal their aura behind evil energy without him noticing. He scoffed at their naivete. The man in the school uniform questioned what Xiao Tian was saying, asking if there was a demon inside Yuer's room. He wondered where the demon was and why he couldn't feel it, finding it detestable. As something climbed up the side of the bed, a voice chuckled, amused that they could be noticed in this state. Xiao Tian converged his senses, realizing that he was truly worthy to be called the dog that stands beside Sovereign Lang Shun. He questioned what was happening. Xiao Tian realized that the man could see him. He noted that the man was very strong and that the aura he was exuding was not a demonic aura, but scorching hot spirit energy. The monstrous entity gloated, reveling in its perceived superiority and demanding to know why its opponents hadn't fled in terror. Xiao Tian scoffed at the demon's villainous monologue, while Lin Ku wondered why they were being ignored. Xiao Tian mused that villains who talked too much usually died, so he preferred to silence them quickly. Suddenly, a voice boomed, declaring itself to be a fire god. The fire god warned of severe consequences for provoking its anger. Lin Ku questioned if this was the sixth heavenly fire god, but doubted how a heavenly fire god could appear in the human world. The fire god then demanded to know why Xiao Tian was terrified and unable to deal with an insignificant human. Lin Ku dismissed the notion of being scared as nonsense. He then unleashed a burst of energy. Lin Ku told Xiao Tian not to worry, stating he had another question. Since Xiao Tian had identified the entity as the heavenly fire god, Lin Ku was curious. The heavenly fire god questioned what Lin Ku had said, denying that he felt any burning sensation at all. Xiao Tian realized that he had almost been burned by the heavenly fire god's flames and was terrified. Lin Ku asked what was wrong, wondering if Xiao Tian, the great fire god, was terrified and unable to deal with an insignificant human. Lin Ku declared that it was just an illusion. Xiao Tian wondered how it could be an illusion if he couldn't see through it. Lin Ku stated that as for the whereabouts of the real body, Lin Ku surmised that it must be in this thing. Someone wondered if he was kidding and suggesting that a fragile vase was the real body. Someone clarified that they weren't talking about the vase, but the flame inside the vase. Lin Ku used the spirit snake's heat-sensing skills, but didn't detect any heat from the fire in front of him. In fact, besides his own body temperature and Yuer's, the only thing exuding heat was the flame inside the aromatherapy vase. Since he declared himself a fire god, he should likely have the appearance of a flame, and in this room, the only flame is the one in that vase. Xiao Tian trembled, impressed by Lin Ke's investigative skills, admitting that he didn't think Lin Ke could figure things out so well in such an anxious situation. Xiao Tian, wasting his breath, declared that he would swallow anyone who humiliated him in one bite, adding that they didn't deserve to breathe. The Flame, however, told Xiao Tian to shut up, reminding him that it was just an accident and that he didn't even know how scary the sixth heavenly fire god could be. The Flame apologized to Lord Xiang Tian, stating that he just wanted to scare them a little and didn't dare do anything else. He then exclaimed about the difference. Lin Ke wondered who exactly the tiny flame was, why it was in Yuer's room, and what purpose it served, noting that the sprout was too big compared to its previous appearance and calling it cute. The Flame told Xiao Tian to go away, calling him Smelly Bei Ming and refusing to speak with him. Xiao Tian was furious. The Flame remarked that Xiao Tian was the one who always involved Yuer in dangerous situations, expressing his hatred. He then affirmed his identity as Lord Xiang Tian. The Flame revealed that he was originally the sixth heavenly fire god, who made pills of immortality, but because he came into the human world out of curiosity, most of his power was unexpectedly taken by the enchantment placed on the boundary between realms, and now he only remained as this little flame. Lin Ke told the Flame that since he wasn't a demon, he should just go away and not stay there and affect Yuer, adding that if he didn't care who he was and would not have mercy on him. The Flame asked if Lin Ke knew his name and recognized him, but he couldn't hear Lin Ke clearly and asked him to say it again. The Flame then thought that if he left, the girl would die. Lin Ke demanded that the Flame explain how that could be. It was explained that when humans are born, each of them has 3 flames, and if the flame weakens or dies out, it's easy for them to be corroded by evil demons, and this child. Ever since Yuer was born, she lacked one of the 3 flames that protect humans. If the 6th heavenly fire god hadn't stayed by her side, serving as a replacement, she would have long been consumed by evil demons. The 6th heavenly fire god declared that it was all thanks to him that the evil demons couldn't invade Yuer's body. Upon hearing this, Lin Ke acknowledged that it seemed to be the case. Meanwhile, Yuer was resting in her room. At the age of 10, it seemed like she was reborn. Not only was she no longer sick, but her physical powers had surpassed Lin Ke's. Elsewhere, 2 students were running away from something, one of them scoffing that it was all because of him. The 6th heavenly fire god was proud of himself. Xiao Tian questioned why he was so proud, reminding him that if he hadn't found a human to attach to, he would have perished into nothing. Lin Ke apologized for silently guarding Yuer all these years, expressing his regret if he had offended the 6th heavenly fire god with the way he spoke before. He finally understood that the one he found hardest to curry favor with was the 6th heavenly fire god. Lin Ke realized that this was something involved with Yuer's life and death, and he pleaded for more information. The 6th heavenly fire god insisted that Lin Ke must agree to it. Aiming was asleep in his room, unaware of the day beginning outside his window. Xiao Tian was also in the room, resting near Aiming's feet. He called out to Aiming, trying to wake him. Aiming's dream was becoming increasingly strange, even erotic. Suddenly, Aiming realized something was amiss. Xiao Tian was trying to wake him up, but Yuer was using a rather unconventional method. Yuer insisted that an ordinary method wouldn't wake him up. Aiming questioned why Yuer was in his room and doing strange things to him. Yuer joked that Aiming's head must be muddled because of the fever and reminded him that she had guarded him all night. Aiming told her that they should eat breakfast or they would be late. He thought to himself that Yuer irritated him by creating such a ruckus in the morning. Xiao Tian thought that he had to be next to Aiming in combat, but that he could not eat Yuer's meat, which pained him even further. Aiming asked Xiao Tian if he was sure. Aiming wondered if there was something wrong with him these days. He thought that even though Ding Ding had injured himself last time, he needed her to protect herself from harm. He also wanted her to help him save people. Aiming thought that he wanted Yuer to live a peaceful life, and that he would not hesitate to sacrifice himself for this. Xiao Tian looked at Aiming, thinking that love was a truly frightening thing, and that it could turn you into a different person. The morning sun cast long shadows across the school grounds as students began to arrive. Among them, a familiar group walked together, unaware of the unsettling energies swirling around them. As they walked, Xiao Tian, ever vigilant, kept a watchful eye on their surroundings. Aiming, meanwhile, greeted those he passed with a polite good morning. Suddenly, a girl rushed towards Aiming, calling him my hero and attempting to embrace him. Aiming, caught off guard, noticed a strange sensation. He thought to himself that he needed to keep her close. He sensed several murderous auras around him. The girl, seeing Aiming's worried expression, laughed, assuring him that she was only joking. She asked why he was so worried. Aiming, however, was preoccupied, realizing that he could feel demonic energy transmitted into another person. The girl pulled out a photo, reminding Aiming that he had agreed to give her some pictures. She presented the photo, declaring herself to be a brave hero. The photo was of a private room, complete with body fragrance and lip prints. Meanwhile, an enraged student shouted for them to leave Aiming alone, insisting that he was still his. Aiming's eyes widened as he sensed the murderous aura growing more intense. as if he could hear whispers of hungry demons. He realized that those who were infected were mostly led by the heart, and that those who were rich would probably not have any dark things inside their hearts. The girl offered Aiming her number, telling him that in her next live stream, he must come together with her. Aiming thought to himself that he couldn't stay here for long. Suddenly, Aiming sensed something. He wondered if it could possibly be the legendary Xiao Tian. A voice confirmed that it was right, and that the image was the barrier of the realm's border. Xiao Tian, sensing a bad feeling about the headmaster, believed that he must be up to something. The wolf spirit realized that the thing was so big that the whole school might be warped up. Xiao Tian considered his options, realizing he couldn't remain idle. He resolved to seize the initiative and launch an attack to gain the upper hand, finding the prospect of the performance about to start quite enjoyable. Ever since studying that rare book all night, Xiao Tian realized he had overlooked something crucial: the human heart. He saw that the book was titled Methods of Cultivation Assembled by Masters. Meanwhile, Aiming urged Xiao Tian to stop daydreaming and move forward. He thought to himself that controlling a human's heart meant controlling everything, and that this was the reason he had failed miserably before. He affirmed that he was coming. Xiao Tian had always believed that with absolute power, he could control everything, but now he knew he had to thoroughly capture the human heart. Suddenly, Aiming felt a constriction in his heart. As everything finally returned to peace, it was asked whether it was a coincidence that Bei Ming's heart constricted in the campus, or was it a premonition to something dangerous. The next episode, an intense house quake. After a short break, Bei Ming and Xiao Tian stood outside the chairman's office. Bei Ming mused that he knew Xiao Tian would prefer a more direct approach, but he wasn't there to declare war. He thought the chairman seemed to be up to something, perhaps deliberately showing off his strength to intimidate him, and that he was planning to act like he had agreed to his request to placate him for a while. Xiao Tian agreed to his request to placate him for a while. Bei Ming thought to himself that since when had Xiao Tian been so calm and collected, and that the pressure that the chairman was putting on him was not enough. He thought that he should hurry up and finish reading the rare book he got before and then enter society, because that was the place full of real danger and where he would have his chance. But those were things for the future, and right now the present matter was more pressing, so he should start the capture by assault plan. Bei Ming knocked on the door, announcing himself and his desire to speak with the chairman. Receiving no response, Bei Ming wondered if anyone was inside and where the chairman could have gone during the afternoon break. Bei Ming asked Xiao Tian if they could still find a way to the basement they went to last time. From Xiao Tian's perspective, the objective was to capture by assault, starting by increasing the other party's trust until it reached the point where he would always follow his orders. Bei Ming asked Xiao Tian what he was dozing off for, repeating his question about finding the basement. Bei Ming wondered if this was really a choice, as the answer was obvious. Bei Ming considered searching for information in the chairman's office, thinking it wasn't a bad idea. However, he felt like he harbored evil intentions and an intent to make him fall into a trap, wondering how he was even playing this right. The scene shifted to a view of the chairman's office. Bei Ming thought that the chairman wouldn't be stupid enough to leave crucial information in his office, as the place was too conspicuous. He gave up, as his patience had its limits. Having obtained a picture of the chairman with a woman, Bei Ming dismissed it as useless and refused to believe it could be of any help. Bei Ming complimented Xiao Tian on finding crucial information, though he cautioned him against getting too excited, reminding him that his heightened senses were normal for him. He internally lamented that his trust points with Xiao Tian were not increasing, despite the wolf's efforts. Despite his efforts, Xiao Tian's trust was too hard to conquer, and Bei Ming was starting to get frustrated. Xiao Tian seemed lost and dejected. Bei Ming told him to worry about himself and to leave him alone. Bei Ming realized something was happening. Bei Ming wondered if the chairman's goal had been to refine evil energy and cure blindness, but he couldn't see the connection. He then noticed something was happening on Earth. Bei Ming felt the same kind of feeling he had when taking a makeup examination, but this time, it was much more intense. Bei Ming wondered if it had collapsed again. Bei Ming looked out the window. Bei Ming noticed that the evil energy had spread throughout the campus. Bei Ming knew that if they didn't stop it quickly, everyone in the school would be corrupted by evil energy and transform, and the consequences would be too devastating to imagine. He wondered what exactly the chairman was planning to do. Bei Ming declared that he wouldn't let him off so easily and ordered Xiao Tian to quickly bring him to that basement, stating that he needed to stop the chairman. An announcement blares over the school's loudspeakers, identifying the speaker as the director of teaching affairs. The message urges students to remain calm during what is described as an earthquake broadcast, instructing them to listen to their teachers and evacuate in an orderly fashion. The announcement continues, advising students to gather in open spaces to avoid danger, the director repeating the instruction for emphasis. Hearing this, Bei Ming is confused by the announcement. The director's voice booms again, warning that the evil energy has spread outside, and leaving the classrooms would be akin to seeking death. From what he has seen, Bei Ming realizes the director's message is wrong. He knows that his first priority must be to reach the broadcasting room and stop the director's misinformation, ensuring the students remain safely inside their classrooms. He calls out to Xiao Tian to hurry. Meanwhile, inside the broadcasting room, the staff struggles to contact the chairman. One of them reports that the phone has no signal. The dean curses under his breath, lamenting that the director always disappears when there's a problem, leaving him to deal with everything himself. He orders the staff to broadcast the announcement again, insisting they must not let anyone get hurt. Just then, Bei Ming's voice calls out, and the dean asks what he is doing there, telling him to go to the public square to avoid danger. Bei Ming asks the dean to hear him out. The dean is surprised and says that what he is about to say may seem bizarre, even absurd, but he should believe him no matter what. He explains that evil energies are spreading outside, energies that can corrupt a person's body and transform them into a monstrous creature. The dean states that the best course of action is for every school teacher to close the windows of their classrooms and ask the students to stay inside, doing their best to delay the spread of evil energy. The dean scoffs, asking if Bei Ming is stupid or if he thinks the dean is stupid, accusing him of speaking rubbish to make more trouble and demanding to know his purpose. Bei Ming is frustrated and says that the dean wants to seize the opportunity to take revenge because he almost chased him out of the school. The dean is shocked and thinks that what the director says is not wrong, and that Bei Ming is trying to trick the teacher in this kind of situation. The dean says that even though the chairman was merciful enough to let Bei Ming stay in school and give him another opportunity to study, he still doesn't know how to be grateful and reflect on his actions. The dean asks the director to help him out. Xiao Tian thinks that humans are always like this, foolish creatures that only believe what they want to believe and deny what they don't accept. He says that everyone in the classroom will listen to him to save one, and that he will start here. As the dean and other students berated Bei Ming, Xiao Tian remained silent, observing the unfolding scene. The dean demanded that everyone return to their classrooms, clearly dismissing Bei Ming's concerns. Bei Ming, however, was undeterred, a silent question hanging in the air as to what he was planning. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian mused that Bei Ming's ordinary and beautiful school life was about to end. The transformation began, energy crackling around Bei Ming's arm. Bei Ming, distrusted and cornered, was clearly planning something. The sudden burst of energy sent the director and his colleague reeling. They struggled to understand what was happening. The director, observing Sung Danwoo, wondered why the boy was suddenly exuding such a predatory aura. He questioned if this was the same disabled boy he knew before, as the situation was now critical. Sung apologized, stating that his only option was to explain the rest of it. With a surge of power, Sung declared his intent to offend. The director, caught in the blast, questioned why it suddenly exploded and demanded to know what Sung had done. Another man insisted that it was not an explosion. Sung explained that he precisely controlled the range of damage, ensuring no personnel casualties. He added that it was probably... Sung admitted that what he was doing was not appropriate, but he wanted it to testify to one thing. Sung continued, stating that in this world, there were still a lot of things that couldn't be explained by normal logic. He questioned how a crippled person like him could do things that even normal people couldn't. The director and another man wondered what Bei Ming was doing, questioning if he hated the school and teachers so much that he would do such a thing, and lamenting that he would actually use dynamite to break the school's public property. Xiao Tian, standing beside Sung, thought that this boy, because of his disability, became antisocial and grew a tendency for violence. Another man remarked that to such an ignorant group of people, their actions were like playing a lute to a cow, useless and a waste of time. The director, in a panic, decided that Sung's display of power must be a prelude to something terrible, and he prepared to call for help. However, he then realized that he hadn't detected any gunpowder, and Sung wasn't the type to make empty threats. The director wondered if Sung had been pretending to be weak all along, and if he was now planning to take revenge for the director's past actions. The director imagined Sung standing amidst a fiery backdrop, declaring that if Sung was truly an antisocial and violent person, he would surely die. Squeaking in fear, the director begged Sung not to get any closer, admitting that he was in the wrong for making things difficult for him. He insisted that he held no deep resentment and only wanted to protect his secrets by trying to get Sung kicked out of the school, promising not to make things difficult for him anymore. The director's thoughts were interrupted by Sung's sudden appearance behind him. The director realized that Sung couldn't see his true motives, but it wasn't Sung's intention to take revenge by revealing his secrets. He thought that if Sung didn't consider that enough insurance, once the catastrophe was over, he would take the initiative to leave the school, because he would never joke with the lives of all the teachers and students. The director was interrupted by another teacher, who urged everyone not to listen to him, calling him crazy and dismissing the talk of evil energy spreading and transforming people as nonsense. The director's teeth clenched as he listened to the other teacher. The director grabbed the microphone. The director of teaching affairs announced to all teachers and students that he was issuing a new order to take refuge. The director repeated his instructions, urging everyone to return to their respective classrooms, close all the windows properly, and wait for further instructions. Amidst the chaos, the director's order was met with a mix of reactions as students hurried back to their classrooms, some complaining about stepping on shoes, and others urging everyone to be quiet and obey the director's orders. Xiao Tian addressed the students, instructing them to return to their respective classrooms. The white wolf spirit observed that the plan was working, with everyone outside the classrooms successfully returning inside. He acknowledged that Sung's decision had been correct. Sung thanked the director for believing in him, stating that he could now exert all of his energy to solve the source of the evil energy. The director, overhearing this, told Bei Ming that he was willing to risk his future to resolve these issues. He warned Sung not to disappoint him, assuring him that he would definitely solve the problem. Xiao Tian thought that Sung really wasn't as simple as he thought. It seemed like two people who usually don't get along with one another could actually trust each other in a moment, thus creating a correct decision. Sung descended into what he identified as the right place, noting that the evil spirit's shell would open his eyes, and the mark left by the seal was obvious. Xiao Tian told Sung not to misunderstand, saying that he didn't do this because he liked him. He urged the chairman to calm down his mood before trying to speak to him. The director told the chairman not to rush forward, reminding him that he was the chairman of the school and that his actions would implicate all the innocent teachers and students in the school. He asked that they just put forward their conditions and they would discuss it together. Xiao Tian observed that it looked like the human chairman had been injured. It seemed like Sung had forcefully removed the seal from the prayer wheel and was suffering from the backlash. Sung wondered how foolish he was, not knowing the true power of this thing, but acknowledged that this was not the time to say such things. Xiao Tian told Sung that this was not as simple as he thought, because when he walked in, he could smell a thin, pure, primordial strength exuding from the vessel. He told the chairman to calm down, assuring him that he would support him. Sung told himself that he couldn't panic in such a crucial moment, because sooner or later, the evil energy would spread inside the school. He resolved to absorb it all until it was finished, thinking that he would absorb this evil energy till it's finished. Despite Xiao Tian's protests, Sung insists on absorbing the evil energy. He tells the spirit wolf not to hinder him, explaining that if they don't hurry, the chairman will be in danger. Suddenly, energy surges around Sung as he prepares to take on the evil. Xiao Tian, now glowing with power, wonders what is happening. He recalls telling Sung that if he had pulled him away even a little later, Sung would have died. Sung's hands begin to change, becoming more demonic in appearance. Sung declares that he has a plan, an easy one at that. Xiao Tian realizes that Sung wants him to give him his body, so that with his primordial spirit, Sung can increase the grade of his body and absorb the evil energy in a blink of an eye. Xiao Tian realizes this is the chance he's been waiting for, but he knows Sung won't take the bait easily, so he needs to fool him a few more times. He agrees to Sung's request, albeit with hidden intentions. Suddenly, a voice calls out, asking, Bei Ming. As things seem to be improving, the chairman suddenly wakes up. The narration questions whether this is a friendly greeting or a fatal blow. The figure's eyes widened in surprise. Even if he didn't join, it was fine, the figure thought, as they grabbed their opponent. But the opponent broke free. But then, the figure wondered why they had to oppose him. Energy blasts tore through the area. The figure stood amidst the destruction. The figure declared that the insignificant talent only had so much power. The figure stated that they were disappointed. The opponent looked up in shock as the figure unleashed a flash of energy. The figure asked if the opponent was sure, as they prepared to strike. The figure wondered how their strongest barrier could be shattered so easily, lamenting that even though they were the chairman, they didn't care about the safety of the whole school and did all these dangerous things. The opponent wondered what the figure's goal was exactly. With a swift motion, he tore through the restraints holding him. Kuan then declared that anyone who searched his office should already know his goal. Lin Ku, enraged, questioned how Kuan Nan could disregard the safety of the entire school just to save his own daughter. He vowed to sacrifice anyone, even himself, for her sake. The man with the serpent spirit Oculus revealed that it had been 10 years since he started selling his life to the organization to cure his daughter's eyes. He lamented that even after all the blood spilled, her eyes remained unhealed. Nearby, Xiao Tian urged the man to give his body over, believing he was not in the right state of mind. Lin Ke told him not to rush, stating that he would soon reveal who was truly behind everything. Xiao Tian questioned why Kuan Nan would go to the underground room to fiddle with such evil energy instead of saving his daughter at the hospital. Lin Ke noticed the evil energy and wondered how it could be so strong, realizing that what was truly sealed there was a deity. The man with the serpent spirit Oculus was shocked, exclaiming, "What?" He realized that the serpent spirit Oculus could be the previous one. It was explained that although the serpent spirit Oculus was a deity, it exuded violent evil energy. From ancient times until now, the organization had made countless sacrifices, but its sacrifices still hadn't seen results until now. It was also noted that someone's eyes were dug out by humans. The man with the serpent spirit Oculus stated that it had been 10 years since his hands had been soaked with the blood of countless office workers, but it still hadn't been purified. He wondered if he was still too merciful. Lin Ku realized that he had revealed all these things so that Kuan Nan could understand the reason for his death, because he had just realized that. The man with the serpent spirit Oculus stated that what Xiao Hua had said before was right. He asked what Lin Ku would do now and questioned if he seriously wanted to be the hero that saves the whole school and if he was willing to sacrifice himself. Xiao Tian urged Lin Ke not to be silent and asked if he was seriously considering sacrificing himself, telling him not to do these idiotic things. He insisted that the best method was to quickly give his body to him so he could solve these matters. The announcement blared over the school's loudspeakers, but students ignored it, rushing out of the classroom building. They seemed determined to flee, despite the instructions. Ignoring the announcement, some students were already being attacked by others, their bodies contorted by a dark energy. The possessed students cried out in pain as the dark energy consumed them. The possessed students were ordered to return, but they were beyond reason. Their eyes glowed with malevolent energy as they continued their assault. The students transformed into demonic figures, their bodies twisted and corrupted. Panic spread as the uninfected realized the horrifying truth. Students ran in terror as the possessed attacked indiscriminately. The halls became a scene of chaos and violence. Amidst the chaos, Shuang heard horrible shrieks. She instructed Shuang to return to the classroom while she investigated the source of the commotion, warning her not to follow. Ignoring the warning, Yuer insisted on staying by Shuang's side, claiming she only felt safe when she was near her. Shuang noticed injured students and rushed to their aid, asking where they were hurt. A student screamed for Shuang not to approach, as another begged Yuer to save them from the encroaching darkness. A possessed student mocked a terrified girl, taunting her for being shy and suggesting she enjoyed being seen by men. Suddenly, a projectile shot through the air, striking the possessed student in the face. The possessed students, including the one who was just struck, declared that it was time to get down to business, while Shuang was urged to call for help. Yuer and Miaochan found themselves in a perilous situation, their fate hanging in the balance. The next episode promised a fiery and icy confrontation. The thugs threatened the girls, warning them to behave or face violence. Shuang took a deep breath, steeling herself. In a low voice, Shuang told Mu Ru Shui to listen carefully to her command. She instructed her to run towards the classroom as fast as she could when she counted to 1. Yuer protested, but Shuang cut her off, telling her not to bother her and to do as she said. With a 3, Shuang launched a kick at one of the thugs. Then, with a 2, she struck another. The force of Shuang's attacks sent the thugs flying. Seeing an opening, Shuang yelled for Yuer to run. The leader of the thugs cursed, ordering his men not to let the prey escape and to catch her. Another thug was struck down. Shuang thought that she had put all her strength into that attack, but it felt like hitting a steel plate. She wondered what the heck he was. Lin Ke, consumed by rage, vowed that Mu Ru Shui would not escape him so easily. The thugs, defeated by Mu Ru Shui, lay groaning on the ground. Su Yuer, filled with determination, declared that she was ready. Mu Ru Shui, radiating power, stated that the garbage needed to be cleaned up. Mu Ru Shui wondered how powerful she was to defeat them all so quickly with just a mop. Shuang coughed, still recovering from the earlier fight. Shuang thought that Mu Ru Shui was not only beautiful but also powerful, and that Su Yuer was right. Mu Ru Shui wondered why she was looking for Ming and why she couldn't get through to him. Shuang wondered if Su Yuer didn't have Ming's number, and if that meant their relationship wasn't so deep. Mu Ru Shui stated that the place was too dangerous and that they needed to get out quickly. Su Yuer insisted that it was too dangerous for her to be by herself and offered to help. Mu Ru Shui knew that Su Yuer was strong, but that the current situation was not something a normal person could withstand. Su Yuer told Mu Ru Shui not to worry and that she wouldn't drag her down. Mu Ru Shui realized that there was another wave of lunatics coming through the door. Mu Ru Shui thought that although a lot of people have spirits, the situation was dire because the director had used his words and told everyone to go back to their classrooms. She also thought that it was possible that it was all Bei Ming's fault and that the overall result was not so bad. She knew that she must drag him back to join her so that he can help strengthen the power of the Night Hunters. She didn't mind siding with Su Yuer, but she had to tell her about the current situation. She thought that these mutated people had been exposed by some sort of evil, causing changes in their bodies that were much deeper than ordinary people. Mu Ru Shui knew that they must guard the classroom building main entrance so that these mutated people don't enter. Mu Ru Shui thought that she may not be as strong as before, but she could still delay the time. Su Yuer questioned what was happening. She wondered what was wrong with Xiao Tian, noticing he seemed dazed. The wolf spirit responded that nothing was wrong and asked if she was done on her side, while thinking that these two auras actually work hand in hand with each other, which he found interesting. Lin Ke responded yes, of course, to an unknown question. He thought to himself that the fact that Bei Ming used this childish method of putting the whole school's fate in danger, just to force him to make a decision. Only a weakling would make a decision, but Lin Ke wanted it all. Someone exclaimed how arrogant he was, but Lin Ke thought that they shouldn't think that trash like him could understand. Someone told Lin Ke that he could be so presumptuous just because he had strong power. They reminded him that the school always taught them that there were mountains beyond mountains and men beyond men. Furthermore, his strength wasn't even worth mentioning in front of the organization. Lin Ke was told that since he had already revealed his true self, he shouldn't even bother putting on a teacher act in front of him. Lin Ke was told that nothing was on his side, and that he seemed to have misunderstood him a bit. Lin Ke stated that he wasn't being arrogant. Someone called Lin Ke a bastard and asked why he was so evil. They questioned how trash like him was able to obtain such a great amount of power, while they, who abandoned their human nature, were only able to reach this level. Someone stated correct, and told Lin Ke that he didn't need to give such good-sounding reasons for his own evil deeds. They asked what kind of bullshit he was spouting, doing all this for his daughter and becoming another person's knife which kills but doesn't stain. Lin Ke was thanked for his words, and someone stated that they would tear off the last disguise and that they should thank Bei Ming. Someone yelled for them to stop, asking what they were doing. They exclaimed that he planned to take in the gas and blow himself up. Someone stated that if he took in all the gas, they were doomed. They questioned what a scumbag brat like him knew about the difficulty of adulthood, stating that without power, he was nothing. The crucial thing was that he had strong power. The figure in the center questioned why they were being asked this, finding the situation nonsensical and wondering why they had become a butcher knife. Elsewhere, a figure declared that they did it for the grandiose acceptance of forbidden killing, taunting Bei Ming and asking if he thought he would give up so easily. The figure exclaimed to be allowed to slaughter him. The white wolf spirit observed that he had absorbed the serpent spirit's oculus, yet had taken no damage, wondering how this could be and if it was related to the injection he had. The man in the suit mused that he didn't think the chairman would be so obsessive. He resolved to beat him in a pulp until he was wide awake. Surrounded, the man was attacked. Something wasn't right. This kind of attack didn't have any killing intent. It felt like he was stalling for something. Someone exclaimed, "What the?" The man with the serpent spirit oculus thought to himself that since he knew that he couldn't win against him, he didn't feel the need to waste it on him. He had given him many chances. He declared that he couldn't use the spirit oculus as sacrifice, so he would just stick to the original plan. He stated that it was his loss. Someone realized that he wanted to take the serpent spirit's oculus to the surface, but then everyone would be. Another voice shouted at the bastard to hold it right there, noting that there were still more enemies incoming. He unleashed a powerful attack, declaring it was for all of them, striking down his opponents with a resounding clang. Below, Xiao Tian was urged to keep up the pace. From above, a figure fell. Xiao Tan, unfazed, declared there would be no drama this time, as he was a spirit without a mortal shell. The heavenly soldiers around him made noises of acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Mu Rushui was reaching her limit, struggling to catch her breath. She lamented that she was too tired to lift both of her fists and wondered how long this punishment would continue. She urged her companions to get out of there quickly, stating that they couldn't fight anymore and should run while she still had the energy to resist. She wondered why she always needed people to protect her, lamenting that even though she worked hard, she was still so weak. She feared that if this kept going, the gap between her and Ming would only grow bigger. Suddenly, she declared that she didn't want that. With a burst of energy, Mu Rushui ignited her power, snapping her fingers. She ignited her power, unleashing a surge of energy. Those around her wondered what this blaze was and if it could be extinguished. They noticed that she actually had this ability up her sleeves. Mu Rushui stood tall, surrounded by flames, as she ignited her full power. She unleashed a fiery attack, declaring that her body was on fire. The sight of Mu Rushui's power stunned everyone. It was no ordinary fire. It could burn away evil auras. The display of power left her classmates in awe. The aura surrounding Mu Rushui was unlike anything they had felt before. It wasn't demonic, but a holy power. Kuan-Nen realized that this was the power he needed. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted around Kuan-Nen, but he seemed confused by the sensation. The energy blast struck the building. Kuan-Nen screamed in pain. Bei Ming, having run off, was confronted by the sight of Mu Rushui's power. He wondered if she was angry because he had saved you air. Xiao Ting screamed for someone to put out the fire, seemingly forgetting any promises she had made. Lin Ke embraced her, trying to calm her down. The dean felt a peculiar sensation, as if he was suffocating. He asked Mu Rushui to do him a favor. The dean's screams echoed as he was seemingly being attacked. Bei Ming wondered if it was the chairman screaming. Xiao Tian, the spirit wolf, recognized something. It was the serpent spirit oculus. The serpent spirit oculus had appeared, and the root of all evil was about to explode. So this was the serpent spirit oculus. The man holding the girl realized that a deity device contained an immense amount of evil aura, holding so much resentment. The white wolf spirit considered that they could not consider this as a deity device, but instead as part of a deity's body. It wondered if a deity who came to the human world just to play around, but instead ended up having its eye dug out by a pathetic earthling, wouldn't hold any resentment. Below, a figure was being held captive by the serpent spirit oculus, pleading to be let go. The man holding the girl yelled that he couldn't let those extremely vile two fuse together. He urged the goddess to take you air away from here, the further away the better. Mu Rushui wondered if what she said may have sounded overboard, but she was facing something powerful. Right now, the man thought that they were just seeing a burden. He told her that if she insisted on staying here, it would only increase casualties, so he told her to take you air and go. He told her to let him finish it off. The man holding the girl told the other that there was no need to say this kind of stupid crap and irritate him, as he could read the situation. He thought that this was a hunter's job to carry people and run. And then, with a whoosh, he took off with Muru Shui. Muru Shui exclaimed that she couldn't accept this. Below, Kuinan was running off somewhere weakened. The man holding Muru Shui thought that he was stupid. Someone yelled at the man to stop right there. The man holding Muru Shui realized he missed one. The man holding Muru Shui wondered what the heck was going on. The director exclaimed that he forbade the attacker from hurting the students. The director was then attacked. The director, barely clinging to consciousness, insisted that Bei Ming resolve the situation quickly, lamenting that he still needed to get involved. He admitted to knowing that students made fun of him behind his back for being fat and bald, but he never minded, as he was passionate and dedicated to education. He told Bei Ming that a teacher is also a human being who has strayed from the path several times and made some mistakes along the way, but he never forgot his original intention. He warned Bei Ming not to make the injury worse by talking. The director, growing weaker, told Bei Ming that he was tired and would leave it to him. He urged Bei Ming to get up, stating that he could be much stricter and fiercer towards him in the future, begging him not to give up now. Suddenly, he noticed something. Bei Ming, understanding the gravity of the situation, vowed to protect the director. He realized that at the current moment, he needed to be there, and if things dragged on, the director might die. Meanwhile, the other students questioned what was happening and identified the attacker as a monster. One student, despite his limited strength, offered his help. The students were told to hurry up and take the director to the infirmary. The student who offered his help insisted that they needed to get the director to the infirmary and pointed at the monster next to him. He urged everyone to run away. The student offered 1 million per person if they took the director to the serpent spirit form or left him. Bei Ming, hearing the offer, thought to himself that he enjoyed the show and that the guys didn't waste any time. The demonic figure declared that now was the time. The students were praised for their impeccable timing. Bei Ming wondered what form the chairman was taking, noting that the serpent spirit form looked like a successful body fusion. He questioned why student Bei was so strong. Bei Ming realized that the source of the chairman's power was the stupid wolf beside him. The demonic figure stated that this oldie was proud and willing to hide, that he was the divine supreme demon dog. He told Bei Ming not to think that he could belittle people just because he had better eyes. Xiao Tian roared that he would slaughter the demonic figure. Bei Ming forbade him from belittling Xiao Tian. The divine supreme demon dog declared that Xiao Tian was not a useless, stupid dog, but a super useful one. He then dismissed the significance of the current events, stating he didn't care about any of it, unless it involved Bei Ming. The mention of someone's birth piqued his interest. The chairman questioned what the divine supreme demon dog meant by birth. Elsewhere, a note mentioned the chairman being deified and having his own makeup filters. The protagonist seemed confused by something. Xiao Tian, however, realized that the enemy could see the protagonist's birth. The demonic figure mused that the protagonist was a human, yet not a human, a god but not a god, and perhaps a demigod. He admitted that this was why he couldn't beat him before. The protagonist declared that the demonic figure was just trying to fool him. The demonic figure responded that the sword he was using was called the Decapitator of Demons, and wondered why it couldn't cut him. The demonic figure realized that the protagonist could see through his thoughts. The demonic figure attacked, but the protagonist blocked the blow. The demonic figure stated that the protagonist's birth was a mistake, and that he was a god coveted by demons, receiving the cold shoulder from heaven. The protagonist told him to shut up. The demonic figure continued to attack, finding the protagonist annoying and telling him to pipe down. The demonic figure stated that even the protagonist's fate was cursed. He crushed the Decapitator of Demons in his hand. The demonic figure stated that the protagonist had not only acquired a divine body, but also clairvoyance, and could foresee some of the past and future. He wondered how the protagonist could. The demonic figure told the protagonist to give up so easily. He stated that at his current state, the protagonist was akin to ants before him, and that his body was ruined badly, so he should give it to him. The demonic figure continued to attack, stating that the protagonist still loved to struggle even after his death was inevitable. He declared that the protagonist should stop. The protagonist, despite the immense pressure, refuses to yield. He acknowledges the damage to his body, but vows to continue fighting, drawing upon his own power to overcome his divine limitations. Despite the demonic figure's claims of cursed fate, the protagonist launches himself forward, surrounded by a surge of purple energy. He intends to exceed the demon's foresight with sheer speed. The demonic figure smirks, confident in his power. He mocks the protagonist, stating that it was a miracle he had survived until now, but that his luck has run out. He declares himself the true overlord. The protagonist, engulfed in golden energy, unleashes a furious barrage of attacks. He declares that he is responsible for his own destiny and needs no explanation from the demon. The demonic figure remains unfazed by the assault. He warns the protagonist not to pry into his privacy with his piety eyes before unleashing a surge of dark energy. The demonic figure reflects on the protagonist's cursed fate, a destiny he has had since birth. The protagonist, now on the brink of being overwhelmed, is forced to use the Wheel of Sabah. Suddenly, the protagonist finds himself in a different place, confused by the sudden change. Xiao Tian, the white wolf spirit, attempts to communicate with him, but the protagonist cannot hear him. The protagonist, visibly strained, questions what he has done. The protagonist finds himself falling through a dark abyss, questioning where he is. The demonic figure appears before the protagonist, offering him a reward: to live forever in this despairing past. He dismisses the protagonist as an average boy without his demonic power. Xiao Tian, the white wolf spirit, urges the protagonist to be a good spectator and watch as he takes revenge. The spirit prepares to use the illusion by the Eye of Subah, a spell to get them out. Xiao Tian hoped the illusion spell was static, giving them enough time to find a way to escape. The surrounding area was pitch black, making him feel trapped. The protagonist realized there was light in front of them. He cursed, knowing he needed to find a way to break through as fast as possible. Seeing the light, the protagonist knew there had to be a way to break through. Suddenly, the protagonist found himself in a familiar place, inside a car, reliving a past accident. The protagonist was shocked by this development, wondering how this could be. The car screeched as it sped down the road. Elsewhere, Erlang Shun declared that no matter how strong the protagonist was, he was a step ahead this time. He mused that the protagonist was the perfect deity progeny and an Erlang deity. Erlang Shun observed that the car accident had no defect or deformation. Erlang Shun took a step forward. The protagonist looked on in shock. The narration revealed that the truth about the car accident was shown in the illusion space, and questioned what the mysterious handsome guy's motive was. For some reason, he could never recall the cause of the accident that happened 2 years ago. Now, he knew what he had to do to keep them alive. Why? The man with white hair seethed, declaring that Sung was the one who caused his mother to die and made him crippled. Fueled by rage, he vowed to kill Sung. The white-haired man found it interesting that Sung didn't die and managed to pass through space to be there. He noted that even though his disabled self was a little stronger than before, Sung was still unable to attack him, even after passing through time. Now knowing the truth, the man asked Sung if he felt agony, if it felt good seeing his own self being killed with his own 2 eyes, and if he felt remorse. Sung was told to grow stronger, as killing a stronger version of him would be his pleasure. Sung couldn't believe this was happening. He was called a coward and told not to run off. The man remembered his mother's words, to stay alive and that they could survive together, and to give her his hand. He thought of her, remembering that she had been wronged and had so much grief to bear and suffer. Since then, he vowed to endeavor and keep on living to find hope. He promised her. Even if he had no goals and hopes, he would keep on living. Aside from being alive, he didn't dare to wish for anything else. He promised himself that he wouldn't hold back and would endeavor and keep on living. He found a reason to live, remembering the past, because of the car accident. He vowed to find and kill all the demons in the universe, cursing Yang Jian, fate, and destiny. Even if it was just a coincidence, he would find them. The demonic figure declared that Sung should just wait. The chairman wondered if such a fierce aura had awakened, and if Bei Ming was suffering. He told her not to waste her energy, as she was forever trapped in the Wheel of Subah and could not awaken from this. The demonic figure commanded to move on, stating it was time for a good show. The school was still being attacked, which meant Bei Ming had failed. The student wondered if even he could fail and what she should do now. She questioned if this was the only way. She thought that to be able to exchange one's life for the safety of the entire school was a bargain. If this was her destiny, she was willing to accept it. She realized that she wouldn't get another chance to keep up with her older sister anymore. In a sense, she had already caught up with her sister. Who knows? Crushing the necklace in her hand, she exclaimed no. The sacred antidote was gone. An immense amount of devil aura was released, and she wondered what the heck was happening. The purple energy swirls, seemingly unbreakable. A voice cries out, questioning how it could be broken. Through the swirling energy, the demonic figure one stands, seemingly unaffected. Xiao Tian, restrained by chains, spits out that Bei Ming took long enough. Xiao Tian continues, demanding that Bei Ming quickly give him back his body. The wolf spirit is pulled further into the swirling energy. The wolf spirit, straining against the chains, wonders what the brat is thinking. He realizes that the demonic figure one is dominating his soul by forcefully absorbing it, and he questions how this is even possible. Yang Jian, ainda acorrentado, insta Xiao Tian a parar. Ele adverte o espírito de lobo que seu corpo está fraco e não pode suportar a força. Xiao Tian retruca que Yang Jian já é muito forte e não precisa absorver seu poder. Yang Jian states that he wanted to erase the painful memory forever, but since Xiao Tian doesn't appreciate it, he can just go and die. Xiao Tian, now tiny, asks what Yang Jian thinks he is doing. Yang Jian responds that it's a joke. Yang Jian declares that it's okay and tells the demonic figure one to bring it on. Yang Jian, now fully transformed into a dark, beastly form, tells the demonic figure one to just kill him already. The demonic figure one, its eyes glowing red, tells Yang Jian that he is quite excited to see him try. The demonic figure mused that his opponent's current state was neither human nor demon, dismissing it as a joke. The demonic figure mocked his opponent, calling him a low-class beast for daring to make fun of his divine appearance, and boasted that he eats maggots like him for breakfast. The figure declared that he wouldn't spare his opponent. The demonic figure remarked that the fight had just begun, wondering why his stomach couldn't hold its starvation, and declared that it was time for his opponent's holy power. The demonic figure questioned what his opponent could ingest of his attacks, calling him a fool for thinking he could actually use such a pathetic technique to make a good appetizer. The demonic figure told his opponent to absorb as much as he wanted. The demonic figure wondered how this could be possible, questioning what kind of tricks his opponent was using to give out a large amount of energy. The demonic figure stated that what he was using was good enough for an appetizer, but now, the demonic figure commanded his demon spirits to go. The demonic figure dismissed the demon spirit summon as mere bugs, wondering what a pack of mad dogs could do to him. The demonic figure declared that the spirits he summoned were soulless, questioning if his opponent thought such beings could pose a threat to someone like him. He then asked if his opponent considered him a god. He proclaimed his love for snacking on gods. So Bei Ming was the one who was giving out this immense amount of concentrated demon aura? He wondered if it could be the same. Mu Ru Shui wondered how many secrets were hidden in his body, apologizing repeatedly. The demonic figure stated that he had done all those things to her, and that he only wanted to keep humans alive because he needed them to avenge him. He added that he didn't need to fight and beg her to spare him. He told her that she didn't have to seek forgiveness from him. On the contrary, she was the one who enlightened him about his true purpose of living and its meaning. He offered to let her live eternally in this void as a gift of appreciation. Mu Ru Shui was shocked by what she was seeing. She noted that this time, he was emitting a much darker and more vicious aura. Mu Ru Shui realized that he was absorbing all of the school's demon aura into his body. The man on the ground, presumably Bei Ming, wondered why student Bei Ming hadn't killed him yet. He admitted to committing so many evil deeds that he didn't deserve to stay alive in this world. The demonic figure told him that he did not have the right to decide whether he lived or not. He added that he was worthy of an affectionate father. The man asked student Bei Ming to grant him one final request, to please save his daughter from the organization that would harm her, stating that Bei Ming was powerful enough to save her. The demonic figure told him that he could die in peace, and that he would do his best regarding his daughter's matters, adding that this was the best end for him. The demonic figure declared that the school was safe, and that everything would be up to Mu Ru Shui. Meanwhile, Mu Ru Shui called out to Bei Ming, asking him to wait. She warned that if he went out now, he would be in danger from the day hunters, but Bei Ming replied that he could handle it. Suddenly, a chain grabbed Xiao Tian, who cried out in pain. Xiao Tian howled as he was forcibly merged with someone's soul, demanding to know who dared to do such a thing. Yu Er apologized for troubling them, but Xiao Tian told him not to ignore him. Yu Er told Xiao Tian that they should go, lamenting that his school life was over. Xiao Tian was surprised and congratulated Yu Er, saying that it was good news. Mu Ru Shui called out to Bei Ming, asking him to wait. Mu Ru Shui realized that she still did not have Bei Ming's phone number. Beneath the moonlight, a lone figure sat on a park bench, lost in thought. The woman wondered why everyone kept harassing her, especially her manager, who always stared at her perversely. She lamented how hard life was. Nearby, two men approached, one calling out to her. He greeted her as gorgeous and invited her to join them. The other man questioned why she was drinking alone with such a sullen face, suggesting they could have some fun together. The woman considered what there was to be afraid of, thinking that only the brave could evolve. She had already suffered enough recently and decided that tonight she would have her dish. She heard someone speaking to her, but she couldn't make out who it was. The men demanded to know who was there and to come out. One of them declared that if someone wanted to play the hero and save the damsel in distress, they could believe that even they could do it. The woman responded that she wasn't interested in that. A figure, accompanied by a white wolf spirit, stood on a branch above. The figure stated that they just wanted to ask something. One of the men questioned how they dared ruin their good time just to ask something. One of the men noticed something was off about the figure. He noted the figure's dark golden pupils and cool shoes. He realized that the figure was the one who didn't blink an eye when killing demons, cruelly slaughtering thousands of them. It was the devil himself. The woman wondered what that was. One of the men told the other not to worry, that it was nighttime and no one would notice anything in this secluded place. The other man declared that he didn't care who the woman was. Today, he would eat this human girl. The first man added that even if he had to die, he would definitely devour her before he died. The woman, surrounded by a pink aura, told them to be quiet and let people get some sleep. A loud bang echoed. The woman wondered what had happened. The two men were surprised that the two of them were so brave to actually appear. One of the men asked if they weren't scared, since they were demon hunters. The other man wondered what the heck the woman was, since she was also a demon herself, so why wasn't she hunting humans, sitting here alone and testing here all night? He thought that she would get confused and that she nearly caused him to be in great trouble. The man on the ground screamed, as the demonic aura around Mu Ru Shui intensified. The man who had intervened declared that those who could not differentiate between humans and demons would only cause harm. He assured the bunny lady that he only wanted to live peacefully in the human realm. Xiao Tian, the white wolf spirit, hummed in agreement, but warned that if she lied to them, she would be blamed for being impolite. Elsewhere, the night continued, with the speaker lamenting another wasteful night where nothing was gained. It was noted that at least they had learned more about demons. The amount of demons living in the human realm was beyond imagination, each with their own purpose. They perfectly disguised themselves, but once one knew that, it was easy to notice them. Judging by blood and gore, one could easily distinguish the monster from its level. The rabbit demon, however, smelled clean, even though she had demon power. The man resolved to let her go if she provided information. Ming received a message from Yu Er and the director, inquiring about his absence from class and threatening expulsion. He was grateful for being saved, but worried about everything related to himself. Dean, now the chairman, declared that he would not make the same mistake again and ordered Ming back to class. Xiao Tian remarked that everyone still cared about him. The man stated that money was not his priority, as the injured teachers and students needed it more. He complained that he couldn't make any complaints and that he had changed. For now, while gathering information, becoming stronger was the main goal. The man told Xiao Tian that it was time to tell him something he knew about the person. The man urged Xiao Tian to calm down and promised not to make a move until he became strong enough. He insisted that even if he revealed the identity of the other person, Xiao Tian must never blindly seek revenge. Xiao Tian stated that a suitable body from the same kind should be able to carry his soul, even if the chances were slim. He reassured the man that he didn't have to worry too much, as even with a body, he would still be restricted by the soul chain. He admitted he was tired of being a bystander, unable to do anything during the fight. Hearing this, the man laughed, saying that he couldn't doubt him and that they were brothers now. The man agreed, stating that his goal was to absorb more power to strengthen himself and break the soul lock as soon as possible. He then told Xiao Tian to listen up, explaining that according to his previous description, if he wasn't mistaken, their opponent should be from an extremely powerful race. It was also the only race that had managed to turn from a demon into a god, making them awfully powerful, the dragon race. Hearing this, the man was shocked, questioning if Xiao Tian was kidding him. To keep them alive, the dragon race was mentioned, described as beings from folktales who could soar into the sky, dive into the sea, cast clouds and rain, and control the wind and thunder. It was stated that one must not provoke the other party at this stage, even though the strength the dragon race retains upon entering the human world is unknown. The white wolf spirit considered that if they were able to retain their whole strength, even if he was in his prime, he would be unable to predict who would win the battle. The protagonist realized that he needed to find a way to make himself stronger with the resources they currently had. He thought his current fighting style was too casual and lacked tactics, which was acceptable for dealing with weaker opponents, but he couldn't always rely on brute strength to defeat stronger ones. He also noted that after the last battle, he seemed to be a different person, possibly because he now had a goal. He continued, reflecting on how he had absorbed the serpent's spirit oculus, yet he couldn't convert it into his own power for future use. He needed to convert his own demonic power so that the skill could be used. He lamented that even though his level was increasing, he still couldn't use items and the Demon Slayer skill was broken. Xiao Tian warned the protagonist not to force a fusion, saying that it was not a joke, and if he wasn't careful, it could be something terrible. The protagonist acknowledged this, stating that he wouldn't use it carelessly and that Xiao Tian was overreacting. The protagonist wondered what other ways there were to make himself stronger, other than killing demons and collecting demonic power. Xiao Tian asked what he was looking at. The protagonist considered if there was some kind of very powerful, long-lost knowledge that he could try to harvest. He then thought about how his fighting style was too casual and used no tactics, which was okay for dealing with weaklings, but if he fought a stronger opponent, he couldn't always rely on explosive strength to defeat them. He realized that after the last battle, he seemed to be a different person, possibly because he now had a goal. The protagonist thought that in that case, he would still have to use skills to defeat the opponent and then absorb the stored demonic power. Then, when facing a strong opponent, maybe he could use the powerful transformation power. He wondered about what things were contained in the devouring void and the probability of this window, stating that it was so low that he most likely wouldn't exchange mechanisms before still losing. The protagonist exclaimed that he would give it a try, hoping he could get something. He then asked how to do it, as chains of demonic power appeared. The protagonist realized that a sacred manual was actually produced. The sacred manual had been a lucky find, or so Sung thought. He was pleased with his recent gains, believing his luck had never been better. However, a note on the manual caught his attention. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts. The voice on the other end of the line invited him to a banquet hosted by their family, warning him not to reject the invitation. The caller emphasized that the family banquet was a negotiation between influential people. Xiao Tian, annoyed, demanded that Sung return his demon power. Sung, taken aback, questioned Xiao Tian's courage to speak to him like that. The phone rang, interrupting their exchange. Sung answered the call, recognizing it as an unknown number. The caller identified herself as Mu Ru Shui. She explained that she had obtained his number from Suyu Air, originally intending to give it to someone else, but felt it was important to contact him herself. Expressing his gratitude for her kindness, Sung accepted the invitation. He was calling to invite him to a banquet which his family is holding. He was warned not to reject it. Xiao Tian accused Sung of lying, claiming that no body was suitable for his soul in this situation caused by forcibly possessing it before. He revealed that he almost got caught by the owner and reported to the police. Sung told him to be quiet. Xiao Tian insisted that he didn't want to die in vain, but he also didn't want to be a tool made with demon power. Sung acknowledged that it was a good opportunity to deepen his understanding of the situation and gather information about that person. Sung declared that he would find the demon spirit soon, asserting that 3 days was still manageable. Sung lamented that he couldn't find it. He recalled searching all the pet shops in the city, big and small, but found nothing. He realized that tomorrow night was the banquet. Xiao Tian warned Sung that he was lying to him. He reminded Sung that it's not that those dogs are too strong, but that they are in a special situation. He doesn't want to die in vain, but he doesn't want to be that house made with demon power. Also, Sung dismissed Xiao Tian's concerns, stating that he would never believe him. He realized that this was a rare opportunity to either invite a goddess or have Shave to miss it. He was afraid it would be a trap. 2 days later, Sung and Xiao Tian walked down a path. Xiao Tian sensed a demon spirit nearby, though it was very weak. Sung noted that this demon was so bold. Now it's broad daylight. The protagonist couldn't stand by and watch any longer. He knew this matter would only take a few seconds, so he wouldn't delay. He urged Xiao Tian to quickly catch up. No matter what, as long as the other party didn't dare to mess around, the goal would be achieved. The demon spirit had disappeared, making Xiao Tian wonder if they had been discovered. The protagonist agreed with Xiao Tian's assessment. When did a pet shop open here? The protagonist decided to walk in and have a look. He greeted the shop, and a woman welcomed him, asking if he was looking for dogs. An encounter with a beautiful girl. What kind of sparse will produce in a pet shop? The shop owner greeted them, boasting that they had every type of pet imaginable for them to choose from. Sung wondered if this was really a pet shop, while Xiao Tian declared that he liked the place, hoping they could finally gain something. The shop owner asked what kind of dog they were looking for, mentioning that they had a wide variety. Sung replied that it didn't matter, but he would prefer one that was brave, fierce, and smart. The shop owner assured them that she would be counting on them, as she sniffed around Sung, as if he were the owner. Sung questioned if this was also a feature of the store, as he noticed the shop owner sniffing him. The shop owner apologized, explaining that it was an occupational habit and that she was very sensitive to the smell of dogs. She then asked if Sung had ever owned a dog before. The shop owner asked them to follow her, apologizing again. Xiao Tian observed that from the way she was acting, she seemed like an ordinary person. He then realized that this old dog's irresistible charm had been discovered. The shop owner asked them to follow her, so she could introduce them to some handsome dogs. She explained that their shop specialized in purebred pedigrees. Sung looked at a Doberman, noting that it was a medium size and very muscular, with great endurance and speed, but most importantly, it had a noble temperament. The Doberman barked at them, causing the shop owner to exclaim in surprise. The Doberman wondered what had happened to Wei Wei, and the shop owner told him to get out, warning that he would make the other dogs go crazy. The shop owner asked if Wei Wei was okay. Xiao Tian wondered if they could take it easy, as he couldn't afford to pay if they were discovered. He also thought that the dog was ferocious, but there was not enough wisdom. Xiao Tian looked at a border collie, noting that its IQ was equivalent to that of a 6 to 8-year-old child. Sung was impressed by how smart it was, but Xiao Tian noted that it lacked physical strength and that he was tired and wanted to sleep, wondering what had happened to Ming Ming. Xiao Tian wondered what he really wanted, questioning if his current body was suitable for this world. He insisted that he had always been pure and upheld his great nobility, and that Sung must trust him to find a suitable body. Sung wondered if the demon spirit they were tracing was coming from inside the store, and if the demon spirit was much stronger and thicker than before. He questioned if there could be some powerful demon hiding in this shop. Sung wondered what kind of demonic power was behind the locked door. The husky puppy called out for its grandpa. Sung realized that the puppy was calling him grandpa and wondered if he was the puppy's ancestor, questioning if they were not husky. Xiao Tian declared it impossible, stating that he had always been pure and upheld his great nobility. He noted that in this chaotic world, there was indeed a trace of demonic scent, wondering if it could really be him. Sung clenched his fist, thinking that the demon spirit would take his body. Sung was approached by the shop owner, who asked how much the puppy was, stating that he would take it. The shop owner decided not to hide it from Sung, explaining that the puppy was actually consigned to this store and had a very high pedigree, but for some reason, since the first day in the store, it did not have appetite. She also took it for a lot of checkups and found that he wasn't sick, so she suggested that Sung choose another puppy besides this one. Sung remarked that he didn't expect her to be such a shop owner, thinking that all she cared about was business. The shop owner replied that it was okay and that he really wanted this puppy, asking how much it was. The shop owner stated that she would sell him the puppy for 3,000 yuan. Sung was shocked at the price, thinking that it was too expensive. The shop owner explained that it was from a pure bloodline, and that 3,000 yuan was already a cutthroat price. Sung thought that he only brought 1,000 yuan with him and didn't expect a dog to be so expensive. The shop owner remarked that it turned out to be this little puppy. Xiao Tian told Sung that he bet he felt bad about donating that 100 yuan uselessly now, but that it was okay and he refused to take such a weakling. Sung thought that if he took a closer look, this little thing didn't seem so bad. The puppy told Sung to stop joking, stating that he didn't want to ever be forcibly merged with anyone anymore. Sung thought that if he knew this would have happened, he wouldn't have donated all of his money. The sound of a door being kicked open echoed through the area. A group of men discussed how some people were bored enough to spend money on a puppy just for fun. Meanwhile, a man named Luo Fei was confronted for bothering a customer. He offered to tell brother Dao to waive the monthly protection fee if the woman agreed to go out with him again. She demanded to be released, stating she must have been blind to associate with scum like him. Nearby, Sung wondered if this was what people meant when they said God always had ways to help those in need. He realized that just after he mentioned being short on money, a group of people had voluntarily come to give him money. Indeed, if he didn't make the best of this chance, it would be a waste of their kindness. A group of thugs surrounded a man and woman, mocking the man's earlier statement. One of them declared that he was usually the one extorting people, not the other way around. The apparent leader of the group warned them to leave before he got angry. The woman apologized, telling the protagonist that the shop was closed for the day and he should leave. The protagonist was frustrated, pointing out that he was still a customer and hadn't even bought anything yet. One of the thugs called him a stinky little brat, saying he was giving him chances that he wasn't taking. Another suggested giving him a beating and throwing him out. The shop owner yelled for them to stop, promising to pay them. The leader asked how much protection money she usually paid, and she responded that it was up to 2,000 yuan. The protagonist offered to help her deal with the thug in exchange for selling him the puppy and giving him a 1,000 yuan discount. The leader asked if he was scared, then said that if he kneeled down and apologized, he would let him go. The protagonist pointed at him, telling him that the shop was closed for the day. The leader was surprised that the protagonist wasn't scared, guessing that he was looking for trouble by provoking the Black Dragon Gang. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes glowed. The leader and his gang were suddenly pinned to the ground by an unseen force. The protagonist warned them never to mention that name in front of him. The leader struggled to breathe, wondering why his body suddenly felt so heavy. The protagonist demanded that they drop their money and wallets. The protagonist told them to stop their complaining and just leave. He declared that he was the super dashing husky knight, and that if they wanted revenge, they could come at him. The White Wolf spirit, Xiao Tian, thought to himself that super dashing husky knight was a strange and embarrassing name for Sung Danwu to choose. The spirit recalled that the Black Dragon Gang had said they would finish Sung off sooner or later. Sung Danwu, overhearing the spirit's thoughts, realized that if he hadn't given them a weird name, they wouldn't remember it. Meanwhile, Muru Shui asked Sung Danwu to release her already. He apologized, but she insisted it was no problem. Muru Shui told Sung that he was too daring, messing with the Black Dragon Gang, the biggest gang in the country, and they would seek revenge. Sung Danwu replied that the matter didn't involve her. They would only be after him, so she shouldn't worry. Muru Shui countered that she wasn't worried about herself, but about him. Muru Shui thanked Sung Danwu for his concern, but said he didn't need to worry about her. Sung Danwu thought to himself that, in a sense, he was quite strong, and there was nothing to be afraid of from that Black Dragon Gang. Xiao Tian told Sung that here were 3,000 yuan, and he would take the puppy. Muru Shui thought to herself what a great guy Sung Danwu was, and wondered why her heart was beating so fast. Sung Danwu thought that if the Black Dragon Gang came back looking for trouble, she should just give him a call. Muru Shui replied that she would excuse herself, so Sung wouldn't be troubled. From a distance, Xiao Tian wondered why Sung was still so fatigued. The spirit recalled that he had already absorbed the chaotic, demonic energy in the little guy, so he should be energized. Xiao Tian told Sung Danwu to listen well, because he wanted to use him as a container for a consequence. Xiao Tian then told the little guy that he had never mentioned that this little guy was a descendant of the Tengu clan. The spirit warned him not to be so harsh with Xiao Tian, and that, as a descendant of Tengu, he should be able to meet like this was fate. The little guy failed to destroy Xiao Tian's divine soul. Xiao Tian thought to himself, damn, this little weakling actually has such strong spiritual power. The little guy apologized to his ancestor. He thought that as a descendant, he was honored and obliged to dedicate his body to his ancestors, and even if his spirit were to be destroyed, he would never give up his body. He begged Xiao Tian to not threaten him, and that he gets easily threatened when being provoked, but don't bother him and he'll see if he can help. Xiao Tian told Sung Danwu to look at him well and know that he was the descendant of Tengu to Sunchuan. The little guy begged Xiao Tian to please save his owner. The scene shifts to a hospital. Xiao Tian asked Sung Danwu if this was his owner. A voice told someone to better open up for them. It was a sleeping demon that especially sucks on human essence and makes them die. It sounds ridiculous, but it's just a scary bug. The voice added that the girl was already very weak, so they must be quick. Sung Danwu's arrival was met with immediate suspicion. The tendrils draining Mu Ru Shui continued their grim work. The woman stared at Sung, clearly wary. Xiao Tian, perched on Sung's shoulder, stated that the young mistress's name was Ruashi. Meanwhile, another young man greeted the woman, identifying himself as Ruashi's schoolmate and explaining he had come to visit her upon hearing of her illness. Xiao Tan, however, questioned why he would bring such a catastrophe, implying that the boy was the cause of Ruashi's condition. The woman, Ruashi's aunt, expressed her regret for having taken Sung in, lamenting that she didn't expect to suffer because of him. She thought she should have killed this kind of disaster the first time she saw it. The scene shifted to a caption that read, "Sacrificing yourself to save the little mistress, but in the end, being cast aside by her family. Who can save oneself from this unfair fate?" Next chapter, Reborn. Ruashi's family had been kind to him when he was astray, taking him in when no one else would. They treated him like family, feeding him and keeping him company. He wished he could stay with them forever. He was willing to sacrifice everything to give back their happiness. The young man thought to himself that Ruashi's family was what he called family, and it was worth sacrificing everything for them. He vowed to take him away and not let anyone harm his daughter again. But instead of sending the man to the cult, the mother had been sending him to the kitchen table. The disaster had destroyed her happy family, and she couldn't take it anymore. She told Ruashi that they should die together, free from this mess. The man was enraged, asking how she dared say such words to her child, and if she even deserved to be called her mother. He questioned what she knew of his love, stating that he was doing this out of love, and that he didn't want her to suffer. Even if he couldn't protect them throughout their whole lives, shouldn't he at least give them some hope and a future? He wondered what she was even doing, demanding that she put him down at that instant. He questioned how this could be called love, stating that love should be protecting and keeping each other company for their whole lives. The only reason he came was to fulfill the little brat's wish. He told her to take him away and not harm his daughter again. Or this time, he would. He wondered if it was related to the cult that Ruashi's mom talked about. He told someone, whoever they were, that it was best for them to meet him. He commanded them to be gone. Ruashi finally woke up, and her mom said that she had wronged her. She had even dared to have such thoughts and had wronged her. She was sorry. Because of her own mistakes, she became despicable. Xiao Tian stated that this was what made them human, that not everyone could bear the consequences of their mistakes. He asked the young man to please wait for a moment. The young man told her to rest assured that he would not have those kinds of stupid ideas and would take good care of her. He stated that it was none of his business and that she didn't need to assure him. He added that this was a deal. The white wolf spirit, now corporeal, recalls how he bought the puppy, emphasizing that it is no longer associated with the protagonist. Dismissively, the white wolf spirit acknowledges that the protagonist is giving the money, but assures that he didn't give it all away. He reveals that he borrowed a lot of money back at the shop. He then states that the protagonist's wish has been fulfilled. The white wolf spirit expresses that, although the protagonist can't put all the blame on him, he is still too weak to even protect the people he cares about. Xiao Tian is told to hold on, as that little one's destroyed spirit won't be right. The white wolf spirit assures that this little thing's spirit is much stronger than the protagonist could have ever imagined. The protagonist screams in pain as he feels what it is like to have his own flesh. The white wolf spirit states that it has been a while and that he wants to test out how much energy he can exert. The white wolf spirit exclaims that he wants to be strong. The protagonist is shocked by the white wolf spirit's strength. Xiao Tian exclaims that he just wants to destroy the world and asks the protagonist what he said about the dragon race, offering to help him gnaw him. Xiao Tian expresses that it feels like this odd view he sees is quite contrary from harmony, but that whatever happens, as long as the protagonist is happy. The scene shifts to a view of the Mu family estate at night. The protagonist tells Xiao Tian to stop drooling on his clothes and to remember the purpose of their trip. Xiao Tian says that this kind of party for the rich must have delicious food, and since he now owns a body, he can see that hunger is a very troublesome thing. He adds that little Tian also wants to eat delicious food. The protagonist tells Xiao Tian not to speak up so suddenly, as it will make him sound like a madman. An unseen person asks the protagonist to stop, stating that this is the Mu's family private area, and if he isn't invited, he isn't allowed for entry. The man who had confronted Sung Danwu and Xiao Tian expressed that he had been paying attention to Sung for a long time, and that there must be something wrong with him since he had been talking to himself. Meanwhile, Sung thought to himself that he was wearing a famous brand. The man who had confronted them was shocked that Sung had managed to oppose him and take the initiative to attack first, and that he couldn't believe Sung owned that. Sung told the man that he didn't mean to look down on him, and that he had an invitation letter. He held up his phone, displaying a QR code. The man asked if invites were accepted, and Sung confirmed that they were. The man then realized he had lost. The man stated that as an honorable guest, Sung should hold on for a moment. He then explained that according to the regulations, only Sung could enter, and that they would take care of the pets he brought. He added that the supervisor had already taken action. Xiao Tian urged Sung to read the sign, which stated that pets, specifically dogs, were forbidden to enter. Sung thought that it was too harsh to have such a rule. Xiao Tian told Sung that there was nothing to be scared of, and that they should go. The man with the dark hair expressed his frustration, reminding someone that they were invited to a banquet, not to crash it. His brow furrowed with concern as he wondered what to do. He couldn't entrust them to care for Xiao Tian, not wanting a repeat of past events. Meanwhile, a woman with red hair exclaimed how cute Xiao Tian was, inviting him for a hug. The woman held Xiao Tian as she was about to hug him. As she embraced the wolf, she thought to herself that he was too detectable, but she couldn't help but spoil a great talent like this with no guilt and no reverence. Xiao Tian responded, calling her old one. The woman continued to embrace Xiao Tian, thinking that this was the first time she had seen someone speak of something so lustful in such a dignified manner. Elsewhere, a man with dark hair expressed that they should be the one being kept in a cage, calling them a bunch of watchdogs. Elsewhere, a man in a suit gestured for someone to calm down and come in, while the woman with red hair was being followed by the man with dark hair. She was being described as powerful and domineering. The woman thanked someone, while the man with dark hair was being told that the woman was the president of the Li Mei group and one of the main funders of the Chongming group, and that they must not offend her. The woman told someone that she had somewhere to go and needed to take care of something, asking them to take good care of the little guy and themselves. She understood that she had to go somewhere. The man with dark hair was told that following the woman's lead was the right move, and that the younger ones needed to act mature, while the older ones needed to act younger. He was reminded that they were now in the real world, and they needed to abide by their rules. Bei Ming was told that he had decided to come. The goddess's eyes widened in surprise. Xiao Tian, in a moment of adoration, thought of her as a goddess. The goddess hugged Xiao Tian, finding him cute. Suddenly, a voice boomed, accusing them of insolence. Someone had dared to bring a little mutt inside. The man with the fur collar questioned why the goddess was holding such a weakling, implying that the gathering was meant for humans, not animals. The man in the fur collar continued, stating that it seemed like the protagonist was also a puny weakling, nothing but a bunch of trash. The protagonist, remembering what he was told, thought to himself that knowing one's weakness and striving to become stronger was how one truly became strong. He then asked the goddess if he was right. The goddess appeared surprised. The man with the fur collar stated that the protagonist clearly looked weak, but the words he spoke were somewhat similar to what he had always said. The protagonist remembered that his friend was new to this world and didn't know all the etiquette, so he asked the goddess to not blame him. He then thought that his actions were seeking death. Xiao Tian, looking distressed, was being held back. The man with the fur collar asked if the protagonist was called Bei Ming, and the protagonist confirmed. The man with the fur collar told Bei Ming that since he was coming to the goddess's house, he had caused her trouble. He then told him to call her second sister, and to not make any more trouble. The man with the fur collar stated that on the contrary, he was the one who should apologize because of the way his family treated her. The protagonist then thought to himself that he would accidentally say something rude later. The goddess wondered why he didn't care about her marriage. The Mu family hosted a dinner, ostensibly for Chongmingju, a listed company. However, that was merely a facade. Meanwhile, the day hunters and night hunters were collectively known as the Hunter Organization. Though each hunter's identity differed, they all worked toward the same goal, companies representing the day hunters and night hunters. Bei Ming wondered if the Chongming list was a type of power ranking system. Correct, everyone tried their best to hunt down monsters of different levels, with the goal of allowing individuals or families to change their position on the list. The goddess was surprised, stating that the more resources one gained could be used to achieve different goals, and protecting humanity was just an incidental result. Gradually, the core mechanisms of Chongmingju were being reached. Were the days of knowing the truth far away? The man considered the situation, realizing that Chongmingju had a utilitarian organization. Meanwhile, the woman with long white hair lamented how things had changed, not resembling what she knew from her ancestors. She was interrupted by someone calling her goddess. The man with the wolf pondered if the rule makers took advantage of the situation to protect mankind. He continued, stating that there was nothing wrong with utilitarianism and that it might be better for the times. The white-haired woman considered his point, realizing it wasn't impossible. She wondered why she hadn't thought of that before. Elsewhere, a group of men were shocked by someone's rudeness. Kuan Xian, the Day Hunter Southern Branch Director, was called rude. He retorted that some people just hung out with weak cats or dogs all day long and made a fool of themselves. Mu Fei was present as well. Someone commented that the Mu family was a joke and that they were ashamed to be her colleague. It was true that since the eldest daughter's incident, the Mu family's ranking had plummeted and was no longer the same. It was inappropriate to leave today's banquet to the Mu family. As a result, some people thought it was better to seize the opportunity to get married before it was too late, otherwise no one would be so kind as to want them in the future. Xiao Tian warned someone not to cause trouble. Someone asked if the other person was an asshole. The white-haired woman was told that she didn't get it. Someone called her goddess. Someone else remarked that it was about time, and they had been looking for the person. They would get them for this. Someone wondered what this youngster was doing here. The banquet continued, though the atmosphere had grown tense. The crowd cheered as a figure devoured a plate of food. It was all because of Mu Ru Shui's older sister that the Mu family was suffering from the cold eyes of others. It was obvious that Mu Rushui and her elder sister had been given the same family resources since childhood, yet she was not even half as good as her big sister. One of the men present stated that. Another man, holding a plate of food, was asked if he would eat it or waste it. Another man called someone a bumpkin. A man in a red hoodie was told not to listen to the others, because he was the goddess that thousands of boys admired. Then, Bei Ming was mentioned. Someone asked what the woman with light blue hair thought about all of this. Everyone was told that since today was a thank you banquet, it seemed a bit boring to just eat and drink like this. One of the men declared that this was a banquet hall, not a tournament arena. Another man suggested a fight between the day hunters and the night hunters to help entertain everyone. Another man said that if they were scared, he didn't want to see his colleagues crying because he could handle the crying of one or two of them. He was looking forward to the contest between the day hunters and the night hunters. Uncle Kuan offered to represent the day hunters in the battle. Someone asked if that was Lulu from the famous IPOL. Another person asked what was with that wolf, stating that it wasn't a dog but like a monster. The scent of the little pink girl was exactly the same as the one that charged them on the roof. Someone stated that it was good for them, so they could invest more money into it. It was asked if it belonged to a little girl. The night hunters were all cowards, but they weren't going to die from a broken arm or leg. Mu Rushui was asked if she had heard that someone wanted to play with her. She was told not to worry, because the day hunters couldn't do anything at night. Mu Rushui was told not to worry, because someone would make sure it didn't bite her pretty face. Someone said they loved watching ants cry and beg for mercy. Another person asked if they weren't scared of dogs from night hunting, right? Someone stated that it was quite insulting for a day hunter to fight a night hunter with a dog, but they liked it. Mu Rushui was on the stage when Kuan then told her to sit tight and leave everything to him. Meanwhile, Mu Rushui was furious, questioning what he was thinking, reminding him that the place was full of hunting dogs and that even if she was strong, she wouldn't be able to escape if exposed. She declared that the battle was a matter of her Mu family's dignity, the dignity of the night hunters, and that he shouldn't interfere, lest he think she was weak. Kuan then tried to reassure her that she misunderstood, but she was not convinced. He admitted to having personal problems with her and wanted to take the opportunity to end it. At that moment, Bei Ming called out for Kuan Nan to wait a minute. Kuan Nan reassured Mu Rushui that he had it covered. Mu Rushui wondered how he could make up such a lame excuse to protect her, questioning the feelings she was experiencing. Mu Rushui wondered if what people called a sense of security was what she was feeling. It was said that the people of Chongmingju were very strict, but a fight between a man and a dog could not be called a sparring match. It was called training. If it was a sparring match Kuan Nan wanted, then the dog could only fight with another dog. Kuan Nan declared that he had a puppy there, asking if they were qualified to fight. The crowd wondered who the newcomer was and how he dared to challenge them. They questioned if he was a night hunter. They also wondered if he planned to use the puppy in his arms to challenge them, finding the idea ridiculous. One of the onlookers scoffed at the absurdity. He believed the fight put the night hunter's reputation on the line, and he couldn't understand how an outsider could take it as a child's game. Another man told the crowd to take a good look at the person brought before them. He expressed his shame at someone becoming friends with such an idiot. One of the onlookers stated that, in his opinion, the newcomer seemed to be the only one with guts. Another man found the situation interesting, seeing it as an opening to the banquet. A third man noted that although there was no suspense, it was good to have a man-beast battle as a banquet opener. One of the men asked if his companion wanted him to stop the stinky boy and arrange a new battle. Kuan Nan stated that the strong night hunters did not come today, so the newcomer took the opportunity to provoke and act wild. He suggested they let the kid be their shield, then put the blame on him and severely punish him. Someone wondered if the newcomer was in his right mind to use that stupid little husky to fight his dog. Another person identified the newcomer as the dog hunter, specializing in eliminating monsters and having killed more monsters than anyone else they knew. The pink-haired girl told the newcomer that his little husky would be shredded in a second. She told him to stop yapping. The pink-haired girl stated that although this was a fight between owners, the loser's owner would get the punishment. She agreed that if she lost, she would run 3 laps around the stage on all 4s, acting exactly like a dog. The newcomer laughed, asking if she really wanted to be on stage. He told her not to mind. He stated that he would spank her to teach her heart to respect firsthand. He told her to get prepared to be a miserable dog. Someone noted the great power with one step, shaking the whole stage. Another person commented on the murderous aura, stating it was worthy of the dog hunter and that this was clearly a powerful opponent. The demonic wolf challenged his opponent, confident in his superior power. He mocked the challenger, questioning if he had even fully grown. The wolf's eyes glowed menacingly as he prepared to attack. He declared himself the king of dogs, ready to shred his opponent into pieces. The puppy, seemingly unfazed by the wolf's display of power, recognized the aura emanating from the wolf. He was shocked, wondering how this could be. He Guang, the demonic wolf, was suddenly struck by an unseen force. The pink-haired girl couldn't believe what she was seeing, wondering if she had been mistaken about the puppy's power. She urged He Guang to get up. The puppy, seemingly pleased with the outcome, received praise from Sung. Sung thought to himself that the puppy was cool. He Guang, defeated, was being carried away. The pink-haired girl realized she needed to escape quickly. Kuan Nin told her to hold on. Kuan Nin reminded the pink-haired girl that hunters always keep their word. He questioned her attitude. The pink-haired girl thought that Kuan Nin and He Guang were weak. She lamented that she had lost the bet and would have to embarrass the Pei hunters. She thought that she wouldn't let them go. The pink-haired girl realized that she had to escape. She called out to her brother, Sung. The pink-haired girl was described as a cute pie. Sung thought that although she dared to make the bet and lost, he definitely couldn't hit her. He thought that when facing such a cute little lowly, who would be able to do it? Unless they're a beast. Sung declared that he wasn't that generous and would beat some sense into her. The pink-haired girl told him to let her go, calling him a bastard and pervert. She was being disciplined for her actions, the sounds of the smacks echoing loudly. Tears streamed down Mu Ru Shue's face as she begged for the punishment to stop. Meanwhile, the pink-haired girl's earlier taunts echoed in her mind, a reminder of her arrogance and the shame she now felt. Elsewhere, the man with the white wolf spirit declared that no thanks were necessary. The man who had been observing the scene asked if she was happy now. He thanked Bei Ming, though he admitted the scene was a little much. He also confessed that he had instigated Lulu to provoke the night hunters, but he hadn't expected to catch someone like her. Mu Ru Shue thanked the little guy, saying that she couldn't judge a book by its cover, and that she hadn't expected Bei Ming's dog to be so powerful. The white wolf spirit retorted that he wasn't his dog. A low rumbling sound began to fill the air. The source of the force remained unseen. The pink-haired girl had received her lesson, and a group of mysterious cloaked people entered the venue. An amazing pressure filled the air. The man felt a mix of strong and unfathomable demonic energy emanating from the group. The woman holding the small wolf warned that the group was giving off an unusually weird demonic aura. Even she couldn't smell their true identity. Sung wondered how such a powerful demonic aura could go unnoticed by everyone else, even the day and night hunters. He thought it was most likely that he was the only one being targeted. The man thought that they shouldn't think they could use their demonic aura to oppress him just because they thought they looked cool wearing that hat. He decided that he would have to respond in kind. Someone shouted for the group to stop pretending to be 13. The speaker wondered if they were mantis arms. Sung used only a little bit of power. He found the situation interesting. Someone realized that the masters were here and that it was an honor for the Mu family to have them come to their house. They declared that they were coming for him. The hunter Kuan Xian reported that he was paying his respects on behalf of all of them. He thought that they were a bunch of big shots again. Someone didn't expect that the old man, Mu Fei Yi, would be able to invite this group of people. He thought that he had underestimated him. He also thought that it wouldn't be so easy to take the next opportunity to pick a fight. The woman holding the wolf stated that everyone here respects the people in full swing, full of dignity. She added that instead of treating them as individuals, they respect the organization void of 6,000. She then asked if they were demons. Mu Ru Shui questioned how the Chongming Ju could cooperate with a demon organization, or if it was more accurate to say they were neutral between humans and demons. She wondered if they were truly so powerful, how they could not know something about the dragon race. Although they did not ask about the world affairs and powerful demons, that was it. The apparent world, the hidden world, and the demon world were really complex. Xiao Tian told Sung not to overdo it, just mess with their leader for now, as their power was not below average. The White Wolf spirit was disappointed, unsure of what to do now. Erlang Shun stated that he had an important meeting to attend, so he would see them later. Sung agreed to see him later, feeling like she was a lot richer than before. Erlang Shun confirmed that she was, as an outsider, it was natural that such a beautiful and rich goddess would be under so much pressure. The White Wolf spirit stated that every family had their problems, so he would let her help where he could. Sung told him to let go, as this was a public place and he should behave himself. Sung asked what was that. In that case, then Ms. Li. The woman asked why they didn't find a room and talk in private. Shun Fei asked if she wasn't the one they talked to before, telling her to show some respect, as this was the territory of the Chongming-ju. The woman slapped Shun Fei's hand away. He stated that her organization was in a financial crisis, while their Shun family was small, but still increasing in wealth. Shun Fei continued, saying that besides, the Mu family, who were hosting the banquet today, was already having difficulty protecting itself, so who did she think would really have such a good mind to take care of her? Shun Fei asked why she didn't come with him tonight, while she was still young, so that he could start having fun. Shun Fei stated that once she had been taken under his care, her company's financial problems would vanish. The woman responded that she would solve her company's problems herself. She didn't need his help, and warned him to let go of her now. Shun Fei asked what if she didn't, what could she do to him? Kuan Nan, with a menacing grin, questioned if his opponent would bite him with those tender lips. Suddenly, the woman found herself pinned against a wall of rock, her arms restrained. Abruptly, the wall behind Shun Fei crumbled. A small figure exclaimed that Shun Fei was done for, having pushed the wall down, while Shun Fei feigned innocence. The rock wall exploded outwards. The woman, blushing, recognized the young handsome man from before. The man, seemingly unfazed, assured her that it was okay and that there was no need to thank him. Meanwhile, Kuan Nan, enraged, demanded to know if the man was tired of living and how he dared to look for trouble. The small figure questioned if Kuan Nan had a grudge against the Mu family, asking why he was tearing down other people's property and if he also wanted to bully the Mu family while it was weak. The tension in the room was palpable as Shun Fei was confronted by the Mu family. He was accused of trying to smear their name, and one member dared to ask if he wanted to die. Shun Fei scoffed, dismissing the accusation. He declared that even if he tore down a wall, it was of no consequence. He stated that if he wanted to demolish the Mu family, he would do it. Those aligned with the Mu family felt that Shun Fei was going overboard and belittling them. They wondered what they could do, as the current Shun family was indeed stronger. Others questioned if they were just going to endure these insults. One member of the Mu family wondered why Shun Fei dared to be so arrogant in their territory. Another pointed out that Shun Fei was the next in line to head the Shun family, and that he was known for his reckless yet well-supported actions. Xiao Tian declared that he was there and wouldn't let anyone touch a single hair on his friend's head. Shun Luo thanked Xiao Tian, feeling like a spring breeze was blowing by him. Putting the matter aside, one of the Mu family members acknowledged that Xiao Tian was brave to provoke Shun Fei. He noted that Xiao Tian was lucky that they couldn't beat him at the moment. Another member pointed out that the people who were able to attend today must have considerable backgrounds. Shun Luo's older brother was dead, and he wondered why the Mu family members always dissed his family. Shun Luo was lost in thought, wondering whose dog this kid could be barking at, before realizing it was him. One of the Mu family members stated that Shun Luo was not a dog, but a friend of Xiao Tian's. Another member of the Mu family questioned why Xiao Tian would mess up good food, and that he shouldn't gloss things over nonsensically. Xiao Tian declared that he wouldn't allow anybody to hurt Shun Luo. One of the Mu family members asked if that meant Xiao Tian was willing to protect him. Shun Luo's older brother affirmed that was right. One of the Mu family members remarked that Shun Luo's foolishness meant he wasn't eligible to compete for the position of the next head of the Shun family. Another member of the Mu family called Shun Luo a bastard from the inferior side of the family. He wondered how he could let an outsider interfere with their sibling relationship. The man's rage was palpable, the air crackling with tension as he glared down at his adversaries. The man in the suit questioned the situation, wondering what was happening. He asked if an accident would occur. The man with the scar asked if his counterpart wanted to start a war. He stated that with his help, he could do whatever he wanted. Meanwhile, the man in the suit expressed his weariness of the same old words. He reflected on his past foolishness, realizing he should have known that family disputes were nothing when the family was naturally united. The man in the hoodie stated the number and asked for 2 million, given how rich his counterpart was. The man in the suit laughed, saying that it was expected of him to always set a high demand. The man in the suit questioned what 2 million was considered, asking about the other man's family and dignity. He stated that he would seriously consider the offer. The man with the scar asked if they knew each other, hoping the two of them had a good time. The woman asked if the man opened his mouth asking for 20% of the Shun family's profit, and if he even knew how to talk about money. She stated that she, as an elder sister, was getting more and more interested in him. The man in the hoodie stated that he really wanted to know her more. He then asked her to wait a moment, saying that this was a bit. The woman told him not to fret at the critical moment, stating that his reaction was really cute and that she was only joking with him. She asked him to call her Sisterly, saying that she hadn't seen a pure boy like him in a long time. Sisterly stated that she was used to seeing intrigue and deceit in this field of work and that she was sick of it. The man in the hoodie asked if there were some problems and offered his help. Linka listened as Sisterly stated that she would handle the company's affairs herself, telling him not to worry and commenting on how considerate she was being. He thought to himself that she was too close, so close that even his artificial left arm could feel it. Meanwhile, President Lee, flanked by her bodyguards, was informed that the cosmetics company hadn't worked out smoothly, so she had resorted to hooking up with her little boy toy. She was reminded that she couldn't even keep an eye on her own staff. The woman with the fan mused that the only thing to do now was to rely on these little boys to relieve her frustration and seek a moment's pleasure. She was also informed that older products had fallen, new product releases had been delayed, and the company's main office had fallen into crisis. President Lee was then asked why Lin didn't hurry up and thank her for letting him return to the pinnacle of life. She was pleased that her company's new product, Moon Palace, was being noticed. She also thought to herself that this Annie still looked like an auntie, not attractive at all, and that the high price she paid for poaching him was wasted. She wondered if the product used on her face was a new product released by her company. The man in the suit was shocked by something. His associate wondered what tricks the kid was playing to throw this proposition to them. President Lee sarcastically sympathized with President Liu, commenting on how slow his reaction was and asking if his guys still wanted jobs. Liu was reminded that the auction would begin soon. President Lee told someone that they were lucky today and that she had more important things to do, but warned them not to let her meet them again. Linka wondered what they were still waiting for and told them to hurry. Linka noted that something smelled good. Xiao Tian commented that he had changed, but that he liked it. It was announced that the highlight of the dinner party was coming and asked if Bei Ming could get something from the auction. The next chapter was titled, A Dangerous Auction. A woman asked Sister Lee if the woman she was with was a rival of her company. Lee confirmed that they were old rivals and that she used to beat her. Lee explained that after her rival got an investment from the Shen family, she now had stronger financial power and had begun to poach her researchers. She dismissed it as unimportant, stating that her company was not weak and that the other woman didn't need to worry. She then told the other woman to go. Kuan Nin told the woman he was with that the auction was about to start and that he had to go host. She replied that it was going to start soon and that she needed him to do her a favor, telling him to look for someone. The woman told Kuan Nin that when he received her signal, he needed to do something. Kuan Nin agreed. The woman thought to herself that she would like to see how much longer the stupid brat could be arrogant. It was said that all the items in the collection were obtained by the Night Hunters and were heavenly materials and artifacts. Someone else noted that with the Night Hunters' background, there must be lots of incredible items appearing today. Xiao Yin greeted everyone, saying that she believed everyone had been anticipating this auction for a while and that she was the auction host for today. The auction began with a painting of a heavenly dog during a lunar eclipse, with a starting bid price of 2 million yuan. It was said that the painting was made using a large variety of precious materials and had an aura surrounding it, and that if you hung it at home, not only could you drive away evil spirits and avoid disasters, but you could also prolong your life. Someone wondered why they didn't specialize in hunting Chongmingja demons and instead chose to paint a portrait of the gods rather than Xiao Tian. He wondered if it deserved such a fuss. He thought that it must be because he was handsome and that this was an era where everyone cared about looks. Someone commented that they didn't come to the Mu house to eat, but came here just for the auction. Mu Ru Shui wondered when the shameless dog climbed on the goddess's body. The bidding began, reaching 2.5 million yuan. Someone noted that those people from the void between good and evil hadn't bid, and that it was a waste of time for them to prepare the painting of the demon for them. Someone said that young people needed to learn to be calm, and that today's auction was held by the Night Hunters to lure in the void between good and evil, and that this was not the only thing prepared. The auctioneer congratulated the honored guest on receiving the precious painting. The auctioneer's gavel slammed down, signaling the end of the bidding for Xiao Tian. Sung Danwu watched as the next item was prepared for auction. The bidding continued, with a ring and a dragon scale necklace being sold. Sung Danwu lamented his lack of funds, wishing he could afford the dragon scale necklace to learn more about the dragon on it. He considered if it was really that difficult to get. Sung knew he couldn't miss any chance to gather useful information. Meanwhile, one of the honored guests noted that the Night Hunters didn't have anything worth bidding on. Pessoas de fora não saberiam, mas colega do Chongmingju sabia que o leilão foi realizado pelos Caçadores da Noite especificamente para conquistar a organização do vazio entre o bem e o mal. Outro homem ponderou que, mesmo depois de todas essas rodadas de leilão, não havia nada de valor para eles. Que risível. Kun Xuan foi avisado de que divulgar o julgamento secreto de alto nível não seria bom para ele. One man claimed he was only trying to help them all, as they were completely hopeless, relying on the help of these indiscriminate organizations. He added that they should learn more from the Day Hunters because they always rely on one's own strength and wouldn't want to be associated with demons. Someone was coming, and it was about time. The man wanted to suppress Sung Danwu along with the Night Hunters. The auctioneer announced that she had just received news that there was a gentleman that was willing to put his collection up for auction. She asked for this gentleman to come up on stage to share his collection. Sung Danwu wondered when he had said that he had items up for auction. Mu Ru Shui was being looked at, and she declared that she was not for sale. Someone noted that Sung was the boy that just spanked Lulu, and they were looking forward to it. Maybe his items will surprise them. Kuan Xian was angry that he was mercilessly put in a bad situation. How could this unknown brat bring something that's worth auctioning? Another man thought that if they distanced themselves from Sung, now, even though he helped them out of a predicament earlier, it will make them look like a laughingstock. Sung Danwu realized there was no other way. He must go up instead of Mu Ru Shui. He might be able to scrape by with some items of his own. He told Mu Ru Shui that if he let her go on the stage in his place, he wouldn't be a man. As Sung Danwu approached the stage, the crowd wondered if his stubbornness and determination would pay off, or if he would be met with ridicule. Meanwhile, the auctioneer recalled her sister's words. A good person shouldn't stop a man who has made up his mind. She announced that they would see what kind of item Sung had prepared for the auction. Sung Danwu revealed that he had indeed brought something. The auctioneer noted that it was something no one had seen before, and seemed sure of its authenticity. The auctioneer announced that Sung had brought out Sister Chang'a's secret book of beauty, and suggested that it was an amazing item, noting the author's signature was surprisingly Jade Rabbit. Sung Danwu declared the starting price to be 1 yuan, urging everyone to believe in him for the time being. The crowd watched as the auctioneer presented the item. Many wondered aloud what the big deal was, and what stall the boy even got the book from. One man scoffed, saying that if the book was a porn book, he might be interested. Another man chided him, saying that at least the boy had the courage to go on stage and make fun of himself, so he bid 1.8 yuan. Another man said that he was courageous, and that he would give him 5 yuan and no more. The auction host seemed to be in disbelief. Mu Ru Shui thought to herself that if she had the qualifications to bid as the host, she would have. Kuan Nan, watching from the sidelines, thought to himself that he would see how the boy could still stand, and that this was what happened when you went against him. The auctioneer asked the people to bid one by one, and then announced that Li Mei Group's general manager Li and Shun Xiao raised their bids at the same time. One man asked if Chang'e was sure it was not a porn book. A man in a suit bid 1 million, and Shun bid 3 million. Another man wondered if they were the city's most prominent people, or if they were fake bidders planted by the auctioneer. One woman said that some people were just out of their minds, and that she would actually pay $1 million for the book just to help her lover. Another man thought that the boy was something too, and wondered how he got those two to promote for him, though nothing he did now could help him. Another guest raised his bid. The auctioneer announced that it was their mysterious masked guest, and that they finally raised their bids. The masked bidders then bid 10 million. Kuan Nan watched with a scowl. The auctioneer announced that Li Mei Group's general manager Li and Shun Xiao raised their bids at the same time. One man asked if he was hearing correctly, and if a broken book could be sold for 10 million. Another man thought that this situation was unexpected, although he already expected Shun to help him, but wondered why did both good and evil also bid so high. One man asked if that was a real book, and that even if it was a fake bid, the price was too high. Another woman wondered what Change Sister Beauty's secret was, and that even a fool knows that change can't really write. The auctioneer asked if their head got caught in the door, and if they were stupid but still rich. She then stated that she had always seen them dressed suspiciously, and asked if they were not the ones he hired. The host of the banquet declared that he would not allow anyone to slander them. He questioned if they were implying ignorance or blindness. From her seat, the woman with the fan was unbothered by the outburst. She knew there would be plenty of opportunities later. Meanwhile, the man with the wolf companion dismissed the situation as nonsense. He reminded everyone that the auction was unbiased and that Chang Mingju would not allow shameful acts for small profit. He then cleared his throat, ready to make a move. The auctioneer, standing on the stage, was pleased that everyone had quieted down, ready to say a few words. He knew that some people didn't believe the book was real from the beginning, even after someone offered high price. He wondered what they would do. The woman with the fan scoffed, believing that the others were blind. The man with the wolf companion agreed, stating that one after another were really blind. The man in the supreme hoodie questioned what they meant by one after another, daring them to mock him. He declared that this may not be. Now, the man with the wolf companion prepared to act. He believed it was time to witness the miracle. The man with the wolf companion noticed a puzzling light. He thought that if this continued, he would really go blind. He then noticed something else. The man with the wolf companion realized that a sister change really came out of the book one after another. He thought it was beautiful. The crowd was amazed by the beautiful sight. One of the bidders was so intoxicated by the fragrant scent that he was drunk. He pleaded for the vision not to go. The manifested goddess began to fade, drawn back into the book by an unseen force. A swirling vortex of energy enveloped the book as it reclaimed its ethereal contents. Meanwhile, the man holding the book looked on with a sinister grin. He wondered how such a thing was possible, as the surrounding audience members began to murmur amongst themselves. The auction attendees grew more frenzied, their bids escalating wildly. One man shouted that he would buy it for 20 million, demanding that it be sold to him. Another reminded Ray that he had a wife and offered 40 million. Yet another man declared that he wanted Chang'e and bid 50 million. The man in the super jacket held the book, seemingly unfazed by the escalating chaos around him. With Sister Chang'e now under everyone's eyes, the question became, what's the price of this deal? The next chapter, the price of the beautiful sister. The crowd watched with bated breath as the bidding war escalated. Some were in awe of the book, believing it to be a holy artifact, even claiming to have seen the goddess change appear from it. Others, however, remained skeptical, dismissing the events as either a holographic projection or a mass hallucination. One attendee was particularly moved, claiming to have smelled and touched Change's ribbon. Meanwhile, the man with the scar grew increasingly frustrated. He demanded to know how the boy had obtained such an item, suspecting there was more to his background than met the eye. He then angrily ordered his associate to crush their reputation, not boost it. The associate confirmed that the boy was just an ordinary high school student. This information only seemed to infuriate the scar man further, as he admitted that he had underestimated his opponent and would now have to be serious. Elsewhere, a woman stood at a podium, seemingly directing the auction. From above, someone wondered what the item was. The mysterious masked VIP raised their card again, this time bidding 100 million yuan. The crowd was astonished that they had double the price. The auctioneer asked if there were any other bids higher than 100 million, but Dream Makeup Company's president Lu countered with a bid of 110 million. A woman with dark hair and a fur stole was revealed to be the one bidding. Someone noted that she had previously seemed disgusted by the item, but now she was bidding on it. They wondered if she was rich and headstrong. President Lu bid 130 million. The scarred man realized that the old woman was making a mess, as it was rare for the void between good and evil to take an interest in an auctioned item. He urgently called the board of directors to buy the secret book no matter what. The mysterious masked guest bid 140 million. The auction organizer apologized, stating that they had to stop the bidding in a strict and responsible manner, as there was something mysterious about the secret book and its authenticity had not been certified yet. To avoid risks and losses, the auction would stop at 140 million yuan. The crowd wondered if they could do something like this, but someone else thought that Master Mu's words made sense. With such animosity, one of the men at the table questioned the meaning of the interruption, while another wondered if they were planning on breaking the rules of the auction. The man with long hair declared unsightly, stating that his real purpose was to impress the void between good and evil. The woman with the fan demanded to know why they were stepping in and meddling at that moment, questioning if they were not afraid of the Mu family losing face or of losing the trust of others. Meanwhile, the auctioneer thought to himself that he knew they were both distinguished people, but it was beneath their pride and dignity to quarrel in front of everyone like this. He also wondered when he had ever said he would sell the secret book. The crowd was shocked that the book was not for sale. The host thought to herself that the auctioneer should know better than her. She was flustered. Back on stage, the auctioneer wondered what was going on and what secrets he was trying to hide. He realized that he couldn't go back empty-handed now that it had come to this. After all, no one could overlook such a large amount of money. The auctioneer declared that he was not someone of the Chongming-ju, nor was he a part of the Mu family, so he had no obligations to abide by rules and follow their arrangements. He reassured the long-haired man that he was still going to sell this baby. The auctioneer thought to himself that the book could also be called a treasure, but as for how he would sell it, he would decide. Elsewhere, one of the men in the audience was surprised that the auctioneer was so aggressive, realizing that he was neither from the Mu family nor the Chongming-ju. Master Mu's face was a little, but it was not a big deal to watch this excitement. He liked this kid. Xiao Tian didn't want to talk, deciding to just watch and pretend to be quiet. The woman with the fan told the auctioneer that he was very smart, and that their conversation before was all just a misunderstanding, asking if he needed money. She offered to pay him 150 million to sell the secret book to her, but the auctioneer questioned if he ever said he would sell based off the highest bid. Sister Li was shocked by the auctioneer's statement. The auctioneer declared that he would take the 1 million yuan and sell the secret book to Zhongli. The crowd was shocked, wondering if he was crazy, as even an idiot knew the difference between 150 million and 1 million. One of the audience members thought that there was no difference between selling it for 1 million yuan and giving it away for free, questioning the relationship between the auctioneer and Zhongli. Another audience member thought that on the surface, he seemed to be someone who loved money, but how could he make such a decision? The masters were asked to stay, but the auction was already concluded. Meanwhile, another voice urged someone to stop, questioning if they wanted to see the Mu family collapse. An underling reminded them that they should be happy if they reached their goal of 100 million first. Someone else declared that selling to old monsters was acceptable, as they might even get the information they wanted. The man with the red scarf declared that he would get money and information his own way, as he was someone who held grudges. One of the women wondered what Zhongli owed Mu Ru Shui, questioning if it was her beauty. Another woman scoffed, declaring that her own beauty was 1,000 times better. Someone else threatened to remember the two who told them to step down, promising that they would understand Meng Yulu's anger. They declared that they were leaving. Another man declared that he didn't accept the outcome, as he had offered a large sum, yet couldn't beat a meager 1 million yuan. Someone else asked if he was interested in joining the Chongming-ju or joining hands with the day hunters. The man with the fur collar laughed, stating that he thought the other man was just an ordinary brat, but his opinion had changed. The man with the red scarf was asked what he could give. The man questioned why he had turned down his father's invitation. The imposing figure declared a great honor to receive an invitation from him, questioning how he dared refuse and threatening his life. The man with the fur collar told him not to refuse so quickly, suggesting they forget their past misunderstandings and act like men. He added that Kuan Xian's day hunter was not as good as their night hunter, and the benefits they could offer were beyond imagination. The man tossed a card, telling him to call once he'd carefully consider the offer. Kuan Xian laughed, stating that he might be disappointed, and even if he waited his entire lifetime, he wouldn't receive his call. He thought to himself that everything was not absolute. He wondered if there was anything he was supposed to hate about him to his core. He then thought of Xiao Ming. A woman with red hair declared that she had great enthusiasm and patience towards talented people. She stated that even her sister couldn't come up with such a large amount of money, questioning if the book was really worth 150 million for just 1 million yuan. She asked what he was really planning on doing. The woman told him to call once he'd carefully considered the offer. He thought that his decision had nothing to do with the length of their friendship or acquaintance, and as a person, he valued instinct and fate more. The woman thought that it had been a long time. Kuan Xian smiled, thinking that since he'd seen such clear eyes, selling to her for 1 million yuan did not cause him to lose anything. The woman thought that even though his sister really wanted the secret book, he should consider his own interests first. Kuan Xian thought that even though the secret book was worth 150 million yuan in her eyes, it was only worth 1 million yuan in his. The woman wondered what other kinds of ways there were. Kuan Xian thought that there was no way his conscience would hurt, as he'd never been the type of person to take advantage of others. He thought that even though he couldn't give her 150 million yuan, he could use other ways to pay her. The woman thought that the secret book would play a vital role in the rise of their company, since he sold it to her at such a low price. And then she would take the book and treat it as if he bought shares of their company, giving him 30% equity. The woman with the fur collar stated that even though their company wasn't very well known in China, it was still considered one of the best. She added that now that he had 30% of their company's equity, he was now their second largest shareholder. She thought to herself that this was the first step to joining the board of directors, marrying a beauty, and reaching the pinnacle of life. Xiao Ming, now a shareholder, gave the woman his phone number and bank information so she could immediately transfer the 1 million yuan. He thought to himself that this could also be quite a catch or deal. Suddenly, the woman embraced Xiao Ming, thanking him. He was shocked by the sudden contact. Sisterly told Xiao Ming that she was so lucky to have met him, but he told her not to say that. The woman told Xiao Ming that she would let him know when the shareholder agreement was ready and that he just needed to obediently wait for a call. She thought to herself that they really underestimated that kid. Xiao Ming thought that he really lacked awareness about his own safety, not only giving away his phone number, but also the secret book. The goddess asked Xiao Ming how he could trust her so much, especially since he had just met her today and even gave away such a precious secret book. Xiao Ming's cat spirit, Xiao Tian, meowed in agreement. The goddess stated that she was full of charm and could give him money and equity, but it seemed like there was nothing she couldn't give him. Fei Mu thought to himself that this little friend made an extraordinary decision and that he, Fei Mu, was right. The man with the fur collar told Xiao Ming that he didn't need to be so polite. He thought to himself that this old man looked like he was trying to trick him. Xiao Ming thought that it was rare for little Snow to get close to others and that the two of them were a good match, but wondered if he had a lover. The goddess asked what she was getting angry at. She then said that it seemed she had a slip of the tongue. The man with the fur collar thought to himself that he still had some things to deal with, so he wouldn't meddle in young people's things, and that if Xiao Ming needed anything, he shouldn't hesitate to come to him. The goddess told Xiao Tian to stop talking nonsense and being horny or whatever, and that she had told him not to see the goddess in that way. Xiao Ming wondered what this situation was, and if this was the consequence of being high profile. The goddess told Xiao Ming not to worry, and that she wouldn't dare to have such delusions. She then told him to join the Chongming clan. Xiao Ming was shocked and wondered what she meant. The goddess's words echoed in Lin Ke's mind, the offer of joining the Chongming clan and the access to resources and information it promised. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that the price of such an alliance was too high, the freedom he'd have to sacrifice unappealing. He disliked environments where people constantly schemed against each other. Meanwhile, the goddess considered the situation. She thought to herself that Lin Ke and she were incompatible. She was determined to fight against the political marriage her family arranged for her, but not with him. Xiao Tian, nearby, was enjoying the drama. He was very strong and capable, not greedy for fame or wealth, reliable, and provided people with a sense of security, and he was not bad-looking. Lin Ke wondered who the lady was who bought the dragon scale necklace. Apologizing, the goddess stated she had something she needed to do and would be leaving first, promising to contact him when she had her answer. The narrative chronicler noted that Lin Ke had received fame and fortune, and also saw the mysterious sister who bought the dragon scale necklace, and questioned why he followed her. He had a hunch that the information contained in the necklace would be his biggest gain that night, resolving to borrow it from her. He also felt that if he had a hunch, it would be more effective to just act. That was when he noticed the woman had a dragon tattoo, wondering if she was a gangster. The woman yelled at someone not to follow her, asking if they were deaf. Sung wondered who she was talking to, realizing he wasn't the one she was addressing. A group of men in suits approached, apologizing to the young miss, stating they were there to pick her up according to their master's orders. They asked her to follow them obediently, or they would continue following her. She told them that if they were willing to follow her, then they should dare to do so. She stated she didn't have any relationship with that clan and told them not to bother her again. The men responded that they would wait at the door. Sung realized he was really out of luck, having once again encountered the internal conflicts of another person's family, wondering how he could speak up now. He thought he should just be patient and that he didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. It seemed weird to Sung that the young miss had gone into the restroom 10 minutes ago, but still hadn't come out, wondering what had happened. He wondered if she had slipped away. It seemed to him like she wasn't talking to him, and he was relieved that he scared the hell out of her. He thought he was a perverted stalker. It was then that he heard that his father was getting more and more senile by age. For the sake of such a small benefit, he had colluded with the Shun family and did so many things. He thought that he should have just knocked her out and stolen it, but he forgot it. Although he had broken away from the family, he must stop them from repeating these mistakes again and again. He approaches the woman on the motorcycle, greeting her and asking to take a look at the dragon scale necklace she just bought. The woman speeds off on her motorcycle. He questions when she managed to get on the back of the motorcycle and demands to know where she is. Sung apologizes, asking if he scared her, and she recognizes him. The woman states that Sung stole the show at dinner and asks if he has any bad intentions, noting that she clearly moved her disguise. Sung denies having any bad intentions, claiming he only wants to borrow the dragon scale necklace and has no other ulterior motives. The woman asks if he is talking about the necklace and states that she is not lending it. She questions why she should care if it is so important to him and asks why he didn't bid for it in the auction, implying it's because he is poor. Sung states that he has money now and will pay a lot, but the woman says there's only one way for him to get the necklace: kill her and steal it. The woman scoffs, asking if he thinks she needs money, and tells him to get lost if he doesn't have the guts. She calls him a pussy, and Sung's face is obscured as he tells himself that he is being insulted. He recalls being told to cut the crap and just do it, as several motorcycles approach. The woman asks what is happening, as Sung recognizes that their opponent is the daughter of the Black Dragon Gang. Sung Danwoo was surprised to hear the gang members' words. He wondered when Xiao Tian had formed a gang behind his back, and without his approval. Meanwhile, above the chaos, Xiao Tian was struck. The woman, unfazed, told her attacker to cut the nonsense and begin, as she didn't have much time. Sung Danwoo realized this woman was not an easy opponent. The woman questioned if they truly believed they could take her on alone, scoffing at their audacity. The man with the wolf companion realized the tattoo on the woman's body signified she was associated with the Black Dragon Gang, the same gang they had encountered at the pet shop. The woman's back was adorned with a tattoo. The dog-like creatures discussed that the Tengu gang always meant what they said, and kidnapping was kidnapping, only for money, not for anything else. The woman thought they were a bunch of idiots. The dog-like creature, enraged, declared that they dared to do such a stupid thing under his name, and he was going to blast those idiots. The woman unleashed a flurry of kicks against her opponents. The kicks landed with explosive force. One of the dog-like creatures exclaimed that the woman was too strong. Another one of the dog-like creatures questioned if she was a normal girl. He realized that they couldn't save money on intelligence because she was strapped for cash. One of the dog-like creatures screamed for help, as the other one said he deserved it, but still hurt. A man demanded that they stop hurting his brother, admitting it was his mistake, as he didn't expect her to be so strong. He never thought that he'd have to use this technique. The man with the blonde hair declared that despite having no personal quarrel, he was ordered to bring her back. He apologized in advance, promising to try and control his power so as not to hurt her, and warned her to be careful. Suddenly, the dog-like creature roared, claiming that with the power of the Tengu, her power was nothing. He demanded she be a good girl and give herself up. Meanwhile, the man in the red hoodie wondered if the creature was truly a demon from the Tengu clan, but Xiao Tian judged that his aura suggested otherwise. The man in the red hoodie thought that although the Tengu could gain great power for a while, he would suffer great pain, and his life was not worth it. The woman in the white tank top, however, was unimpressed, stating that she thought he was going to do something interesting, but it turned out he was just a depraved dog. The dog-like creature was enraged by the insult. The woman then stomped on the creature's head. The creature, pinned beneath her foot, vowed that if he kidnapped her, the Black Dragon Gang would pay a great price to get her back. Despite his increased strength, the woman realized she couldn't break free. With that money, the creature thought his brothers wouldn't have to make deliveries or work in restaurants to keep the club going. The man in the red hoodie was surprised that the Tengu Gang's followers were in such a bad state. The woman demanded to be let go, not caring what happened to the creature. She added that she had never heard of the Tengu Gang, and that such weak gangs should be disbanded, calling them a bunch of trash who deserve to die. The man in the red hoodie felt like he was in a bit of an awkward position. He was supposed to be saving the day, but he felt like all the insults were slapping him in the face. He admitted he was even tempted to help the Tengu Gang beat up this woman, but Xiao Tian urged him to wait and see, stating that now was not the time to do it. The woman told the creature to shut up and not dare belittle the Tengu Gang. The woman stated that a dog was a dog after all, and that they paled in comparison to a dragon. She then asked if he wanted to bet his life on provoking her, declaring that she would show him the real difference. The woman asked if he thought she would pull that out of her breast, comparing it to a pocket where she could pull out anything. The man in the red hoodie was shocked, and then heard a crunching sound. The man in the red hoodie wondered what was going on, and if this woman was transforming too. The transformation was far from ordinary. It was a demigod transformation. The question remained, what did she just consume to trigger such a change? The transformation complete, Mu Ru Shui stood with a dragon looming behind her, the words "dragon's blood," echoing the impossible truth. The revelation of dragon's blood shocked onlookers. How could such a thing exist? If dragon's blood was real, did that mean a living dragon still existed? The Black Dragon Gang, once thought ordinary, now seemed to have a deeper, more mythical connection. The crowd wondered if they were actually related to a dragon. The transformation into a half-dragon raised the question, was she connected to the dragon clan? Despite being ill-equipped to deal with this particular type of woman, Sung knew he couldn't avoid the confrontation. The woman, surrounded by dark energy, mused about her connection to the dragon race, as she realized she needed to figure things out. She never thought that the Black Dragon Gang still had such power. The transformed wolf-like creature declared that he wouldn't back down and that he must take her away today, regardless of whether she was a dragon or a snake. With a humph, the woman unleashed a torrent of dark energy, striking the transformed wolf-like creature. The transformed wolf-like creature was struck by the blast of dark energy. Those watching were shocked that the woman had killed their big brother, even in his transformed state. They called out to see if he was alright. Sung noticed that his demonic chi had increased again. The transformed wolf-like creature, battered but unbowed, was told that such a small injury wouldn't make her retreat. She declared that she was a subordinate of Master Tian-go. The transformed wolf-like creature, despite being injured, vowed not to give up as long as he was breathing. The transformed wolf-like creature was shocked that his full blow was so easily stopped. The defeated wolf-like creature is struck by a powerful blow. The force of the impact sends him crashing down. From above, the woman stands triumphant as the wolf-like creature falls below. The other animal-like subordinates of Master Tian-go watch in shock, one of them yelling for their big brother. The woman's attack continues to descend, as she scoffs at the wolf-like creature's attempt to kidnap her with such a low level of power. The woman continues to berate the wolf-like creature, stating that he overestimated his abilities. One of the subordinates of Master Tian-go cries out for the woman to release their big brother, or their master will not let her get away with it. The woman retorts that Master Tian-go is nothing more than a dog, no matter how powerful, and can still be slain like a dragon. The subordinates of Master Tian-go are in disbelief, as one of them states that they will let her live for today, so that she can return to release their master. The woman's attack continues to descend. The woman states that she's in a good mood today, so she will spare their lives. She warns them not to cause any trouble in front of her, or she will kill them. The subordinates of Master Tian-go are shocked by her power. One of the subordinates of Master Tian-go tells the others to calm down, as it is not time to make a move yet. The woman states that none of them are allowed to leave, as they are not done with the task that Master Tian-go assigned to them yet. The wolf-like creature states that unless he dies, he will not let them. The woman demands that they let go. The subordinates of Master Tian-go are in disbelief, as one of them states that they have already forfeited their lives for this task and cannot keep their eyes open any longer. The wolf-like creature states that he is irritated by the fact that the master asked him to shoulder this mission. He states that he will most likely deliver her to Master Tian-go. He states that this isn't the outcome he wanted. The subordinates of Master Tian-go state that they knew their leadership was illegal, but they still wanted to persevere to do it. The wolf-like creature tells the subordinates of Master Tian-go to shut up and not cry so easily. He states that he can now put a price on their lives and ask for a day of death, but he will not let them go. The woman states that they're all done crying, and are just a bunch of men who wasted her time. She states that she will always treat trash as trash, and will not use their deaths as an excuse, since she will kill them. The wolf-like creature states that he will bring their brothers to accompany them. The wolf-like creature shouts for the woman to stop, and that if she has any grievances, to come at him and not hurt his brothers. The wolf-like creature's subordinate questioned if he had survived the attack. He wondered what was happening to him. Meanwhile, the woman questioned why they needed to kill each other, since there wasn't a deep grudge between them. She then asked if her dragonfire destruction could actually be blocked, demanding to know who her opponent was. The demonic figure declared that he didn't want to make a move first, but since the woman thought someone must die, he had to step out. He questioned why they were fighting each other instead of living normally, since they were all humans, even if deformed. The wolf spirit, still in Sung's arms, realized that this was the timing Sung meant, waiting for the perfect time to take advantage of the situation. Sung himself stated that the demonic figure was neither a human nor a beast, questioning why he would do that. A voice demanded to know who they were, but the figure in the center dismissed them, warning that even those with a little power would be killed if they interfered. The man with the red marking scoffed, declaring that everyone's tempers were too hot. He questioned whether it mattered if Long Yu-ing kidnapped people. He told the woman that getting angry so easily would give her wrinkles. Coughing, the man with the red markings told the others to hurry up and undo their transformation, as his body was no longer able to endure it. He coughed again, demanding to know who they thought they were to interfere. The man with the red markings coughed, stating that they were already coughing blood and would die if they continued. He thanked the others for saving his brother, but told them not to interfere. He coughed again, demanding to know who they thought they were to be concerned about him, as he needed to kill them. The wolf-like creature declared that they wouldn't understand the brotherhood. He stated that even if he needed to go against his own wishes, he had to sacrifice his life to complete it, even though he knew it wasn't right to kidnap Long Yu-ing, and even if it wasn't his intention, an order was an order. The wolf-like creature stated that this was Yin Feng's path, and that it wasn't a place for a poor ghost like him. The wolf-like creature thought that Tengu's running amok was not good, as his brother's Tengu force was out of control, and he was just drawing in whoever he meets. He realized that as of now, there wasn't a single Tengu who could suppress this force for him, and his big brother would die. He noted that an ordinary mortal body like his couldn't bear excessive demonic chi at all, so it was expected that it'd run amok. The wolf-like creature stated that it was just like him previously, and told the man not to interfere in this matter. He then declared that the man was not a human, clarifying that it wasn't the same because, technically, he was not a human. The man asked what the wolf-like creature had said, stating that he was being serious and not joking. The wolf-like creature responded that the man was not human, his whole family was not human, and this was not the time to make jokes. The woman coughed, and a voice told her to let him give her some advice. Don't hold her transformation. Since she had a strengthening medicine, she should also have a medicine to relieve it and eat it quickly, noting that the strengthening medicine he was talking about was the dragon's blood. The woman realized she had forgotten something important. Suddenly, the young man with the wolf companion looked up, startled by a surge of power. The wolf spirit, Xiao Tian, sensed something amiss, his instincts screaming at him. The masked figures pleaded with the young man to save their leader, promising to do anything he asked in return. The young man wondered if both sides would have suffered less had he not intervened. He told the masked figures to move back quickly so the demonic chi wouldn't affect them. The masked figures thanked him, but refused to leave their big brother's side, choosing to live and die together. The young man observed that although these people didn't really use their heads, they were unexpectedly loyal. He wondered what he was going to do. He resolved to fight quickly and settle things, otherwise the woman lying on the ground would die. Xiao Tian asked if he was scared. The young man smirked, stating that it was expected that Xiao Tian could already feel the gap between the power of his genuine Tengu and his pirated version. The young man unleashed his power. The masked figures cried out for their big brother to hold on. The transformed wolf howled, declaring that what was happening was fair. He lamented that the handsome man had been reduced to looking like a pig, as the others sobbed for their big brother. The protagonist reassured them that this was part of the procedure. It was true. Their big brother's body was returning. Now that their big brother was fine, everything was all right, they cried. Xiao Tian scoffed at their crying and laughing, calling them useless. The protagonist explained that although the man's life was not in danger, he was still very weak and should be sent to the hospital. He then asked if they could discuss something with him. One of the men told the protagonist to shut up. He stated that the rich cannot be warmed, the poor cannot be moved, and the mighty cannot be subdued, questioning what kind of men they were to bully a woman. The protagonist told them that as men, they should use their own hands to fight for the future, not crooked ways. Showing a bit of compassion, he let them go, but warned them to remember not to just think about their dreams and forget everything else. Another man expressed gratitude for the protagonist's hard work, declaring that those who look down on them should continue. For one day, they will stand in front of them and say that the person they mocked back then finally got up from the ground. The man declared that this was the real Tengu spirit, and another told the protagonist to do his best and fight. The men thanked the protagonist, stating that their Tengu clan always repays favors and would definitely remember his kindness. The rabbit noted that this group of idiots was so touched by this kind of nonsense. Xiao Tian told the protagonist that he was feeling very suspicious right now, since he had always been with him. So who was this master Tengu they spoke of? The protagonist wondered if instead of worrying about this, they shouldn't care about the woman lying down there first. An unseen character expresses their excitement and rage, furious that someone would dare steal their fame, vowing to never let them get away with it. Nearby, the protagonist attempts to rouse the woman lying on the ground, asking if she is still alive. Meanwhile, another unseen character urges the protagonist to hurry, noting that the woman is nearly dead. The protagonist, looking down at the woman, seems confused. She was still breathing, or so it seemed. It appeared she had only passed out. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted around the woman, but it seemed to have failed. The protagonist was told that dragon blood poison could not be purified by demonic chi and that he needed to use his mouth to suck out the dragon's blood. He was shocked by the suggestion. Xiao Tian questioned why he would lie, reminding him that he was a grown man with nothing to lose and asking why he was being so shy. The spirit wolf insisted that Bei Ming couldn't save someone who was dying in front of him, urging him to either suck it out or grab the necklace and leave, stating that he didn't care whether the woman lived or died. Bei Ming, disgusted, exclaimed that he just needed to use his mouth to suck it out and that there was nothing for him to be afraid of. He steeled himself and swallowed. Determined, Bei Ming declared that he would just suck it out. The woman asked what he was doing, while Xiao Tian clarified that he only told him that he needed to suck it out, but never specified where. Confused, Bei Ming was told that he finally understood, all thanks to Xiao Tian's diligent teaching, and that he should continue. He stammered that he was misunderstanding and hadn't thought. The woman, now awake, called Xiao Tian a stupid dog for tricking him. She, now visibly annoyed, declared that there was no need for Bei Ming to take things so seriously, insisting that she was merely messing around. Xiao Tian demanded to know the right way to remove the poison. He then thought to himself that with a real body, he could actually feel the pain, vowing to remember this and pay Bei Ming back double in the future. Bei Ming questioned if Xiao Tian was saying he needed to suck the dragon blood out from her wound. Xiao Tian responded, asking what else Bei Ming could have been thinking of, and then wondered why he hadn't said it clearly earlier, as he almost did something really embarrassing. Bei Ming stated that he didn't want to talk about it right now and needed to focus on saving her life, adding that it was just like what one would do from a poisonous snake bite. It would be impossible to locate the exact location of the wound, so Bei Ming would have to amplify the location. He could imitate this process by injecting a small stream of demonic chi into her blood. Bei Ming thought to himself that he needed to locate the injection site of the dragon's blood and that he would use his mouth to control the demon power to suck out the poison. He added that this would work and that he needed to develop a habit of thinking independently in the future, as he couldn't keep listening and being led astray by that damn dog. Bei Ming apologized. Bei Ming found it, realizing it was on her chest. He knew they couldn't delay it any longer and prepared to suck. The woman screamed. The woman lay prone. Xiao Tan, looking displeased, questioned if Bei Ming was not doing badly and if all he needed to do was spit out the dragon's blood. Below, the man in the red-trimmed jacket remained silent as the purple energy crackled around him. The wolf spirit then demanded to know what had happened. Suddenly, a voice demanded to know what Bei Ming was doing and ordered him to quickly spit out the dragon's blood. A bright light shone from the man's chest. Elsewhere, a scientist in a lab coat stood next to Long Xiao, who was wearing a red-trimmed jacket. The scientist explained that there weren't enough samples this time and that, in order to control the toxicity of the drug, they had to limit the amount of the final product. Long Xiao wondered if that was all there was. Long Xiao questioned if the professor was still finding excuses. He then slammed his fist on the table. Elsewhere, Little Ding was surrounded by men as Long Xiao stated that Little Ding was an important assistant of his and wondered what the meaning of this was if something happened to him. Long Xiao, holding a gun, stated that he knew Little Ding was the professor's assistant, which was why he shot him in the knee so he could still do research in a wheelchair. He warned the professor that this was just a small warning and that he'd better give him the amount he requested from now on. The professor acknowledged this. Long Xiao grinned as Xiao Tian urged Bei Ming to spit it out. Someone yelled for Bei Ming to spit it out as a beam of energy shot from his mouth. The beam of energy continued to shoot out of Bei Ming's mouth. The beam of energy pierced through the darkness. The beam of energy continued to travel. This was the scene as Xiao Tian and Sung awoke. Xiao Tian, realizing the situation, prepared to act. Sung told Xiao Tian to get his tail away from his face, questioning what he was trying to do. Xiao Tian hissed, explaining that he had woken up so fast that the thing almost succeeded, implying a threat had been present. Sung questioned what thing Xiao Tian was referring to and what he had tried to do against him. Xiao Tian responded that the woman wasn't in danger anymore and that they needed to act quickly, as it was the thing that Sung always sought a chance for. A woman lay in bed, seemingly unaware of the events unfolding around her. A voice declared that they had saved her life and that taking her necklace as their reward was quite reasonable, before instructing someone to take the necklace and leave. The woman, still in bed, wondered where she had put her necklace. A voice declared that the necklace of 5 million was worthy to exchange for her life, before focusing on her chest. Sung's face contorted in anger and embarrassment as he fixated on the woman's chest. Sung, his face flushed, told someone to stop looking down on others, declaring that it was just her chest and that he would show them today. A voice declared Sung to be a true man. A hand reached out and grabbed the woman's chest. Long is in a panic, desperately trying to explain himself, insisting that the situation is not what it appears to be. The woman, still in bed, weakly demands to be taken back to the Long In Water Pavilion. Sung appears confused by the woman's words. The woman has fainted again. Xiao Tian mocks Sung, calling him a coward and questioning his manhood. Sung admits that he is still not good at doing things against his will. Xiao Tian agrees that they will go along with what Sung said. He realizes that the Long In Water Pavilion must be her house, since she mentioned it herself, and that there is something very important that he needs to ask her in person. Sung resolves to act like a gentleman and bring her back, then personally ask her for her necklace. Xiao Tian asks Sung what matter is so important to him. The sound of an engine roars. A foot wearing a red and white sneaker steps onto a motorcycle's pedal. A figure wearing a red helmet rides a motorcycle. Xiao Tian tells Sung to stick to the topic, complaining about where Sung is sitting. Sung recalls that when he sucked out the dragon blood, he saw some images. Sung reflects on the origin of dragon blood. He didn't know anything about the dragon clan, but something caught his attention. He wonders if the dragon blood carries its own information, and if the eyes of the spirit snake have such power. He wasn't sure, but he guessed that the eye of the spirit snake could decipher the information contained within the dragon blood. If they truly possessed such a skill, it would be invaluable. He knew they had to use more aura to verify this newly discovered ability. Though reluctant to deal with this woman, the figure in the helmet knew she was the best person to make a deal with at the moment. The rider knew they had to take her down, or at least gain her trust. The rider was borrowing something, not grabbing. His companion agreed, noting that even though this woman was very annoying, there must be a lot of good stuff at her home. The rider exclaimed, wondering if this was the Long In Water Pavilion. The rider thought it would be a little more immortal, but he realized it was huge. The speaker noticed the dragon pattern and surmised that this woman really had some connection with the dragons. A voice from the gate declared that this was private property and demanded that the gentleman at the door leave immediately. The rider wondered if he was being monitored, never thinking the security to be so tight. He was asked to wait behind him. Xiao Tian sensed that something was wrong, hearing a sound coming their way. The gate clicked open, and the rider wondered what was going on. The women brandished their weapons, aiming directly at their target. Suddenly, a voice calls out, pleading with the women to wait a moment. Below, Bei Ming stands with his hands raised, attempting to reason with the armed women. Bei Ming tries to explain that there must be a misunderstanding. The women surrounding him were suspicious of his claims. One of them demanded to know what he intended to do with them, threatening to kill him if he didn't speak up. The young man insisted it was all a misunderstanding, claiming he hadn't done anything to their young mistress. One of the women declared that she was the one who saved their mistress, dismissing the young man as a bad kid. She ordered him to tell the truth, or she would blow his head off. One of the women stated that their young mistress had been poisoned by dragon blood, and that she would have been long gone if he hadn't helped her. Another woman dismissed his words as nonsense, suggesting they should just kill him. The young man wondered if they didn't know about dragon blood, questioning if their level was too low. He told them to stop messing around. Xiao Tian told him to get straight to the point and tell them everything, urging him to finish the case quickly. He added that he wasn't as rude as they were, and that these young ladies were eager to protect their mistress and had done nothing wrong. Xiao Tian questioned why his heart had become so soft and sweet, reminding him that he had hit that lowly's ass earlier. The young man thought to himself that he wanted to avoid unnecessary fighting, and that he had already released key information about the dragon blood. He also realized that people who knew about dragon blood within them would definitely stand up. Suddenly, a voice shouted for them to stop. One of the women stated that there was no need to say anymore. She thought about how Xiao Tian's assumption was right, and that she had already checked on the young mistress and confirmed that she was saved by this lad. She also realized that if she used even a little assumption, these people wouldn't be willing to give him a chance. The woman offered him a bank card with 100,000, stating there was no password and that he should treat it as a reward for saving their young mistress. She asked him to take it and leave as soon as possible, saying that this was not a place for him to stay. As the woman offered the card, the young man was shocked. He lay on the floor, racked with coughs, his body aching. The pain was intense. He wondered aloud what had happened to him. He realized that the injuries he had sustained while saving people had taken a toll, affecting his body's vitality. Gasping for air, he wondered if his current state was due to him minding his own business. He remained prone on the floor, struggling to breathe. One of the women instructed the other not to bother him, suggesting they let him rest if he wanted to. One of the women told Sister Yin to check his injuries, and she agreed. Sister Yin noticed that although he didn't have any obvious injuries, he was missing an arm and a leg. She wondered if he had brought the young mistress home despite his handicap, feeling pity for him since they had even pointed their guns at his head. Xiao Tian's loyalty to his master was touching. Xiao Tian considered that even if they wanted to curry favor from others, they didn't need to do this. He knew this method worked best, and that he would be counted on for the final step. Xiao Tian's eyes seemed to plead with them to save his master, and he wondered what they should do since he didn't have the heart. The woman instructed them to bring him to the guest room and give them special service and care, noting that Sister Yun's Longyin Water Pavilion had never allowed any man to enter. The woman assures that she will discuss the matter with the young mistress when she wakes up, telling the other person not to worry. She also expresses her curiosity about how he found out about the dragon blood. The Longyin Water Pavilion stands bathed in moonlight. Inside the pavilion, a guest room awaits. The protagonist, now resting in the guest room, thinks to himself that his entry was successful. Xiao Tian reminds him that if he hadn't been reminded in time, he would have been long gone when the medicine took effect. Xiao Tian questions why he is in his original form and asks where Xiao Tian is. The wolf spirit thinks that the little brat has been asleep since the party, and moreover, Xiao Tian states that from now on, they're on stealth mode, and in this state, it will be easier to take action. He also mentions that he can smell a faint aroma of tons of treasure. The protagonist is surprised by the mention of treasure and says he will go. Xiao Tian hushes him, telling him to use telepathy to communicate. The protagonist thinks to himself that he just wanted to borrow the dragon scale necklace to get information and didn't really come here to steal anything. He wonders why he is in this situation. Xiao Tian tells him not to fret about the small details and that what he has to think about now is how to find those treasures. The wolf spirit senses that this house is not only large, but also has something sealed inside, estimating that it won't be easy to find the treasure and that it will take a lot of time. The protagonist thinks that they still have the whole night and that now that his demonic chi is full, going all night is not a problem at all, telling himself to keep an eye out. Xiao Tian tells him not to worry and that if he dares to take even a single step out of the room, he will use the gun to blow his head off. The protagonist wonders if he is under house arrest and that it didn't go as smoothly as he expected, feeling like he is trapped in here. The protagonist thinks that he can't do that because once the gun is fired, the whole plan will fail. Therefore, he needs to be careful. Xiao Tian asks if he can get rid of the guard at the door. The small wolf spirit considered his options, thinking that he could try something to help. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian called out to the smaller wolf, wondering what the little brat could possibly do. The protagonist stood nearby, telling Xiao Tian that it was up to him to teach the little wolf, since he was so good at it. The little wolf spirit responded, questioning what Xiao Tian was good at in particular, before suggesting flirting with girls. The hallway stretched long and empty before Mu Ru Shui. The door clicked open, and a voice instructed her to remain in the room and not walk around, citing her serious injury. Ignoring the warning, Mu Ru Shui stepped out, gun in hand, only to be met by a small dog. She ignored the dog, but it was clear that the dog would not ignore her. The dog demanded that she stop right there, questioning if she dared provoke him. Mu Shui declared her hatred for dogs, threatening death to anyone who stepped out of the room. The dog dodged her bullets, prompting her to wonder how that was possible. The dog then performed a handstand. The dog wondered aloud what he was trying to do. Enraged, Mu Shui called the dog vile and questioned how he dared do such a thing in their Longyin water pavilion, resolving to deal with him. He considered that little Tion's acting was a bit overboard, but he also knew that her gun had a silencer on it. He thought it was better this way. When a woman got angry, their IQ would drop, and he could take advantage of that. He also noted that he had somehow succeeded in luring her away, wondering if all the women in this house were so easy to provoke. He remarked that he was really an expert at irritating people, and that whatever he did caused everyone's anger, before questioning what was happening. Xiao Tian retorted that irritating people was not what he was good at, questioning what he meant. Xiao Tian laughed, saying he was just kidding and that they should hurry up and get moving. He admitted he was too lazy to bother with this boy, deciding to wait for him to find something useful and then fool him into letting him swallow it and increase his own demon power. Sung considered that he might get the necklace first to at least guarantee minimum profit, but there was a problem. He realized that since a moment ago, he hadn't been able to feel the breath of the Long Yuan, and it was like she disappeared out of thin air. Xiao Tian asked if he could smell her, stating it was her unique fragrance. Xiao Tian stated that she was either dead or being protected by a seal, adding that this Longyin water pavilion seemed to have some kind of gimmick. He then declared that the only option was to use the ancient method of tailing someone who would lead the way. Sung observed that the security of this house was much weaker than he thought, noting that many places here didn't even have surveillance. He also thought it was weird that they hadn't seen anyone in such a big house, adding that this was just an example of blind confidence in their own strength. Sung questioned if it was a house, while Xiao Tian hushed him, saying someone was coming. Sung thought that there was finally a sign of life. A woman with short brown hair carried a stack of towels. Xiao Tian told him to follow her. The woman smiled. The woman carrying the towels entered a building, and Sung could hear her voice. She announced her arrival to her sisters, stating that she was there to put the clean towels down. Sung wondered if they had finally arrived and if there were people inside. Sung noticed a sign that read Jade Dragon Hot Springs. He recalled the incident at Shenluo Club and wondered if he was destined to be known as a pervert. He asked Xiao Tian if he had any ideas. Suddenly, Sung realized that Xiao Tian was gone. Xiao Tian, with hearts in his eyes, thought there was nothing to be afraid of and that he should just do it. Sung called him a perverted dog and told him to come back. Sung pulled Xiao Tian back, telling him not to stop him from doing anything important. Xiao Tian retorted that it was time to be doing something important and that Sung couldn't stop a perverted dog. Inside, the woman with the towels announced that she was going to put the clean towels down. She suggested that Xiao Hua Mimi should also join them in the hot springs. One of the women remarked how good it felt to take a bath after sweating. Another woman said that she didn't need to because she still had weapon maintenance to do. One of the women told the other that a girl couldn't spend a whole day with cold weapons and asked if she was embarrassed of her A-cup. Xiao Tian thought the conversation was too graphic and that it was all Sung's fault that he didn't get to see the scene with his own eyes. Sung and Xiao Tian hid as one of the women walked by. Sung thought that these sisters should stop joking around like that. One of the women said that she liked the cold feeling of these weapons more. The woman said that the cold, emotionless touch accompanied by the taste of nitrosilicon made her intoxicated. The woman stated that she would be sure to take care of them in a bit. The pair continued their clandestine investigation. Xiao Tian wondered aloud if there was a normal woman in the house. Meanwhile, Sung stated that he didn't know if Long Yuan was inside, but they still had to go in and look. Xiao Tian agreed, saying that's what a man was supposed to do, and that they shouldn't think about the trivial details. Inside, Sung found himself in what appeared to be a woman's changing room. He was surprised, as it was the first time he'd ever been in one. He wondered why the ground was covered in underwear, as it wasn't what he imagined it would be like. Suddenly, the sound of a gun being cocked echoed through the room. The woman pointed the weapon directly forward, asking if he had seen enough. Caught off guard, the man wondered when she had gotten behind him without him noticing. Even Xiao Tian hadn't detected her presence. He was left wondering how she had managed to do it. The woman stated that his sisters had said he saved their lady, and she had thought he was something special. But now, it seemed to her that he was just a pervert. The man gave a poor excuse, saying he had only come out to go to the toilet, but because the house was too big, he got lost. He claimed he had no choice but to follow them. He then wondered if she would hang him up for public condemnation. The woman told him to stay in front of her, explaining it was just a necessary precaution, hoping he understood. The man thought to himself what a kind lady she was, and that it seemed the house wasn't full of violent women after all. The man realized it was too early to say that the more he let this happen, the more problematic it would become. He was not happy about it, but he couldn't help it. The man was confused, wondering what was happening. He then realized it was a tranquilizer gun. The man wondered if this was what his little sister wanted to do. The woman stood over the man, who was now on the floor, and cursed. The protagonist's eyes snapped open, a gasp escaping his lips as he regained consciousness. Under the moonlight, his expression hardened, a storm brewing behind his eyes. He found himself bound to a chair, struggling against his restraints. Mu Ru Shui, standing over him, remarked on his surprisingly quick awakening, implying she had other plans. She taunted him, asking if he needed more torture to fully wake up. Mu Ru Shui welcomed him to her personal studio, boasting that he was the first man to visit, while also hinting at a grim fate if he didn't cooperate. The protagonist strained against his bonds, but she warned him not to struggle, stating it would be futile. She explained the chair was made of high-strength alloy, the ropes of carbon fiber, and the collar around his neck was equally formidable. Brandishing a whip, she declared her actions were just a little personal hobby. Mu Ru Shui ominously announced the beginning of his interrogation. She began her questioning, demanding to know if he had supported the young mistress only to gain access to the Long In Water Pavilion, warning him to answer truthfully. As the protagonist remained silent, Mu Ru Shui warned him this was his first and last warning. Mu Ru Shui stood over her captive, explaining that the weak must obey the strong. She demanded that he tell her the truth if he wanted to live, wondering why he was tied up while she was standing over him. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian searched the area, wondering where the treasure was hidden. Sung considered his limited mobility, realizing the total treasure he had acquired was minimal. Xiao Tian expressed his frustration, declaring that it was all useless junk and not a single useful treasure. Mu Ru Shui demanded that Sung answer her, stating that she thought she would get something out of this, but the only thing she could do was change tactics. Suddenly, the high-strength carbon fiber ropes snapped. Mu Ru Shui was shocked, wondering how he had broken free. Elsewhere, Lin Ku smiled, stating that he was a great guy and it was showtime. Mu Ru Shui, now holding a large gun, expressed her anger at being tricked, declaring that she wouldn't let a guy like him walk out of there alive. Sung wondered why the trigger wasn't working. Sung told her to stop shouting, as he didn't want to draw attention. Mu Ru Shui stated that this sort of stuff doesn't work on her. Sung, still gagged, told her okay and to shut up or he would seal her mouth, gesturing to the wall of guns. Despite the standoff, the protagonist attempted to negotiate with Mu Ru Shui, claiming he only wanted her to lead him to the Long In Water Pavilion's secret treasure. When she scoffed at his request, he proposed they trade secrets instead. Meanwhile, Mu Ru Shui countered that if he revealed the location of the secret treasure, she would keep quiet about his secret. She then burst into laughter, pointing out that they barely knew each other, so what secret could he possibly be referring to? The man in the red and black jacket pointed a finger, accusing the person before him of being a crossdresser. The accusation was followed by a montage of the person's features, their slender body, long legs, and chest. The person denied the accusation, insisting on their cuteness and questioning how they could ever be a boy. Xiao Tian remarked that the man was trying to use the situation as an excuse to check the person's body. The man told them to put away their dirty thoughts. He mused that it would be hard to prove and not a pretty sight, wondering if they really wanted to know how he discovered it. Xiao Tian bared his teeth, asking if it would be hard to prove and not a pretty sight. The man laughed maniacally. He declared that he wanted to see to what degree their made-up story would be. He revealed that he hadn't been wary of them at all at the start. He then explained that the anesthesia hadn't worked on him, and he had only pretended to be dizzy, exposing them when they shot the anesthetic needle. The man recalled that seeing them sweating and carrying him and so many guns, moving forward in hardship, felt a bit unbearable. He added that at that moment, he didn't suspect anything about them. The person stated that they brought him there after tying him up, making a decision. They were finally done, but their underwear was totally soaked. Luckily, they had prepared a spare set of underwear. The person decided to change there since the amount of anesthesia was large, and that guy wouldn't wake up so soon. The man confessed that this was, for him, a great test of patience, but after they were done speaking, they changed their clothes in front of him. The man who was tied up earlier recalled his earlier thoughts, remembering how he had initially apologized for peeking. He then thought about the dazzling majesty of what he saw, realizing that the other man was referring to his own anatomy. The man then began to explain how it all went down, recalling the White Wolf Spirit's words about him being a man with a gun of his own. He continued, stating that even though he peeked, it couldn't be called peeping since the other person was a man. Mu Ru Shui, visibly upset, accused him of playing with her from beginning to end, calling him a pervert. The man retorted that she was the real pervert, prompting the White Wolf Spirit to interject that they were both perverts. The White Wolf Spirit then told the man to shut up, saying that he was the biggest pervert and didn't have a right to talk about them. The man then thought about how human life was like a drama, depending on how one performs. The man's expression hardened as he stated that he wouldn't hesitate to hide his gender and play the hero in order to mix in with a group of girls, implying that he had many hidden, perverted purposes. Mu Ru Shui retorted, telling him not to compare her to a stinky man like him, as he thought to himself that he only wanted to protect what was most precious to him. The man recalled that he was an orphan adopted by the Black Dragon clan and trained as an assassin, and that he, who should be part of the Dark Abyss, gained hope because of the young mistress. The man then thought that now was right, and that girl should just dress like this. The man then told himself to shut up, stating that there were no buts, and that he shouldn't enter the flashback so casually by himself. He then thought that only people of their dragon clan could be dragons, so he could only be a snake, and from now on, they should call him Washi. A gun is offered, the giver stating it is for the recipient's protection, specifying that it is a young mistress exclusive revolver. The girl in the pink dress declares that the recipient will be hers from now on. She seems to be in shock. The protagonist is asked if he is hiding his gender because he likes her. He denies it, stating that she is out of his league and that he only wants to secretly protect her in the dark. Kuin wonders why he is being told this, and what the protagonist's purpose is for exposing his relationship with Long Yueying. Muru Shui explains that her hostility towards the protagonist stems from his relationship with her, suspecting that he has bad intentions towards her. She begs him not to expose her, not wanting to leave her side if he promises. Muru Shui states that she will be at his disposal, causing Kuin to wonder why she is blushing. Kuin calls her a pervert, reminding her that he is a principled person and that the conditions he mentioned before are still valid. He tells her that if she wants him to keep her secret, she must agree to do something for him. Muru Shui thinks to herself that there are indeed secrets here, and quite a few at that. Kuin claims to know where they are, but assures her that he only wants to take a look at a certain item and will not take it away. Muru Shui is surprised, stating that she didn't say they wouldn't take it away. She clarifies that the treasure room is specially built, so only she and Miss Yun can enter. Kuin realizes that being specially built must mean a seal. He asks Xiao Tian if that seal can be broken, and Xiao Tian agrees. Kuin tells Muru Shui that he will untie her first, but warns her not to try to play tricks. Xiao Tian thinks that if they find the treasure and don't take it away, then this will all be for nothing. He agrees that he won't. Under the light of the moon, a pair of figures stood before a large, ornate building. Inside, a voice declared that only Sister Yun and Miss could enter. Another voice responded, stating they had fulfilled their promise and inquired if they could now leave. They were told not to worry, their promise would be kept, but they could not leave yet. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian told Sung that he had to cover them. Sung questioned what they were waiting for, urging the wolf spirit to ransack the place quickly. Xiao Tian retorted, telling Sung not to speak like a gangster, reminding him that they were just borrowing. Xiao Tian declared that only the weak relied on borrowing, while the strong simply took what they wanted directly, stating that it was not the time to care about such things. The voice urged them to hurry up and destroy the seal with demon power, stating that it couldn't wait. Another voice, presumably Sung, told Xiao Tian to take it easy and not act impulsively. The seal began to glow and emit energy. Back with Sung and Muru Shui, she asked if it was open. She told Sung not to talk so close to her, calling him a pervert. Sung responded that he didn't know, but it seemed to be, reacting to the demon power. As the seal was struck, Sung wondered what defense mechanism they had actually set up. Sung, holding Muru Shui, told someone that he told them it wouldn't be so easy. The person he was holding responded that he was so strong. The dragon seal pulsed with energy as a voice echoed, reminding the group that the speaker didn't want to see them die. Xiao Tian questioned if Sung was asking him to take him to Miss. Sung retorted that the agreement between them had been completed, and Xiao Tian no longer had to take his orders. The spirit wolf added that they still needed to get back to their initial strategy, starting with the key people. A voice called out, referring to someone as Little Flower. The person addressed as Little Flower told the speaker to back off and take her to her destination. The woman asked if Sung really had bad intentions towards Miss, stating that it was impossible and that he would never take her to her. Xiao Tian thought that Sung was getting worse, but that he liked it. Sung realized that he was right, but the fact that she was a man couldn't be erased from his memory. He considered himself the type of person who said the wrong things when he got excited. Sung, using a megaphone, declared that Little Flower was a man, like Long Yueying, and that she peeked at him when he was taking a bath. The woman, distraught, thought that Sung was a devil and wondered if she would have to live under his lustful power for the rest of her life. Sung stated that he wasn't going to hurt her and told her not to be nervous, instructing her to lead the way. The woman internally protested that things couldn't go on like this. She thought that Sung must be killed, wondering if she could do it, as her life would be over otherwise. She resolved to first lead him to the secret mechanism in the house, then take the opportunity to destroy him. The woman thought that this way, no one would know about it. She stands, her expression unreadable as she addresses someone off-panel, calling them Sister Yun and questioning their presence. Sung apologizes, explaining that Sister Yun had wanted to go to the restroom alone and got lost, and that he was about to take her back. The woman's eyes narrow behind her glasses, and Sung realizes that she has very sharp eyes. Xiao Tian's keen sense of smell tells him that she has seen through their lies. The woman tells them to come with her, stating that she needs them for something. Xiao Tian curses, annoyed that he hasn't exposed his identity yet, and decides to go by the old rule, using their acting skills to control her. Below, a figure guards the door, and Sister Yun wonders what she is going to do and if this kid will sell her out. The woman suddenly strikes Sung's hand, and he wonders what she is doing. Sung gives a thumbs up, a confident smirk on his face. Sister Yun wonders if he is implying not to worry, and how this man can be both righteous and evil. Below, a sword is drawn, and Sung is asked if this is how he is treating his master's benefactor. The woman states that she let them in so they don't owe anything to each other, and asks what he wants to ask her, limited to one question. She then asks how he knows the existence of dragon blood. Sung thinks that the explanation to her question is quite complicated, so he is too lazy to explain and that he just knows. He is then asked if he is a member of the Black Dragon Gang, and if he doesn't want to answer directly, then she will change the question. The woman asks if Sung is a member of the Black Dragon Gang, or a close follower of Long Outyin. Xiao Tian is present as well. Xiao Tian scoffed at the name he had just heard, finding it ridiculous. Sung, standing beside him, remained silent. Sung then told Mu Ru Shui that she was wise, but naive if she thought she could threaten him with her sword alone. He added that she didn't need to test him, as he was stronger than she thought, and that she shouldn't bring more people to the negotiation to show off, suggesting they have fewer routines and more sincerity between them. Elsewhere, Yun Jiao was struck by a sudden attack. Back in the negotiation room, Sung declared that they should cut the cheese. The narrator explained that Yun Jiao drew her sword to show her power, while Bei Ming pretended to be 13 to resolve the negotiation, questioning what the ultimate goal was. Since she enjoyed acting so much, the woman had been planning to use him for a while, but he had surpassed her expectations. She thanked Sister Yun for her time, stating that she wouldn't hide anything from someone so wise and beautiful. She admitted that saving the lady was out of her own selfish purpose, and that this purpose should be able to perceive the previous seal fluctuations. Instead of beating around the bush like a coward, she preferred to talk straight. She knew that if he knew about the dragon blood, then he should have some information about the dragon clan. She mentioned that the Longyin Water Pavilion does have some key treasures related to dragons, and that he had a good insight to investigate them beforehand. She wondered if the secret treasure house wouldn't do for money. She stated that, of course, meeting his lady at the auction, later saving her and bringing her back, was all a coincidence. She mused that it was just a coincidence, but it was really fascinating to her, naturally, till a point it's inevitable. She proposed that they make a deal. The woman offered to give him the information about the dragon clan and the treasure, but he needed to do one thing for her. Sung listened, asking what it was. She wondered if it was him, there might be a way to save her. She asked if he didn't help her to spit out the dragon blood already, and questioned what happened. She asked him to talk about the specific situation later, and requested that he come with her, as that's the reason she was asking him to think of a cure. The woman confirmed that it was okay. Sung thought about how troublesome it was that the entire night he was saving. He realized that this woman named Long Yueying hides some key information about the dragon clan. Sung scoffed, thinking that they better get some useful treasures, otherwise he'll destroy this entire place. A voice called out to the young lady. A series of tendrils writhe in the water, their purpose unknown. Below, the young lady hangs suspended in a tank, observed by another woman. Sister Yin demanded to know why the young lady's wound was so critical that she had to use the medical cabin. She then angrily demanded to know who hurt the young miss, vowing to kill them. Xiaohua was told to calm down. Sister Yin was told to withdraw and settle her own things first. He assured her that even though he wasn't one to meddle in others' business, he couldn't stand by while another was drowning. The woman hummed. Sung wondered how many favors he had given tonight, musing that the rewards for such favors were always too low. He justified his actions, stating that he only did favors for people who valued love and justice, and that one more friend was better than one more enemy. Sung was asked if he was agreeing to the deal. He responded that he had already saved her once and wouldn't mind saving her again, but he thought that if it was like this, it wouldn't be respectful towards the savior and the saved one. The man apologized, calling himself a Philistine. He then stated he would tell Sung about the young lady's current situation, realizing that Sung's awareness of these words was higher than he thought, wondering if it could be related to his own experience of disability. It was explained that the dragon's blood reagent taken by the young lady could burst into super high combat power for a short time, but there would be sequelae of poisoning, although they also had the special antidote for it. But this time it was different, even though she received treatment on time. Although the sequelae of the poison have disappeared, Muru Shui still wouldn't wake up. It was as if her body was sleeping, but her brain was having dreams nonstop. Her body's various indicators were in the normal range, but the brain waves were extremely active. The dean apologized, stating that he couldn't provide any information about the reagents and antidotes. The dean asked if Sung had created these reagents and antidotes himself. Sung realized that Long Yu-ing had abnormal symptoms because she was the daughter of the Black Dragon clan. He thought that this was another family dispute, but this time he had to find a way to get involved and obtain the information he wanted. Sung knew that Mu Ru Shui was the key factor, and he had to wake her up. He asked Xiao Tian if he had any ideas for such a situation. Xiao Tian believed there was only one way, since her consciousness was contaminated or trapped by the dragon blood. Sung had to enter her consciousness. Sung wondered if the serpent's eye could do it and decided to wait. The dean stated that if Sung was worried that he would go back on his word, he could give him a deposit in advance. He then presented the dragon scale necklace, stating that if he wasn't mistaken, Sung was after their young lady because of this. He would make this decision on behalf of their young lady and give it to him. Sung wondered what it was. The dean stated that Yun Jiao always kept his words, and it was just 500,000, which wasn't worth his life at all. He would make this decision on behalf of their young lady and give it to him. Sung realized that it wasn't a dragon tooth, but the passive skill. If he poured demon power into this, perhaps he could activate the aura in the necklace, thereby triggering the passive skill. It worked. Sung decided to discover the information this necklace contained. He wondered what this place was. The necklace contained? He is Longu Yang Dion. The story hints at the mystery behind Yang Jian's sudden appearance and his battle against the dragon, questioning what Bei Ming will do to save Long Yueying. A Q&A section jokes about why Bei Ming is still wearing the collar, suggesting rebellious beauty, protagonist ignorance, boss Huaxi's happiness, and a bit of sadomasochism. The question hung in the air. Was the figure before them Yang Jian? The weapon struck with tremendous force. Meanwhile, back in the present, the protagonist's companion sought answers. Xiao Tian explained that he had seen through the eye of the spirit serpent that someone was fighting a dragon, and that the dragon teeth must have been left behind by the defeated dragon. He wondered who would have nothing better to do than slay dragons. The protagonist exclaimed that it was Erlang Shun, Yang Jian. Xiao Tian confirmed that he had heard that Han had an affair with dragons in his early days, and asked who Song had said it was. Xiao Tian repeated the name, Yang Jian, with a tone of disbelief. The protagonist thought that it might be him, but he had never seen him before, so he could only assume it was Yang Jian, but he wasn't sure. Xiao Tian's pale expression prompted the protagonist to ask what was wrong, and the wolf spirit internally confirmed his previous suspicions. Xiao Tian considered that Yang Jian must have been setting him up from the beginning, knocking him down to the human realm and letting his spirit bind to this boy. He wondered how this brat could bind his spirit with his. A spirit chain binds the protagonist, who recalls pulling the magic sword from the devouring void to break free from confinement. Xiao Tian, radiating power, is now involved with the dragons, a fact that the protagonist struggles to believe. He wonders who Xiao Tian truly is, considering the possibilities of reincarnation or familial ties. Xiao Tian realizes he must find a way to divert the protagonist and keep him away from information about Yang Jian. He mutters to himself that if he doesn't awaken any more Yang Jian-related powers, he's in trouble. The protagonist calls out to Xiao Tian, questioning his sudden change. Xiao Tian insists he's not lost in thought, but rather trying to figure out what to do, asking if the protagonist has come up with any ideas yet. The protagonist is told that he has the scent of a dragon on him. He realizes that it's similar to the scent on Ying Shun and might be caused by the necklace. He suggests using this scent, along with the eye of the spirit serpent, to enter Yu Ying's consciousness. Xiao Tian dismisses the idea that it would be difficult for him. He asks older sister Yun to act as his escort for a while and not let anyone disturb him. A woman tells them that they can do whatever they want, as long as they save Yu Ying. The protagonist states that they must first find the trace of the dragon's breath that remains in Yu Ying. The protagonist declares that he has found it. The protagonist wonders if this is Long Yu Ying's consciousness, noting that to save her, they must enter the deeper layers. It's described as a deep abyss where one can't see the end. They are warned to beware, as looking into the abyss also means the abyss is looking back. They must hurry or they will be ejected, and at worst, their consciousness will be chewed up and dissolved. Xiao Tian states that in short, this time is more dangerous than they think. The protagonist thanks Xiao Tian, stating he'll be right back, before falling into the abyss. As Xiao Tian's voice faded away, the protagonist realized he had entered the deeper layers of Long Yu Ying's consciousness. But he wondered what this woman had been through to have such a dark consciousness. He spotted a light and questioned if it was the end. Executing a perfect landing, he wondered if this was it. It seemed that her consciousness was being bound by this very dark dragon. Yu Ying remained unconscious. Suddenly, the protagonist heard Yu Ying's voice calling out to him. He noticed a dark shape lunging towards him. He exclaimed in shock. He realized that she really was the head of the dragon's nest, and that she had the same way of treating guests. He assured her that he would get her out in a minute. Yu Ying asked if he was trying to save her, warning him that he would get himself killed and that she could run away. Yu Ying told him that although it was great that he was there, it was something she could handle. The protagonist thought to himself that if he was going to get himself killed, he would run away because it was not his style to die for nothing. He wondered how he would know the outcome if he didn't try first. The man declared that watching someone die without helping was no different than being a murderer, and that failing to seize an advantage was the mark of an idiot. Laughter echoed as the demonic figure stated that he would defeat his opponent and take him away. The demonic figure questioned if the protagonist dared to talk big in front of a deity, and mocked his plan to defeat him with a broken sword. The protagonist thought the situation was a bit awkward, but that even a broken Devil Slayer was enough to kill the deity. The demonic figure mused that the name Devil Slayer sounded familiar, but dismissed it. The demonic figure expressed disdain for wasting time on trash like his opponent. The protagonist blocked the dragon flame with one strike, surprising the demonic figure. The protagonist declared that even if the Devil Slayer was broken, it could still be used. The demonic figure scoffed at the protagonist's shallow sword aura, questioning if it even thought about hurting a deity, calling it a delusion. The demonic figure stated that he was not Yang Jian and had no interest in wiping out the dragons, revealing that the protagonist was never his goal from the start, as he had no time to play Dragon Quest with him. The protagonist knew he had to escape with her before the entrance closed. He asked his companion to hold on tight, promising to get them out of there. Suddenly, an unseen force struck, sending the protagonist reeling. The woman insisted that they had to leave immediately, otherwise they would be stuck there forever. She wondered if he was still mad about what had happened before, suggesting they could talk about it later, but escaping was the priority. She questioned why he had to be such a busybody, demanding that he leave immediately because she didn't want to see him. She insisted that it wasn't that she couldn't leave, but that she didn't want to leave that place, warning him not to force her. She scoffed at the idea of him leaving his companion behind to become paralyzed for life. She declared that she wasn't a busybody, but was trying her best to do what was entrusted to her, and what Bei Ming had promised would surely be achieved. The woman warned him not to use his temper on her, and to quickly give her his hand. The dragon declared that he shouldn't waste time talking with him, and that he should just swallow him so that there would be nobody to disturb them. The protagonist wondered if it was Yang Jian, the devil slaughter, and if that was the reason why the dragon had his weapons. He could only guess that heaven knew the answer. The dragon wondered if the protagonist knew quite a lot of things, and if saving the woman was his reason to get more information. The protagonist realized that there was literally a dragon in front of him. He decided to ask it in person and kidnap the woman at the same time, killing two birds with one stone. The dragon asked if he really wanted to know. The protagonist wondered if he really needed to be so stingy since it was like this. He resolved to just beat the dragon until it said it. The dragon prepared to attack. Suddenly, the woman shouted for the dragon to stop, demanding that he not hurt her little sister anymore. The protagonist is shocked by the woman's revelation. He questions if she is referring to the evil dragon. The narrative shifts to a flashback, where the woman explains that her Black Dragon clan was once a small family, blessed after their ancestors saved the injured Black Dragon Lord. She continues, explaining that the Black Dragon Lord would choose her sick younger sister, even though she was innocent and cute. Another woman, seemingly jealous, distanced herself from her, believing she lacked the power to become the protector of their family clan. The narrative shifts again, showing the younger sister in a hospital bed. The woman narrates that even though her sister was young and weak, she was also strong. She then reflects on how she only realized how foolish she was when her sister disappeared 3 years ago. For the past 3 years, she had been searching for her sister, but there was no news. Unexpectedly, she saw the remaining consciousness of her sister in the dragon blood reagent. She recalls her sister telling her that before her consciousness faded, the last person she saw was the man with golden eyes and brown hair, who has black-red horns on his head. The protagonist is shocked, exclaiming that the person who kidnapped her sister and the person he is searching for are the exact same person. The woman states that now that she has told him everything, he should leave and not worry about her. The protagonist retorts, asking if she is kidding him, and that since she knows this, she should wake up and look for it desperately. She admits that she is afraid that when she goes, she can never see her little sister again, so it is better to. The woman's eyes widen as she sees something. She thinks to herself that the person she just described is the man with golden eyes and brown hair, who has black-red horns on his head. The woman tells the protagonist that he was so eager to save her, probably because he wanted to get information from her. The protagonist tells her not to act like a weak girl in front of him, as it does not suit her. He reminds her that she's the big sister with a violent temper and a poisonous tongue, questioning how she can give up so easily. He demands that she shut up and come with him. The monstrous figure continued to shrink the passage. A woman pleaded to be let go, knowing that survival was the most important thing. He reflected on his past mistakes, resolving not to neglect his little sister again. Perhaps there was still a chance. Currently lost, he knew things could change, and he vowed to find that guy. The woman, meanwhile, thought that although their methods might be different, their purpose was the same: trust. She insisted that he was right, and called out to her elder sister. A dragon-like figure appeared, and she wondered if her little sister was present. The figure thought that even though he didn't have his true dragon form, he could barely defeat him in his current state. Perhaps he could really do it, and she could rest assured to let her sister go. She didn't want to be with her sister forever, but not like this. She thought that her dear sister should get out of the dark and shine, and she didn't dare to. She urged her sister to get back quickly and find her. The dragon-like figure warned someone not to make him wait too long. Yu Yin was told not to leave her. She wondered if it was too cruel and apologized. Yu Yin was called out too, as she glowed with power. Someone shouted for their elder sister to find him quickly. Someone shouted to scatter. He wondered what to do at that moment, and if he should comfort her a bit. A woman wondered what he was wasting his time for, and demanded that he get her out of there. She thought that he had finally regained his temperament. Someone demanded that they give them their hand. Another voice told them to hold tightly. Yu Yin was called out too, as someone was told to pull now, Xiaotian. The white wolf spirit thought that he finally settled, and wondered if they wanted to be there with her forever. Someone was informed not to involve them in this kind of embarrassing situation. The white wolf spirit strained against his restraints, pulling with all his might. Sung Danwu, bracing himself, noted the situation and prepared to pull them both up. Above, Ying remained unconscious in the tube. Someone called for help to get her out quickly. Danwoo wondered what kind of weird things were happening to him. Sister Yin assured him that Ying was all right and needed a night to recover. The woman who had been with him asked what he was doing. The woman admitted she had gambled on this situation, but never thought he could pull it off. Danwoo told her not to forget the previous agreement. He reminded her that it was quite late and they should rest tonight, discussing everything tomorrow. Danwoo wondered if that promise mattered. The woman thanked him for saving their little mistress and promised to allow him to do anything if he saved her. She told him to stop because there was no us. Irmã disse a Danwoo que voltaria para descansar, mas Danwoo insistiu que não havia necessidade que ele poderia ir sozinho. Ele se perguntou se Xiao Tian estava bem. Two people went with the benefactor to bed and served him. Danwoo wondered how Xiao Tian hadn't returned yet. Xiao Tian was lying in bed, thinking that he didn't pay attention at all and that this house was really dangerous. Still, he needed to investigate the treasure house and leave quickly. Someone knocked on the door, saying that they would help him with his clothes. Danwoo, annoyed, said that there was no need. He realized that last night, the puppy ran off from his room, so he brought it back. Danwoo wondered if Xiao Tian was all right. He planned to do it alone or form a team by himself, but he hadn't thought it through. The rabbit was satisfied. Danwoo thought that these two were really tiring. It looked like this kid slept well last night, and he was worried for nothing. Also, Miss asked him to come to the discussion hall, and he agreed. Danwoo thought that even if he found that guy, he couldn't beat him. He had to find a way to improve his strength. Without thinking about it, the best solution at the moment was to just join Chuman Balgu, take the initiative to go where there were many demons, defeat, and absorb their demons. Danwoo wondered if he was finally planning to join hands with Ying. He thought it was fine and that they could take the initiative. Miss had arrived, and she asked him to come in. The scene shifted to a grand hall, where a large group of women stood in formation. A man, seemingly their leader, greeted them, announcing their arrival. Another man, standing nearby, was taken aback by the sight of the assembled group, wondering what to do. Elsewhere, a woman in a suit appeared surprised by the situation. A caption below hinted that the head lady had brought an army and sent out a joint force invitation to Bei Ming, leaving him to decide how he would choose this time. The woman before sung Danwoo stated that since they shared the same goal, it only made sense to join forces. She added that although he possessed great strength, they should work together. Danwoo wondered if she meant to join forces with him. The woman questioned if Sung was so naive as to think he could handle everything on his own. She reminded him that the power of the true dragon from ancient times was immeasurable, and since they were looking for him, they should work together. Sung apologized, stating that his plan was to not involve the Long Een Water Pavilion. He believed that emotions alone would guarantee their death sooner or later. The woman asked if Sung thought she was innocent, or that she didn't want to have any liabilities. Sung was asked if he thought she was a liability. He clarified that he didn't mean that at all, and in fact, he thought she was a strong person. He explained that it wasn't because she had seen his weak side and felt that he was a weak person unworthy to join forces with. Sung thought to himself that only a truly strong man could face his weakness and become even stronger. The woman thought that Sung's offer was actually a reasonable one. She reminded him not to misunderstand, as she was only talking about joining forces, a relationship built purely on benefit and not the emotional kind between companions. She believed that emotions were illusionary and only benefits were eternal, and that only this kind of relationship would allow them to not drag each other down. The woman stated that Yun Veen said she gave Sung something from the treasury and also gave him the dragon scale necklace so that he could use it to investigate the matter about the dragon race. She added that even if he was powerful, there were some things that just couldn't be changed, and that being poor was one of them. Sung admitted that this was true, but that as the saying goes, one shouldn't bully the young and poor. The woman stated that Sung had convinced her and that she agreed to join forces. However, she had some conditions. The woman clarified that it wasn't really a condition, but since they were working together, they had to determine the division of labor. She stated that Sung only needed to be responsible for collecting more information and items related to the dragon race, and that as for the parts that needed fighting, he should leave it to her. She asked if he was looking down upon women, or looking down upon the battle power of their Long Een Water Pavilion, stating that they didn't need his protection. An office worker told everyone to be quiet and let the benefactor finish his sentence. Sung Danwoo, attempting to lighten the mood, assured everyone to take it easy, claiming he wasn't looking down on them, but merely combining their strengths. He continued, stating that while they were wealthier than him, he was stronger than them, and that was all there was to it. Yin Won, with a stern expression, told him to come with her, adding that she deserved the right to make the final decision, or else her girls would not spare him. She remarked that of course this was the place he wanted to go, even though he was pretending to be ignorant about it. Sung Danwoo seemed to have lost face as they arrived at what Yun Wen called the secret treasure house. Yun Wen coughed, then stated that she had been to the Long Een Water Pavilion before. Sung Danwoo's companion scanned the area, thinking that this woman was dangerous and that he couldn't let Sung awaken any more of Yang Jun's abilities. He resolved to get whatever was here before Sung did. Yin took Sung's cold joke as a compliment, stating that the apparent emptiness was just a second layer of defense. Suddenly, Sung Danwoo heard a clang and wondered what that sound was. Yin, with a sinister smile, declared that he would be the first man to die. She prepared to witness her own power. Inside the treasure house, various artifacts were displayed in glass cases. Sung Danwoo wondered if all the treasures were in Yun's collection. He thought to himself that Yun had such a large collection, and the chances of running into one of Yang Jian's treasures had increased. Xiao Tian asked Danwoo why he wasn't happy to see so many treasures, but depressed instead. Danwoo denied being depressed, stating that all this treasure made him happy. Yun stated that she had been chased to borrow the necklace. She admitted that she had a special ability that allowed her to get information from objects, and it was a wise move to join forces with Danwoo. Yun stated that not all of the items were here, just the more important parts of her collection. Danwoo agreed to begin immediately, thinking that they would get a lot of money. Xiao Tian asked Danwoo why he was acting unusual, but Danwoo told him to forget it, as this business was more important than that. Danwoo stated that he had no choice but to use this move. Yin asked if Danwoo could even sense in a wide range, and stated that he should get a good harvest. Danwoo stated that regardless, this business was more important than that. He added that although it was a high waste of demonic qi, there were two items of interest. Xiao Tian told him it was too late, meaning it was too bad. Danwoo asked what it was, and told Xiao Tian to let him see. Xiao Tian stated that this was it, and that he felt a very primitive dragon breath on it. Legend had it that it could both protect and kill dragons, the eggshell of a dragon. The man questioned if a Danlong Shi could damage dragons. Xiao Tian scoffed, suggesting that forging a weapon from it was an overestimation, as it was only enough to make a nail clipper, let alone slay dragons. The man acknowledged that Danlong Shi was rare and almost impossible to gather enough of to make a single weapon. However, if it existed, there was a possibility of collecting more, and he wouldn't give up on the clue. The woman asked what was so unusual about the stone and if he had gotten any information from it. He explained that he bought it from an antique dealer he knew, wondering if it held any important information. The woman responded that it didn't contain any information per se, but it was very important, maybe because the man stated that it could be used to slay dragons. The woman exclaimed that such a dangerous object must be destroyed immediately, or it would hurt her sister. He told her to wait a minute and not be impatient, as he suspected that man was a dragon and very powerful, so even if he found him now, he was no match for him. The man asked what? How could such an insignificant stone harm a dragon? He then stated that if she wanted to use it to slay dragons, he would call someone right away to buy as much as he could. The woman told Yin to send someone to that guy's shop and bring him to her now. She added that it was all about money and time for them to work on that too. The man thought that as expected of a gangster's daughter, she was really fast. The man said he would take care of it, but he was a bit surprised that she just said she couldn't beat him. The woman stated that it wasn't arrogance, and only by being aware of the differences could she keep getting stronger. He then wondered what the ring was, as this ring was strange, and it immediately absorbed his demonic qi. The man thought that he didn't know the world could have such a thing. Xiao Tian shouted that it was a storage ring, one that could store weapons, which was useful. The man shouted that it was just a room's worth of storage at best. Xiao Tian responded that it was a whole world, and the amount of storage he had was in a void. The woman noticed that his phone turned off, and his phone never turned off. So was he turning normal? The man asked what was with that disgusted look. He stated that she was not using it for anything other than eating and almost trapping him in it. She responded that he was just jealous. The man stated that no matter how good it was, her storage ring was better than nothing. He then asked what was in that wooden box, noting that it smelled like a dragon. He then asked if she could take out the contents of the box. He stared at the object, marveling at its shine and wondering what it was. Suddenly, Xiao Tian recognized the object and warned them not to open it. The woman questioned what it was for. The woman reminded Sung that he had told her to do as she pleased, questioning why he was now asking if there was something important inside the box. She then stated that it was dragon's saliva. Confused, Sung questioned what dragon saliva was. He then realized what it was. Sung wondered what the use of the saliva was. The woman stated that it was for making babies. Yin, embarrassed, told her that there was no need to talk about it and questioned who put the item there. The woman told Sung that no man was good. She then expressed her embarrassment at having to say that all powerful women seemed to be hostile to men. The woman explained that legend had it that thousands of years ago, two dragons descended on the Xia King's court, and the Xia King decided that it was only auspicious to store the dragon's saliva in a molded seat. She then added that with the change of dynasty, when the Prince of Zhou accidentally spilled it, a palace maid touched it and gave birth to a baby girl. She concluded by saying that it took a lot of effort to get this Nian Long Dan back. Some wondered what was wrong with Big Sister all of a sudden. The woman stated that after all, it was only a legend, and they had never tried it, so he shouldn't get his head around it. She then called them a bunch of ignorant humans. Xiao Tian stated that was not how they used their saliva. He then urged the reader to read from immortalupdates.com for early releases. Yang Jian's heaven, I was indeed very strong, but Xiao Tian knew it was very strainful if used for a long period. The heavenly warrior would often see something dripping from his heaven eye, and after asking about it, he finally admitted it was dragon saliva, which disgusted him, but he had to admit it was effective. Yang Jian, having used the ambergris, emerged with a strength far beyond his previous self. This was the real effect of dragon saliva. If the ring was obtained by that stinky boy, he would probably be able to use the heaven eye, something Lin absolutely couldn't allow. Xiao Tian wondered if the women were telling the truth. How could he become as stupid as these women, believing such a tale? And even if it was true, what did it have to do with him? He didn't have to think about it so much, since if that space ring could make him better, he would use it. Xiao Tian thought something good was happening. Never mind, having a space ring was a good thing for him. He wondered what kind of trick that stinky dog was scheming. Lin Ku had already expected that even though he helped them directly, asking for such a valuable item was still too cunning. It was to make sure that the kid wouldn't even dare to check for it. Lin Ku asked if Muru Shui was sure she wanted this. She confirmed. He thought that since she was giving it to him, he only wanted to borrow it for a while. There was no need to make such a fuss. It was just a ring. Now that they were even, she should go back to her room and rest. After he found the businessman, he would order someone to notify her. He thought she really was a straightforward person. Xiao Tian asked what good news he was talking about. He told Xiao Tian to let him swallow the space ring. He scoffed at the idea of being used again, calling Xiao Tian a stinky dog. Lin Ku declared that the wolf's possessions weren't worth his interest. Xiao Tian insisted that he was helping Lin Ku, explaining that swallowing the ring would allow him to devour the void and open up a piece of exclusive space. Meanwhile, Lin Ku urged Xiao Tian to hurry up and not delay. Xiao Tian, frustrated, lamented that things were totally fucked up and that he would leave Lin Ku in charge of the dowry. Thinking to himself, Xiao Tian decided it was only to distract Lin Ku from ambergris, figuring that even if he gave him some space, he wouldn't be able to use it. He tossed the ring, telling Lin Ku to catch it. Xiao Tian launched himself forward. Xiao Tian cursed, realizing his body was out of control and would act on its own. Xiao Tian, enraged, called Lin Ku a little brat. Lin Ku questioned the meaning of Xiao Tian throwing the ring, demanding that he let it be now and quickly. Xiao Tian prepared to swallow the ring. Lin Ku wondered what they should do next, while Xiao Tian prepared to pour demon power into the devouring void and find his ring breath on that. Lin Ku instructed Xiao Tian to use the spirit snake skills to let his consciousness in. Lin Ku asked if this was what Xiao Tian meant, as he was surrounded by dark energy. He told him to continue, saying it was very good. Xiao Tian declared that Lin Ku wasn't fooling him, stating that the devouring void was a bottomless pit and that his power was totally drained by it. Xiao Tian told Lin Ku to blame himself for being so weak. With the space ring now inside him, Xiao Tian and Lin Ku found themselves in a new location. Lin Ku instructed Xiao Tian to choose a place he liked so that he could stabilize it. He then asked about a desert location, but Lin Ku dismissed it as too hot. Next, Xiao Tian suggested a frigid, icy landscape, but Lin Ku rejected that as well, complaining that it was too cold and the scenery wasn't nice. He insisted they search for another one, prompting Xiao Tian to ask if he thought he was a property dealer. Xiao Tian then asked what was next. Lin Ku then asked about a sheltered island, declaring it his exclusive space. He thought to himself that dealing with Xiao Tian was troublesome. Lin Ku clarified that the ward was just to separate the devouring void and Xiao Tian's exclusive space. Xiao Tian then suggested a thatched house, prompting Lin Ku to wonder what was going on. A narration box pondered if Xiao Tian was intentionally fooling him or if there was a profound theory behind it, stating that the correct way for teammates was to fool each other. The wolf spirit, Xiao Tian, complained that Sung Danwu was intentionally making the house small. Danwu retorted, asking if he wasn't admitting that he couldn't expand it. Xiao Tian scoffed at the broken-down house, calling it crude. He told Danwu to stop complaining, as his demonic chi wasn't large enough. Danwu, frustrated, thought to himself that he had almost exhausted all his demon power and was only able to condense up to this level. Danwu thought to himself that if everything was under his control, he would collect more and more useful things, as the space was not enough. Xiao Tian told him that he should extend the storage space of his house. Danwu thanked Xiao Tian, thinking that even though it was a little run down, he could still be considered a property owner. Xiao Tian wondered if demonic chi could be used to increase the capacity and appearance of the space. Xiao Tian explained that someone who is never grateful is greedy. He then asked if, of course, demonic chi could be used to increase the capacity and appearance of the space, and if Danwu was able to show him a palace here. Xiao Tian remarked that perhaps this house is made according to how much demon power Danwu has given. Danwu had an off feeling about this. Xiao Tian then asked, by the way, since Danwu's exclusive space is in his devouring void, if he could also utilize it. Danwu thought to himself that this stinky boy has learnt from the finest, and has guessed his planning. Xiao Tian hoped Danwu could help him get more hot babes. Xiao Tian stated that in his plane, he can do whatever he wants. He then asked what the Xiao Tian exclaimed, and Danwu realized that his experiment was successful. He knew that in this space that belongs to him, he can also set up a security mechanism. Xiao Tian told Dan Wu not to get angry, and to please even if he wants him to come in, he won't go in. Dan Wu thought to himself that this guy is it because he was able to guess Xiao Tian's wishful thinking, that he got ashamed and became angry. He considered the space, noting that it was only useful for storing things and would only improve his strength by a little bit. But as Dan Wu thought about it, Xiao Tian interjected, stating that this method would not be forgotten as everything in the space was given to them. The wolf spirit then paused, sensing something. Dan Wu, holding a carrot, wondered where Xiao Tian had gotten it and why he was putting on a pork chop. He sensed a bad feeling. Xiao Tian told him not to be so rigid, explaining that he was just making the best use of it by adding his own demonic qi. He declared that only by using the most primitive cooking techniques and pure, natural ingredients would the original taste of the food be maintained, and that it would roast the carrot evenly and exude an aroma. He announced that this was the key to this slime-killing ceremony. Dan Wu wondered what Xiao Tian was doing, as the wolf spirit prepared to use the call of the rabbit summoning style. He then sensed a strong presence coming. Xiao Tian told him to forget it, declaring that the devouring void was going to be big. Dan Wu realized that the summoning was a success. The ground cracked as something began to emerge. The summoning continued. The summoned entity began to take shape. The entity's arrival caused a powerful shockwave. The summoned entity, a rabbit, wondered who had summoned them. The white wolf spirit stood his ground, bracing for an attack. A massive tail slammed down, shattering the ground before him. The force of the blow sent shockwaves rippling outwards. The spirit wolf and Sung stood together, seemingly unharmed. Sung remarked that the rabbit was exaggerating his appearance. The rabbit retorted that it was because he wanted to be as beautiful as Sister Chang'e. The rabbit confirmed that it had been a long time and wondered if the scars on his body were from surgery or injuries. He then exclaimed that it was really Sung. The spirit wolf wondered where he could find a knife. The rabbit called him a rotten dog. Xiao Tian then questioned what the rabbit intended to do by summoning this dead rabbit. The rabbit explained that in the process of searching for Sister Chang'e, he kept training with demons. He added that he also had to thank the beauty book for helping him a lot. Sung observed that the rabbit had changed and was now handsome, but he could hardly recognize him anymore. The rabbit replied that it was because he was being Sister Chang'e's backer. He added that he did not expect Sung to be so weak and that he was really a mess. Xiao Tian thought to himself that a weak chicken was still correct and that even a long, smelly body meat was still good. The rabbit said that he was so smelly because he was a stinky doggy and wondered how he dared to appear in front of him. The rabbit declared that Sung was a mess. He asked Xiao Tian what he had said, calling him a damn rabbit. The rabbit told him to come and fight with bayonets. He continued, asking who was afraid, and that if Xiao Tian hadn't swallowed the moon with his mouth, he wouldn't be trapped in this space. He vowed to destroy him on behalf of the moon now. The rabbit told Sung not to brag about himself so much, as he was still not powerful enough, and was still knocked out by Erlang Jinjun. Xiao Tian recalled that when Erlang Shun was on his knees begging him for help. He declared that he was going to represent Sister Chang'e and swallow the rabbit. Xiao Tian declared that the rabbit would be the first to be devoured, claiming that after doing so, he would regain full control of the devouring void. The rabbit, however, was trying to convince Sung to trust him, stating that he knew what he was doing. The rabbit then asked Sung to help him gather weapons and tools on their way to find Sister Chang'e, promising to share the space with him. He questioned whether Sung was planning to book the wool in Xiao Tian's territory. The rabbit offered to help Sung look for Sister Chang'e in return. Xiao Tian, overhearing the conversation, thought to himself that Sung should screw the rabbit and find Sister Chang'e at the same time, as that would be the best. The rabbit asked Sung not to try to cover up that he was obviously scared. Sung, however, was thinking about the Demon Slayer's sword and wondered if it was broken. O coelho explicou que a espada Demon Slayer foi feita matando inúmeros demônios, e que mesmo que a espada estivesse quebrada, o demônio real não morreria. The rabbit then asked why Sung hadn't told him important information about the Demon Slayer. The rabbit continued, stating that even though the sword blade was accumulated by countless demon blood, it was not so easy to break. He told Sung that he didn't know how to use the sword, and just to hold it. The rabbit explained that the name Demon Slayer came from the sword's ability to slay demons, but the physical sword was simply unable to withstand the powerful sword and was always broken. He then asked if that scared Sung. The rabbit told Sung that even if he wasn't a sword saint, as long as he managed the sword, it could make the little brother's strength more powerful. He then asked how Sung could unite the sword and man. The rabbit stated that the ghost would not tell Sung things that were not good for him, and that when he completely regained power, the first one to get devoured by him would be Xiao Tian. Sung wondered what he needed to do. The rabbit said that it should be very easy for Sung, and then asked him not to forget their earlier agreement. Sung was surprised that it was important, and wondered why the rabbit hadn't said that earlier. The woman straddled the man, explaining that the antique dealer was missing and had asked her to give him a lift. The man, however, told her to talk properly and not to strike such a strange pose. She confessed that she had been worried about him, as he hadn't responded to her calls. She thought he had died and was about to give him CPR. The man thanked her, stating that he was awake and okay. He was glad he woke up in time, otherwise he would have lost his first kiss to a man. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian stated that if there was nothing else, he would leave. The man told him that he would drive him home, stating that it was an order from the lady. The wolf spirit refused, saying that he would walk home and that the man shouldn't worry about him. He added that was all he needed to do. The woman bid farewell. Thinking that it was a good thing, she secretly wrote down his mobile phone number while he was asleep. The man thought to himself that something was not urgent, but it still concerned him. He remembered when they fought against the chairman and thought that the dragon's blood reagent was about the other two cases, so he thought. Xiao Tian asked what kind of people they were, stating that he was not sober. The man thought to himself that since it was just a guess, he should get some useful information. The man asked Chen Lin if he could check for him, wondering where the Tengu Gang's club was. Xiao Tian thought to himself that the man might have taken Long Yuing for the same reason. The man told someone to wait a moment. He thought that if that was the case, then last night's kidnapping of Long Yuing was not just about money. He found out that the gang leader he mentioned was called Ing Fei and was currently in the hospital, and he would send the hospital address right away. He thought that Hao Zhu were so efficient and that he was more and more curious about what this Lord Tengu was all about. Xiao Tian thanked them, downplaying the favor as something expected between family. Sung, however, was more concerned with identifying the Tengu gang members responsible for impersonating him. Meanwhile, inside the hospital room, the medical staff continued to monitor the patient. Sung questioned why the patient was hospitalized for what seemed like superficial injuries. Xiao Tian assured him that he had managed to contain the patient's demonic rage at the time. Sung, frustrated, urged them to enter the room. As they approached the room, Sung noticed someone standing outside. The individual claimed that no one was allowed inside. Sung, annoyed, questioned the person's presence. Inside the room, the patient's companions pleaded for a miracle, hoping for his recovery. The doctors explained that the patient's injuries were only external, and they couldn't determine why he remained unconscious. One of the companions wondered if the woman was involved. Sung considered that if the brother didn't wake up, he might have to sleep like this for the rest of his life. He asked Xiao Tian to think of anything that could help. Xiao Tian reassured him that he would find a way. Sung then realized that he smelled a demon throughout the hospital, but he couldn't see any demons in here, just a high-level demon hiding its scent very well. Suddenly, Sung's eyes reacted, and he questioned what was happening to them, as a strange power manifested. Sung ordered the person outside to keep their voice down, as he had come to see how they were doing. Xiao Tian asked what was wrong with Sung's eyes. Xiao Tian exclaimed that he saw spider silk all over the ward, resembling the Spider-Woman from their first encounter. He then realized that it wasn't the Eye of Heaven, but something similar. Sung realized he was still too weak to locate a high-level demon by smell alone and wondered what he was supposed to do. He noticed that the spider threads seemed to be spreading from a certain direction. Suddenly, Sung was confronted by the person from outside, who demanded to know what he was doing. Sung realized that the whole hospital was being... The entire hospital was covered by a bloody spider web, and the patients were being treated as a continuous supply of vital energy. Someone was so insidious that the protagonist couldn't stand it anymore. Enraged, the protagonist thought it was cruel to treat diseased patients in such a way. An authoritative voice told him to calm down, stating that the situation wasn't suitable to start a fight. The protagonist assured the voice that he was very calm and not in a disadvantaged situation. The protagonist knew that since this evil act was seen by him, he couldn't just sit back and do nothing. The protagonist was just using the Devil Slayer to cut the spider web that had been absorbing vital energy, and he wasn't destroying the entire building. The Devil Slayer broke again, and he realized it seemed like the blade was already at its limit, so he couldn't use it. The protagonist knew that the Demon Slayer had received such a heavy blow, which showed that the guy who laid this bloody spider web was very strong. He resolved to learn to use Sword Aura. Someone told him not to worry about this, because the other party was still provoking him. They asked if he was still able to fight, having just injected demon power into the devouring void. The protagonist stated that he was very eager for the other party to take initiative and come at him, as this would also save him time, because a wise, strong person will not fight unprepared. Elsewhere, a group of people were in a hospital room. One of them coughed, and another exclaimed that His Excellency, the Great Master, was truly worthy of his title, as one boisterous dance in the open air saved Big Brother. A man with bandages on his head stated that the dance of the Great God is a kind of folk activity ritual handed down. He asked if that was so. He then stated to never save his life ever again, as he was going to Lord Tengu's side to help fellows. Another man told him not to speak nonsense, as it's the Great Master who is performing the dance of the Great God. Another man told him not to kneel easily and to quickly get up. Although they were subject from the Lord Tengu, they were poor, but they had high aspirations to repay his kindness, and they wouldn't hesitate to go to heaven or jump to hell. The men knelt down to thank His Excellency, the Savior. They didn't have cash to repay His Excellency, so they could only express their gratitude in this way, hoping His Excellency accepts it. One of the men asked what it was, and to please tell them. The protagonist thought that if they really wanted to repay this kindness, then they should help him with something. He was also a Lord Tengu's fan, and he had always admired the spirit of the Tengu. He listened as the men continued to praise the Heavenly Hound, with one expressing his hope that Sung could introduce him to the deity. Sung, in turn, hoped to introduce the Heavenly Hound to the Heavenly Hound. The men's flattery seemed to have little effect, as one wondered if they were overdoing it. Another man reflected on how thoroughly Sung understood the spirit of Lord Tengu. It was because Sung believed in the Heavenly Hound, one of the men thought. Another admitted that he never imagined he would be a fan to such an extent. Xiao Tian, however, was not pleased with the praise. One of the men declared that there was no time to lose, and they would take Sung to the deity, who would definitely appreciate it. Just then, a phone began to ring. It was the boss lady of the pet shop. The boss lady, Ying Fei, was on the line, and Sung listened intently. He realized that those bastards were picking a fight again. She was coming immediately, Ying Fei said, and asked them to wait for her. Sung realized something must have happened with the pet shop's owner, and they should go together to take a look. Sung apologized, explaining that his friend had some problems and he must go to help her. When it was settled, he would immediately take them to meet Lord Tengu. He then overheard someone asking how he knew it was the boss lady of the pet shop who got into problems. Sung replied that his hearing was very good, and he had no intention of eavesdropping. He was just curious. He then told the men not to call him Great Master or Your Excellency anymore, but to just call him Bei Ming. He added that he was also taken care of by her, and when something happened to her, he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. So, they should take a look together. Sung addressed the men, reminding them that as subjects of the Heavenly Hound, they should have some basic team understanding. He told them to stop shouting. Xiao Tian remarked that these fellows were so stupid that it was cute, and he quite liked them. Sung told them to let's go. Sung told them that something must have happened with the pet shop's owner, and they should go together to take a look. As they were about to leave, a hand reached out to stop them, declaring that they wouldn't leave that easily. A nurse demanded that they first pay their hospital fees. Sung realized that he was not helping her because he knew that boss lady. The nurse shouted nonsense, explaining that a night with treatment and hospitalization cost 10,000 yuan at this private hospital. Another man exclaimed that the charges were 50,000 yuan, which was too much. Sung realized that he should have searched for nearby, recommended hospitals in search engines yesterday. The nurse, clearly agitated, berated them for attempting to evade their medical bills, asserting that the hospital was not a charity. A doctor then stepped forward, apologizing to everyone present and inviting anyone with objections to the hospital fees to voice their concerns. Meanwhile, someone exclaimed in surprise at the arrival of the director. Another person observed that he looked very suspicious. A caption declared that the director, with a face that says he's the villain, had appeared and questioned his purpose. The hospital director, overhearing the commotion, accused the group of trying to flee without paying their medical expenses. The doctor interjected, claiming there might be a misunderstanding regarding the price, insisting that the hospital did not charge indiscriminately and was a professional establishment. One of the patients questioned if what they were hearing was true, while another admitted they were too worried about their friend to notice what was happening around them. The nurse admonished them, stating that if they knew they had made a mistake, they should admit it, and if they were poor, they should be honest. She then told them to be quiet. One of the patients apologized to the hospital for his brother's treatment, but another man interrupted, telling him not to always count on the Tengu deity, as he didn't want him to lose face. The man who had been injured was moved by the hospital's hospitality and applauded their dedication. Another man declared that he would pay what they lacked, but the nurse scoffed, asking if he was joking, as they were short 4,000 yuan. The man then displayed his phone, showing a balance of 1 million yuan, declaring that wealth could not be obscene. The injured man thanked him for saving him, stating that he would not be afraid to repay his kindness. The nurse, however, accused him of trying to fool them with someone else's balance chart. The man told Xiao Tian to use his mobile phone to settle the hospitalization expenses, stating that he didn't have time for boring tricks and to swipe to see if it was true or false. He then provided the password. The nurse exclaimed that the man's medical expenses could be discharged thanks to his great piety. The woman in pink was surprised, stating that this was not what she expected, as she had seen it earlier. The man in the tracksuit asked what was impossible, demanding that the paid receipt be checked. The woman in the pink suit stated that he was different from the poor ghosts, and his young and promising domineering spirit made it impossible to detect. The man in the tracksuit wondered what was going on. The man with the black hair and white shirt said, "Oh right." The nurse stated that she still liked his first appearance better. One of the men wondered if the great deity knew that fat pig from before. The man in the black suit thought that he was an interesting kid. The man with the black hair and white shirt said that it was a long story, and they needed to settle business matters quickly. The nurse stated that she had already told them that the brat was not simple. One of the men asked, "So what?" He stated that to let them hook on the nightmare, he was just prey to be slaughtered. One of the men asked why they kept pestering him over and over again and what they wanted. The man with the black hair and white shirt stated that between them, it was over. He added that he came to see her because he had another reason, and she was not worth mentioning. The man told her not to challenge his patience, or he would use force. The woman screamed. The woman told Luo Fei not to go overboard, as the shop was passed down by her late parents. She stated that whatever it was, she would not sell it. The man stated that if she did not want to sell the shop, Then he would use force until she was willing to sell it. He told his brother, Hae-in, to give her to him, and he would train her to be submissive. He added that women always take time to teach them slowly. The man with the cigarette stated that the Black Dragon gang took interest in her shop and asked her to quote a price to sell it. The man then punched the other man. The man who was punched asked if Fei was that poor guy who loses his mind. He stated that the shop was protected by Tengu and wondered who would dare to stray wildly there. Kuan-nan's opponent questioned if he was bored with life, daring to fight for territory with a Black Dragon gang. One of Kuan-nan's subordinates wondered why they were hiding instead of rushing in to kill their opponents. Another subordinate stated that this fight was not related to them and that he did not want to interfere, while a third declared that this was a man's determination to protect his valuables. Meanwhile, Kuan-nan, bandaged and bruised, stood in a hallway with a woman behind him, as someone called out to him. Inside the taxi, the injured man asked that they promise him one thing. He explained that the owner of the pet shop had always been kind to them, but they had never been able to repay her kindness, so he asked that they not help him. His companion questioned why, pointing out that he wasn't looking down on his meaning, but wouldn't it be more effective if he helped? The injured man insisted that this time, he wanted to repay her with his own strength. He recalled that he had promised to repay her, and he wouldn't make a move. He thought that in some respects, they did have some similarities, since he promised her he wouldn't make a move. Suddenly, the man's fist began to glow. He thought to himself that his body was in hell, and it was really transforming his strength at the moment, thus transforming much damage to his body. The man's fist collided with an unseen force. He cried out in pain. His companions asked if he was all right, reminding him that his injury from last night hadn't healed yet, so he couldn't use his real strength. They insisted that they wanted to help. He told them to shut up, saying that they were useless. The man continued, stating that only the strong have the right to remain, and the weaklings should just lie on the ground like a dog and live a quiet life. He then launched himself forward. A woman appeared, apologizing for calling him when he was already heavily injured. She asked him to quickly leave with his brothers, saying that she would be the cause of all of this. The man told her that she should know very clearly what kind of animal a person who has undergone secondary development and evolution is. Another man watched, thinking that they would either be hell-bent on him or curse him their entire life. He thought that he would just bite the other person's neck, never letting go until he was dead. The man struck the other man, sending him flying. The woman cried out, and the man wondered what was going on. Lin Ke's thugs were quickly dealt with. Xiao Tian, in his smaller form, barked orders, telling his big brother that the disturbing trash had been taken care of and that he should continue. The man with the cigarette remembered well. He hated it when people interrupted him, and this little slap was just a lesson for them. The blonde man, still on the ground, was told that they were planning to do something to Ying Pei, but Xiao Tian had already promised him that he couldn't stand idly by between them. He apologized to his ancestor. Xiao Tian questioned if the blonde man thought he could force his ancestor to give up the body. The wolf spirit apologized again, saying he was sorry for his brothers, but this was his home and his big sister was like a mother to him, so he had to fight for them. Xiao Tian asked where his strength and smarts were, questioning what he was doing now. He was told not to be reckless, and that if he died, he would be responsible. The wolf spirit responded with a simple, yeah. The blonde man coughed, realizing he was a bit too thoughtful, but so what? He didn't even have the strength to fight back, and could only be beaten by him like this. The man with the cigarette told him to shut up and close the mouths of those barking dogs. The girl begged them not to hurt her dogs, promising to agree to their request. The blonde man cursed his body, begging it to move, as he felt too weak and sorry. He heard someone shout for help. Someone wondered what had happened. A paw slammed down. It was Xiao Tian, taking numerous dogs to take action. He dared them to look down upon them. The men stood over the fallen body, surrounded by a pack of wolves. One of them exclaimed that something was wrong with these dogs. One of the wolves snarled, dismissing the men as rubbish and urging the others to kill them. Another wolf, however, warned that if they wanted to avoid being kicked out of the Black Dragon gang, they had to leave now. The wolves cheered in agreement. Meanwhile, one of the wolves lunged at a man. One of the wolves was being held, struggling to get free. He yelled for them to let go of him, realizing that this group of dogs was insanely quick and telling them to run. A man with a cigarette holder wondered what was wrong with him, talking to himself about a dog. He then pulled out a gun, wondering if the dog was trying to provoke him and if it really thought he was afraid of attacking it. The man with the cigarette holder thought he never imagined he, Hae-in, would shoot a dog one day, calling it a disgrace. A woman screamed no. The wolf caught the bullets in its mouth. It couldn't believe it had caught the bullets. The wolf spat out the bullets. Hae-in watched, thinking what an interesting doggy it was, and that it was very nice. The wolf thought to himself that he just didn't want to get his shoes dirty. Someone yelled that it was dangerous and for the little dog to run from there. Hae-in told the dog to come with him, and that he would train it to be the best dog in the world, wondering if the dog deserved to be his pet. The dog wondered, as it peed on Hae-in's shoes. Hae-in, enraged, thought how dare the dog pee on his shoes, refusing a toast, and not drinking fine wine, and that he was going to kill the beast. The wolves snarled. The gang members questioned what was happening, as the wolf's actions defied their understanding. One of them couldn't believe that the dragon's blood reagent was being wasted in such a place. Ein, enraged, declared that they were the ones who needed to be destroyed. He powered up, his body radiating intense energy as he vowed to show them the true power of a dragon. Another gang member expressed disbelief at the wolf's power, questioning how it was even possible. He realized that the wolf was a pet of a black dragon, capable of killing a god, which he found amazing and unimaginable. Ein refused to believe what he was seeing, denying the reality of the situation. He muttered that the wolf was a monster and ordered his gang to quickly run away. One of the gang members recognized the wolf, referring to him as Chao Dan Xia, and another member asked if he had super courage. The gang member begged to be let go, promising not to dare to cause trouble again. He insisted that he was wrong. Another gang member stated that Long Ao Tian was coming for them, and that Chao Dan Xia was an awesome name. He added that the great god had entrusted the Black Dragon gang to himself, so they wouldn't be defeated, calling him a great man. The wolf's ally asked if Ing Fei's injuries were getting any better, and Ing Fei responded that not only was he weak, but also stupid for trying to turn things around on his own. He added that there was nothing like apologizing to someone who had taken the dragon's blood regiment, and that he was in a terrible condition. Ing Fei's ally told him that she shouldn't have asked him to help without knowing his situation, as he was obviously injured. Ing Fei responded that being injured was no excuse for being weak, and that he wasn't any help. Ing Fei's ally told him that from now on, the whole Black Dragon gang would tremble because of him. She added that he shouldn't see her in person if he dared to cause trouble again. Ing Fei replied that he would. The wolf's ally told him that everything was all over now, thanks to the wolf. The wolf then thought to himself that he had recently bought a puppy from Ing Fei. Ing Fei asked if the wolf didn't look down on anything or anyone, and that he was such a strong and kind person who tended not to fight for the sake of the weak like him. But in fact, even dreaming about becoming stronger felt too difficult for him. For someone who struggled just to live, becoming stronger felt as unattainable as a pie in the sky. Since he was young, he had relied on brute force and a fearlessness of death, making him no different from a wild dog fighting in the alleys. The group of men insisted that even if he wasn't the strongest, he would always be their big brother. They declared that even if they were like wild dogs, they would follow him for the rest of their lives. Xiao Tian, standing beside the man, watched as he addressed his brothers, telling them to stop being so affectionate. He then turned to the man and asked if he would believe him if he said he had a way to make him stronger. The man was taken aback by the wolf's question. The other men expressed their belief that if their great master said it, he must have a way to make their big brother stronger. One of the men asked if it would be all right if he asked a question he had wanted to ask for a long time, requesting that they not mind. Xiao Tian watched as the man spoke to his group. The men reassured him that it was all right. They explained that they had helped him so many times because they wanted something from him. Xiao Tian listened intently. The man thanked them for their unconditional support, stating that there was a way to repay them. He said that he had not considered the possibility of unconditionally helping others. The man apologized, and the group of men offered their apologies as well. Xiao Tian watched as the man spoke to his group, thinking that it was all right and that this invitation was just a little bit. The man stated that it was all right and that this invitation was just a little bit rated. He declared that he would never give up and that he would become stronger to get revenge. Xiao Tian listened as the man spoke. A woman declared that no matter how they looked at it, it was all because of everyone's help this time. She suggested that in order to thank everyone, they should order a large takeaway meal. The atmosphere shifted abruptly, and the man in the red and black hoodie suddenly remembered to ask if Mu Ru Shue's injuries were truly all right. The scene shifted to the exterior of the restaurant, where a voice declared that the boss lady was much stronger than anyone realized, and that her injuries were just a few scratches. The delivery arrived, and a voice announced that an iPhone takeaway was there with their order, wishing them to enjoy their meal. Another voice exclaimed that the food had finally arrived, and that it was time to start eating. The food flew through the air, and one of the men asked why their big brother wasn't eating, calling the food yummy. Two of the men wondered if Sung had perhaps forgotten Lord Tengu's spirit, stating that because he was their big brother, they would let him sit at the table. One of the men stated that Sung should still take care of the Great Master, and that if they took all the food like this, the Great Master wouldn't have anything more. A massive sandwich appeared, held by a pair of chopsticks. Sung lamented that his body hurt to the point that he couldn't even use his chopsticks, finding it embarrassing. One of the men declared that the Great Master was indeed the man who carried the spirit of Tengu to his bones, and that they couldn't lose. Sung thought to himself that he was so hungry. Sung felt strength continuously pouring into his body, wondering what kind of feeling this was. One of the men asked if the Great Master had given him this strength. Sung declared that he would let them remember the fear of being dominated by him at the dinner table. One of the men exclaimed that the voracious eater was back, asking him to please leave a bit for them. The boss lady smiled, agreeing with the sentiment. The man with the dark hair is asked if he has known Ing Fei for a long time, commenting that their relationship seems pretty good. He responds that they haven't known each other for a long time. It's just... Meanwhile, a woman recalls that she will never forget the first time she saw him. He was holding a dog injured by a car and asked her for help. She continues, explaining that she later realized that the dog wasn't his, but abandoned by its owner, so she helped and treated him. She also discovered that Ing Fei is a person who really likes dogs, so little by little they became more familiar. She adds that even though their Lord Tengu's gang doesn't seem like a good gang, they actually haven't done any bad things. They also often come to help her with some stuff, and then she gives them some rewards in return. Elsewhere, Xiao Tian and Sung are together. Sung thinks to himself that it seems like he found the right people and that they're the best candidates for his team. He realizes, so it's like that. Someone asks why he keeps turning down the invitations of people who are either powerful or wealthy, like Mu Ru Shui, Shen Luo, and Long Yuing. They then ask what he's actually trying to do by inviting those who aren't wealthy or powerful. Sung thinks to himself that the time hasn't come yet. Sung thinks that he'll only let such kinds of people watch his back, believing they will be such a person. He adds that he doesn't hate them anyway. Xiao Tian asks if he's ever hit rock bottom of life, and Sung thinks to himself that it's time for business. Back at the table, the group has finished eating. Someone says that they are full. Sung asks Ing Fei if they are all full, and then suggests that it's time to bring him to meet the Lord Tengu. Sung says that he can't wait to see him right away. A text box asks if Ing Fei and the others will join Bei Ming eventually, and what kind of confrontation there will be between Bei Ming and the fake Lord Tengu. The assembled group received a call, urgently requesting Master Tengu's presence. One of the men questioned if Tengu's gang lacked a fixed headquarters or stronghold, wondering where Lord Tengu might be. One of the men insisted that Lord Tian was always busy and didn't have a fixed location for his office, describing him as a strong and kind person. He added that Tengu not only led their group of incompetent guys to the right path, but also worked hard for their lives day and night. He expressed his admiration for Tengu, recalling how he had admired him since he was a child. He explained that his house was full of pictures of Tengu swallowing the sky and eclipsing the sun, and that following Tengu's path had been his whole life's work. Another man chimed in, stating that they didn't have much brains. So Lord Tengu took the initiative to let them give him all the money they earned, and he would help them manage the gang's funds and investment. One of the men wondered if they were always this poor. The man on the phone grew impatient, reminding them that he had told them not to contact him unless it was urgent. He then hung up. The man who received the call apologized, explaining that they had failed to complete the task. He was met with the response that if they didn't finish it, they would be punished. The man on the phone reiterated that if they didn't finish it, they couldn't finish it, reminding them that they were all his lovable subordinates, and he couldn't bear to punish them. He coughed, stating that they finally understood his good intentions. He added that it was naturally difficult to understand as a small fry like them, but it was all the teachings of the great deity. The man on the phone stated that he was thinking about how Master Tengu could let them do things like kidnapping women. He then thanked the great deity for him, but he had been too busy lately to get out of his body, stating that it was about to happen. He then told someone named Ing Fei to wait. The man on the phone stated that as long as they were willing to teach a few words, he was willing to donate everything to Master Tengu to help one more person. He then asked if the other party had arrived. He then said that this master was the other party that Yang Jian wanted to see. The phone rang, and the man answered it. He exclaimed that the great master had sent him the location and told them to go. He then told a few of them to clean up the place, calling them great and big brothers. A woman asked the man on the phone what was going on. He replied that he heard that she didn't have a fixed residence, but they were all brothers' houses. He then stated that he had recently cleaned up the warehouse on the second floor and asked if she would mind living there. He added that he wouldn't charge her rent, and he just needed her to guard the shop at night, and asked what she thought. She thought to herself that this was totally great and that he was a big brother. The woman thanked the man, stating that she wouldn't mind and wanted to live there. The man then told the others that they could finally no longer need to kidnap women. Xiao Tian, the white wolf spirit, stated that this offer of dog food was a bit cautious, and he refused to eat dog food. The group arrived at the location that Master Tengu had sent them to. The location was Chen's house. The man on the scooter wondered how such a place could be allowed to operate. A black car pulled up to the gate, and the driver apologized for the wait. Inside the car, two men in the back seat commented on the women outside. The driver told them to forget about such people and focus on their mission. The driver apologized for being late, explaining that a few things came up. He then stated that this was a private area not allowed to be disturbed as soon as possible. The men on scooters were told to keep an eye on their territory. The men wondered why they couldn't wait outside until the Tengu gang came. They questioned what would happen if someone tried to enter. One of the men asked if this was the territory of the Tengu gang. Kuan then asked who was responsible for double parking in his spot. Kuan then told the man that he couldn't read and that he had spent millions on his car. He demanded that the car be moved. The man responded that he didn't care about the car, but he didn't want to waste time. He asked if he could ask where the vehicle should be parked, but Kuan then told him to just park it there. The man smiled, thinking to himself that he didn't like to cause trouble, but if someone really wanted to look for trouble, he wouldn't mind. The driver told him that he must have a good drink due to the poor service. The man asked if Captain Zhou was all a misunderstanding. Kuan then told him to move his car, as the highway should be parked higher. A woman with red hair said that she always hated the parking here, as there were always people more important than her. Kuan then told them that the parking space was full and to solve it themselves. The man asked who was making noise. The man asked what the situation was, and the driver explained that the best parking space in this club was used to park cars. He wondered if they had the keys and told them to wait there. Kuan then asked how the good stench smelled. He then asked if the smell bypassed the nervous system. The man was then notified that it was them. The Tengu gang is greeted with enthusiasm as they enter the building. A man shouts that their arrival has been received, and another exclaims his excitement. A crowd of people lines the hallway, ready to welcome them. The group had arrived at their destination. The man with the bandaged hand declared that this was definitely heaven, as he urged his companions not to look around like country bumpkins and to remember the purpose of their visit. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the establishment, Ing Fei asked what Lord Tengu's plan was for the day, to which the other man responded that he was just there to see Brother Hao. Ing Fei comentou que Tengu parecia bastante ocupado e se ofereceu para levá-los até Goal, mas Tengu insistiu que não havia necessidade, pois não estava ali para causar problemas. Ele acrescentou que Goal geralmente era uma pessoa muito econômica, então se perguntou se Tengu era um cliente regular. Tengu confirmed that he was, and that Gohao's accumulated consumption was almost 100,000 yuan, so he would be under the control of their staff. He assured Ing Fei that there was no reason for him to lie. Elsewhere, a man asked when the family had become so stingy. Ing Fei then exclaimed that Lord Tengu was really there, wondering why he would ever be in such a legendary high-end private club, since he had thought Tengu was very busy. He then asked if Tengu had brought him money. Tengu told him to calm down, and that they would know whether it was real or not once they went and took a look. He then asked Ing Fei if he was interrogating him. Ing Fei denied it, stating that he would never dare to interrogate the great Lord Tengu, and that he just wanted to discuss some business. He then asked why Tengu had deliberately made things difficult for him, and if he wanted to embezzle money from the gang. Tengu told him to quickly give him the management fee for the week, so they could discuss some real business. Ing Fei apologized, explaining that the management fee had already been spent on hospitalizing someone due to a mission the previous night. Tengu then called him useless trash. The man on the floor is being held down. He is shocked to see Lord Tengu in front of him. Tengu holds up a card, stating that witnessing him personally is a privilege. He adds that the man's innate, domineering spirit cannot be concealed. The man on the floor is stunned by Tengu's presence, claiming his entire body is trembling. He declares himself a loyal fan who made a special pilgrimage to see him. A younger man in a hoodie watches the scene unfold. Tengu continues, saying that even if the light of the entire universe were gathered, it would never be as bright as Tengu is in his heart. He tells Tengu to wait. Tengu remarks that the man has foresight. He demands 100,000 yuan to show sincerity. The man on the floor reminds Tengu that kindness should be repaid and that the Tengu gang already owes the great deity too much. The man on the floor is struck. He questions why Tengu would do this. Tengu explains that he can't make such jokes and that the money was to store him. The man on the floor is surrounded by other men. He is reminded that he told them that the money was transferred to the bank. The man on the floor is bleeding from his head. He claims that the sum of money is what he has been collecting for years through hard work and asks how it can be gone. Tengu is told to stop fooling around. Tengu is reminded not to forget Ing Fei. The man on the floor recalls kneeling before Tengu and begging him to take care of the Tengu gang. He asks if Tengu thinks someone as powerful as him would like some trashy gang like them. Tengu states that the man has no value anymore and that staying in the gang will only destroy morale. He declares that the man is no longer a member of the Tengu gang and tells him to get lost. The man on the floor is being kicked. Tengu is reminded that he once took the gang in as his home and that he wouldn't have anywhere to go. Tengu is told to shut up and that he wants to rebel. He is reminded that Tengu is the boss of the Tengu gang. Tengu is told that he is not allowed to talk to Lord Tengu with such a tone. He is then struck. Tengu strikes the man on the floor. The man who had been struck now looked upon the scene with shock. He could only utter the words, "Great deity," as he stared at the figure before him. Enraged, Lord Tengu declared that he would retaliate for being struck on the head with a wine bottle. The man in the suit stated that if they wanted his help to become stronger, the sand wouldn't be sufficient. He then added that they could talk about money. He recalled that last night, when he released the power of Tengu, he found that the breathers that he absorbed were all supreme. The suited man continued, saying that because of this power, as long as they consumed it, they would become Tengu. Therefore, because this was all thanks to Ing Fei, that piece of trash, he wouldn't hold back on spending money as long as the price was worth it. The suited man asked if Lord Tengu could lend him the power to examine. He thought to himself that after acting for so long, he wondered how much of it was real. He was curious if this demon blood solution would have any effect on him. The suited man wondered if it didn't seem like anything had changed. He then revealed that inside that pill was his blood containing his consciousness. He stated that as long as they swallowed it, they would become his obedient slaves. The suited man declared that he only needed to give them an order, and they would be just like loyal dogs. One of the men pleaded with Lord Tengu to stop and said that they were innocent. The suited man scoffed, saying that a bunch of leeches had lost their worth as humans and didn't need to worry about money. The suited man asked if they thought a mortal like him would ever cheat them. He then told them to take it, stating that examining the purchase was completely reasonable. He then thought to himself that after enslaving the Dasha Tengu alliance, that Swarm Brothers stuff was all his anyway. The suited man exclaimed that he was dragged into this. He then stated that he really needed to be more or less behind this demon blood solution, and that things were already more or less about it. He then asked how it was, stating that he could feel the power it contained, but that it wouldn't help them. He then told them that they would have to swallow it. The suited man stated that if it wasn't for them, he would have lost his Tengu alliance to start with. He then declared that he didn't want the sun-eating Tengu alliance anymore. He then stated that he was never really meant to be with them, and that he had just played with them, and they really believed it. He then declared that it would belong to him, and wondered what kind of monster they were. A dark energy emanates from the demonic figure, who questions if he is merely Lord Tengu's servant. Kuan Nan, standing beside Xiao Tian, is identified as the caretaker. The man kneeling before Kuan Nan is shocked, questioning if he is truly Lord Tengu. He recalls Tengu being forced to the heavens by Erlang Shun, wondering how he could be in the human realm. He claims he cannot see Mount Tai and begs for mercy, acknowledging that he accidentally offended the master. Xiao Tian approaches the kneeling man, who recognizes him. The wolf spirit explains that he comes from a small branch of the Tengu tribe and knows Lord Tengu's name. He adds that he didn't want this either, but because there are terrifying beings in the human realm, he is forced to present himself as a human to survive. The kneeling man wonders what the word caretaker is supposed to mean. He then wonders what Kuan Nan is saying, as there is something even more powerful than him. He realizes that he is feeling rage and blood-boiling distaste, and that the feeling of hunger is slowly coming back. Nearby, the men who were previously offered the demon blood solution are confused. They question what is wrong with them. One of the men cries out to his big bro for help, stating that he doesn't want to be controlled. Meanwhile, the eye of the demonic figure is shown, and Erlang Shun urges Xiao Tian not to be so impulsive and to resist. The man who cried out is now surrounded by demonic figures. The man coughs up blood, exclaiming that the others are bastards and asking when they ate.